Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 2442 to Chapter 2494. Compared to the army of Nether soldiers, there were only over 20 martial emperors. They were like a wave in the ocean, extremely inconspicuous. But even then, no one retreated. Instead, they charged forward with all their might. Lin Sun noticed that even though there weren't many martial emperors, there was Great Emperor Zhuing and 3 Ninth Realm ancestors. 2 of the 9th Realm ancestors were fighting intensely with the Nether general. The other 9th Realm ancestor was guarding by Great Emperor Zhu Ying's side, and he led a group of martial emperors to charge forward in the army of Nether soldiers. Obviously, they didn't want to fight to the death with this terrifying army of Nether soldiers. They just wanted to kill their way out of the encirclement and go deeper into the Nether Spring Road. However, it was extremely difficult for this group of martial emperors to kill their way out of the encirclement in a short period of time. The reason was very simple. There were too many Nether soldiers, and they didn't fear death. They charged forward wave after wave, causing these martial emperors to find it difficult to move forward. In the battle with the Nether general, even though the 2 Ninth Realm ancestors fought with all their might, they could only restrain the Nether general, and they couldn't kill it. Lin Sun noticed that the supreme figure at the center was a man in plain clothes. His purple hair hung down, and he held a golden jade ruler in his hand. His attacks were extremely ferocious and overbearing, and he was extremely valiant. The man in plain clothes was at the 6th level of the Martial Emperor realm. His entire body glowed brilliantly, and he was rather handsome. When his eyes opened and closed, a pair of mysterious yin and yang fish surged into appearance. It was profound, unfathomable, and extremely terrifying. Even though he was in a tight encirclement and it was difficult for him to move forward, there wasn't any seriousness on his face. Instead, he revealed a trace of impatience. It was as if he was tired of this battle that felt like he was stuck in a swamp. This allowed Lin Sun to determine that the man in plain clothes should possess a powerful trump card that was sufficient to deal with the predicament before him. The reason why he hadn't used it was probably because he wasn't willing to waste it on such an opponent. As expected, as if he wanted to verify Lin Sun's guess, it wasn't long before a green bamboo slip that emitted a thick and boundless aura appeared in the man's hand. Hesitation could be seen on his face. Obviously, the value of the green bamboo slip was so great that he was slightly reluctant to use it. Seeing this, Lin Sun didn't hesitate to charge forward and activate the Abyssal Sword Cauldron. Boom! The Abyssal Sword Cauldron, which was wrapped in dazzling Dao light, smashed towards the densely packed underworld soldiers with a deafening roar. Bang bang bang, as the Abyssal Sword Cauldron descended, it was like a divine mountain falling from the sky, smashing 7 or 8 netherworld soldiers and their war horses into pieces on the spot. The plain-clothed man and the others were shocked by this scene, and they looked over in succession. When they noticed Lin Sun's appearance, they couldn't help being stunned. What was going on? Someone dared to come to their rescue in such a dangerous battle. Being saved by someone was, of course, a moving matter. However, seeing that Lin Sun came alone and looked very strange, it was completely beyond the expectation of the plain-clothed man that Lin Sun would take such a big risk to participate in the battle. He was a little confused. Since when did the vast 1,000 battle domains have such a chivalrous and warm-hearted person? Young master, could it be that this guy saw through your identity and deliberately came to curry favor with you? Someone muttered. The plain-clothed man was startled and said, he risked his life to help us. Who would dare to curry favor with me? And risk his life like this person? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Indeed. While they were talking, there was another thunderous roar in the distance. Then, as Lin Sun attacked, the Abyssal Sword Cauldron continued to kill. Wherever it passed, groups of netherworld soldiers were crushed and their bodies exploded, turning into rolling black mist. The plain-clothed man and the others were dumbfounded by the devastating scene. This person is actually a peerless great emperor. No wonder he dares to risk his life to come here. Someone exclaimed. Killing netherworld soldiers like tearing a painting, it's too incredible. Indeed too fierce. Who is this person? Why haven't I heard of him? The plain-clothed man's pupils flashed, and his heart shook. The power of a netherworld soldier was not worth mentioning, but when hundreds or thousands of netherworld soldiers gathered together to charge, it could be said to be terrifying. Otherwise, their group wouldn't have been trapped here. Therefore, when he saw Lin Sun's irresistible killing power, the plain-clothed man could not help but be moved. How could such a person be an ordinary person? How could such a person take the initiative to curry favor with him? Let's attack together, attack with all our strength. The plain-clothed man took a deep breath and gave the order. Everyone roared in agreement. Lin Sun's appearance was like a sharp awl, piercing into the army of netherworld soldiers and stirring up the situation of the entire battlefield. As a result, many netherworld soldiers rushed towards Lin Sun like a tide. This was equivalent to sharing a lot of pressure for the plain-clothed man and the others. Naturally, they understood that this was undoubtedly the best time to break out. As for Lin Sun, the harvest this time could be said to be huge. He was happy, and he displayed all his skills to constantly kill. In the eyes of others, those netherworld soldiers were troublesome and difficult to deal with, but in his eyes, they were undoubtedly tempting prey, waiting to be hunted by him. Kill. At this moment, the netherworld general that was fighting intensely with the two Ninth Realm ancestors in the distance noticed that something was wrong with the situation, and it noticed Lin Sun's existence. He let out an obscure and explosive shout. Instantly, practically all the netherworld soldiers in the surroundings charged towards Lin Sun. The plain-clothed man and the others seized this opportunity to charge out of the heavy encirclement in one go, and all of them were in high spirits. When they looked back, they saw Lin Sun charging into the battlefield by himself, and the dense mass of netherworld soldiers seemed as if they were fearless of death as they charged towards him. "Young master, leave quickly," someone reminded swiftly. They'd already killed their way out of the heavy encirclement, and it was very likely that variables would arise if they still didn't leave. However, the plain-clothed man grunted coldly and said, "If it wasn't for the assistance of that fellow Daoist, how could we possibly have the chance to kill our way out of the heavy encirclement? No matter if he did it for the sake of helping us or not, at this moment, I, Tan Tai Feng, can't watch helplessly as he fights alone." His words were sonorous, forceful, and powerful. Everyone was astounded. Before they could persuade him, the plain-clothed man had already pointed at the netherworld general in the distance and said, "To capture the followers, we must first capture the leader. Let's go together and help the two elders kill that netherworld general. Perhaps we'll be able to resolve this trap." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud shout resounded from afar. "Everyone, it's best that you leave quickly. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. I, Ling Xuanzi, naturally have a way to kill our way out. Quickly. Don't hesitate, leave quickly." The voice revealed an urging tone. This was naturally spoken by Lin Sun because he didn't want those netherworld soldiers to be seized by the plain-clothed man's group. The plain-clothed man couldn't help but be stunned. This fellow is actually refusing to help. The others seemed as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and they persuaded. "Young master, that fellow Daoist over there has already said it. This opportunity isn't easy to come by, so we should leave quickly. The Nether Springs path is filled with danger, and we must preserve our strength in order to kill our way out alive and arrive before the first eternal imperial pass." The plain-clothed man hesitated for a moment, and then he raised his eyes to look at Lin Sun, who was on the battlefield, and asked in a clear voice, "Fellow Daoist Ling Xuanzi, may I ask why you're helping us?" Lin Sun fought as he spoke righteously. "I don't have any other ability, and I just like to help others." Some people almost spat, and they had strange gazes. If it wasn't for Lin Sun having indeed helped them greatly, they would have almost started scolding him. "What do you mean help others? We're all Emperor Realm figures that have lived for countless years, all right? Who are you trying to deceive with such a childish and laughable reason?" The plain-clothed man's expression became strange as well, and the corners of his mouth twitched. After a short while, he said, "Fellow Daoist, that. Leave quickly." Lin Sun interrupted him bluntly. The plain-clothed man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that this fellow really isn't afraid of death? "Young master, since this person is so chivalrous and willing to help others, then what are we waiting for? Let's just leave." Suddenly, the two Ninth Realm ancestors that had been fighting the netherworld general in the distance had flashed over explosively, and they left with the plain-clothed man without hesitation at all. The plain-clothed man was just about to refuse, yet he'd been crowded away a long time ago. He couldn't help but turn around and say loudly, "Fellow Daoist Ling Xuanzi, I, Tan Tai Fung, will remember this kindness. If we meet again in the future, I'll definitely treat you to some wine. His voice was still reverberating, but they'd already left. Lin Sun's gaze was slightly strange as well. This Tan Tai Fung really does have some conscience. Bang! A terrifying aura of slaughter whistled over as the Netherworld general charged over explosively. Lin Sun didn't dare think too much about it, and he discarded all distracting thoughts as he swung the abyssal sword cauldron and fought with all his might. Even though he was alone, he actually revealed an invincible bearing. 100. 150. 200. As the battle continued, more and more Netherworld soldiers were killed by Lin Sun, and the black mist they devoured was like an endless stream that flowed ceaselessly into the abyssal sword cauldron. Such a harvest caused Lin Sun's fighting spirit to rise even more. He wasn't in a hurry to kill the Netherworld general because he was worried that once the Netherworld general died, the Netherworld soldiers that had lost control would scatter like monkeys when a tree falls, and that wouldn't be worth it. 300. 400. 500. Looking from afar, the black mist surged as the battle shook the heavens, and wave after wave of Netherworld soldiers fell beneath Lin Sun's slaughter as if he was harvesting crops. So strong. He's too abnormal. He clearly had the chance to kill his way out of the encirclement, yet he didn't do so. Could it be that he intends to annihilate this entire army of Netherworld soldiers? How could such a ferocious and ruthless person exist in this world? At this moment, all the cultivators that were following behind Lin Sun had witnessed the scenes that were occurring on the battlefield, and for a time, all of them were flabbergasted, while their hearts shook. Didn't we say earlier that if that fellow Taoist encountered any troublesome danger, then we would head over to help as well? Are we going over now? Someone couldn't help but ask. There's no need. Before all of them could recover from their shock, Lin Sun's loud shout resounded from afar. If all of you still intend to follow him all the way, then don't interfere. Just these words alone caused all those cultivators to be almost dumbstruck. They were even refused to help. How could such a person exist in this world? Lin Sun didn't care what those practitioners thought. He had a premonition that when he killed all these Netherworld soldiers and Netherworld generals, it was extremely likely that the 81 Netherworld Dao markings within the abyssal sword cauldron would undergo a tremendous transformation. Kill, kill, kill. On the battlefield, the abyssal sword cauldron glowed. Every time it swept out, it would kill 7 or 8 Netherworld soldiers. The sword chi that shot out from the cauldron was incomparably sharp, killing the Netherworld soldiers as if they were grass. That Netherworld general had noticed that the situation was bad a long time ago, and it had struggled to flee many times. However, it was firmly suppressed by Lin Sun every single time, and Lin Sun didn't give it any chance to flee at all. At the end of the battle, Lin Sun even felt that he was a little slow. He immediately released the 5 Tao forms to fight alongside himself. The effect was obvious. His battle record began to skyrocket. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the Nether soldiers in the surroundings had been completely wiped out. At this moment, Lin Sun finally stopped holding back and annihilated the Netherworld general with a single strike. Bang! When the huge and burly figure of the Underworld general exploded, a copious amount of black smoke spread out. The abyssal sword cauldron took a few breaths of time to completely devour the black smoke that the Underworld general had transformed into. Right at this moment, all the cultivators that had fallen into a dumbstruck and shocked state had suddenly returned to their senses. When they saw Lin Sun standing alone on the deserted battlefield with no enemies, they were all stiff and shocked. A majestic army of Netherworld soldiers and a Netherworld general had actually been annihilated by that fellow alone. Who could have imagined this before? At this time, Lin Sun exhaled a long breath of turbid qi. He began to look at the abyssal sword cauldron while refining the divine medicine to replenish his lost physical strength. Inside the abyssal sword cauldron, the 81 Netherworld Dao patterns were all condensed to a complete state after absorbing the boundless Netherworld energy. Every single one of them was clearly visible and radiated a type of spirituality. Moreover, this transformation was still ongoing. Later on, the 81 Netherworld Dao markings started to wriggle incessantly and fuse together. In the end, they fused into 9 completely new Netherworld Dao markings. Every single Netherworld Dao marking revealed a different aura, and it emanated a different aura. Some were as cold as ice, bone-piercing cold. Some were violent and ostentatious, like a raging fire. Some emitted a corrosive charm. The 9 Tao patterns were like 9 branches of the netherworld law, and together, they formed the complete netherworld profundity. However, it was still very blurry. When Lin Sun sensed it with his divine awareness, he found that each of these 9 new netherworld Tao patterns showed a kind of fragmented, mottled, incomplete and vague characteristics. Could it be that I still need to condense it further before I can refine these 9 netherworld Tao patterns to a perfect state? Lin Sun was lost in thought. Even so, he still discovered that when the 9 netherworld Tao markings were condensed, the abyssal sword cauldron also underwent an obvious change, and there was an additional mysterious charm to it. At a glance, it was like the entrance to the netherworld, and it had a mysterious color that caused one's heart to palpitate. After a while, Lin Sun casually turned over his hand, and a pigeon egg-sized bead appeared in his palm. It was gloomy and turbid, and there seemed to be a river flowing in it, emitting a chilling aura. The underworld pearl, it was a precious treasure that only netherworld generals possessed, and it had unbelievable effects in refining emperor weapons. In the eternal world, it could be exchanged for 300,000 first-class eternity source crystals. According to Cyan Sparrow, those who possessed the underworld pearl would rarely sell it. The reason was that this treasure was extremely rare, and it could only be obtained in the dark underworld. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun put away the underworld pearl, and he intended to properly study the effects of this pearl after he gathered enough. Lin Sun glanced at the crowd of cultivators on the path behind him, and then he continued moving forward. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Those cultivators seemed as if they'd awoken from a dream, and they hurriedly chased after him. 3 days later. It was the 14th day since Lin Sun stepped onto the underworld road. He saw Tan Taifeng and his group again. The funny thing was that Tan Taifeng's group was trapped by an army of netherworld soldiers this time, and there were an entire 2 netherworld generals and over 1,000 netherworld soldiers. When Lin Sun arrived, Tan Taifeng's group noticed him as well, and they couldn't help but reveal surprised expressions. They seemed to have never expected that this chivalrous, courageous, and willing to help others fellow was actually still alive. Hey! Brother, quickly come and help. Someone couldn't help but cry out loudly, and he called Lin Sun a good person with a sarcastic tone. Tan Taifeng frowned and berated, "Don't blame me for being merciless if you dare speak nonsense again." Lin Sun smiled in the distance, and he paid no attention to all of this. His figure flickered as he charged directly towards a netherworld general in the distance. Tan Taifeng couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. This fellow wouldn't be willing to help others again, right? All the others by his side had strange expressions because even they hadn't expected that Lin Sun would actually sacrifice himself and stand out once more under such circumstances. While they were pondering, Lin Sun had already entered into an intense battle with the netherworld general. In merely a short moment, the netherworld general was annihilated, and at the same time that Lin Sun obtained an underworld pearl, it allowed the abyssal sword cauldron to absorb extremely surging netherworld energy. In the distance, another netherworld general was in battle with 2 Ninth Realm martial ancestors. Lin Sun shook his head when he saw this, and he abandoned the thought of seizing the prey before turning around and charging towards the distance. He didn't intend to stay here any longer. All along the way, he'd already tested that the netherworld energy gathered by hunting netherworld soldiers was practically negligible to the abyssal sword cauldron. This allowed him to realize that if he wanted the 9 netherworld Tao markings to continue transforming, then he could only hunt and kill netherworld generals. At this moment, the reason Lin Sun gave up on hunting and killing the other netherworld general was because those 2 Ninth Realm martial ancestors were present as well. Once he interfered and killed the netherworld general, then who would the underworld pearl that was left behind belong to? Instead of causing unnecessary trouble, Lin Sun might as well give up. He intended to hurry on with his journey and strive to surpass Tan Taifeng's group. In this way, he would be able to seize the initiative. When he encountered another netherworld general. "Wait. Brother, you're trying to leave first." Someone cried out strangely. Many people noticed this as well, and they couldn't help but frown. In this battlefield, they'd attracted the main force of the netherworld soldiers. In this way, it would be comparatively easier for Lin Sun to leave. This was the same logic as 3 days ago. With Lin Sun holding back the netherworld soldiers, they were able to easily kill their way out. However, Lin Sun leaving just like that caused those people to feel unbalanced in their hearts. Why should we hold back the enemy's forces and let this fellow seize the opportunity to leave? We didn't say that we should be willing to help others like him. Someone grunted coldly. Let's go. Let's charge over together. We can't let him take advantage of us like that. Someone egged on. Tan Tai Fung couldn't help but be furious, and his gaze was cold. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? No matter what, Ling Xuanzi has helped us in the end, and he even killed a netherworld general earlier. Yet all of you say such shameless words. You've lost all my face. His furious words caused those people's expressions to change, and they went silent out of fear. In the distance, the voice of a ninth realm ancestor who was fighting a netherworld general sounded out. Young master is right. Ling Xuanzi's combat strength is so terrifying to be able to easily kill a netherworld general amidst an army. It's far from something an ordinary peak grade emperor can compare to. How can such a figure be slandered? This caused Tan Tai Feng's expression to ease up greatly, and he said, continue fighting. I've already said that everything we encountered along the way was a rare form of tempering. If it wasn't for that, I could very well utilize my trump card and kill all these enemies before me. But in that way, I'd lose the opportunity to temper myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and led everyone to continue fighting. Lin Sun, who'd killed his way out of the encirclement a long time ago, heard their conversation, and he couldn't help but look at Tan Tai Fung in a different light. He didn't need to be grateful, and it was enough as long as he knew how to reason. Unfortunately, most people in this world didn't possess such a bearing like Tan Tai Fung. Swoosh, Lin Sun's figure quickly vanished on the Yellow Springs path that was covered by the boundless black mist. On the other hand, all the cultivators who followed behind him were dumbfounded and felt bitter. They didn't have such great ability to kill their way out of the encirclement of this army of netherworld soldiers. In this way, it was equivalent to them losing the opportunity to follow behind Lin Sun and be protected all the way. Alas, we're finished. Many people sighed. We've only met by chance, and we're neither relatives nor friends. We've already taken advantage of him all along the way, and it's already a great kindness to be protected by that fellow Taoist until now. An old man frowned and said in a low voice, if you continue to push your luck and don't know how to be grateful, then it won't be justifiable. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Come on, let's go kill the enemies. Helping others at this time is helping ourselves. Don't hold the illusion of taking advantage of him. The old man waved his hand and charged towards the battlefield. The others glanced at each other, gritted their teeth, and charged over as well. Just as the old man said, only by fighting side by side with Tan Tai Fung and the others would they have a chance to continue moving forward, otherwise, no one would be able to pass through this calamity. When Tan Tai Fung saw this scene, he was even more moved. Since when did there appear so many good people in this world? All of you like to help others? Tan Tai Fung couldn't help but ask. The group of emperors was stunned, and then the old man in the lead said in a clear voice, although we're not talented, we're willing to follow fellow Taoist Ling Xuanzi's actions. Sure enough, Tan Tai Fung couldn't help but feel excited, and he said, rest assured, with me here, I, Tan Tai Fung, will definitely not let any of you be in danger. If Lin Sun saw this scene, he would probably be dumbfounded as well. After all, the reason why he was willing to help others wasn't pure. But obviously, Tan Tai Fung should have been moved by it. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Sun. On the boundless netherworld road, he flew at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, he encountered some netherworld soldiers, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them and directly avoided them. Now, only netherworld general level characters could enter Lin Sun's eyes. P.S. Thank you for your monthly votes since yesterday. Although there won't be a lot of updates today, there will be more. Updates will be added at around 10 p.m. Half a month passed in a hurry. Along the way, Lin Sun had encountered dozens of raids, but most of them were from hordes of ghost soldiers. The number of ghost generals was very small. In half a month, Lin Sun only killed 5 of them. He got 5 underworld beads and the surging power of the underworld. Now, the 9 netherworld Dao patterns in the abyssal sword cauldron had become much more condensed and showed signs of being complete. They were no longer as chaotic and fuzzy as they were at the beginning. Lin Sun didn't expect such a great harvest before he entered the Sunluo underworld. With my current combat strength, I'm no longer a threat to those at the 9th realm. Perhaps when I reach the 7th realm of the Void Tempering Realm, I'll be able to see if I can fight against the One Dao ancestor. In addition, the power of the Abyssal Sword Cauldron has obviously improved a lot, which is enough to match my current combat power. Lin Sun comprehended the changes in his cultivation as he hurried along. And the Great Furnace scripture has integrated half of the power of inheritance, but there is still a long way to go before it can really contain all kinds of Dao and develop all kinds of laws. Over the years, the 5 doppelgangers had been comprehending and integrating all kinds of power of inheritance in Lin Sun. It was not a big deal to just integrate them. On the basis of integration, opening up a new path and turning it into his own use was the goal. This was to carry on the past and open up the future. Up to now, in addition to the 5 Supreme Sword Scripture, Taishan Sword Scripture, No Return, etc. Dozens of power of inheritance, such as Dongshan Green Lotus, Scripture of Herbs in Heaven, Scripture of Tranquility in Tripitaka and so on, were constantly being integrated into a part of the Great Furnace Scripture. This was the scripture. Only with a complete Emperor Scripture and the help of one's cultivation could one have the ability to comprehend immortality when he was in the Ancestor Realm. The most important thing now is to break through the realm. Only by breaking through the realm can I go further and live longer in the vast 1,000 battlefields. Otherwise, once I meet the ancestor of One Tao, I can only run away. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with determination. Presently, his cultivation had already attained the extremes of the perfection stage of the heavenly lawless realm, and he only lacked a critical factor to advance to the void refinement realm. At that time, the increase in his cultivation would cause his combat strength to undergo a complete transformation. The gates of hell are not far ahead. Suddenly, Xianxia reminded. Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. He abandoned all distracting thoughts and looked up. In the extremely distant black mist, there was a faint image of an enormous door. It connected the sky above and the earth below. Although it was faintly discernible, it seemed extremely lofty and mysterious. Gates of hell, it was. Rumored that the Nether Realm was a terrifying place in the underworld. Once one entered this place, one's soul would not return. Of course, this was a rumor that only occurred during the last era. When Lin Sun approached it carefully, he saw that the gate of hell was actually a huge black gate, like a gate of heaven across heaven and earth. The stone pillars on both sides were several hundred meters thick, and the stone pillars were inscribed with mottled patterns of clouds. After experiencing the corrosion of countless years, they had long been damaged and incomplete. And on the beam of the door that was extremely high up, there were 2 large words inscribed with strange black Dao runes, Hellgate. Just looking at it would cause one's heart to palpitate. Once you enter this gate, you will not only be attacked by the underworld soldiers and generals, but you will also be attacked by the Een Thunder of the 6 clans. Xianxia reminded. The so-called Een Thunder of the 6 clans referred to 6 types of thunderbolts that were filled with strange power. It was rumored that only the netherworld would produce such a terrible disaster. These 6 types of thunderbolts were Azura Blood Thunder, Absolute Thunder of Destiny, Human Soul Thunder, Evil Spirit Thunder, Hell Thunder, and Animal True Thunder. Azura, Destiny, Human Soul, Evil Spirit, Hell, and Animal corresponded to the 6 clans of the netherworld in the last era. Then, Xianxia gave Lin Sun some advice on the terror of the Een Thunder of the 6 clans. Lin Sun almost laughed out loud when he heard that even emperors would be struck by the Animal True Thunder, unable to recover their true form. Thinking about it, a group of Emperor Realm figures suddenly turned into livestock like pigs, cows, and sheep. This scene was absolutely amazing. Lin Sun could not help but recall the scene when she once turned a group of sages into a flock of sheep in the ancient Desolation domain. Don't laugh. If you become an animal, I'm afraid you won't be able to cry even if you want to, Xianxia snorted coldly. Lin Sun was stunned, and a layer of goosebumps appeared all over his body. If that was really the case, just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. By the way, didn't you say that there is a mysterious forbidden area near the gates of hell? Lin Sun thought of something. Xianxia said, after entering the gates of hell, there is a broken tablet with 2 words Yama written on it. The mysterious forbidden area is deep in the east of the tablet. Yama? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. What kind of danger is in that mysterious forbidden area? A kind of order power that also collapsed and exploded after the destruction of the last era. It is like a burning black flame, immortal and indestructible. It is also called Nirvana Fire of Order. Xianxia said in a low voice, in the past, there was a real ancestor of one Tao who went there to investigate, but he encountered unknown dangers. At the moment he escaped, his whole body was covered by the Nirvana Fire of Order. In the blink of an eye, his soul was destroyed and turned into ashes. It is also because of this that people realized that the danger in this mysterious forbidden area is enough to kill the ancestor of one Tao. Lin Sun could not help but be shocked and narrowed his eyes. Since it is so dangerous, why do you still suggest me to go there? Because there are two kinds of order power in your life weapon, which is enough to resist the power of the Nirvana Fire of Order. If you can collect some of this fire, you can even threaten the immortals. As soon as Xianxia said this, Lin Sun could not help but be moved. Only then did he realize what opportunity Xianxia mentioned. Xianxia continued, of course, this is just my speculation. It doesn't matter if you really don't want to go. After all, that damn place is really too dangerous. Lin Sun's eyes flickered. After a moment of silence, he said, let's go and have a look first. He started to walk towards the gates of hell. When his figure had just arrived before the gates of hell, the order of Nirvana within the abyssal sword cauldron suddenly appeared. After that, it released a gorgeous rain of Nirvana light that covered the enormous stone pillars on both sides and the extremely high beams of the door. It has discovered another energy that can be absorbed and refined? Xianxia was stunned. Lin Sun was slightly surprised as well, but he quickly felt anticipation in his heart. Not long after, the order of Nirvana withdrew its light and returned to the abyssal sword cauldron. Lin Sun's divine sense entered it right away, and he sensed it slightly. Instantly, he saw that within the world of the order of Nirvana, there was a gates of hell that connected the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds within the netherworld. Obviously, the energy that was absorbed and refined by the order of Nirvana earlier was a part of the netherworld. However, there wasn't much change to the abyssal sword cauldron this time. Only one of the 9 netherworld Tao markings had instantly become complete and clear. When Lin Sun sensed it, a strange profundity of the great Tao instantly surged into his heart. After a long time, Lin Sun finally understood that this netherworld Tao marking was branded with a complete netherworld grand Tao, and it was called the soul retraction Tao. This Tao was divided into 2 parts, soul retraction and soul retraction. The energy of soul retraction was capable of drawing out the souls of the deceased, damaged souls, souls, heroic souls, every single soul that was drawn out would be refined into pure soul energy, and it could be utilized to nurture and cultivate the strength of one's soul. Soul retraction was an even more overbearing force. In battle, it was like holding on to shackles, and it was capable of forcefully restraining the soul of one's opponent. Most miraculous of it all was that the soul retraction Tao wasn't a secret technique, but a grand Tao law. After one cultivated and grasped it, one could transform it into a part of one's own cultivation. In this way, this energy could be utilized in various combat techniques. After he understood all of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but exclaim with admiration in his heart. What a soul retraction Tao! I really wonder how terrifying the netherworld was in the last era to actually be able to possess such a mysterious and overbearing energy of the grand Tao. At the same time, Lin Sun also realized that this Tao was probably inextricably linked to the gates of hell. No matter whether it was soul retraction or soul retraction, it was all for the sake of bringing them to the gates of hell for the sake of trial and judgment, and then the 6 paths of hell would deal with them. Lin Sun couldn't help but be slightly curious. There are 9 netherworld Tao markings, and one of them is the soul retraction Tao. Then what are the other 8? Unfortunately, these 8 netherworld Tao markings weren't complete, and if he wanted to understand the mysteries within, he could only slowly gather energy to explore them. Let's go quickly. Green Sparrow urged. It could tell at a glance that Lin Sun must have obtained a great harvest, and this made its heart itch. However, it was also clear that Lin Sun would never reveal it. Lin Sun nodded, and secretly instructed Green with Taoist physique to start comprehending the soul retraction Tao. Only then did he stride forward. After passing through the gates of hell, Lin Sun walked with extreme caution on the rest of the way, for fear that a bolt of animal true thunder would fall and strike him. After advancing for less than 1.5 kilometers, a netherworld general suddenly led a group of netherworld soldiers out of the rolling black fog, and they charged towards Lin Sun. How could Lin Sun be polite? He leaped up, and in a flash, he killed all. the ferocious creatures, and easily obtained another underworld pearl. However, when Lin Sun was just about to size up the changes of the 9 netherworld Dao markings, suddenly, a blood-red thunderbolt appeared soundlessly, and it tore through the void and struck towards Lin Sun. From the beginning to the end, it didn't make a single sound. Even its speed was unbelievably fast. Caught off guard, Lin Sun could only use the abyssal sword cauldron to meet it head-on. Bang! The abyssal sword cauldron shook violently, and it emitted a rumbling sound. A blood-red thunderbolt burst out and spread, and it shook Lin Sun's figure to the point that he staggered back, and his chi and blood surged. He couldn't help but be shocked. This thunderbolt was too powerful. This kind of power was even stronger than the 9 realms' ancestors, and it was extremely strange. It appeared soundlessly and abruptly, and it was impossible to guard against it. Without waiting for Lin Sun to have a chance to think, the black fog once again silently flashed out bolts of thunderbolts that glowed with a demonic blood-red light. P.S. Additional updates are sent. It's the end of the month, kids can see if there are any monthly tickets left. A small mistake was corrected. The ghost general in the previous update should be Yama. 1, 10, 50, more and more blood-red thunderbolts appeared silently. Some were as thick as pythons and some were as thin as swords, but none of them made any sound or breath. It was extremely weird. Lin Sun was horrified and ran away at once. Bang! 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 The abyssal sword cauldron, which was defending Lin Sun, was hit by a giant hammer again and again, producing a violent roar. Lin Sun was so shocked that he almost coughed up blood. His face changed. Without any hesitation, he ran with all his strength. Looking from afar, the dense blood-red thunderbolts were chasing after Lin Sun like sharks smelling blood. The abyssal sword cauldron was constantly bursting with dazzling electric arcs. After a while, the blood-red thunderbolts in the black mist finally disappeared. Lin Sun's face was a little pale, and his eyes were full of solemnity. He had a feeling of surviving a disaster. The power of the blood-red thunderbolts was so mysterious and terrible. This is Azure Bloody Thunder, one of the 6 lords of Yin Thunder. If you are shrouded and besieged by it, even the 9th realm ancestors will suffer. Xianxia had a strange look in her eyes. However, as far as I know, Azure Bloody Thunder has only appeared a few times in the past countless years. No one has ever encountered it in tens of thousands of years. Who would have thought that you would encounter it? So, I'm quite lucky. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Xianxia sneered, I'm afraid only unlucky guys like you will think so. Lin Sun also laughed, at least, others have no chance to see what Azure Bloody Thunder is. For me, this trip is worthwhile. Do you want to see the animal True Thunder? Xianxia said maliciously. Lin Sun's face darkened and he shook his head decisively. Then, he continued to walk for about 7 miles and finally saw the broken tablet mentioned by Xianxia. On one side of the road to the underworld, there was a 3-foot-high broken tablet. It was as black as ink and full of mottled traces of time. In the center of the tablet, 2 strange inscriptions, Yama, could be vaguely seen. Lin Sun said, the mysterious forbidden area is deep on the side of this broken tablet. Xianxia nodded and said, do you really plan to go there? There's no harm in giving it a try. If things go south, I'll just run away immediately. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. Presently, his strongest trump card was the passing restriction divine ability, but he would absolutely not utilize it unless it was a matter of life and death. If someone were to notice it, it would definitely lead to an unpredictable disaster. After all, the forbidden death divine ability came from the inborn ability of Abyss Devouring Universe, and there were quite a number of people in the eternal true world who knew about this inborn ability. Once it was seen by others and leaked out, the Luo family would come looking for them immediately. Although his other trump cards were powerful, none of them could threaten the One Dao Ancestor's trump card. This inevitably made Lin Sun feel a sense of crisis. He was sure that a terrifying existence like the One Dao Ancestor would appear in the Great Thousand Battles domain, so, if he was able to gather some Nirvana Flames of Order, then it would be equivalent to possessing a trump card that could deter the Dao Ancestor. This was the reason why Lin Sun planned to explore it. Then you have to be careful. Xianxia's voice also became serious. There were many mysterious forbidden areas in the Great Thousand Battles domain. Since ancient times, very few people dared to enter this mysterious forbidden area. Lin Sun nodded and operated his cultivation to its peak state. Then, he took out the abyssal sword cauldron and walked towards the side of the Yama King's tablet. The world here was completely filled with black fog. It was silent, and even the sound of the wind stopped. Even if Lin Sun used the third eye to explore, he could only see the scene within a range of thousands of feet. As he gradually went deeper, an indescribable feeling of oppression and throbbing surged through his body, causing his muscles to tense up. It seemed as if a lethal and ferocious being was hidden within the depths of the pitch-black mist. Lin Sun's expression also became solemn. He walked forward step by step, not daring to rush recklessly. The dim purple sun quietly submerged in the clouds. Unknowingly, a scarlet blood moon quietly hung under the sky filled with black fog, emitting a demonic blood light. Lin Sun looked up at the scarlet blood moon and felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Suddenly, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Numerous black dots suddenly surged into appearance in the pitch-black sky, and they converged densely beneath the blood-red moon. In the time of a few breaths, no less than 1,000 had converged here. Upon closer inspection, they were actually ferocious ghosts with ghastly pale faces and crimson eyes that were condensed from the black mist. In the center, a giant blood-colored skull floated. The skeleton was crystalline and snow-white, and it was large like a hill. Its teeth were sharp like numerous blades that stood on end, whereas 2 balls of green and glossy ghost flames burned where its eyes should be, and the flames shot into the sky and dyed the sky in a ghastly green glow. As soon as this enormous blood-red skull appeared beneath the sky, over 1,000 blood-robed ghosts kowtowed successively and prostrated themselves in worship. All of them emanated waves of obscure and sharp hee-hee sounds that surged through the heavens and the earth, and it was extremely shocking. Ghosts worshipping the moon, Lin Sun's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. This strange and gloomy scene even made him have the impulse to turn around and leave. Ghosts worshipping the moon. This is a great omen. Xianxia's voice transmission also revealed a sense of horror. It was rumored that in the netherworld of the last era, when ghosts worshipped the moon, it often meant that a ghost emperor was about to be born. This was an extremely terrible omen. When a ghost emperor appeared, it meant that a great disaster would occur in the netherworld. This was like a kind of omen. It had been spread in the netherworld since ancient times, and there was a saying that when a ghost emperor appeared, disaster would come. Bang! 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 In the sky, numerous strands of jade-green ghost flames surged into appearance on the bodies of the 1,000+ spirits, and they incinerated themselves. Their entire bodies dispersed and transformed into strands of abundant netherworld energy that surged into the mouth of the enormous skull at the center. It felt like they were sacrificing their own strength to the skull. At the same time, a thick blood-colored pillar of light surged out from the blood-colored moon in the sky and poured into the giant skeleton. In just a moment, the entire heavens and the earth were surging with the blood-colored netherworld energy that surged like tempestuous waves, and the center of the energy was the skull. It was devouring this power and was undergoing a shocking transformation. Go! Xianxia reminded quickly, seeming to realize that something was wrong. Lin Sun also nodded. At this moment, a shining black and white jade book suddenly shot out from the depths of the black mist. In the blink of an eye, it shot towards the huge blood-colored skull. Clatter the jade book released 2 kinds of divine lights, black and white, which were dreamy and mysterious. Seeing this, the bloody skull made a grim and cold voice, King Qingguang, the era is about to end, and the netherworld will eventually cease to exist. Why do you still stop me? Boom, a bloody light sprayed out from the skull's mouth and collided with the black and white divine lights, producing an earth-shaking roar. The black and white jade book also hummed and collapsed into a rain of light, disappearing. Silently, a vague illusory figure emerged from the depths of the black mist. He was extremely majestic, wearing a crown and a black robe. When Lin Sun looked at him, he felt that the figure's eyes seemed to be able to reflect the universe, the sun, the moon, and the stars, containing all the heavens, and developing unpredictable secrets. Just a glance made Lin Sun's divine soul produce a suffocating pressure. But after the majestic figure appeared, he didn't seem to notice Lin Sun. He just stared at the bloody skull and said indifferently, "Even if the era is about to end, I won't allow you to disturb the order of the netherworld." The bloody skull grinned grimly, "You?" The next moment, Figure after figure appeared successively from the nearby black mist. Some had strange appearances, some had refined appearances, some were mighty and terrifying, some were indifferent and composed. Even though their appearances were different, their imposing auras were undoubtedly formidable to the extreme. The bloody skull seemed to be shocked and said in a hoarse voice, "Emperor Song, King Chujiang, King Bianqing, King Taishan. Well, in order to stop me from transforming, you 10 kings of hell have come together." It seemed to be a little crazy and roared, "But have you ever thought that this era has come to an end and is about to be destroyed? Even if you can stop me, you will die in the destruction of the era." The voice resounded through the world, shook the clouds in all directions, and the mist tumbled violently. Lin Sun only felt that his head was buzzing, and he almost coughed up blood. And what answered the bloody skull was the joint action of the 10 kings of hell. Then, 10 majestic figures each stood in a corner. Some were holding Taoist books, some were holding swords, some were holding flags, some were holding bronze cauldrons, and some were holding dim yellow seals. Suppress. Freeze. Bind. Trap. Confront. Kill. Divine voices roared one after another, as if the gods had issued a decree, shaking the world. Rumble. Various terrifying treasured lights of the great Tao covered the heavens and the earth, and it revealed boundless terrifying phenomena. There were purgatory of blood, 6 paths of soul suppression, river of bitterness, Permitha oblivion. For a time, Lin Sun felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and his mind trembled as if he was abandoned by the heavens and the earth. After an unknown period of time, Lin Sun gradually came back to his senses from the blank state, and his vision gradually became clear. But when he looked at the battlefield, he noticed to his shock that the black mist was suffused, the heavens and the earth were silent, and there was no scarlet blood moon in the sky. It seemed as if everything that happened just now was like an illusion. Battlebrand. Lin Sun instantly realized that the scene he saw just now wasn't an illusion, but a shocking battle that really occurred in the last era. And what he saw was the fragments of the brand left behind by this battle. When he thought of this, Lin Sun's heart became even more restless. After countless years, the last era had been destroyed a long time ago, but in this mysterious forbidden area, he'd inadvertently caught a glimpse of a terrifying and supreme battle. Even though it was merely a fragment, it was enough to show how powerful the Yama kings of the 10 palaces who presided over the netherworld were. "What I saw just now was indeed a battle mark," Xianxia said after a long time. Apparently, she had just calmed down from the shock. "Why don't we leave?" Xianxia suggested. Lin Sun shook his head with his dark eyes. "Since we are already here, it would be a pity if we don't see the Nirvana fire of order." As he said, he continued to move forward. Xianxia suddenly regretted instigating Lin Sun to come here. This place was obviously a place of great evil. Even a slight accident was very likely to cause a disaster, but Xianxia couldn't dissuade Lin Sun. She could see that Lin Sun had made up his mind. The deeper they went, the thicker the black mist was. It was quiet without any sound. With the help of third eye, Lin Sun saw many broken tiles and some broken and blackened bones scattered on the ground. They were so rotten that they would turn into flying ash and dissipate at the slightest touch. This made Lin Sun judge that in the last era, it was very likely that there were many buildings here and some creatures lived here. He couldn't find out anything else. Just like that, they traveled for an entire few tens of kilometers. All along the way, they actually didn't encounter even a trace of danger, and it seemed to be extremely peaceful. But Lin Sun could still keenly feel that the suffocating atmosphere became more and more intense as they went deeper, which made his hair stand on end. "Why haven't I seen the Nirvana fire of order you mentioned?" Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Xianxia was about to answer. Suddenly, an enormous black figure appeared in the depths of the black mist. It stood there like a towering mountain. Lin Sun was shocked and stopped immediately. When he looked carefully, he was shocked to discover that the huge black shadow was actually a furnace. It was dozens of feet high, covered with mottled corrosion marks and surrounded by black mist, which made it quite mysterious. Lin Sun thought for a while, gritted his teeth and walked forward immediately. When he got closer, he found that the furnace had been seriously corroded and would turn into debris and dissipate at any time. On the surface of the furnace, some vague cloud patterns could be vaguely seen, but he couldn't tell what they were exactly. At this moment, the nirvana fire of order swept out again, emitting Taoist light that covered the huge furnace. Both Lin Sun and Cyan Sparrow were stunned. After that, they came to an understanding in their hearts. This furnace is probably branded with some secrets related to the nether hell from the last era. Sure enough, as Lin Sun guessed, after a while, when the Nirvana order returned, there were 10 Yama halls in the netherworld in its order world. Every Yan Luo Dian had a different style and a different plaque hung on it. They were King Qingguang Palace, King Chujiang Palace, King Song Emperor Palace, King Corner Palace, King Yama Palace, King Bianqing Palace, King Taishan Palace, King Dudu Palace, King Equality Palace, King Chakravarti Palace. With the appearance of the 10 Yama halls, Lin Sun also noticed that one of the 9 nether Dao patterns became complete and clear in an instant. His divine sense entered it, and instantly, strands of strange and miraculous profundities of the Grand Dao surged into his heart. Yama King of 10 Directions Dao, a miraculous and unfathomable Grand Dao of the netherworld, was divided into 10 branches, and all of them were related to punishment and slaughter. For example, the Mirror of Sin Dao was a Grand Dao controlled by King Qingguang, and it was capable of seeing through the energy of sin. When cultivated to the limit, the energy of the Grand Dao would condense into a strange diagram that was like the Book of Life and Death. For example, the Sea of Misery Dao was controlled by King Chujiang, and it was a Dao of punishment. When cultivated to the limit, one could condense a diagram of a sea of misery. For example, the Flame Illumination Dao was controlled by King Song Emperor, and it was a Dao of suppression and restraint. When cultivated to the limit, one could condense a diagram of a sea of misery. The other branches of the Grand Dao each had their own profundities and might. These 10 types of Grand Dao had jointly formed the 10 Yama paths. Lin Sun couldn't help but exclaim with admiration in his heart when he found out about all of this. Compared to the soul restraint Dao that came from the gates of hell, the 10 Yama paths that came from the 10 Yama kings were undoubtedly even more complicated and obscure, and it possessed various strange might that was extremely shocking. This caused Lin Sun to not dare imagine exactly how extraordinary the nether hell of the last era was. It was actually capable of controlling so many unimaginable Grand Dao energies. If it wasn't for the Nirvana order possessing the miraculous effect of reconstruction and rebirth, causing the soul restraint Dao and 10 Yama paths to be reconstructed and revealed, it would probably be impossible for him to understand these profundities in his entire lifetime. Another great gain? The Green Sparrow muttered, and she seemed to be slightly jealous. After traversing the bridge of helplessness, traversing the gates of hell, and now encountering this cauldron, Lin Sun obtained something every single time, so how could the Green Sparrow maintain her composure? In the past, the Green Sparrow had never heard of any cultivator obtaining fortuitous encounters repeatedly in the ghastly underworld like Lin Sun had. However, the Green Sparrow was clearly aware that all of this was probably related to the mysterious energy of order within Lin Sun's abyssal sword cauldron. The energy of order was too unbelievable. It was capable of reconstructing the energy of order that had been annihilated in the last era, allowing it to undergo rebirth in this era and emerge once more. However, the Green Sparrow was completely unaware of exactly how much benefit Lin Sun had obtained from it, and this was precisely the reason why she felt indignant, envious, and jealous. It's not a great gain, but it's a little incredible. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. He didn't see the Nirvana fire of order, but on the contrary, he obtained the 10 Directions Yama Tao of the last era, which was indeed beyond his expectation. The Green Sparrow said, "Quit while you're ahead. You'd better leave quickly." Looking at the mottled cauldron, Lin Sun said casually, "What do you think is inside this cauldron?" The Green Sparrow was stunned. Lin Sun had already leaped up into the air, came to the top of the cauldron, and looked down. Although he had restrained his strength and tried to be as careful as possible, he still emitted some fluctuations of power when he leaped up into the air. Suddenly, as if the cauldron had been disturbed, a terrifying and boundless destructive aura was suddenly released from it. Boom! In an instant, the mottled and decayed cauldron exploded, and endless dazzling black flames rose into the sky. With a bang, Lin Sun was directly shaken and flew out. His whole body was penetrated, and his hair and skin felt a kind of burning pain. He couldn't help but be shocked. With his current cultivation, he hadn't been so embarrassed for a long time. In the distance, a ray of flaming light that was like a divine chain of order shot through the heavens and the earth, and it emanated boundlessly brilliant light. The scorching torrent of destruction vaporized the black mist that covered the surroundings, and even space itself was burned red. The Nirvana fire of order. The Green Sparrow shouted. Lin Sun was also shocked. It turned out that this was the terrible fire that could easily kill a Tao ancestor. Before he could think more, the Nirvana fire of order, like a wildly dancing whip, lashed at him fiercely. Boom, the flames were monstrous. Wherever the Nirvana fire of order passed, the world seemed to be incinerated, and everything was destroyed. The terrible destructive aura made Lin Sun's face change. Whoosh, without hesitation, he turned around and fled. Originally, Lin Sun planned to suppress some Nirvana fire of order with the power of the Abyssal Sword Cauldron, but seeing such a scene, he gave up directly. That kind of power was too terrible, as if a slight touch would instantly turn him into ashes. Oh no! Suddenly, Lin Sun's heart beat fiercely, and he subconsciously dodged to one side. In the direction of his original escape, a wisp of Nirvana fire of order suddenly gushed out, as if it had been buried there for a long time. If he hadn't dodged in time, he might have bumped into it. Lin Sun couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This thing was too strange. He didn't dare to stay and continued to escape. But just a moment later, Lin Sun's face became ugly. It turned out that in all directions of this area filled with black mist, wisps of Nirvana fire of order had already been surrounded by it. Each wisp of Nirvana fire of order was different. Some were as thick as pythons and bright, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Some were as slender as sword chi, flickering and wandering, erratic, strange and unpredictable. But no matter what, these Nirvana fire of order, as if they had intelligence, turned into a huge flame circle, surrounding the area around Lin Sun. And it was constantly shrinking and approaching. It was really a hopeless situation. Between advancing and retreating, it was inevitable that he would come into direct contact with these terrible flames. It's over. Xianxia wailed, if you had listened to me earlier, you wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. Lin Sun had no time to pay attention to Xianxia. He took a deep breath and completely calmed down. Whoosh, suddenly, he moved in the void and rushed towards a wisp of Nirvana fire of order that was as slender as sword chi. The wisp of Nirvana fire of order flashed strangely and disappeared. Lin Sun looked happy and was about to take this opportunity to escape from the encirclement. But the next moment, the joy on his face froze. Because on the way ahead, there appeared hundreds of wisps of Nirvana fire of order, all as slender as sword chi, bright and dazzling. In other directions, various kinds of Nirvana fire of order were also rushing towards him aggressively. Wherever they passed, the world was incinerated, and the flames were monstrous. Fight! Lin Sun gritted his teeth, launched Abyssal Sword Cauldron, and rushed straight forward. Bang! When the first wisp of Nirvana fire of order hit Abyssal Sword Cauldron, a terrible destructive force spread, and Lin Sun almost coughed up blood. But he had no time to care about this. He ran all his strength as if he was desperate, and finally resolved the power of the Nirvana fire of order. But then, the dense Nirvana fire of order in front of him rushed towards him. Bang! 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 The deafening explosion resounded through the world. Every collision sound was accompanied by the release of the terrible power of Nirvana fire of order. All of a sudden, Abyssal Sword Cauldron trembled violently and buzzed. Even though Lin Sun had exhausted all his cultivation, his face was pale and he coughed up blood again and again. The most terrible thing was that the Nirvana fire of order behind him had also rushed towards him. If it were any other practitioner, he would have been desperate. At this critical moment, Lin Sun suddenly let out a loud shout and exerted the forbidden passing spell. In a flash, the world seemed to be silent and stagnant. Lin Sun had already taken advantage of this moment to smash the Abyssal Sword Cauldron, and the Nirvana fire of order in front of him was suddenly broken. Taking this opportunity, Lin Sun moved in the void and rushed forward. P.S. I will continue to add chapters tonight. Nothing else, I just want to add chapters. I will add chapters at about 10 p.m. on the road to the underworld. Lin Sun fell to the ground, panting. His handsome face was ghastly pale and translucent while a trace of blood still remained on the corner of his mouth, and his deep eyes were filled with terror and rejoicing. In order to break out of the encirclement, he used the forbidden passing twice in a row to escape from the Quietus fire of order. But the price he paid was that he was seriously injured and his cultivation was on the verge of drying up. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun took out some precious healing medicines and stuffed them into his mouth. He chewed and refined them at the same time. Yezi, Wu Kei, come and protect me. Lin Sun transmitted his voice. The road to the underworld was still not safe and full of danger. Soldiers and kings of hell could rush out at any time. Yezi and Wu Kei became vigilant after they came out. Over the years, Lin Sun had collected most of the useless sovereign weapons and left them to Yezi, Wu Kei, and Spirit of the Broken Blade as food. By now, their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. In a one-on-one fight, each of them could pose a fatal threat to a practitioner at the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. If they worked together, they could even fight against a 9th realm ancestor. It should be known that in the deity Phoenix realm, Yezi and the others had fought against a 9th realm ancestor from the White Tiger bloodline. It turns out that you've kept 2 spirits. The Green Sparrow was dumbfounded. Only now did it realize that Lin Sun actually had a lot of trump cards. Lin Sun did not say anything and began to meditate quietly. Since he entered the vast thousand battle domain, it was the first time that he had fallen into such a predicament. He used the forbidden passing twice in a row to save his life. This was something that was rarely seen in the past. When he thought of the scenes he had experienced before, Lin Sun still had a lingering fear in his heart. The power of the Nirvana Flame of Order was really too terrifying. No wonder even the ancestor of One Tao was easily killed. Its power was indeed sufficient to make any cultivator despair. In the following time it was surprisingly calm. There was no accident. Not to mention the soldiers of hell, he did not even meet a practitioner. After a full day, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. His injuries had been completely healed, and even about 80% of his exhausted strength had been restored. It would not take long for him to completely return to his peak state. But Lin Sun did not intend to stay any longer. The longer it took, the less safe it would be. Yi and Wu Kei returned to reincarnation sword sheath and insignificant bow respectively. Lin immediately decided to move on. Inside his body, the Greenwood Taoist body and the Scarlet Fire Taoist body were respectively comprehending the Soul Reaper Tao and the 10 Directions Yama Tao. In fact, with Lin Sun's current cultivation and realm, it was not difficult for him to comprehend the great way of the netherworld which belonged to the last era. Just like now, he had already comprehended the profound mysteries of the Tao of Soul Hunter to the extent of achieving a small level of mastery. However, it would still take a period of time to refine the netherworld Great Tao to the level of Emperor Realm laws. Have you obtained the Nirvana Flames of Order? On the way, the Green Sparrow couldn't help but ask. Lin Sun smiled. He knew Green Sparrow would be curious. Got it. He nodded. When he was escaping earlier, he used the Abyssal Sword Cauldron to suppress more than a dozen flames of order that were as thin as sword chi. When these flames of order were about to struggle, they had already been suppressed by the orderly Phoenix Flames and Nirvana Flames of Order. Instantly, they could no longer move and were trapped in the sword cauldron. Really? The Green Sparrow let out a cry of surprise and became extremely excited. This is a terrifying flame that can threaten the immortals. It can actually be suppressed and subdued? It was all too clear about the details of the Nirvana Flames of Order. After the destruction of the last era, the power of order collapsed and sank, turning into an immortal black flame, which was called the Nirvana Flames of Order. In the past years, there was once a Tao ancestor who was burned alive by this flame. As a result, the mysterious forbidden area near the Yama tablet was also regarded as a place of great danger. For countless years, no one dared to step into it. Even the Green Sparrow didn't expect that Lin Sun, who had fled in such a sorry state, not only survived, but also collected this flame. How could it not be shocked? Can I have a look? The Green Sparrow asked expectantly. Sure, but are you sure you're not afraid of being roasted? Lin Sun said. The Green Sparrow immediately rolled its eyes and extinguished this idea. Next, how long do we have to walk to reach the first immortal pass? Lin Sun asked. The Green Sparrow pondered and said, in less than a month. After that, it guided Xianxia. I'm able to discern that you're not far from breaking through. However, I suggest that you do so after you arrive at the Pass of Eternity. Because that place is undoubtedly the safest, and no one would dare to act wantonly there. Lin Sun was surprised and said, "Is it the same as the rules in the city of extradition?" "Almost." Lin Sun nodded. Not long after, on the road ahead, a king of hell led hundreds of netherworld soldiers, rushing towards Lin Sun aggressively. Lin Sun was not surprised, but this time, he secretly operated the power of the soul capture doctrine that he had just comprehended, and used it to control the abyssal sword cauldron. Rumble as the abyssal sword cauldron smashed down, more than a dozen netherworld soldiers instantly exploded and turned into rolling black mist. But unlike before, as the abyssal sword cauldron surged with the power of the soul capture doctrine, almost illusory figures were extracted from the black mist and suppressed into the abyssal sword cauldron. Immediately, Lin Sun noticed that the illusory figures were actually fragmented and blurred soul power. After being washed by the power of the soul capture doctrine, the soul power condensed and turned into a crystal bead the size of a broad bean. As expected, the power of the soul capture doctrine naturally restrains these netherworld soldiers. I can easily suppress and kill them, extract their soul power, and collect them. Lin Sun's spirit was lifted. The soul capture doctrine was divided into two parts, the guiding doctrine and the soul capture doctrine. It could collect all kinds of souls, and after refining, it could be turned into pure soul power, which was extremely useful for cultivators to cultivate their soul power. After these netherworld soldiers were killed, the rolling black mist was turned into the netherworld power, which was absorbed by the abyssal sword cauldron. Although the netherworld power formed by these netherworld soldiers was far from enough to condense the 9 netherworld Tao patterns. But because he could collect soul power, Lin Sun did not intend to let these netherworld soldiers go this time. Boom, the battle broke out. Lin Sun galloped through the army of hundreds of netherworld soldiers. He was invincible all the way. Even the underworld king was killed by Lin Sun with absolute power, just a moment later. All the enemies in the field were wiped out. Lin Sun counted and found that the soul bead the size of a broad bean had become 3 fist-sized soul beads in the abyssal sword cauldron. One of them was condensed by the soul power of the underworld king. At the same time, there was also an underworld pearl. Together with the netherworld power collected, the remaining 7 netherworld Tao patterns had some subtle changes. Lin Sun could not help but be quite satisfied with such a harvest. Lin Sun didn't even dare to imagine that he could collect soul power, the power of the netherworld, and the underworld pearl. Xianxia was too tired to complain about it. She was full of envy and jealousy. In the past, Green Sparrow had never even heard of such a method of harvesting spoils of war, let alone seen it. Xianxia was sure that among all the practitioners who had entered the Sunluo underworld since ancient times, Lin Sun was the only one who had such an incredible encounter. Xianxia knew that all this had something to do with the mysterious power of order that Lin Sun controlled. There was no more fatal danger on the way, nor did he encounter the horrible killing tribulations like the quietus fire of order. Every once in a while, groups of netherworld soldiers would come out. Sometimes, Underworld King would lead a group of netherworld soldiers to fight. The scale was huge and the lineup was strong. But without exception, they were all regarded by Lin Sun as glittering fat prey and hunted down. This also made the number of soul beads he collected increase rapidly. The number of underworld pearl was also increasing. The 9 netherworld Tao patterns absorbed more and more netherworld power. Along the way, Lin Sun was very proud of his success. With a kind of expectation and high-spirited mood, he overcame all the difficulties along the way. Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't help thinking in her heart that these netherworld soldiers were really stupid. Didn't they know that in Lin Sun's eyes, they were a group of fat pigs? Time passed day by day. All the practitioners who entered the Sunluo underworld and walked behind Lin Sun were confused no matter how far they were. All along the way, they were filled with fear and anxiety, and their minds were strained. They were deeply afraid of encountering a terrifying calamity, so they were extremely careful. But they didn't expect that they could rarely encounter the terrifying netherworld soldiers and netherworld kings. Occasionally, they could barely meet some netherworld soldiers, but most of them were not a threat at all. Therefore, although they walked cautiously along the way, they almost didn't encounter any danger or threat. What's going on? Many people were confused. Could it be that luck has taken a turn for the better, and the heavens have shown their favor to us? Someone couldn't help murmuring. Or, there's already a peerlessly ruthless person ahead and killed all the netherworld soldiers along the way? Some people guessed and doubted. It's definitely that good guy. As for Tan Tai Feng and the others, they had a strong premonition that all of this was definitely done by Ling Xuanzi. For a time, all of them sighed with emotion. What a good person! How many good people were there in the world who were willing to help others regardless of their gains and losses? If Lin Sun knew this, he probably wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. More than 20 days later. The black mist that covered the nether path gradually became sparse, and the oppressive and gloomy aura dissipated a lot. Lin Sun, who was trudging all the way, finally saw a black Taoist altar that was shaped like a wheel at the end of the nether path, and obscure spatial fluctuations surged on the Taoist altar. Once you step on this Taoist altar, you'll be teleported to the first immortal pass. That place is an enormous city that has existed since ancient times, and it has been controlled by different immortal emperor clans in turn for countless years. Xianxia's voice was relaxed. So long as you enter it, you can have a good rest. I'm sending you more updates. There were 49 immortal heavenly passes in the vast thousand battle domain. Outside the Sunluo underworld was the first immortal pass, also known as the starting city. It implied that only those who entered this place were qualified to embark on the next journey. The rules of the starting city are very simple. All killing is forbidden. Those who violate the rules only have two choices. One is death. The other is to be planted with the curse of utter despair and become a guard at the city. They will never be able to escape. Xianxia pointed out, you've already seen the power of the curse of utter despair. Your two friends' life spirits were controlled by this curse. If so, they are no different from being slaves. It's better to be killed. Lin Sun listened silently. If I'm not mistaken, the faction guarding the city gate is from the Heng clan of the Immortal Emperor clan. There's definitely a Dao ancestor guarding the city gate. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to intimidate the martial emperors that entered the city. Xianxia said casually, as for other things, you'll know when you enter the city. Lin Sun nodded and went straight to the black altar shaped like a wheel. Hum with a wave of space fluctuation, Lin Sun's figure suddenly disappeared. The world was boundless and the mountains were layered. At this moment, Lin Sun stood in front of a majestic ancient city. Compared to the modeled city wall that was thousands of meters high, he looked extremely small. It was impossible to tell how big the city was from here, but he could clearly feel the vicissitudes of time. Lin Sun turned his head and saw the mountains covered in clouds and mist. The rolling mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. Outside the starting city is a dangerous place full of strange and unpredictable dangers. I advise you to enter the city as soon as possible. Don't wander around. Xianxia reminded Lin Sun. It had already returned to the sachet, saying that it was worried that its identity would be exposed and bring unnecessary trouble to Lin Sun. Lin Sun nodded and looked at the majestic city again. The city wall was covered with knife marks, sword holes, and mottled with ancient relics. It was difficult to hide the heavy atmosphere of time, adding a kind of desolation. Vaguely, there were cryptic restrictions circulating. This was the first heaven pass of immortality in the vast thousand battle domain. Naturally, there would be formations engraved on the walls to protect the peace of this place. Even after so many killing tribulations, this place was still imperishable. The majestic and ancient city gate was made of a rare greenish-black stone. 2 teams of guards were stationed on both sides of the gate. All of them were armed with weapons, and their figures and faces were covered in black armor. But based on the aura that suffused from their bodies, all of them were existences above the Emperor realm. His cultivation was between 3rd and 6th rank Emperor realm. Even so, it was still extremely shocking. After all, they were all great emperors. Yet today, they had become a group of guards before the Immortal Pass. According to the Xianxia, these were the people who had defied the order of the city in the past. Their life souls were imprisoned, and they could only be the guards of the city for eternity. There was only Lin Sun in front of the towering city gate, so he attracted the attention of the 2 teams of guards as soon as he appeared. Lin Sun remained calm and went straight forward. Identity nameplate. A tall and slender guard dressed in black armor and holding a bronze greatsword spoke with a piercingly cold murderous aura. Lin Sun handed over the nameplate. The guard looked at it in his hand, then looked at Lin Sun and said, anyone who enters the city needs to pay 10,000 first-class Eternity Source crystals. If it's not enough, you can exchange it with treasures. Before he finished speaking, Lin Sun had already thrown out a storage bag. The guard checked it, then looked at Lin Sun deeply and said, "It's done." As he said, he returned the nameplate to Lin Sun. Lin Sun nodded and walked straight into the city. Remember, no fighting or killing is allowed in the city. Otherwise, no matter who you are, you will pay an unbearable price. The cold voice of the guard came out. Lin Sun did not look back, and his figure quickly disappeared into the city gate. This person must be a powerful person to be able to go through the Sanluo underworld alone. The guards near the city gate discussed in a low voice. Only the guard who checked Lin Sun's nameplate waved his hand. Immediately, a slim guard approached. "Go to Sky Tower and find Lord Wen Xiaoheng. Tell him the target has appeared." "Yes." The slim guard left in a hurry. The city was huge, and the streets were incomparably wide. Ancient trees could be seen everywhere, holding up the canopy of the trees. Rows of ancient buildings were located in the streets and alleys. There were elixir shops, weapon shops, inns, restaurants, all kinds of things. The streets were crowded with pedestrians and carriages. All kinds of shouting and hawking could be heard one after another. It was noisy and lively. Lin Sun could not help but be surprised. Although the figures he saw along the way were from different races, most of them were below the Emperor realm. Some children who were playing and chasing on the streets had just set foot on the road of cultivation. This was unbelievable. One should know that this was the Boundless Thousand battlefield. To reach this city, one had to go through the ancient nightmare battlefield, the Undead Soul region and the Sanluo underworld. There were dangers everywhere, and only a slim chance of survival. Emperor realm figures had to take great risks, but most of the creatures in this city were below the Emperor realm. How could it not be strange? Green Sparrow quickly gave the answer. In the past, when many Emperor realm figures came to the Boundless Thousand battlefield, they would put many of their relatives and clansmen into treasures they carried with them, intending to go to the Eternal World together. But the journey was too dangerous, and these Emperor realm figures were worried that if they continued, they would most likely meet with misfortune, so they left their relatives and clansmen in the city. After countless changes over the years, the number of cultivators left in the city increased. They lived and multiplied in the city, which was why Lin Sun was seeing now. Lin Sun came to a sudden realization. This made sense. As he walked, he saw that everyone got along well and orderly, regardless of their cultivation. He did not see anyone who bullied the weak. This was quite similar to the scene in the city of extradition. Lin Sun wandered around the city alone, understanding the situation. Occasionally, he would raise his head to look at the sky. There was a mysterious screen of light that covered the entire city. Outside the screen was a boundless starry sky. The stars swayed in a circle in the sky, looking magnificent and mysterious. "Looks like I can really choose to break through here," Lin Sun said thoughtfully. Other places were too dangerous, and accidents could happen at any time. But in Origin City, there was clearly no need to worry about such problems. Before long, Lin Sun found an inn, and the waiter asked for 10 first-class Eternity Source crystals. Lin Sun could not help but be stunned. The price here was too ridiculous. The waiter also explained that those who could stay in an inn in the city were all great emperors who did not lack money. Lin Sun could not help but laugh. But he did not lack money, so he left behind a bag of first-class Eternity Source crystals and booked a room for 10 days. Lin Sun could not help but nod inwardly when he walked into the room. There were all sorts of intricate restrictive powers in the inn, so there was no need to worry about outsiders finding out. But Lin Sun still personally set up a restrictive power before lying down lazily on the bed and letting out a long, comfortable sigh. Ever since he entered the ancient nightmare battlefield, he had experienced countless killings and dangers, causing his mind to be constantly tense. It was only at this moment that he relaxed a lot. After a long while, Lin Sun suddenly said to himself, "Mi Wuya and Yan Yu Rou are both in my pagoda. Under such circumstances, will Wen Xiaoheng be able to sense them?" Green Sparrow said, "The forbidden curse of absolute extinction is sensed through one's life spirit. The power of treasures cannot be isolated. In other words, if Wen Xiaoheng is in Origin City, he will definitely sense your presence immediately." Lin Sun made a sound of acknowledgement and said, "If a noble from the eternal true world like him violates the rules of the city, will he be punished?" Green Sparrow thought about it and said, generally speaking, even the great figures of the eternal true world's immortal emperor clans rarely dare to attack in the city. But at some special times. Even if they attack, they will find a sufficient reason. For example? Scamming. Scamming? Lin Sun was stunned, a strange look in his eyes. Qing Ke said indifferently, if Wen Xiaoheng found some scapegoats to cause trouble for you, and you fought with the scapegoats, under such circumstances, and the scapegoats said that you started it first, and there were many people who could prove this point, who do you think you would punish if you were the city lord? Lin Sun looked pensive and said, although this method is a little despicable, it is indeed the most direct and effective method. However, the key still depends on the city lord's attitude. If the city lord acquiesces to this matter, forget scamming, he can even kill you directly and frame you with a crime. Green Sparrow's voice was filled with ridicule. It is not an exaggeration to say that if the immortal emperor clans want to deal with someone from the boundless world like you, they have many ways to do so. However, under normal circumstances, no one will do such things in the open. Lin Sun thought about it and said, in other words, if they want to deal with someone, they will choose to do it in secret and not let the news leak out. Green Sparrow said, correct. However, under normal circumstances, this kind of thing rarely happens. After all, the reason why the immortal fortress can stand until now is because of the rules that have been passed down for countless years. Not anyone can break them easily. Even the immortal emperor clans that take turns to guard the city every once in a while don't dare to break the rules set by everyone. Lin Sun smiled, his black eyes were deep as he said slowly, but in my opinion, Wen Xiaoheng won't care about these rules. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and started to doze off, looking very relaxed and satisfied. Green Sparrow thought about it and didn't comment. She knew how much Wen Xiaoheng hated Lin Sun. If he had enough confidence, he wouldn't hold back just because this was the immortal fortress. At the same time, on the highest floor of a towering building in the city. This was the Sky Tower, the tallest and most magnificent building in the Origin City. At this moment, Wen Xiaoheng was standing against the railing, wearing a long robe and carrying a sword. Looking into the distance, the huge city seemed to stretch endlessly, with cobweb-like streets, row upon row of buildings, bustling pedestrians. He could see most of the scenery. Granny Shui stood to the side and looked at Wen Xiaoheng, who was leaning against the railing silently. She could not help but feel pity for him. After the crushing defeat, Wen Xiaoheng seemed to have changed into a different person. He had become taciturn and no one knew what he was thinking. To Granny Shui, the crushing defeat was too great a blow to Wen Xiaoheng. It had become a sore spot in his heart. If he was not eliminated, his Dao heart would definitely be affected. A guard hurried over and stood in the distance. He bowed and cupped his fists, saying respectfully, "Milady, there's news from the city gate. Ling Xuanzi has entered the city." Granny Shui suddenly turned her head, her eyes flashing like lightning. She waved her hand and said, "Leave." The guard turned and left. Granny Shui took out a jade book with obscure ripples and flipped it open. She sensed it and immediately sensed that Mi Wuya and Yan Yuro's life souls were in a certain area of the city. She was delighted and full of energy. She looked at Wen Xiaoheng and said, "Young master, that vile spawn has indeed entered the city." But to Granny Shui's surprise, Wen Xiaoheng did not seem to have any reaction. His expression was calm and indifferent as he looked into the distance. "Young master?" she could not help but ask. "I understand." Wen Xiaoheng finally spoke. He turned to look at Granny Shui, his eyes filled with bone-chilling hatred and coldness. "I've already contacted the hidden space world. They will send an assassin to deal with that child. This is the hidden space token." As he spoke, he casually threw out a token. It was the size of a palm and as red as blood. A devilish silver vertical pupil appeared on the surface of the token. Granny Shui said in shock, "Young master, you agreed to the hidden space world's conditions?" Wen Xiaoheng said with an expressionless face, "You know as well that ordinary ninth realm ancestors aren't a match for Ling Xuanzi at all, and if you want to kill him in Origin City without anyone noticing, only an assassin from the hidden void world can do it. But, the price is too great. That's 3 million first-class eternal void source crystals." Granny Shui could not calm down and her emotions were in turmoil. 3 million first-class eternal void source crystals. Even in the eternal true world, it was a fortune that could move even a Dao ancestor, but now, Granny Shui felt that it wasn't worth it to pay such a price just to kill Ling Xuanzi. As long as I can kill Ling Xuanzi, this price is worth it. When Xiaoheng spoke word by word, and his eyes were filled with coldness. That old fellow, Heng Tianxua, has already agreed to close one eye on this matter. Let me see if Ling Xuanzi can walk out of Origin City alive. Heaven-traversing peak, the immortal emperor ancestor was a great figure of the Heng family, a true ancestor of the Dao. He represented the Heng family and oversaw Origin City, holding the power of the city lord. Granny Shui took a deep breath. She knew that she could not persuade him any further, so she nodded in agreement. She probed the space concealment token with her divine sense, and immediately, the information of an assassin appeared. Crane. He was ranked 6th among the Emperor rank assassins of the hidden space realm. Since the start of the mission, he had not failed once. In the past 1,000 years, he had carried out 18 9th-level Emperor-ranked missions and killed 18 9th-level ancestors. The following content was a detailed list of Crane's achievements, all of which were dazzling, causing Granny Snow to be shocked. 6th Emperor rank. No wonder the fee is so high. Granny Snow sighed in her heart. Hidden Void World was a mysterious force of assassins in the eternal true world, and even some of the immortal emperors were wary of them. City Lord's mansion. In a simple and quiet courtyard, Heng Tianxua was holding a bone-patterned jade slip and studying it. He was dressed in a plain robe, and his face was as smooth as jade. Only his temples were white, adding an air of age to him. He sat there casually, exuding an elegant and tranquil air. From his appearance alone, it was difficult to tell that he was an old progenitor who had lived for tens of thousands of years. He was a true ancestor of the Dao. The trial secret realm will open in 3 months. I wonder how many emperors will survive this time. After a while, Heng Tianxua spoke softly, as if he was deep in thought. Shuffling footsteps came from afar, and Heng Tianxua immediately gathered his thoughts and asked, "Why have you come?" "My lord, we just received news that the target Wen Xiaoheng has targeted has entered the city," a boy with delicate features said softly. "That Ling Xuanzi?" Heng Tianxua asked. "Yes." Heng Tianxua smiled and waved his hand. "Go. Don't bother with this. If you cause any trouble, remember to suppress it. Don't disturb the order in the city." "Yes." The boy took the order and left. To be able to force Wen Xiaoheng, one of the 5 ultimate emperors of the Wen family, into such a mess, and even have to rely on the assassins of the Void World, this Ling Xuanzi is not an ordinary ruthless character. Heng Tianxua thought for a while and shook his head. Forget it. Since he has a grudge with the Wen family, let Wen Xiaoheng solve this matter. He no longer paid attention to this matter, and continued to play with the bone-patterned jade slip in his hand, thinking about the trial secret realm. The night was as dark as ink. Lin Sun walked out of the inn and walked towards the brightly lit and bustling street with his hands behind his back. Buying Starfrost 9 stamen flowers, as many as you can. Hot golden scale meat buns, fresh and juicy, thin skin, can be called the best. Customer, do you want to buy some divine materials? These are all unique treasures in the boundless 1,000 battlefields, and it's difficult to find them in the outside world. All kinds of shouts and hawking sounded one after another. Lin Sun strolled along the way, and it was an eye-opener. Different from other places, the treasures sold in the city of origin were of all kinds, and they were all rare treasures that were rarely seen in the outside world. However, the prices were ridiculously high. Not long after, Lin Sun walked into a rather large treasure shop, and an attendant immediately came to greet him. "I need to buy some underworld pearls," said Lin Sun. The attendant was startled, and said, "Senior, these treasures are extremely rare, and it's rare to find them. Even if someone can find them, they will rarely sell them. Do you have underworld pearls here?" Lin Sun asked directly. "Yes." The one who answered Lin Sun was a lean man, and he smiled and cupped his hands. "I'm Heng Yuntong, the manager of this shop." Surnamed Heng, Lin Sun immediately knew that this person in front of him must be a member of the Heng family of the Immortal Emperor family. "How many underworld pearls do you need?" Heng Yuntong asked with a smile. "As many as you have," Lin Sun said without hesitation. Heng Yintang raised his eyebrows, and said, "Do you know how much one underworld pearl is worth?" As he spoke, he extended 4 fingers, and said, 400,000 high-grade eternity crystals. Lin Sun was surprised. In the eternal world, it's worth only 300,000, right? Heng Yintang laughed. This is not the eternal world, so the price of underworld pearls is naturally different. Lin Sun thought about it, and said, "Then how many underworld pearls do you have?" 3, Heng Yintang reported a number. After thinking about it, Lin Sun asked, "Can I exchange them with other items?" Heng Yintang smiled, and said, "Of course." Immediately, he brought Lin Sun into a quiet room that was isolated from the outside world. 15 minutes later. When Lin Sun walked out of the quiet room, the eternity crystals on him were all gone. Even the spoils of war that he had collected along the way were almost all gone. In exchange, he had only obtained 3 underworld pearls. This treasure was simply too expensive, and it could be said to be astronomical. After all, he had sold all kinds of treasures that he did not need at the Four Supremes' house in the Guide City to exchange for 9,000 first-grade eternity crystals. If Lin Sun had not killed along the way and obtained a large number of spoils of war, he would not even be able to afford 1 underworld pearl. In the end, Heng Yintang sent Lin Sun, the distinguished guest, out of the door with a smile on his face. It was not until Lin Sun's figure disappeared that he retracted his gaze, and a smile appeared on his lips. This Ling Xuanzi was indeed the guy who defeated Wen Xiaoheng. When he was counting and exchanging the treasures on Lin Sun, most of the spoils of war came from the emperors around Wen Xiaoheng, and many of the treasures had the unique brand of the Wen family. It was also because of this that Heng Yintang was able to determine Lin Sun's identity. "When you die, perhaps I will go and collect your corpse. As for the treasures on you, take them as payment for collecting your corpse." Heng Yintang's imagination ran wild. After returning to the inn, Lin Sun casually set up a restrictive power and took out the abyssal sword cauldron. "Including the ones I bought today, I already have 15 underworld pearls. I just don't know if I can transform another netherworld Dao pattern." As Lin Sun pondered, he casually took out an underworld pearl and crushed it. All of a sudden, wisps of dim yellow light rain fell into the abyssal sword cauldron like nectar. The dim yellow light rain was greedily absorbed by one of the netherworld Dao patterns and refined into netherworld energy. This netherworld Dao pattern also underwent some subtle changes. Previously, according to Cyan Sparrow, the underworld pearl had an incredible effect on refining treasures, which was why its value was ridiculously high in the eternal world. After Lin Sun tested it, he realized that the power contained in the underworld pearl also had an amazing effect on refining the 9 netherworld Dao patterns. Previously, when he went to purchase the underworld pearl, he planned to accumulate more and try to refine a complete netherworld Dao in one go. Lin Sun had a feeling that the 9 netherworld Dao patterns were not as simple as just imprinting a Dao on each of them. When he completely refined the 9 complete Dao patterns, it was highly possible that they would undergo a further transformation. In the middle of the night, Lin Sun crushed the underworld pearls one after another, and the power contained in them was absorbed by the netherworld Dao patterns in the abyssal sword cauldron. The night was getting darker. Suddenly, Lin Sun's heart palpitated without any warning. The combat instinct that he had honed for many years made him dodge subconsciously. Soundlessly, a crack appeared on the ground beneath his feet, and a dull and lusterless sharp light suddenly flashed. The restrictive power that enveloped the room was easily torn apart, as if it did not exist. It turned into a rain of light and dissipated. The chair that Lin Sun had been sitting on also turned into powder and drifted away. P.S. Someone said that it was the last day of the month, so how could he not update? The goldfish thought for a while and could not refute that. Then he would continue to update tonight, but the third update would be a little late. A series of scenes happened in an instant. It was incredibly fast. It was also extremely mysterious and fierce. If Lin hadn't dodged in time, he would have been hit. The room returned to silence. Lin Sun was surrounded by Taoist light, and his black eyes were terrifyingly cold. This inn was a folded space layer by layer. Each room was an independent space. In addition to the restriction power set by Lin Sun, the inn was also surrounded by the power of restriction. But the assassin could attack silently. It could be imagined that the origin of the assassin was extraordinary. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Sun waved his sleeves. There was only a ripple in the void, and then it returned to peace silently. Lin Sun could easily burn the mountains and boil the sea with the power of waving his sleeves. But now, it seemed to be offset by some strange power. This made him frown. He quietly ran the mysterious Taoist light in his pupils and used the third eye. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. It was dark and silent. As if falling into the eternal night, he couldn't feel a trace of light at all. Interesting. I actually fell into the barrier of a secret realm without making a sound. Lin Sun looked around with a calm expression. This place isolated spiritual awareness, which meant that the perception was blocked, and the scene in front of him was very likely to be unreal. False and real, it was mysterious and unpredictable. The most frightening thing was that until now, Lin Sun hadn't noticed the trace of the assassin. Quietly, a ray of sharp light appeared and blended into the darkness. Its breath was restrained to the extreme, without a trace of power fluctuation. It suddenly stabbed at Lin Sun. Lin Sun bent his body, and the strange and silent light passed by his cheek and then disappeared silently. This dangerous scene was enough to make any Emperor Realm expert change his expression. From beginning to end, Lin Sun's expression didn't change, and he didn't even blink his eyes. He was as calm as water. And at the same time, with a clang, the abyssal sword cauldron suddenly shone brightly, and a Taoist sword swept out and pierced the void in front of him. The place that was originally dark and empty suddenly had a roar, and was shaken by the Taoist sword. Then, a figure suddenly flashed out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun rushed forward and struck out with his palm. Rumble, the dark world produced a violent roar, and the void was like a turbulent sea. But the black figure was nowhere to be seen. Lin Sun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "It seems that you're not an ordinary person to be able to master such assassination skills." No one responded. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, and he stood still. He also seemed very calm and didn't panic at all. This was like a hidden battle, one in the light and the other in the dark. Both sides were searching for a flaw that would allow them to kill in a single strike, and it was very likely that the slightest bit of carelessness would determine life and death. It was the first time for Lin Sun to encounter such a strange and unpredictable assassination. However, he wasn't nervous at all. Since he'd started cultivating until now, he'd experienced countless battles of life and death, and he'd tempered an extremely terrifying combat instinct a long time ago. Even if his divine sense was obstructed and his perception was no longer there, just by relying on his combat instincts, he was not afraid of fighting this hidden assassin. Suddenly, Lin Sun's figure flashed. In the darkness beneath his feet, a sharp light suddenly appeared, and it vanished in a flash. It was mysterious and soundless. If it was any other Emperor Realm expert, they would have been killed countless times already. But Lin Sun seemed to be able to predict the future. Every time. He narrowly avoided it one step ahead of time, which was also incredible. And in the following time, this kind of strange assassination and attack continued to happen. Every time, it seemed to appear out of thin air, unpredictable and impossible to guard against. The power of this kind of assassination was also terrible. Once, Lin Sun struck horizontally with the abyssal Taoist sword. When it collided with the sharp light, the power generated was extremely amazing. This also made Lin Sun judge that the strength of this assassin was comparable to the level of Ninth Realm ancestors. However, what was more terrible than the Ninth Realm ancestors was the assassination skills mastered by this assassin, which was the most threatening. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was already familiar with this kind of secret battle, and he dodged more and more easily and calmly. Soon, the dark world fell into silence. The attack from the assassin didn't appear again. But Lin Sun frowned and had a hunch that the guy might have noticed that it was difficult to threaten him with this kind of surprise attack. But this guy didn't leave, obviously intending to use new means. Just as he thought of this, boom, an incomparably dazzling light suddenly appeared, and the dark world suddenly became a vast expanse of whiteness. The dazzling light was even brighter than the sun. Once people were used to the darkness, when a light suddenly appeared, they would feel extremely uncomfortable and even panic. What's more, the light that suddenly appeared at this moment was full of horrible killing intent. It was like a landslide, a tsunami, and the explosion of the sun. The light was as sharp as the light, all-pervasive, bang, 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 a series of dense and terrible collisions sounded. The bright light and shadow, like a torrent of sharp light pouring down, attacked Lin Sun from all directions. The abyssal sword cauldron buzzed and burst out sparks. In just a moment, Lin Sun suffered thousands of attacks, like a small boat in the raging sea. That scene was simply despairing. But at this moment, Lin Sun let out a long laugh. Caught you. After that. Boom, his figure suddenly stretched out, like a big abyss waking up from silence, releasing a terrible power that could swallow the sky and the earth. The dazzling and sharp auras that came from all directions were completely crushed and devoured. At the same time, the abyssal sword cauldron had already rushed out and struck fiercely in the distance. Clang, in the earth-shaking collision, the abyssal sword cauldron was blocked by a long and slender black sword. The force between the two collided and spread, disturbing the world. Then, a thin figure staggered out of nothingness. Dressed in a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, the whole person was like a shadow, giving people a feeling of illusion. Puff, as soon as he appeared, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Obviously, he was directly injured by this blow. Go. With a hoarse and low voice, he suddenly turned the black sword in his hand. Suddenly, a strange and dense Taoist pattern appeared on the black sword, burning fiercely and bursting out a terrible power, which dissolved the suppression of the abyssal sword cauldron. Whoosh! His figure flickered, and he was about to dive into the darkness of nothingness again. At this time, an ancient Taoist sword whistled out of the abyssal sword cauldron and chopped down with the power of splitting the sky and the earth. The sword edge was like the heaven-cutting blade. Crack, the thin figure tried his best to resist, but the black sword in his hand was directly cut into 2 pieces and splashed out. Damn it! The thin figure seemed to finally feel fear, but it was too late for him to dodge. The whole figure was instantly submerged by the vast sword intent. Boom, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking, the black figure was directly crushed and dissipated in the boundless sword chi. After a while, everything calmed down. Lin Sun went forward, but found that in addition to the black sword that had been cut into 2 pieces, there was only a scorched crane feather left in the field. Holding the crane feather in his hand and looking at it for a moment, Lin Sun couldn't help frowning. Didn't he die? The darkness nearby fell and dissipated like peeling off a wall. After a burst of strange distorted space ripples, Lin Sun's figure reappeared in his room. Only the broken wooden chair, the cracked ground, and the dissipating power of the prohibition proved that the mysterious assassination just happened was true. Lin Sun frowned and stared at the cracked ground for a moment. Then he flashed into it. Under the crack, there was a deep and winding path. As soon as Lin Sun's figure fell, he immediately felt a wave of residual power. It seems that this guy didn't die completely, but he was seriously injured. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to leave his breath here with his hiding means. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, and he immediately followed the residual breath. Just for a moment. Lin Sun had come to the end of the underground path, where there was a gap leading to the surface. After rushing out, Lin Sun found that this was an inconspicuous courtyard, overgrown with weeds, which was obviously abandoned for a long time. Here, he could no longer catch the breath of the assassin. Someone should have met him here and taken him away as soon as he was injured. Lin Sun stood there, with his dark eyes terrifyingly cold. After a while, he returned to the inn along the original path. A crane feather. Is the assassin a crane-shaped divine bird? Lin Sun took out the crane feather again and sensed the breath imprinted in it with his divine awareness. Gloomy, cold, dark, sharp, cryptic. After a while, Lin Sun rubbed his fingertips, and the crane feather turned into ashes and scattered. After that, he took out the black sword that had been sliced into 2 and observed it carefully. He noticed that the sword was narrow, slender, and over a meter long. The edges on both sides of the sword were dim and lusterless, and the body of the sword was covered in dense and strange twisted down marking diagrams. I know, this man is he. Suddenly, Xianxia said with surprise, I didn't expect that when Xiaoheng was so cruel that he didn't hesitate to ask the top assassin of the Hidden Void World to deal with you. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Hidden Void World? He? In the Eternal World, there are 2 mysterious assassin forces. One is the Hidden Void World, the other is the Cloud and Water World. The former is in charge of assassination, and the latter is in charge of killing. They are both mysterious forces that are immortal. Tracing back to their history, they are even older than some immortal emperor clans. Xianxia's voice was low, and she was a little absent-minded. No one knew the origin of these two mysterious forces, but they were definitely not ordinary assassin organizations, because the people they dealt with were above the Emperor realm. In the Eternal World, the mention of the Hidden Void World and the Water World was a terrible deterrent, and it made people dread and fear. After a while, Xianxia said, "If my guess is correct, the person who tried to assassinate you is he from the Hidden Void World, a mysterious person who is ranked 6th among the Emperor Realm assassins in the Hidden Void World. In the past, countless Emperor Realm figures have been killed by him, and there are some extremely powerful 9th Realm ancestors among them. P.S. Tomorrow is the first day of the month, and I want to ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket in advance." When he heard this, Lin Sun could not help but frown. Hidden Space World and Cloud Water were two forces of assassins who were famous in the Eternal World for their assassinations and killings. Their foundation could be traced back to ancient times, and they had assassinated countless emperors. Who would not be wary of such a mysterious force? Moreover, according to Xianxia, the people in these two forces had been immersed in killing ever since they stepped onto the path of cultivation. They were perverts who had grown up in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their assassination skills were unparalleled in the world. If they wanted to assassinate someone, it would be the same as giving that person a death sentence. A long time ago, because Cloud Water had repeatedly assassinated the important figures of the Immortal Emperor clans, they had incurred the wrath of the masses. Thus, a group of Immortal Emperor clans had attacked Cloud Water. It was an extremely bloody battle that lasted for many years. The assassins from Cloud Water had appeared and disappeared mysteriously, as if they were everywhere. They had carried out the most intense counterattack. That period of time could be said to have been dark and turbulent. No one knew how many powerful figures had died. In the end, after that battle, Cloud Water had been eradicated, but it had not been wiped out. It was said that some of its remaining forces had gone into hiding. But after that, there was rarely any news about Cloud Water. Many people had long since forgotten that dark and bloody period of time. Hidden Space World might be as famous as Cloud Water, but over the years, they rarely provoked the Immortal Emperor clans. Thus, they did not cause any anger. But there was no doubt that the foundation of the Hidden Space World was not weaker than that of Cloud Water. Even the Immortal Emperor clans would not easily provoke them. Wen Xiaoheng must have paid a great price to be able to get he to help. "I have to say, even I am surprised that you managed to escape with your life." As Xianxia spoke, she looked at Lin Sun with a strange gaze. His existence was also famous in the Eternal World. How could anyone overlook an assassin who was ranked 6th in the Eternal World? But tonight, he had almost died at Lin Sun's hands. Surprised? He's just an assassin. His greatest strength is breath control and stealth. When I saw through all of this, he was only slightly stronger than a Realm 9 ancestor, Lin Sun said casually. Lin Sun said casually, "But I can't let this matter go. Even if he works for money, even if he comes from the Hidden Void World, since he dares to assassinate me, he must pay the price." He spoke casually, but the meaning within his words caused Qin Ke to raise her eyebrows, and then she laughed with ridicule. "Once you truly understand how terrifying the hidden space dimension is, perhaps you won't dare to speak such words." Lin Sun smiled and didn't bother to explain. But after experiencing this, Lin Sun became cautious. Crane's appearance proved that even in the Undying Heaven Pass, it was impossible to be absolutely safe. He returned with his tail between his legs. "I'm afraid Wen Xiaoheng will not let this matter rest. Are you planning to let it go just like that?" Qin Ke asked. "Of course not." Lin Sun said without hesitation, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Even if we can't catch the assassin, we should at least make Wen Xiaoheng pay for it." Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since the other party dared to attack unscrupulously in the city, Lin Sun would not be subject to the rules of the city and swallow his anger. "What do you plan to do?" Green Sparrow asked excitedly. "Wait for an opportunity." As Lin Sun said, he took out the abyssal sword cauldron again, and continued to refine the 9 netherworld Dao patterns with the underworld pearl. It seemed that what happened just now didn't affect his state of mind at all. Green Sparrow couldn't help sighing inwardly. Lin Sun's state of mind was too strong and tenacious. If it were someone else who encountered such a sudden change, he would have been filled with anger and worry. But he actually had the leisure to refine weapons. This night was destined to not be peaceful. Tianyu Tower. Wen Xiaoheng stood leaning against the railing, holding a jade porcelain wine pot, looking very leisurely and comfortable. He liked the feeling of looking down at the world, having a panoramic view of the world, and seeing the appearance of all living beings, which made people involuntarily feel like a king descending to the world. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the void, and Granny Snow's figure emerged, her face extremely pale. "Young master, he failed." Crack, the jade porcelain wine pot in Wen Xiaoheng's hand fell to the ground, splashing debris. He was stunned for a moment, as if he had misheard, and couldn't help asking, "Failed?" Granny Snow's face was ashen, and she said in a low voice, "I just received news that he was seriously injured, and was almost killed." Wen Xiaoheng only felt his vision turning black, and his body swayed. His handsome face suddenly became ferocious, and his veins popped out, his chest heaving up and down with anger. "My 3 million eternal void source crystals went down the drain just like that. What the F***ck hidden void world can't even kill Ling Xuanzi, what a piece of trash." He clearly lost control of his emotions, and flew into a rage, as if he was venting his anger. "Young master, there's no doubt that he is powerful. The reason why we lost is probably because we still underestimated Ling Xuanzi." Granny Snow's expression was uncertain, and she said, "However, the contact person from the hidden void world has already said that since he has accepted our mission, he will naturally give us a satisfactory explanation, but what?" Wen Xiaoheng asked. "They said that the previous reward was not enough, and if we want Ling Xuanzi to die, we have to pay another 2 million eternal void source crystals. The reason is that the information we provided about Ling Xuanzi was inaccurate, and it caused them to make a mistake during the assassination." As she finished speaking, Granny Snow's voice became softer, and she felt like there was a ball of fire in her chest that was about to explode. However, Wen Xiaoheng was stunned for a moment, and he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He was so angry that he laughed. "What does the hidden void world think I am? A sucker that can be extorted at will? They've gone too far." After a long time, Wen Xiaoheng calmed down a little, and then he said with a gloomy face, "Tell the hidden void world that I won't give them a single 2 million eternal void source crystals. They can either kill Ling Xuanzi, or they can return my 3 million eternal void source crystals." As he finished speaking, he couldn't help but curse angrily. "These bastards have failed their mission, yet they're still bargaining with me. They're simply insane." Granny Snow spoke with worry. "Young master, if it's not necessary, it's better not to offend the hidden void world. This power has existed until now, and its resources and reserves are even more terrifying than our Wen clan. Instead of making a fuss about this with them, why don't we spend some more money and allow them to continue dealing with Ling Xuanzi?" She paused for a moment and said hesitantly, "After all, even he was unable to kill Ling Xuanzi. At the very least, it's sufficient to prove that unless we ask King Xianxia, the ancestor of the Tao, to personally make a move, otherwise, we're probably utterly unable to do anything to him with our strength." Wen Xiaoheng was stunned, and an indescribable feeling of defeat arose spontaneously in his heart. As one of the 5 ultimate emperors of the Wen clan, he hadn't experienced such a feeling for a very long time. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "Tell the hidden void world that they'll be able to obtain another 2 million eternal void source crystals when they kill Ling Xuanzi." Granny Snow heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, and she received her orders and left. The assassin from the hidden void world, lost? When he found out about this, Xianxia, who was cultivating in meditation, couldn't help but be alarmed, and he felt extremely surprised. "My lord, this matter has been confirmed. Fortunately, no disturbances spread, and everything occurred and ended in secret." A boy spoke with a clear voice. Xianxia grunted in acknowledgement and said, "Wen Xiaoheng might come later, so just ask him to come over." The boy was stunned, and then he received his orders and left. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Wen Xiaoheng arrived hastily, and he cupped his hands and said, "Uncle, I've disturbed you again." Xianxia revealed a smile, and then he stood up and said, "Don't mention it. Quickly, have a seat." Wen Xiaoheng shook his head and said, "I've only come here to seek a clear answer from Uncle. What sort of price should I pay for Uncle to personally eliminate Ling Xuanzi?" Xianxia's pupils narrowed, and he said after a short while, "What? Can't the members of the hidden void world do it?" The corners of Wen Xiaoheng's mouth twitched imperceptibly, and he said, "With Uncle's ability, I presume you already know the outcome of this assassination. Truthfully speaking, I'm truly disappointed in the hidden void world. Hang Tianxua shook his head and guided, nephew, you're wrong. I do know a little about his Tao of assassination, and a peak 7th level Imperial Emperor like you is probably not a match for him. This doesn't prove that the hidden void world is useless, but Ling Xuanzi is very difficult to deal with. When Xiaoheng's heart shook, and his expression changed slightly. Hang Tianxua smiled and continued, nephew, you should have deduced this as well, and that's why you personally came to ask me to make a move, right? When Xiaoheng's expression flickered indeterminately, and he said in a low voice after a short while, Uncle, please help me this once. Hang Tianxua thought for a moment and said, the trial's secret realm will be opening in 3 months. When Xiaoheng was stunned, and then he seemed to have understood something and said, Uncle, what do you mean? Hang Tianxua smiled warmly. What I mean is, perhaps, we can make Ling Xuanzi disappear forever. When Xiaoheng's eyes shone with a divine light, and his spirits were lifted as he said, Uncle, you're saying that we should send this fellow to the trial's secret realm's 9th region? Hang Tianxua smiled and said nothing. When Xiaoheng seemed to have come to a complete understanding instead, and he said, 9th region. 9th region. Why didn't I think that as long as Uncle agrees, you'll be able to obediently let those who are participating in the trials go to their deaths? Hang Tianxua frowned and said, nephew, this is a trial, and only those who walk out of the trial's secret realm can continue on their journey to the eternal true world. How can it be called going to their deaths? Of course, since it's a trial, then casualties can't be avoided. When Xiaoheng cursed in his heart for being hypocritical, yet he smiled respectfully and said, I'll have to trouble Uncle with this matter. In the future, I'll surely repay you generously. Hang Tianxua laughed heartily. What generous repayment? I don't care about all that. When you're free, ask your father to come and meet this old friend of his. When Xiaoheng was stunned, and his smile was slightly forced, yet he still nodded. How could he not understand that in Hang Tianxua's eyes, when Xiaoheng's repayment was utterly unimportant? What Hang Tianxua truly wanted was repayment from his father, the current patriarch of the Wen clan. This old geezer is too cunning and greedy. When he left the city governor's estate, when Xiaoheng cursed in his heart once more. But what he could do was that he had no choice but to agree. Enmity had already been formed. He could only fight to the death. The night passed quietly and a new day arrived. In the room of the inn, Lin Sun's eyes revealed a hint of joy. After refining all the Yellow Springs pearls in his body, one of the 9 netherworld Tao patterns was completed, and it revealed a mysterious Tao, purgatory. The refining Tao was like a purgatory, suppressing all evil spirits. When this Tao was cultivated to the extreme, it could condense a pattern similar to the 18 purgatories. During a battle, using the purgatory Tao to kill the enemy was like opening the gates of hell. The suppressive force produced was terrifying. Moreover, Lin Sun noticed that if the purgatory Tao and the soul capture Tao were used together, they could form a magical effect that complemented each other. The power was also incredible. One was the soul capture Tao, the other the suppression Tao. It was shocking. But soon, Lin Sun could not be happy. 15 underworld pearls could only condense one purgatory Tao. If he wanted to condense the remaining 6 netherworld Tao patterns to completion, wouldn't he need to collect 90 underworld pearls? One underworld pearl was worth 400,000 eternal void source crystals. 90 was a total of 36 million first-class eternal void source crystals. This number made Lin Sun hold his breath and his heart twitched. For the current him, this was simply an astronomical figure that was far beyond his reach. There will be many competitions and killings on the road ahead. I have to collect some spoils of war. Lin Sun had not experienced the feeling of being unable to cook a meal without rice for a long time. This finally aroused some fighting spirit in him. Only when there was pressure would there be motivation. Not long after, Lin Sun walked out of the inn and strolled on the street with his hands behind his back. The city was very lively. Most of the people were natives, and only a small number were trial takers like Lin Sun. Even so, the number of trial takers should not be underestimated. In other words, if I want to move forward, I have to participate in this trial secret realm. Lin Sun asked casually on the way. Previously, Xianxia had already said that among the 49 immortal passes in the Boundless Thousand Battle domain, the 36 minor immortal passes were just temporary resting places that could be entered and exited at any time. Only within the 13 great passes of immortality, if one wanted to continue forward, then one had to undergo different trials. The starting city was the first great immortal heavenly pass in the vast Thousand Battles domain. If he wanted to continue forward, he would have to participate in the Trial Mystic Realm. Only by collecting 10 star sources from the Trial Mystic Realm would he be qualified to head to the next battlefield. You can also buy 10 star sources. That way, you won't have to participate in the trial. The Green Sparrow said, however, a complete stellar source is worth around 500,000 eternal void source crystals. 10 of them would be 5 million. Can you afford it? Lin Sun was speechless. Xianxia said, not to mention you, even those nobles with solid family backgrounds can't take out so many Zhou void origin crystals in such a short time. So, you'd better obediently go and register. Lin Sun suddenly thought of something. If I collect more stellar source, can I sell it to others? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Has this guy gone crazy from lack of money? Lin Sun had already started to calculate how many stellar source crystals he had to sell in order to collect 36 million first-class eternal void source crystals. Wandering like this, Lin Sun came to the Castellan mansion. With the identity nameplate he obtained from the guiding city, Lin Sun successfully registered and got a place to participate in the trial. As soon as Lin Sun left, the news of his registration reached Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. He was not surprised. He thought to himself, it's a good deal to exchange. The death of Ling Xuanzi for a favor from the patriarch of Wen clan. Until dusk fell. Lin Sun returned to the inn. When he saw the waiter who greeted him with a smile, he suddenly remembered something. He had only paid the rent for 10 days in advance, but he had to wait for 3 months before he could participate in the Trial Mystic Realm. This meant that he would have to pay more for the rent. However, the remaining eternal void source crystals he had could not support him for 3 months. It seems that I have to go out tonight, Lin Sun thought to himself. Previously, he seemed to be strolling on the street, but in fact, he had already found out the specific place where Wen Xiaoheng stayed. He even went there personally to check it out. The night was as dark as ink. On the first floor of the inn, Lin Sun sat there casually. He ordered a pot of wine and drank by himself. Hey, nice guy. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded from the door of the inn. Lin Sun looked up and saw Tan Tai Feng and his companions appear at the door of the inn. He couldn't help laughing. What a coincidence. Tan Tai Feng laughed heartily and waved his hand. We'll stay here. You go to get a room. I want to have a drink with Ling Xuanzi. As he said, he went to Lin Sun's table and sat down. He said generously, waiter, take out your private collection of precious wine. Lin Sun couldn't help reminding him, the price of this place is ridiculously expensive. Tan Tai Feng was startled and couldn't help but sneer, fellow cultivator, to put it bluntly, I, Tan Tai Feng, have never worried about money in my entire life. You can drink as much as you want, I'll take care of the drinks tonight. Obviously, he was not short of money. Lin Sun immediately laughed, okay, let's drink to our heart's content tonight. Tan Tai Feng also laughed. On the way to the Sunluo underworld, although he didn't have any communication with Lin Sun, he had a great impression of Lin Sun, who was chivalrous and helpful. This time, they met again in the city, which made Tan Tai Feng sigh with emotion about the magic of fate. After a little communication with Lin Sun, Tan Tai Feng felt that Ling Xuanzi was simply a man of the same generation, who was not pretentious at all. Soon, jars of wine were brought up one after another. Come on, let's drink a big bowl first. Tan Tai Feng was in high spirits and drank with Lin Sun. The practitioners who followed Tan Tai Feng all the way couldn't help laughing when they saw this. Their impression of Lin Sun was full of suspicion and vigilance at the beginning. They thought that Lin Sun's helpful behavior was too hypocritical, and it was very likely that he was trying to flatter their young master. But soon, a series of actions of Lin Sun changed their impression. Even speaking of which, they could walk out of the Sunluo underworld so easily without losing any soldiers because of Lin Sun. After all, the soldiers of Hell King along the way were all wiped out by Lin Sun. Come on, let me also propose a toast to the good guy. Soon, someone came forward and proposed a toast with a smile. What good guy? This is Ling Xuanzi. Don't tease him with the words good guy. Tan Typhon glared and scolded. Yes, Ling Xuanzi. Those people immediately changed their words. Lin Sun didn't care about this and immediately clinked glasses with them one by one. For a time, the guests and the host were happy and harmonious. But no one knew that this was just a clone of Lin Sun. At the same time. Sky Universe Tower. Lin Sun's figure appeared quietly in the dark night. When it came to the means of stealth, Lin Sun was not weak at all. His senior brother Jing Zhongyue was superb in this way. Jing Zhongyue was ranked 20th in Fangsuan Mountain. His skin was bronze and he was strong and vigorous. He carried a quiver on his back and controlled a beast bone bow. He was the #1 divine archer of Fangsuan Mountain. Back then, in the sky chess match that killed the nameless emperor, Jing Zhongyue had once shown his traces. With his peerlessly sharp archery and mysterious movement skills, he killed many powerful enemies. Jing Zhongyue's best concealment technique was called crossing the sea by deception. Once it was used, even the emperor ancestor would find it difficult to see his figure. It was boundlessly marvelous. Among the many inheritances that Lin Sun carried, there was crossing the sea by deception. Although it hadn't reached the acme of perfection like Jing Zhongyue, it was enough. At this moment, his figure silently disappeared in the shadow of Sky Universe Tower. On the highest floor of Sky Universe Tower, Wen Xiaoheng sat there alone with a gloomy expression. He sneered, it seems that his defeat has embarrassed the Hidden Void Realm. They actually want to send Shuang, who is ranked 4th. Beside him, Granny Snow was a little excited. She said, Shuang is a legend of the Hidden Void Realm. He is a peerless emperor-level assassin. In the past years, whether it is his achievements or the difficulty of the missions, they are all far above he. Many rumors say that the current Shuang has become extremely terrifying. It is very likely that he has the ability to assassinate a Dao ancestor. If Shuang comes to deal with Ling Xuanzi, it is worth spending 5 million eternal void source crystals. After listening, when Xiaoheng sneered, the Hidden Void Realm also said that it will take at least half a year for Shuang to arrive here. I can't afford to wait. However, I want to see how Shuang will feel when he arrives and sees that Ling Xuanzi has long been killed. Granny Snow was startled. Young master, has Xianxia agreed to help? When Xiaoheng's lips curled up, how can that old fox personally take action? However, I can only say that Ling Xuanzi doesn't have much time left. Granny Snow was about to say something. Suddenly, she seemed to have noticed something. Her expression changed abruptly. Almost instinctively, she suddenly slapped the void near Wen Xiaoheng. Boom, the empty void exploded, and a tall figure appeared. It was Lin Sun. He couldn't help but be surprised that this old woman had such sharp insight. Thinking so, he didn't slow down at all. As soon as his figure was seen through, the abyssal sword cauldron whistled out, wrapped in billions of Dao light, and blasted towards Wen Xiaoheng. Faced with such a sudden change, Wen Xiaoheng was so shocked that his scalp went numb. He stood up immediately and was about to dodge, but it was too late. Lin Sun's movement was too fast. As soon as he attacked, he used all his strength to strike a thunderous blow. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, in the terrible sound of collision, a figure was smashed into pieces. His skin and flesh were torn, and his tendons and bones were broken. He flew out fiercely, and the nearby tables and chairs were all burst into pieces. However, the figure that was bombarded by the abyssal sword cauldron was not Wen Xiaoheng, but Granny Snow, who rushed over to block it. This old guy blocked the fatal blow for Wen Xiaoheng as if he didn't care about his life at all. P.S. On the first day of the month, please get a guaranteed monthly ticket. Well, I can't take it anymore. After the goldfish takes a rest, it will continue to break out this month, and it will be very fierce. Death had brushed past him in an instant. But the thrill of death almost made Wen Xiaoheng's soul fly out of his body. Almost instinctively, he rushed out of the hall and moved in the direction of the Castellan mansion as he screamed, "Murder! Ling Xuanzi killed someone!" The scream was like a thunderclap, piercing through the night sky of Starting City. In the hall, accompanied by a roar, Granny Snow was crushed by the abyssal sword cauldron and blood spurted out of her nose and mouth. She screamed crazily, "Ling Xuanzi, how dare you kill someone in the city? You must die. What about you? Is it worth it to lose your life for this guy?" Lin Sun frowned as he looked in the direction where Wen Xiaoheng escaped. Previously, he had been absolutely confident that he would be able to stop Wen Xiaoheng when he attacked again. However, who would have thought that Granny Shui, who had just suffered a heavy blow, would once again stand in front of him, allowing Wen Xiaoheng to seize the opportunity to escape. When Lin Sun wanted to chase after him, it was too late. "My life was given by young master. Why should I be afraid of dying for him?" Granny Snow screamed. She didn't give up resisting and struggled crazily as if she wanted to kill Lin Sun with her. Under normal circumstances, Lin Sun couldn't guarantee that he could kill someone who was much stronger than a ninth realm ancestor in a short time. But now, Granny Snow, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, was no longer a threat. Puff, a Taoist sword swept out from the abyssal sword cauldron and killed Granny Snow on the spot. The vast sword chi engulfed her completely and turned her into ashes. Lin Sun grabbed the relics left behind by Granny Snow and turned to leave. That night, Starting City couldn't calm down. Wen Xiaoheng screamed along the way, causing a sensation in the city. Who knew how many emperors were shocked and paid attention to him? Not long after, Xianxia, who was in charge of the city, led a group of subordinates to Sky Universe Tower under Wen Xiaoheng's guidance. But at this moment, Lin Sun was long gone. "Uncle, Ling Xuanzi has violated the rules of the city by committing murder in the city. Even Granny Snow died because of him. Such a bastard must be eliminated as soon as possible." Wen Xiaoheng's face was livid and terrifying. Just now, he was almost assassinated. The sudden death had caused him to be unable to calm down. Granny Shui's death had caused him to sink into a violent rage, and he was on the verge of going crazy. Heng Tianshua's expression was gloomy as well. What happened tonight undoubtedly proved that Ling Xuanzi didn't take him, the city governor, seriously at all. "Come, let's go take a look at where Ling Xuanzi is staying." Heng Tianxua waved his hand and brought everyone to teleport away. It was late at night. The first floor of the inn was still very lively. Lin Sun and Tan Taifeng were drinking, and they had drunk up 19 jars of spirits. A group of practitioners were watching and cheering for them. Even though their cultivations were extremely high, the divine wine sold in this inn was brewed from various divine materials, and it was extremely strong. Up until now, both of them were drunk, but neither of them admitted defeat. When Heng Tianxua, Wen Xiaoheng, and the others arrived, they saw such a scene, and they couldn't help but be stunned. What was going on? At the same time, the noisy and bustling atmosphere in the inn was silent. It was like a cold wave had poured in, and everyone felt a bone-piercing killing intent. They raised their heads in unison, and all of them were shocked by Heng Tianshua's sudden arrival. They were shocked, and a thought couldn't help but arise in their hearts. What was going on? Lin Sun naturally saw Heng Tianxua, Wen Xiaoheng, and the others, but his expression remained calm and composed. "Come on, let's continue drinking." Tan Taifeng glanced sideways at Heng Tianxua and the others, and then he picked up his wine cup and shouted that he wanted to continue drinking with Lin Sun. Bang! Wen Xiaoheng smashed a table beside him with a slap and said sternly, "Besides Ling Xuanzi, all unrelated people, get lost." All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the hall was deathly silent. Tan Taifeng seemed to be shocked, and he was more than half sober. He stood up with a frown, glanced at Heng Tianxua, and then looked at Wen Xiaoheng, and said with a cold expression, "Who did you ask to get lost? Say it again if you have the guts." The group of Emperor Realm cultivators near him had hostile expressions as well. Wen Xiaoheng was already furious, and he was about to slap Tan Taifeng when he saw that Tan Taifeng still dared to talk back. But his wrist was held down by Heng Tianxua. Wen Xiaoheng was stunned, and then he saw Heng Tianxua had already said, "All of you have been drinking just now?" Tan Taifeng was much more solemn when facing Heng Tianxua, but his conceit was still not reduced, and he nodded and said, "Yes, I wonder what advice Senior has for me." Heng Tianshua's gaze was like lightning as he glanced at everyone present, and finally his gaze fell on Lin Sun, and he said, "A murder occurred in Sky Tower earlier, and an old servant of the Wen clan's 9th realm ancestor was killed. Even Wen Xiaoheng was almost killed, and Wen Xiaoheng bluntly said that it was Ling Xuanzi who did it." Tan Taifeng instantly seemed as if he had heard a great joke, and he burst out laughing. Ling Xuanzi and I have been drinking here all along. How could we have the chance to kill? Everyone near him laughed as well. All of them could testify to this. So, Tantai intends to be a guarantor for this person? Heng Tianxua took a deep look at Tantai Feng. Obviously, he had seen through Tantai Feng's identity. Wen Xiaoheng was stunned when he heard the words Tantai, and then a bright light flashed in his eyes while he frowned. I'm not a guarantor. Everyone present here knows that Ling Xuanzi has been drinking with me all along, and the owner and attendant of this inn can prove it as well. Tantai Feng spoke without hesitation. When Xiaoheng grunted coldly, friend, you're probably completely unaware that Ling Xuanzi cultivates a clone technique. How can you be sure that the fellow you're drinking with isn't using you? Tantai Feng laughed with ridicule. Since I walked into this inn, it was I who took the initiative to drink with Ling Xuanzi. Do you think I'm using him? Are you stupid? Wen Xiaoheng was instantly enraged, and he stared at Tantai Feng with a ghastly expression. Do you really think that you dare to protect that bastard just because you're surnamed Tantai? Tantai Feng's face sank as well, and he went tit for tat. Wen Xiaoheng, right? Don't think that you can be lawless just because you're from an Eternal Emperor clan. According to my knowledge, your Wen clan isn't strong to the extent that you can do as you please in the Eternal World. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. Only now did he realize that Tantai Feng's origin was obviously far more powerful than he had imagined. His courage to be fearless of Wen Xiaoheng had fully proved this point. Enough. Heng Tianxua stood out and stopped the two people who were at daggers drawn in the field, and said, no matter who the murderer is, as the city governor, I will punish him severely. I will not tolerate him. This matter ends here. Uncle. Wen Xiaoheng was obviously unwilling. Heng Tianxua patted him on the shoulder and said, the murderer will pay the price for this. Don't panic. After that, he turned around and left with the crowd. Wen Xiaoheng glanced at Lin Sun with resentment in his eyes, and then also left. When they walked into the night, Heng Tianxua frowned and asked, do you know, what's the relationship between Ling Xuanzi and Tantai Feng? When Xiaoheng shook his head, Ling Xuanzi and I entered the vast thousand battle domain from the gate of the Earth Kuan realm, but I didn't know that he would be with Tantai Feng. Heng Tianxua said in a low voice, it seems that before the trial starts, we have to investigate the relationship between the two of them, uncle. In the eternal true world, the Tantai clan is just a newly established immortal force, and they have very few people. Why do you care so much? Wen Xiaoheng was puzzled. You don't understand. Tantai Feng's grandfather, Tantai Chongkong, who is now famous in the eternal true world, is not an ordinary immortal figure. With supreme willpower, he spent 10,000 years to subdue a complete third-grade heavenly order. How can he be compared to an ordinary immortal figure? Heng Tianxua's eyes were deep. At that time, in order to fight for this heavenly order, a total of 8 immortal realm elders from the immortal emperor clans attacked together, but in the end, they couldn't snatch this heavenly order from Tantai Feng. After this battle, Tantai Chongkong also became a second-to-none giant among the immortal figures. Even though the Tantai clan, which was built by Tantai Chongkong, has only existed for 3,000 years, if this continues, in the future, there is a high possibility that it will become a top-class force of power that will be in charge of heavenly order. When he said this, Heng Tianxua could not help but sigh. With just his own strength, he had managed to gain a foothold in a place like the eternal true world and build up such a great foundation. This was practically a legend, and Tantai Chongkong was undoubtedly too terrifying. He's just an outsider. Wen Xiaoheng was clearly very unwilling to accept this. Since ancient times, there have been countless powerful people who have entered the eternal true world, but how many of them could be like Tantai Chongfeng and forcefully build up a country for their clan? Heng Tianxua cast a glance at Wen Xiaoheng. It's best if we don't provoke this sort of person. Wen Xiaoheng fell silent. Of course, tonight was an accident. In my opinion, this Ling Xuanzi shouldn't have much of a relationship with Tantai Feng. Once the trial starts, your grudge will naturally be resolved. As Heng Tianxua spoke, he led his group and disappeared into the boundless night. In the inn, the atmosphere was cold, and it was no longer as lively as before. Brother Tantai, thank you for just now. Lin Sun cupped his hands and said. Only he and Tan Tai Feng were left in the field, and the others had been driven away. What are you thanking me for? I should be the one thanking you for helping others in the Sanluo underworld. As he spoke, Tan Tai Feng could not help but laugh. Actually, Wen Xiaoheng is right. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, the one who killed the old servant beside him was my original body. Tan Tai Feng was stunned. He looked at Lin Sun for a while and said with a strange expression, so, I was really used by you by accident? Lin Sun nodded, you can say that. Tan Tai Feng smiled bitterly, since you are so frank, what else can I do? In fact, he felt much more relaxed in his heart. Previously, he had been a little suspicious. After all, it was impossible for people like Wen Xiaoheng to seek revenge for no reason. At this time, Lin Sun's frankness also completely dispelled the doubts in his heart. He picked up a jar of wine and said with a smile, come on, let's continue to drink. If you can drink me down, I'll forget about this trivial matter. Otherwise, I'll go to the governor's mansion to report you immediately. Lin Sun also laughed, then let's see who gets down first. Tan Tai Feng had a good temperament and was a worthy friend. This was also the reason why Lin Sun treated him frankly. At the same time, it was also a test. Fortunately, Tan Tai Feng's reaction did not let him down. The sky was turning bright. Tan Tai Feng, who was drunk and drowsy, was supported into the room by someone. Lin Sun's eyes were drifting. After walking into the room, he ran his cultivation to dispel the effect of alcohol. Then he exhaled a long breath. In the room, Lin Sun smiled and put away his doppelganger. Then he fell into deep thought. Although he failed to assassinate Wen Xiaoheng, he killed Granny Snow, who was far more powerful than a ninth realm martial ancestor. So he gained something. Moreover, Lin Sun had obtained a considerable amount of loot from Granny Snow. There were more than 300,000 grade 1 eternal void source crystals. Other than that, there were some other imperial armaments of superb quality and various divine materials and divine medicines. Their combined value was extremely shocking as well. Among these trophies, a black treasure shaped like a magic shell caught Lin Sun's attention. The magic shell was branded with layers of strange Taoist patterns. When power was injected into it, those strange Taoist patterns would turn into lines of secret text. It said, Frost will arrive in half a year. He must be killed. Remember to ask your young master to prepare the remaining 2 million eternal void source crystals. It was because of this sentence that Lin Sun fell into deep thought. He realized that the failure of he last time did not end the assassination. Instead, it attracted a more powerful Frost. Green Sparrow, do you know Frost from the Hidden Void world? Lin Sun asked. Frost? Green Sparrow seemed to be shocked. Is the Hidden Void world going to assassinate you? Lin Sun nodded, it should be so. Green Sparrow was stunned for a moment. After a while, she said, you may encounter a fatal threat. Then, she told Lin Sun some of Frost's deeds. Frost. The Hidden Void world was the fourth most powerful emperor assassin. She was a mysterious woman who made ninth realm martial ancestor tremble with fear. Supposedly, his profound attainments in the Tao of assassination had already attained a state that could threaten the ancestor of a Tao, and he was terrifying and abnormal to the extreme. It was said that Frost had never failed since she started to carry out tasks. She was much stronger than he. It was said that all kinds of horrible rumors added a layer of mystery to Frost, which made people's hearts palpitate. At the end, Qing Kai couldn't help but be suspicious. He is already scary enough, and now he sent out Shuang. How much did Wen Xiaoheng have to pay to achieve this? All of this only proves that he has long since decided to fight me to the death. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. As long as there is a chance, I won't let him escape for the third time. Anyone who was targeted by a mysterious and unfathomable assassin force would feel like there was a dagger on their back, and they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. All of this was because of Wen Xiaoheng. Because of Wen Xiaoheng, Lin's plan was disrupted. Originally, he planned to break through the realm in the city, but now it was obviously impossible. The news of the assassination attempt on Wen Xiaoheng shook the entire beginning city the next morning, setting off a huge uproar. Someone actually dares to commit murder in the city. Is he tired of living? Many people were speechless. That's nothing. Wen Xiaoheng is a noble of the Immortal Emperor clan, an expert from the vast thousand world. Who dares to disrespect him? Not to mention assassinating him. That Ling Xuanzi is simply insane. However, this Ling Xuanzi is quite powerful. He wasn't caught in the act, and it's said that even the city governor Xianxia couldn't do anything to him. Amazing. Discussions could be heard everywhere in the city. The assassination attempt was too shocking. It had been a long time since something like this had happened. Coupled with the fact that the assassin, Wen Xiaoheng, had an extraordinary background, one could imagine how great the commotion was. The commotion lasted for many days. When Mutian, Jade Star Absolute Emperor, Mad Scholar Emperor, Ming Daoji, and the other experts who entered the vast thousand battle domain from the Gate of Earth Kuan arrived at Beginning City, they were the first to hear the news. For a moment, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded and tremble. The death of Fang Xuanzhen and the others had shocked them. Now, Ling Xuanzi had actually tried to assassinate Wen Xiaoheng in the city. This was simply like piercing through the sky. They almost couldn't believe it. Under their intentional search, they soon found Lin Sun in the inn. Unlike what they had expected, Lin Sun didn't show any signs of nervousness or worry after experiencing such a major event. Instead, he seemed extremely carefree, as if nothing had happened. All of them couldn't help but feel admiration for him. However, whether it was Mutian, Jade Star Absolute Emperor, Mad Scholar Emperor, Ming Daoji, or the others, they didn't talk much with Lin Sun. They consciously distanced themselves from him. Everyone knew that Lin Sun was in a delicate situation. He was like a disaster, and no one wanted to be involved. If Wen Xiaoheng thought that they were on Lin Sun's side, it would definitely be an undeserved disaster. In this regard, Lin Sun saw it but did not say anything. It was human nature to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Moreover, he didn't have any friendship with these people. Lin Sun didn't care about their alienation. Wen Xiaoheng hid in the city lord's mansion and never appeared in the city again. Lin Sun also gave up on the idea of killing Wen Xiaoheng in the city. Heng Tianxua might have chosen to endure the first time because of Tan Tai Feng. If it happened a second time, it would be hard to say. In the following days, Lin Sun stayed in seclusion. Although he couldn't break through to the next realm, he spent all his energy and attention on condensing the great Tao and comprehending the various inheritances. Time passed. 2 months had passed without him realizing it. Groups of cultivators came to Starting City. There were some who were even more terrifying than Ming Daoji, Mutian, and Jade Star Absolute Emperor. In fact, this was normal. Every month, a group of powerful cultivators above the Martial Emperor realm would enter the 8 realm gates that led to the vast thousand battle domain. Most of them were extraordinary overlords that were renowned throughout the universe. And those who could kill their way from the ancient nightmare battlefield to Starting City were no ordinary cultivators. As more and more powerful cultivators entered Starting City, the atmosphere in the city became more and more oppressive and austere. It was like a lake. Although it could accommodate many fled dragons, as the number of fled dragons increased, the lake would become crowded and conflict would arise. Fortunately, Heng Tianxua was in Starting City, so there wouldn't be any bloody conflicts. But everyone knew that with so many terrifying cultivators gathered in one city, there would be some trouble sooner or later. Fortunately, it was almost time for the Trial Secret Realm to open. Out of Lin Sun's expectation, before the Trial Secret Realm opened, Tan Tai Feng and his group left in a hurry. It was said that they had gathered enough stellar source and could continue on their journey without participating in the trial. The journey to the eternal world. This also made Lin Sun understand that a person like Tan Tai Feng didn't need to worry about wealth. He could easily buy the extremely valuable stellar source. How could he be ordinary rich? He was extremely rich. Before leaving, Tan Tai Feng personally came to bid farewell to Lin Sun and said, "If Brother Ling reaches the eternal world in the future, you can visit the Tan Tai clan of Qingyuan Mountain as a guest." Lin Sun agreed with a smile. When Tan Tai Feng left, Tan Tai Feng suddenly turned his head, blinked his eyes, and said with a smile, "Brother Ling, I heard that there is only one great emperor named Lin Sun on the Starry Sky Ancient Road, but I have never heard of the name Ling Xuanzi." Lin Sun was stunned. Tan Tai Feng had already left with a big smile. After a while, Lin Sun also smiled silently and turned back to his room. In the next few days, although the atmosphere in the city was depressed, it was unprecedentedly lively. Many people no longer practiced in seclusion. They walked on the street and entered teahouses and restaurants to inquire about the news. The reason was that the trial's secret realm would open in a few days. On this day, when Lin Sun walked out of his room, the waiter came to him with a smile and said, "Senior, the list of participants in this trial is fresh. Would you like to have one?" Lin Sun was surprised. "How much?" 1,000 eternal source crystals. The waiter quickly said, "Please don't think that I'm asking for too much. This list was circulated by the city lord's mansion, and there's a lot of valuable information marked on it. I believe you won't be disappointed." Lin Sun thought for a while and paid for one. The waiter beamed with joy and left to find other customers to sell their wares. Lin Sun found a seat on the first floor of the inn and sat down. He ordered a pot of wine and began to look at the list in his hand. Soon, Lin Sun was surprised. There were more than 600 participants in this trial's secret realm. The weakest among them was at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. People like the 9th realm ancestors were not uncommon. However, Lin Sun completely ignored this. His eyes were focused on the names of the peerless figures. There were a total of 54 peerless great emperors. They were all peerless giants from various universes in the vast thousand world. They were extremely powerful and dazzling. Their cultivation was between the 5th and 8th level. Lin Sun could not help but be shocked. He noticed that these peerless great emperors were almost all from the top 10 universes in the vast thousand world. In particular, nearly 20 of them were from the number 1 God Rising Star area. One could imagine how terrifying the God Rising Star area was. It was not an undeserved reputation to be ranked number 1 in the vast thousand world. However, Lin Sun also noticed that although there were many peerless great emperors, there was not a single one who had stepped into the 9th level. It seems that the 9th level of the Emperor realm is an insurmountable chasm for the peerless figures. Lin Sun was deep in thought. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded, "Greatsword Mountain." 3 words, but it seemed to have an invisible deterrent that caused the bustling atmosphere on the first floor of the inn to strangely stop. All the customers shut their mouths and looked in the direction of the inn's entrance in shock. 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the inn and walked in. The one in the middle was handsome and had a purple gold crown on his head. He had a white jade belt around his waist. He was extraordinarily handsome and had a great majesty about him. He was like a king who had arrived and was patrolling the world. When they saw the appearance of this person clearly, the atmosphere in the inn became even more deathly silent, and many revealed shocked expressions. Feng Junlin, one of the 4 great sword emperors of the Greatsword Mountain. A legendary figure with the title of Peerless Overlord Sword. The fame of this person had even spread in the top 10 great thousand worlds. Not long ago, when Feng Junlin's group arrived at Starting City, it caused quite a stir, and people went to visit them ceaselessly. Now, Feng Junlin was a peak 8th level sword emperor that was the center of attention in Starting City, and the Overlord Sword Monarch was invincible. So strong. His aura is restrained, and his domineering aura seeps into his bones. Just by looking at his aura, he already far surpasses everyone else. This was the evaluation of many people, and it caused others to feel fearful. This was absolutely a terrifying figure that was formidable to the extreme. Feng Junlin had a pair of vertical pupils, a violet gold crown, a white jade belt, and a majestic bearing. When he walked, he was truly like a king that had arrived. There were men and women that followed behind him, and all of them possessed monstrous auras. Each of them had their own unique proud aura, but before Feng Junlin, they were much dimmer. Lin Sun, who was looking through the trial list, noticed the appearance of Feng Junlin's group as well. Especially Feng Junlin, his aura was so strong that he couldn't help but take another look. Moreover, he had vaguely determined Feng Junlin's identity in his heart. Because on the trial list in his hand, there was a record of Feng Junlin of the Greatsword Mountain. It was said that Feng Junlin was from the first universe in the sectors, the Ascension Star region, and that he possessed rare talent and unfathomable cultivation. But right after that, Lin Sun withdrew his gaze. According to the records on the trial list, Feng Junlin was indeed very famous, but in the current Starting City, there were many that could compare to Feng Junlin. As soon as Feng Junlin arrived, his violet pupils swept the surroundings, and he said, "I heard that Ling Xuanzi who assassinated Wen Xiaoheng is staying in this inn?" Swoosh, with just a single sentence, practically everyone looked at Lin Sun with different expressions. Only now did they understand that Feng Junlin had come for Ling Xuanzi. On the other hand, Lin Sun frowned and looked at Feng Junlin, and he said, "What's the matter?" Feng Junlin also looked at Lin Sun up and down, and said, "You have a dignified temperament and a unique charm. Not bad. You didn't let me down." This evaluation caused everyone to be bewildered, and they didn't know what it meant. Next to Feng Junlin, an old man in a jade robe with his hair tied up in a bun smiled and said, "Ling Xuanzi, my young master has heard about your situation and knows that you're in danger. If you're willing to submit to my young master might be able to help you resolve some of your troubles." When these words were spoken, an uproar broke out, all of them shocked. The fact that Feng Junlin dared to meddle in Wen Xiaoheng's business was enough to prove that Feng Junlin had a great deal of confidence and support. He was not afraid of Wen Xiaoheng at all. However, no one expected that Feng Junlin was actually here to make use of this opportunity to recruit Ling Xuanzi to serve him. For a period of time, envious expressions appeared on many people's faces. Being able to follow the ultimate tyrant sword from Greatsword Mountain was naturally an incredibly good thing. At the very least, they could travel further in the Great Thousand Battles regions. It would not be difficult for them to even reach the eternal true world alive. This was enough to excite people. There were also people who sneered in their hearts. Even Ling Xuanzi dared to assassinate Wen Xiaoheng in the city and came out unscathed. How could such a peerless and ruthless person be willing to serve others? Lin Sun himself was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but smile. "Do you know that getting involved in this will result in the consequences? Will you suffer?" Feng Junlin's lips curled up, as if he thought Lin Sun's words were ridiculous. The old man in a jade robe beside him laughed, "Haha, it seems that you still don't know the true power of Greatsword Mountain. I can tell you that what happened to you is nothing more than a small matter to my young master. There are no consequences to speak of." His voice was filled with incomparable conceit and arrogance. Everyone's heart was in turmoil again. They were shocked by these words. Lin Sun said indifferently, "Is that so? Then let me ask you, can you fight against the threat from the Hidden Void Realm?" Hidden Void Realm, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely oppressive. Feng Junlin frowned. The faces of the old man in a jade robe and others changed slightly, but after a moment, they still said calmly, "The Hidden Void Realm is a force of assassins. With the protection of our Greatsword Mountain, I think they will realize who they can offend and who they can't." Lin Sun said, "What if I tell you that it won't be long before an assassin named Shuang comes to us?" Shuang, many people didn't understand. But many people's faces had changed greatly. Obviously, they knew how horrible Shuang was. Even Feng Junlin was frowning. As for the old man in a jade robe and others, they couldn't laugh anymore. They all looked at Feng Junlin in surprise. Obviously, the threat from Shuang made them not dare to speak rashly. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. He drank a cup of wine by himself and said, "You want to use this matter to make me, Ling Xuanzi, lower my head and work for you. You are too naive. While there is still room for negotiation, I advise you to leave as soon as possible, lest Wen Xiaoheng learns about this and hates you for it." His words caused the expressions of the jade-robed old man and the others to fluctuate. Their chests felt stuffy and they felt like they were about to lose face. Originally, they were very arrogant and regarded Lin Sun as a drowning man. They tried to take this opportunity to subdue him and work for Feng Junlin. Who would have thought? Lin Sun had made such a big mistake. Shuang had come in person. This matter was undoubtedly too hot. It was beyond their expectation and caught them off guard, which made them feel very embarrassed. In particular, Lin Sun's words were faintly sarcastic, which made them feel uncomfortable all over. What a pity. Feng Junlin sighed softly, took a deep look at Lin Sun, and then turned away. The old man in a jade robe and the others hurriedly followed him. When this scene fell into the eyes of the people, they couldn't help but have a strange feeling. They always felt that Feng Junlin and the others left with a trace of failure and embarrassment. Of course, no one dared to say anything. Whether Feng Junlin was embarrassed or not, he was a terrible person they could offend. When they looked at Lin Sun again, they couldn't help but look complicated. Assassinating Wen Xiaoheng, offending Heng Tianxua, the governor's mansion, and now being targeted by Shuang, the legendary assassin who ranked fourth in the Hidden Void world, for any emperor realm, each of these things was enough to make them collapse, but Ling Xuanzi still had the leisure to drink. Didn't he know that he would be in great trouble at any time? Lin Sun didn't care about this. He drank up the wine in his cup and got up to return to his room. On the same day, the news that Feng Junlin was defeated by Lin Sun spread throughout the starting city and became a joke. And the news that Shuang was targeting Lin Sun also made many people feel cold. Being targeted by such a legendary assassin before entering the eternal world. How could he have a chance to survive? This Ling Xuanzi would be finished sooner or later. However, compared to the upcoming secret territory trials, this news only caused some discussion. What people were more concerned about was how many people would be able to walk out of this trial alive, and how many people would be able to gather enough stellar source. A few days later. At dawn, the sound of a horn spread in the sky above the starting city. It was vast and heavy as if it came from ancient times. The secret realm of the trial would open today. In the city, everyone who participated in the trial had already moved and gathered in a huge square in front of the governor's mansion. It was dark and crowded. Although it wasn't a sea of people, everyone present was a great emperor who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. There were more than 600 people, and when the aura released by each of them gathered together, it was as if gods had descended to the world. When Lin Sun arrived, he also attracted a lot of attention. When Xiaoheng was among them, and his eyes were filled with bone-chilling hatred. Lin Sun glanced at him as if he was looking at a dead man, and he didn't bother to look at him a second time. This made Wen Xiaoheng's face turn even colder and gloomier. Feng Junlin and the others were also there. When they saw Lin Sun, a hint of coldness appeared on their faces. Now, the news of them being defeated by Lin Sun had become a joke in the city, and it made them feel disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Lin Sun didn't care about that. He looked around and saw Mutian, Jade Star Absolute Emperor, Mad Scholar Emperor, Ming Daoji, and other familiar faces. However, they seemed to be intentionally avoiding Lin Sun's gaze, as if they wanted to distance themselves from him. Lin Sun's heart didn't waver, and he just stood there casually. There was an empty area around him, and no one approached him. It wasn't because they were afraid of him, but because they were afraid of getting involved with him and getting into trouble. Obviously, in the eyes of the crowd, he was already a troublesome character that was like a calamity. Only Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. He stood alone with his hands behind his back, calm and composed. In the distance, a thin monk in linen clothes appeared. It was Yun Lu from the minor Laying Temple of the Great Laying World. His eyes were clear, and there was a trace of abstruse zen in them. He took in everything that had happened, and he couldn't help but smile. A phrase appeared in his mind. Flocks of sheep and beasts travel alone. Xianxia appeared in front of the city lord's mansion. He was dressed in a plain robe, and he looked elegant and quiet. The space around him was distorted, and the progenitor qi that emanated from him suppressed everyone present. Many martial emperors were shocked. In the silence, Xianxia said, "Today, the trial secret realm will open for a month. The rules are simple. Those who collect 10 complete stellar sources can step onto the ancient teleportation portal and continue forward. The trial secret realm is divided into 9 areas. After entering the trial secret realm, the identification in your hands will guide you to the corresponding area. Only in the corresponding area will you be able to use the identification in your hands to open the entrance to the secret realm and leave. Also, I have to remind you that many martial emperors have died in the trial secret realm in the past." With that, Xianxia waved his hand, and a group of heavily armored soldiers walked out. P.S. Something happened, so the second update will be a little late. The leader of this group of soldiers was a majestic man dressed in navy blue heavy armor. This was the commander of the city guards, a powerful figure who was just a hair away from entering the Dao Ancestor realm. His name was Horizontal War. Next, I will bring you to the trial secret realm. Heng Zhan's eyes were like lightning as he waved the bronze halberd in his hand. A shocking bolt of lightning descended, causing the void to explode. An ancient and model Taoist altar appeared in front of everyone. Boom, a huge beam of divine light shot out from Heng Zhan's hand and pierced through the void. It tore open a wide spatial tunnel on the altar, leading to the unknown shore. Depart. Zhan led a group of heavily armored soldiers and was the first to step onto the altar. More than 600 great emperors who were participating in the trial streamed in. As he watched them leave one by one, a trace of a cold light flashed imperceptibly in the depths of Xianxia's eyes, and he muttered in his heart. Ling Xuanzi, going against the order of the city has to pay the price of death. Space changed, and the stars moved. Walking on the spatial passageway on the Tao altar was like walking backwards in time, and step by step, they walked towards the primordial era. A primordial aura assaulted their faces, and everyone felt as if space and time were in disorder. It was like they had experienced 10,000 years of ups and downs in an instant. The scene before his eyes was filled with multicolored and gorgeous light. It transformed into divine rays of light that drifted about, and he was occasionally able to see expanse after expanse of the starry sky being left behind. After an unknown period of time, everyone trembled and rushed out of the passageway, arriving in an ice-cold universe. "That's the land of exile?" someone exclaimed with shock. At the end of the universe was an extremely enormous world that seemed like a lone island that lay across the depths of the starry sky, and it emanated an aura of the ages. Every now and then, a bright and enormous star would fall into the enormous world as if it was pulled, and then it would vanish in the blink of an eye, as if it was swallowed. How enormous was the star? Yet before the enormous world, it was like an insect that was swallowed by the star one after the other. This strange scene caused the hearts of countless people to tremble with fear. This was the secret realm of trials, also known as the land of exile. Supposedly, this world was originally a kingdom of gods from the last era, and the gods resided there. There were numerous inconceivable and legendary figures there. But with the end of the era, this godly kingdom suffered an unprecedented attack and destruction. Now, it is regarded as the land of exile that is hated by all. I've heard of it as well. Since the ancient times, there have been many eternal figures that stepped into it with the intention of seeking the secrets of the last era. However, all of them perished without exception. A Realm 9 ancestor said with a serious expression, "The reason is that the exiled grounds are filled with strange disasters that target undying figures. Anyone who enters will die without a doubt, and only Emperor Realm figures don't have to worry about encountering such strange disasters." Everyone was discussing among themselves. Clearly, they had all heard about this trial mystic realm. The guard commander, Xianxia, led everyone to fly through the universe, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the distant world that was filled with a mysterious glow. Boom! Coincidentally, an enormous star streaked past, dragging along a dazzling brilliance that seemed like it was burning as it fell into that world. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared as if it had been devoured. The scene of the star being devoured made everyone restless again. This mysterious land of exile had existed since the end of the last era, experiencing the vicissitudes of life. It had an unknown and mysterious aura. You all know that this trial mystic realm is divided into 9 regions, and each region is filled with different dangers. What you need to do is to collect Star Source and survive. Xianxia spoke with a voice that rumbled like thunder. Remember, you only have 1 month. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, someone dashed out first, teleported through the void, and rushed into the trial mystic realm. Following that, people dashed out one after another, and almost all of them traveled in groups. No one flinched or hesitated. They were all powerful figures who had stepped onto the road of emperors through countless battles. Whether it was in terms of state of mind or courage, they were all extraordinary. Divine light flowed around. Feng Junlin and his group moved out too, and they attracted a lot of attention. Apart from that, Lin Sun also noticed that there were many powerful figures who weren't inferior to Feng Junlin in terms of temperament and power. Some stepped on huge green gourds, dressed in Taoist robes with big sleeves fluttering in the wind. When they opened and closed their eyes, chaotic chi filled the air. Some had smooth skin and graceful bearing. They were bathed in the divine light, as if they were in a dream. With every step they took, golden lotus flowers bloomed under their feet. Some were like gods and demons, with cold eyes like knives, sweeping across the starry sky with monstrous killing intent. Some looked weak and ordinary, but when they walked, they were in harmony with heaven and earth, resonating with the Great Way. And vaguely, ancient chanting could be heard. Every one of them was almost at the peak of the 8th level of Emperor Realm. Although their power was different, they all had an invincible and disdainful demeanor. Lin Sun had to pay attention to them. When he saw Wen Xiaoheng leaving with a group of Emperor realm figures, Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. It should be known that Granny Snow and other Emperor realm figures who followed Wen Xiaoheng before were all killed by him. But now, Wen Xiaoheng had so many Emperor realm figures with him, which was incredible. However, for Lin Sun, it was enough to ensure that Wen Xiaoheng also participated in the trial. Because this time, he would not give Wen Xiaoheng a chance to leave alive. Soon, Lin Sun also took action. He moved through the void and flew away. I'm afraid this guy doesn't know that as long as he enters the trial, he will die. Seeing Lin Sun's action, Heng Zhan showed a trace of imperceptible pity in his eyes. In next to no time, all the cultivators that were participating in the trials had vanished from the world of trials. This was a world full of desolation. The sky was high and the clouds were wide. Towering ancient mountains could be seen everywhere, vast and boundless. However, there was not a single blade of grass growing here. It was a scene of withered and desolation. There was no vitality, there was no breath of the Great Way. It was like a world of ruins left behind in the endless years of destruction. Clatter with a wave of void fluctuation, Lin Sun's figure appeared. The first thing he saw was such a desolate and primitive world. However, before Lin Sun could take a closer look, there was a sudden change. Boom, a peerlessly sharp divine arrow tore through the sky and suddenly shot out from the void on one side. It was unbelievably fast. Lin Sun waved his sleeve. With a bang, the arrow exploded 3 feet in front of him, and a rain of light scattered. But this was just the beginning. The ground suddenly caved in, and countless dense snow-white saber cheese swept out. At the same time, from different directions of Lin Sun, there were extremely terrifying attacks whistling towards him. There was a golden whip smashing the void like a golden dragon coming out of the abyss. There was a colorful jade rui. When it came across the sky, it reflected the shadow of many holy mountains, covering the sky and the sun. There was a copper bell rumbling, an alms bowl spewing out rays of light, and an axe splitting the void and chopping towards Lin Sun. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was covered by a terrifying attack. Every kind of Taoism was peerless and terrible. Every kind of emperor weapon was shining with a brilliance that could destroy the world. When all these things burst out at the same time, it seemed that Lin Sun and the world where Lin Sun was were going to be destroyed. It was too horrible and happened too fast. Who could imagine that such a disaster would come to them as soon as they entered the trial? In this sudden attack, even Lin Sun had no way to retreat or avoid it. But there was not much fluctuation on his face. Only his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Then, the abyssal sword cauldron roared out and suddenly shone brightly. Hundreds of millions of lights flowed and evolved into a big abyss across the world. Lin Sun, on the other hand, leaped up and rushed in one direction. His cultivation was released to the extreme. He didn't hold back at all. It was not terrible to be besieged. He just needed to seize a point and kill his way out as soon as possible. Rumble, the world was shaking and completely in disorder. Many terrible forces and treasures covered the area and directly destroyed it. The violent aura of destruction raged. The mountains and rivers within 1,000 miles were razed to the ground in an instant. The void was crushed into pieces like a piece of paper. How is it? In the billowing smoke and dust, a voice sounded. He should be dead. In the nearby area, a low voice sounded. If we attack together, we can easily kill any ancestor of the 9th realm, not to mention a 6th-level emperor realm. Low voices of conversation sounded. In the billowing smoke and dust, figures appeared one after another, and their aura was extremely terrifying. There were more than 20 people, and in the place where Lin Sun was originally, a huge bottomless ravine was blasted out. It was still filled with the torrent of destruction, raging and roaring. Oh, we have been planning for a long time. Isn't it easy to kill this guy? A skinny old man twisted his beard and smiled. He held a colorful ancient seal in his hand, and it was extremely powerful. It was a 9th realm ancestor. No, it's fine if he's killed and turned into ashes, but why don't I see Ling Xuanzi's relics? Someone said with surprise. Could it be? The skinny old man holding the ancient seal was stunned and was about to release his divine sense to investigate. Right at this moment, a slender hand appeared out of thin air, and it suddenly grabbed the skinny old man's neck and twisted it lightly. Crack, his head was twisted off, and blood sprayed out like a fountain and dyed the void red. Immediately after, the skinny old man's figure was shattered into countless pieces of flesh and blood that fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, these pieces of flesh and blood seemed to have been incinerated, and they turned into a pungent smoke that suffused the air. Turned into ashes, and at the place where the skinny old man stood, a tall figure appeared out of thin air. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. That tall figure had messy hair, tattered clothes, and a pale face. He looked rather pathetic. That person was Lin Sun. Even though he'd neutralized and resisted more than half of the might of that sudden and terrifying attack, he still couldn't avoid being injured. But even then, when they saw this scene, everyone was stunned, and they were flabbergasted. He's not dead. How can he still be alive? Old ancestor Long Yuan was killed just like that, screams rang out. Who would have thought that someone could survive the siege of more than 20 great emperors? The most terrifying thing was. With just a stretch of his hand, Lin Sun twisted the neck of a ninth realm ancestor, took off his head, crushed it into ashes, and died suddenly. It was shocking. An invisible chill surged into the great emperor's hearts like a tide, making their scalps tingle. How ruthless was this person? I have no enmity with you, why did you ambush me here? Lin Sun's eyes were terrifyingly cold. He saw everyone's faces clearly. They were all unfamiliar and he didn't know them at all. However, no one answered him. Everyone's expression was cold. Attack. He's already injured and isn't invincible. This is the best time to kill him. After the initial shock, these great emperors closed in on Lin Sun from different directions. All the martial emperors who were able to kill their way to Starting City and participate in the trial were all ruthless characters who had experienced slaughter and had a mind of steel. Many of them were formidable overlords of a world, and they rose to power amidst bloodshed and slaughter. Whoosh, all sorts of divine light circulated and some powerful monarch weapons were gathering power. The treasures of these great emperors were naturally extraordinary and terrifying. Dao swords that shot into the sky, bronze umbrellas that covered the sky, divine whips that were thousands of feet long, giant seals that were like divine mountains. All of them were dazzling and filled the surroundings with killing intent. One had to admit that this was a group of terrifying characters. If they were on the ancient path of the stars, they would be able to do whatever they wanted. Ling Xuanzi, I'm not afraid to tell you that any expert who enters the trial will kill you as soon as they have the chance. No matter how much you struggle, it's all in vain. An eighth great emperor that seemed like a youth spoke indifferently with a proud and extraordinary bearing. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and immediately showed a sneer. Really? Then I don't mind treating this place as my grave to bury all my enemies. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was like cold lightning. He didn't conceal his aura in the slightest as he released it. Instantly, it surged like an ocean and swept through the boundless earth. Everyone's expression was stagnant. Lin Sun was not afraid at all, which made them feel awestruck and their expressions became extremely dignified. Kill. Without hesitation, they attacked together. The ancient bronze umbrella covered the sky, and the divine mountain seal smashed into the ground. All kinds of monarch weapons danced in the air, as if they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, terrifying to the extreme. The most terrifying thing was that there were a few secret treasures with terrifying destructive power that could seriously threaten an existence at the level of a ninth realm ancestor. They were vicious and ruthless. At the same time, various profound and unfathomable restrictions of the Tao surged into appearance and swept out to envelop this expanse of the sky. Obviously, there was someone amongst this group that possessed extraordinary attainments in the Tao of markings, and he'd activated a formation. Almost in an instant. This piece of heaven and earth fell into chaos again. The earth sank thousands of feet, and all the mountains disappeared. The void cracked open, and the raging torrent of power spread out. Wherever it passed, there was a terrible scene of destruction. More than 20 great emperors attacked together, and no one hit anything. All of them were ruthless and had a strong fighting consciousness. Now that they attacked with all their strength, it was enough to frighten ghosts and gods. If it were someone else, even a ninth realm ancestor who had been cultivating for many years, he would definitely die at this moment, because there was no way to avoid this kind of siege. But Lin Sun had already fought his way out of the siege, and he was prepared. How could he be besieged again? As early as when everyone started to attack, his figure flickered, and with a strange shake, he appeared thousands of miles away. These opponents were very ruthless. They used Taoism, monarch weapons, restrictions, secret treasures, and everything. It was no problem for them to kill any ninth realm ancestor, and they could even threaten an ancestor. If it weren't for the fact that this was a trial world, they would definitely be able to destroy a part of the starry sky and a plane of a world. He actually avoided it. He's over there. Everyone looked up and saw Lin Sun. Suddenly, their hearts sank and they felt a chill. At this moment, although Lin Sun was standing there alone, he had an aura that could swallow thousands of miles. His divine bearing was supreme, and he looked down on the world. Everyone looked at each other, and they all showed a fierce expression. Kill. For existences like them, a distance of thousands of miles could be reached in one teleport. If they let Lin Sun escape this time, they might not have such an opportunity again. Moreover, up to this point, Lin Sun had not shown any means that could make them completely afraid, which made them think that there was still hope. And at this moment, boom, Lin Sun took the initiative to attack first. He took a step forward, and the world trembled, and the stars moved. With monstrous divine light, he attacked. The abyssal sword cauldron roared, and like a great abyss that could swallow the sky, it appeared above Lin Sun's head. His attack was simple and direct. A sword chi shot out, and the sword chi swept across 3,000 miles. The sword light swept the ground, and the mountains 1,000 miles away were all blown away. Puff, the person in the front split open and then collapsed. Together with his monarch weapon, he exploded into a bloody mist, crushed by the extremely fierce sword chi. Boom, as Lin Sun raised his hands and feet, there was the sound of landslides and tsunamis. The Taoist light around him was monstrous. He was like a demon, matchless and matchless. He cut out the sword chi like landslides and tsunamis, showing the true meaning of life and death with one sword. In an instant, another 3 great emperors were killed, the bloody mist pervaded, and even the 2 terrible monarch weapons and the power of many prohibitions were broken. The Taoist light was boiling, and the horror was boundless. Lin Sun opened a bloody way with his supreme killing means in the original encirclement and charge. Is he still a human? How can he be so strong? Some people were frightened, and their souls were trembling. Buzz, a big seal as heavy and majestic as a divine mountain fell down. This was a famous monarch weapon, which had the power to suppress the universe and crush the sun and moon. However, Lin Sun's killing intent was monstrous. The Taoist light all over his body covered the sun, moon, and stars. Like a god descending to the world, Lin Sun slapped the seal high in the sky and knocked it away, and cracks appeared on it. Who did we offend? Exclamations sounded. The originally calm and composed emperors were all terrified at this moment, and for the first time, they regretted their decision. Only when they fought head-on did they realize how terrifying Ling Xuanzi's power was. Boom, the abyssal sword cauldron rumbled, and in the rumbling sound, the lower half of a realm 9 great ancestor's body instantly turned into a bloody mist, completely shattered. He screamed miserably, and the upper half of his body flew backward. His hair was disheveled, and his face was full of fear. However, a Taoist sword suddenly swept out of the abyssal sword cauldron. With a flash, the sword edge cut off the remaining half of his body, and his soul scattered. Save me! Someone screamed in horror. But Lin Sun's eyes burst out with divine light, intertwining into a pair of clanging divine swords, and slashed out in the void, drawing a E character. The trajectory of the word E. Immediately, another tyrannical figure was killed. This was a peerless great emperor at the 6th level of the emperor realm. He thought that since he was in the same realm as Lin Sun, he wouldn't be afraid. Who would have thought that he would be killed by Lin Sun in just one move? Many people's hair stood on end, and their faces turned pale. Lin Sun was simply a god of death, and they had provoked a demon king that they shouldn't have provoked. In fact, Lin Sun indeed looked extremely terrifying at this moment. With his cultivation, he used the abyssal sword cauldron to open the way, killing in all directions. Every single move he made revealed a domineering and invincible demeanor, and he swept through everything before him. The mountains and valleys were all turned into dust, destroyed like paper. How could they fight like this? The battle had just started, and Lin Sun was like a demon god descending to the world. Until now, 6 great emperors had died on the spot, and their blood was dripping. Demon God, these people screamed in their hearts, and their faces turned pale. They felt a sense of powerlessness, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They had never been so afraid before. Puff, blood splashed out, and Lin Sun's expression was indifferent. His eyes flashed with cold lightning, and the abyssal sword cauldron rumbled, smashing another person into pieces. The formidable combat strength that he revealed at this moment was terrifying. With a single move, he could easily kill an Emperor Realm expert, tear him into pieces, and destroy both his body and soul. The killing continued, and an inexplicable anger surged in Lin Sun's heart. Since entering the City of Beginnings, he had kept a low profile and tried not to make trouble. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered the trial world, he would be ambushed and attacked from all directions? If he didn't have strong enough cultivation, he would have been killed at the first moment. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Sun not be angry? Therefore, when he attacked, he showed no mercy, and looked extremely cold. Go. Run. Amidst horrified sharp cries, the remaining cultivators fled in panic and charged towards all directions. Now everyone could see that this was a demon god, and those who opposed him would die. Even the ancestors of the Ninth Realm could not withstand a single blow from him. Want to leave? Too late. Lin Sun snorted. Since he had chosen to attack, he would kill them directly. He would not be soft-hearted. Fellow practitioner, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been instigated to encircle you. An old man was caught up with, and begged for mercy with a pale face. He almost knelt there. Lin Sun didn't even look at him. He pressed his finger, and the old man's forehead was pierced, and a flower of blood splashed out. The horror on his face froze, and he fell straight in a pool of blood. Boom, all of a sudden, an ancient bronze umbrella that blotted out the sky and covered the sun fell. Millions upon millions of rays of light fell. Those were divine chains that interweaved in the sky. They seemed to be cast from divine gold, dazzling and suppressing Lin Sun. This was a formidable emperor weapon that blotted out the sky and formed a terrifying domain that seemed capable of confining mountains and rivers. Being enveloped within it was like being sent to hell, like being confined as a prisoner. This vile creature has been suppressed. Everyone, quickly kill him. A middle-aged man that looked like a scholar shouted loudly, his voice filled with excitement. The ancient bronze umbrella was one of his great killing weapons. At this moment, it unexpectedly trapped Lin Sun in it. As the scholar recited ancient and obscure scriptures, the ancient bronze umbrella seemed to wake up from silence, and strange symbols emerged like a tide, releasing boundless chi of imprisonment. Seeing that Lin Sun was trapped, the expressions of many changed, and they activated various sovereign weapons to slash at Lin Sun. This was indeed an opportunity. Activate the forbidden weapons and kill him. Someone roared with a grim voice, and his eyes were ferocious. He hated Lin Sun to the extreme. Everyone, we have no way out. No one can escape in this trial world, so we can only kill him. Otherwise, even if we can escape now, we'll still die if he encounters us in the future. A black-robed man's eyes were gloomy as he spat out mouthfuls of scarlet and bloody talismans, and then he sacrificed them. Swish, the talisman suddenly enlarged, and it transformed into a blood-colored diagram that covered an area of 30 kilometers. It shattered the ground, annihilated the sky, and revealed a strange scene of demons wreaking havoc in the world. It descended together with the ancient bronze umbrella, and they trapped Lin Sun within them as if they wanted to refine him into a pool of blood. The air was hazy, and ghosts and gods howled. Quick, this is a rare opportunity. Kill him. Everyone, don't shrink back. This is the moment to annihilate this bastard. The others cried out when they saw this. Their originally terrified hearts transformed into a type of indescribable ecstasy at this moment. Lin Sun frowned. This ancient bronze umbrella was very special. Besides being a terrifying sovereign weapon, it also contained a strange willpower, and it seemed to be the aura of a Tao ancestor. Moreover, the blood-colored talisman wasn't simple either. It contained a dense forbidden spell, and there were countless phantoms of souls howling within it. It was extremely horrifying. Kill, we must kill him. Amidst the loud cries, numerous sovereign weapons whistled as they shuttled between the heavens and the earth. They flowed with monstrous divine radiance, and their murderous intent shook the 9 heavens. This was a catastrophe. All sorts of light exploded, and all of them charged up, causing the heavens and the earth to be riddled with holes and ruined beyond recognition. This time, he should be dead, right? A person spoke with a trembling voice. No, he's not dead. In the next moment, everyone present was shocked. In the distance, the light of the Tao surged into the sky. An ancient bronze umbrella had actually been seized by Lin Sun, and he'd teleported it to another area. That round of extremely terrifying and destructive attacks from before still hadn't hit him, and it had only destroyed an area. No. Suddenly, the scholarly man screamed in anger. Lin Sun casually pressed the ancient bronze umbrella into the abyssal sword cauldron, and the scholarly man, whose connection had been severed, spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. This scene shocked some people to the point that their scalps went numb. Snatching an ancient emperor weapon with his bare hands. Everyone, don't panic. He hasn't broken free from the shackles yet. He's still suppressed by my great blood demon talisman. The black-robed man let out a long howl. Everyone, quickly attack and kill him. Everyone looked up and saw that the blood-colored talismans were rolling around where Lin Sun was, forming a terrible blood-colored ripple that suppressed Lin Sun. Kill. Everyone took action again, all of them activating all kinds of secret treasures without any regard for the price. Brilliant lights overflowed, submerging that place. Buzz, in Lin Sun's abyssal sword cauldron, a simple and unadorned Taoist sword emerged, flowing with shimmering purple brilliance, and chopped at the bloody talisman. The sword light was like a rainbow, clanging. Although the blood-colored talisman was a very strange secret treasure, it was constantly cracked. Finally, in a dazzling light, the blood-colored talisman suddenly exploded, turning into a sky full of blood-colored light rain that swept in all directions. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. Originally, he had planned to subdue this treasure, but unfortunately, the situation was urgent, and he had to destroy it with brute force. My treasure! The black-robed man screamed in shock, as if his heart and flesh had been destroyed. At this time, Lin Sun had already launched a counterattack. Like a god descending to the mortal world, he was invincible. He attacked one after another with the abyssal sword cauldron, smashing several weapons in the world, splitting mountains and seas. His supernatural power was immeasurable. Now, the battle was one-sided, and there was no more suspense. The remaining emperors didn't dare to take any chances, and fled again with fear in their hearts. Previously, the siege and attack couldn't kill him. Even with the help of secret treasures, they couldn't kill him. Under such circumstances, who didn't know that Lin Sun was not someone they could fight against at all? Taoism pure, we can sit down and talk. Stop for the time being. I'm willing to pay a price that will satisfy you. I only ask for my life. Someone was caught by Lin Sun. He was so scared that he begged bitterly. As soon as his voice fell, he was slapped into a bloody mud by Lin Sun and died on the spot. Lin Sun didn't stop and continued to chase. There were only a dozen or so emperors left. Although they fled in all directions, Lin Sun had already remembered their breaths and appearances. Boom, Wudi's spiritual bow was pulled up. In the raging sound of wind and thunder, the blue arrow burst into the sky. A few hundred kilometers away, a figure that was fleeing in panic was suddenly blasted apart. He was killed by a single arrow, and his body and Tao vanished. Another person was killed. Lin Sun rushed in another direction with great speed. The person he was pursuing was a woman in blue clothes. She seemed to have noticed that the situation was bad, so she suddenly gritted her teeth as she fled and withdrew a string of crimson-red bells. After that, she opened her mouth and spat out a few tens of mouthfuls of blood essence. Instantly, the crimson-red bells seemed as if they'd eaten their fill, and they emanated a wave of bewitching and horrifying chimes. The woman in blue seemed to have lost most of her life and became very weak. Obviously, she had paid a heavy price. She suddenly crushed the red bells. Bang, the magnificent red rain of light drifted and disappeared in the void. At the same time, Lin Sun's hair stood on end and his body was in pain. It seemed that a peerless weapon was about to pierce his heart, which posed an extreme threat. It was too sudden. Lin Sun was shocked. At this moment, he did not hesitate to put the abyssal sword cauldron around him. Clang, a deafening explosion resounded. An incomparably strange crimson needle, as thin as a cow's hair, was narrowly blocked by the abyssal sword cauldron, and then exploded. The resulting torrent of power shook Lin to the point that he staggered. And in the distance, puff, the woman in blue coughed up a mouthful of blood, showing a look of despair. This was her trump card, and she had to pay half of the price of Tao. Who would have thought that it would still be blocked? I'll kill you. The woman in blue screamed and rushed towards Lin Sun as if her body was burning. Obviously, she intended to die together with him. Lin Sun looked indifferent. His combat power was extremely strong. With a palm strike, the figure of the woman in blue exploded in the air. Then, Lin Sun did not stop and still chased after her. Brother, why do you force me like this? Soon, a gray-haired man was caught up with and couldn't help shouting in grief and indignation. But Lin Sun didn't care at all. He stepped forward and kicked out. The gray-haired man's head was broken into pieces and he was killed on the spot. However, when Lin Sun wanted to chase the remaining 6 or 7 enemies, they had already disappeared in different directions. Lin Sun was only one person after all, and he didn't intend to expose his 5 doppelgangers at this moment, so he couldn't go to different directions to kill the enemies. Lin Sun immediately stopped and his eyes were cold. He wasn't willing to give up. As long as he was in this trial world, he was confident that he could kill all the enemies one by one. He turned around and went back the way he came. At the same time, the remaining people had long been scared out of their wits. They had never been as desperate as they were today. In the past, they dominated a region with immeasurable power and looked up to all living beings in the world. But now, they were being chased like dogs. When the two were compared, one couldn't help but sigh. On the battlefield, it was a scene of destruction. Lin Sun returned and planned to clean up the spoils of war. But just when he was about to do it, he suddenly sensed something and couldn't help snorting. Looting a burning house? You're courting death. As soon as he said that, Lin Sun was like an immortal furnace, emitting a monstrous Tao light. His entire body rushed out, looking more terrifying than a god. He punched out. Boom, in a place far away, the void exploded, and a figure was violently jolted back. It was a young man in a luxurious robe. Panic flashed in his eyes, and he said with a gloomy face, Xianxia, I have no enmity with you. Why are you attacking me? My spoils of war are not something you can touch. As Lin Sun spoke, the abyssal sword cauldron had already whistled out. In the blink of an eye, the young man in a luxurious robe was smashed into blood. Lin Sun raised his hand and waved, putting away the storage treasure on the young man. After doing all this, Lin Sun's eyes were like lightning as he glanced in all directions and said coldly, You can watch the battle in the dark, but don't blame me for being rude if anyone dares to have any wild thoughts. His voice spread in all directions. After that, he began to clean up the battlefield. During the previous battle, Lin Sun had already noticed that there were many terrifying auras hidden in the dark, and they were all watching the battle. But they didn't get involved, and Lin Sun couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Who would have thought that when he returned just now, the young man in a luxurious robe would take advantage of his absence to snatch the spoils of war, and that was intolerable to Lin Sun. In the dark, many cultivators had ugly expressions. They were quite displeased by Lin Sun's rude warning. But no one dared to jump out. In the previous battle, the terrifying killing power that Lin Sun displayed had already shocked them, and they didn't dare to challenge Lin Sun. For a time, many people left secretly. Not long after Lin Sun finished cleaning up the spoils of war, a low and hoarse voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Xianxia, you're facing a great calamity. Good luck. Lin Sun's eyes flashed with killing intent, and his divine sense swept towards the direction of the voice, but he found that the place was already empty. Good luck? I'd like to see who can leave this trial world alive. Lin Sun's heart was boiling with killing intent. The previous encounter made him feel a dangerous undercurrent against him, and he didn't intend to keep a low profile anymore. Whoosh, not long after, Lin Sun moved through the void and left. A great battle had just occurred here, and it was not advisable to stay for long. An hour later. In the depths of a rolling mountain range. Lin Sun casually set up a restriction, and then released a spirit from the abyssal sword cauldron. This was a spirit that was captured by him in the battle just now, and it belonged to an old man at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Lin Sun's eyes were deep, and he said bluntly, "Are you going to let me search your soul, or take the initiative to answer some of my questions?" The old man was left with only a spirit, and he had long been desperate. Hearing Lin Sun's words, he said without hesitation, "Go ahead, Taoist brother. I promise to tell you everything I know, and only ask for a quick death. P.S. Well, there will be an extra update tonight. About 10 p.m. Are you surprised? Looking for monthly votes. Strive to enter the top 20. After a quarter of an hour." Bang! Lin Sun waved his sleeve and erased the spirit of the old man. The old man had told him what he wanted to know, and he was sure that there was no need for him to hide anything. The whole story was simple. As early as in Starting City, when Xiaoheng had secretly won over some Emperor Realm cultivators, he offered a condition that no Emperor Realm cultivator could refuse. As long as Lin Sun was killed in the trial ground, these strong cultivators would have the opportunity to become his guards and go to the eternal world with him. Even if they did not want to join him, they could get 10 star sources as long as they fought Lin Sun together. 10 star sources, according to the market value, were worth 55 eternal void crystals. More importantly, with this item, he could smoothly leave Beginning City and continue his journey to the eternal true world. This surprised Lin Sun. How could Wen Xiaoheng be so rich? But soon, Lin Sun understood that the reason why Wen Xiaoheng dared to make the promise was that he had Heng Tianxua's guarantee. Lin Sun understood it all at once. With the guarantee of Heng Tianxua, an ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator, how could they refuse such a tempting offer? This was also why Lin Sun was attacked as soon as he entered the trial ground. Lin Sun finally understood why those people had clamored before. In this trial ground, no matter who met him, they would regard him as prey. Men die for wealth, while birds die for food. This saying may be a little cliché, but it is an unbreakable truth since ancient times. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed. He was not afraid of Wen Xiaoheng's scheme, but he had to consider the threat from Heng Tianxua. "You see me as your enemy, so what if I destroy you?" Lin Sun had already sentenced Heng Tianxua to death in his heart. Next, he began to count the spoils. In the previous battle, he had killed more than 10 Emperor Realm cultivators. Among them, 3 were 9 realm ancestors, 2 were peerless figures, and the rest were ordinary Emperor Realm cultivators. The spoils of war they had collected were also of all sorts. Among them, there were more than 3 million first-class Eternal Void crystals, 5 underworld pearls, and more than 20 Emperor weapons and ancient treasures. Other divine materials were piled up like mountains. According to Lin Sun's rough estimation, they were worth at least 1 million Eternal Void crystals. Apart from that, there were also some miscellaneous items such as secret manuals, cultivation methods, pills, and so on. Good harvest. Lin Sun showed a satisfied expression. What he lacked the most at this moment was a large amount of wealth. Only in this way would he be able to exchange for even more underworld pearls and completely condense those 9 netherworld Dao markings. Then, Lin Sun took out an ancient bronze umbrella. This was a miraculous ancient treasure that contained strange restraining Dao markings within it. It blotted out the sky and enveloped the surroundings, and it was called the heaven-supporting umbrella. This treasure was originally branded with the willpower of one Dao ancestor, but now it had been destroyed and erased by Lin Sun. The reason why Lin Sun paid attention to this treasure was that the ancient bronze umbrella was filled with wisps of immortal characteristics, which was very unusual. Undoubtedly, it was a heavily damaged Eternal Dao weapon. Even though it was like that, its might was much more formidable and terrifying than most imperial artifacts. But what Lin Sun valued more was the immortal substance in this treasure. Based on his understanding, this undying substance was incredibly valuable and valuable. If it was in the eternal true world, it would be a valuable material that was at the level of an earthly treasure. It could be used to refine an immortal Dao soldier. After playing with the sky umbrella for a while, Lin Sun decided to set off. Buzz Lin Sun's identity plate appeared. With a slight sense, Lin Sun could tell that a wisp of aura surged out from the identity plate and pointed into the distance. According to the rules of the trial, within a month, only by entering the area pointed out by the identity plate could one open the path to the outside world and leave this place. The world of the trial was divided into 9 large areas. This also meant that Lin Sun needed to enter the area pointed out by his identity plate before he could leave this place. However, Lin Sun was still not sure which area he would reach in the end. Swoosh, Lin Sun's figure flickered, and he moved according to the guidance of his identity plate. There are different kinds of dangers distributed in the 9 large areas. The places where stellar sources are buried are usually places where dangers occur frequently. On the way, the cyan sparrow hidden in the sachet guided him. Among them, the most terrifying area is the 9th area. Since ancient times until now, all those who entered that area have died there. Not a single one survived. However, in today's times, the governor's mansion will no longer arrange people to go to the 9th area for those who participate in the trial, because it is no different from courting death. As soon as he heard this, Lin Sun's heart suddenly sank. You mean, which area can the strong who participate in the trial enter is arranged by the governor's mansion? Of course. The cyan sparrow said without thinking. Lin Sun's expression suddenly became uncertain. He had a strong premonition that he had already been schemed by Xianxia. Are you suspecting that? The cyan sparrow obviously guessed something, and her tone suddenly changed. If so, isn't it the end? Lin Sun took a deep breath, restrained the killing intent in his heart, and said, Cyan Sparrow, do you know what dangers are hidden in the 9th area? It is said that it is the core place where the deities of the last era lived. But after the changes of the era, the 9th area has become the most strange and ominous place. The cyan sparrow also realized that Lin Sun's situation was very likely to become bad. She didn't dare to hide anything and told everything she knew. However, after listening to it, Lin Sun found that what the cyan sparrow knew was just some rumors. No one knew what kind of dangers existed in the 9th area. Since ancient times, all those who entered the 9th area had died. Even the powerful existences at the immortal realm couldn't survive. This made the killing intent in Lin Sun's heart more turbulent, and his face became gloomy. He had never offended Xianxia at all, but Xianxia made such a cruel and vicious arrangement because of Wen Xiaoheng. Obviously, he didn't intend to let Lin Sun leave alive. The most important thing now is to get Star Source. It is not too late to think about leaving when the trial is approaching. Lin Sun didn't change his direction. As far as he knew, if he wanted to reach the 9th area, he had to pass through the 1st area to the 8th area until he reached the deepest part of the trial, where the 9th area was located. There was enough time for him to search for Star Source along the way. 2 hours later. Lin Sun suddenly stopped, with a surprised look on his face. In front of him, a gray mist appeared. It filled the surroundings and permeated the boundless space and time. Even though his heaven's eye could see through falsehood and see through vanity, it was unable to see through the gray mist that filled the surroundings. However, he could feel that there seemed to be a force thousands of times more powerful than the operation of stars surging in the gray fog. In front of this force, even the ancestor of Wen Tao was as vulnerable as an ant. In front of this force, even the ancestor of Wen Tao was as vulnerable as an ant. This is the boundary barrier of the trial, similar to the space crystal wall between the big world and the small world, the cyan sparrow pointed out. So, behind the gray fog is the 1st zone? Lin Sun was lost in thought. Yes, with the identity certificate in your hand, you can easily pass through this barrier without worrying about being hurt, the cyan sparrow replied. I see. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. The power in the gray fog was so terrible that it was enough to kill a Tao ancestor. If he broke in rashly, he would definitely die. He didn't hesitate any longer, and in the next moment, he'd already stepped into the gray mist and vanished. The 1st area. The mountains rose and fell, and the earth was crisscrossed with ravines. This was a world that was like a desolate ruin. Whether it was the mountains, rocks, or the earth, everywhere showed a withered and desolate aura of death. The air was filled with a heavy and oppressive murderous aura. As the wind blew, it was like thousands of sharp blades sweeping through, and it cut shocking cracks on the surface of the mountains. What a terrifying murderous aura. After Lin Sun entered the gray fog, he came to this world. The murderous aura that was everywhere raged like countless blades. If an ordinary cultivator came here, he would probably be cut into countless pieces before he could react. This place was very desolate. He didn't even see a single living being along the way for hundreds of miles. All he saw were bare rocks and gravel, and it was completely silent. Gusts of strong wind swept past like raging swords, fierce and ghastly. Even Lin Sun had to run his cultivation to feel much more relaxed. "Are there any characteristics of the place where the stellar source is buried?" he asked. The stellar source was the source energy of the stars, and it contained the profound mysteries of the Great Way. In the countless years of the past, this trial world would frequently devour numerous stars from the universe. After these stars fell into the trial world, they would undergo a wonderful change, and they would transform into stellar source that contained different attributes of laws and were buried in different places. Some stellar source were incomplete, and some were complete, and the attributes they contained were different. Some stellar source with excellent quality could even give birth to unimaginable mysteries of the Great Way. In the eyes of cultivators, the stellar source was not only a treasure to comprehend the Great Way, but also a rare divine material to refine a sovereign weapon. While the sovereign weapon absorbed the stellar source, it could also obtain the mysteries of the Great Way within the stellar source, and it could be said to be marvelous. This was also the reason why the stellar source was so expensive. The Green Sparrow quickly said, "Life force. As long as there is life force, there will definitely be a stellar source. You have also seen it, this training ground is a land of death where not even a blade of grass grows. As long as there is life force, it will definitely be discovered at the first instant." "So that's how it is." Lin Sun nodded. Suddenly, a huge ferocious bird flew across the sky. Its wings were thousands of meters long, and it stirred up a gust of wind. It flew from the distant sky in an instant. There were 7 or 8 figures on the back of the ferocious bird. Seeing Lin Sun walking alone, they seemed to be very surprised, and their faces showed a strange expression. When they saw Lin Sun's appearance, the faces of these figures suddenly became subtle. Some were greedy, some were surprised, and some were excited. It was as if they had inadvertently encountered a long-cherished prey. P.S. Here's the update. Well, seeing everyone's enthusiasm in voting, maybe there'll be an update tomorrow? Library of Literature. The ferocious bird soared into the sky and approached Lin Sun aggressively. Lin Sun immediately stopped and looked over indifferently with a hint of coldness at the corner of his lips. Someone else saw him as prey again. Coincidentally, wasn't this a group of prey to him as well? Lin Sun knew very well that these people clearly didn't know about the bloody incident at the entrance of the trial ground. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to approach him so aggressively. "Ha ha ha, Ling Xuanzi, I didn't expect to see you here." On the ferocious bird, a tall and skinny man in a luxurious robe couldn't help but laugh as he stared at Lin Sun fearlessly. The others were tempted. This group of people was extraordinary, and they came from the same camp. The leading man in luxurious robe was a peerless great emperor with a 7th stage cultivation. He even had 2 9th realm martial ancestors with him. Among all the experts participating in the trial, this lineup was already very strong and shouldn't be underestimated. "I'm happy to meet all of you too," Lin Sun revealed a bright smile. This caused everyone to be stunned, and they were slightly surprised. From what they knew, although Ling Xuanzi had assassinated Wen Xiaoheng before, he didn't succeed. Moreover, the reason why he was able to avoid being killed by the city lord's mansion was because of Tan Taifeng. No one would believe that Ling Xuanzi, who was only a 6th stage martial emperor, would be so strong. Moreover, they knew that Ling Xuanzi came from a broken place like the starry sky ancient path. Even if he had a backer, it was completely negligible. It was because of this judgment that they had enough confidence to face Lin Sun. But now, Lin Sun's calm attitude made them feel a little uneasy. Right at this moment, a deep and magnetic sneer was heard. "A bunch of idiots. Ling Xuanzi just killed more than 10 great emperors, including many peerless great emperors and 9th realm martial ancestors. Are you guys courting death by treating him as prey?" The voice echoed in the sky like the sonorous voice of the Tao. Far away, a figure appeared out of nowhere. He was handsome and wore a black Taoist robe. His sleeves fluttered, and when he opened and closed his eyes, chaotic chi filled the air. Beneath his feet was a green gourd that was as large as a boat. His extraordinary demeanor was unparalleled. Lin Sun frowned. As for the man in luxurious robes and the others who stood on the ferocious bird, they all revealed shocked expressions, and their hearts trembled. Is this for real? This Ling Xuanzi is so monstrous. Even though they were cursed as idiots, they recognized the origins of that man in Taoist robes, and they were very sure that with his identity, he disdained to lie at all. For a moment, they retreated subconsciously, keeping a distance from Lin Sun as if he was a scourge. Are you going to help them? Lin Sun asked, some information about them emerging in his mind. Yu Duqiu. Juing was an 8th-level martial monarch, nicknamed Emperor Zhu Lu. Just like Feng Junlin, he came from the Godly Rise starfield, which was ranked number 1 in the world. His background was extremely extraordinary, and his natural talent was extraordinary. He had cultivated in the profound way for 9,000 years, and his foundation was unfathomable. Yu Duqiu was also one of the few people who Lin Sun paid attention to among those who participated in the trial this time. After all, he was a peak 8th-level great emperor. Merely this cultivation was sufficient to make it impossible for anyone to disregard him. Yu Duqiu, who was extraordinarily handsome in a Taoist robe, shook his head and smiled. I'm just reminding them, lest they die without knowing how they died. The expression of the man in the luxurious robe and the others on the ferocious bird was rather ugly, but after hearing Yu Duqiu's words, they did not dare to take it lightly. Lin Sun glanced at Yu Duqiu, then turned around and left. Watching him leave, Yu Duqiu seemed to be in deep thought. The man in the luxurious robe finally couldn't help but ask, Brother, is Ling Xuanzi really that terrifying? You don't believe me? Then you can go and try. Remember, I'm only reminding you out of goodwill this time because you're all from the Godly Rise starfield. Next time, you better pray for your own good. After saying that, Yu Duqiu stepped on the giant green calabash and teleported away. The man in the luxurious robe and the others looked at each other, and all of them broke out in cold sweat. Just now, they walked on the edge of death. After Lin Sun traveled for another few thousand miles, the smell of blood began to appear on the road. Apart from that, there were also some fragments of magic treasures and traces of an intense battle. Clearly, they had entered a dangerous area. Even Lin Sun became cautious when he arrived here. Not long after, a huge lake appeared in his field of vision. The lake was surging with golden starlight. It was bright and translucent, and it dyed the world golden. The thing that caused one's heart to palpitate was that the golden lake actually emitted an extremely terrifying and sharp aura, and it threw this expanse of the heavens and the earth into chaos and emitted ripping sounds. When they got closer, they felt as if their skin was being cut by a knife, and it was so piercing that they almost couldn't open their eyes. At this moment, there were already many figures standing around the golden lake. All of them were on high alert and ready, as if there was a shocking treasure in the golden lake. It was also here that Lin Sun felt a rush of vitality. This made him realize that there was a stellar source in the lake that was covered in golden starlight. I've been wandering around this area for a long time. Only this place is filled with a sharp aura of gold, and the Tao is born. Based on this, the stellar source buried in the depths of this lake must contain the power of laws related to the Tao of gold. I just don't know what kind of danger is hidden in this lake. Just now, someone barged in and was instantly killed by the terrifying golden wave. That scene was too terrifying. A low voice sounded. Hearing these conversations, Lin Sun knew that someone had already made a move just now, but he lost his life in this golden lake. No wonder, even though there were many Emperor Realm cultivators here, no one dared to make a move. They were obviously waiting for an opportunity. Lin Sun's arrival also attracted the attention of many people. Just like the man in a luxurious robe and his group, they seemed to have found a new prey. Lin Sun ignored them. Among the people scattered around the lake, there was no one worthy of attention. He cast his gaze on the golden lake. In an instant, Lin Sun clearly sensed that the depths of this lake was filled with an extremely strong aura of the Tao of gold. It was so shocking that it was almost materialized. But at the same time, there was some dangerous aura lurking in it, like water ghosts and ghosts. It was covered by the golden starlight and couldn't be seen through. Everyone, Ling Xuanzi has appeared here. Why don't we make a move together and capture him? In this way, why do we need to take the risk to fight for the stellar source in this lake? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. It came from an old man in a crane cloak and holding a snake-shaped cane. He emitted the aura of an ancestor of the 9th realm. As soon as he said that, many people looked at Lin Sun, eager to make a move. Everyone knew that when Xiaoheng had already promised that as long as they could kill Lin Sun, they would be able to obtain 10 stellar sources and leave Starting City. If they were willing, they could even follow Wen Xiaoheng and head to Eternal True World with him, this was a temptation that many people couldn't refuse. At that moment, Lin Sun's figure flashed and appeared in front of the old man in the crane cloak. The abyssal sword cauldron descended from the sky and rumbled as it attacked. Everyone was stunned. This Ling Xuanzi was too overbearing. He attacked just because he didn't agree with him. The old man in the crane cloak snorted coldly and waved the snake-shaped cane, striking out. The power was great. After all, it was the power of a ninth realm ancestor. Ordinary Emperor realm cultivators had to avoid this attack. But accompanied by a deafening explosion, the snake-shaped cane was shattered with a crack, and an endless rain of light burst out. The old man's expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only take it head-on. Boom, that area seemed as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing, and the destructive energy it emanated swept towards the surroundings. It crushed space and caused explosions that shook the heavens and the earth to rumble. In the midst of the collision, the old man in the crane cloak was completely suppressed by the abyssal sword cauldron. His skin and bones exploded inch by inch, and he let out a shrill scream. In the end, he was crushed, and his body and soul were destroyed. The bloody and domineering scene shocked the Emperor realm cultivators near the Golden Lake, and their souls almost left their bodies. Who would have thought that a ninth realm ancestor with monstrous power would be killed in the blink of an eye? Was this something a peak 6th level emperor could do? At that moment, the greed and killing intent in everyone's heart disappeared, and it was replaced by endless coldness. The way they looked at Lin Sun changed completely. Who else wants to try? Lin Sun's eyes were like lightning as he glanced at everyone. No one dared to look him in the eye. The terrifying murderous power had deeply shocked these Emperor realm cultivators. If you don't want to die, leave now, Lin Sun said coldly. In one sentence, he ordered them to leave. He wanted to occupy the Golden Lake. Many people looked at each other, but in the end, no one dared to resist. They suppressed the unwillingness in their hearts, turned around and left. Brother, this star source has been targeted by us for a long time, but you want to occupy this place alone. Aren't you looking down on us too much? Someone said angrily. Boom, Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grabbed. A huge hand that covered the sky swept across the sky, and with unparalleled terrifying power, it grabbed the person fiercely. Not to mention resisting, he didn't even have the strength to struggle. It was like an eagle catching a chick. In fact, this person was just an ordinary 7th level Emperor realm cultivator. In Lin Sun's eyes, this person was nothing. Go, enter the lake and test its depth. If you can survive, consider yourself lucky. If you're harmed, you can only blame your bad luck, Lin Sun said indifferently. The people who had not left were horrified when they saw this. You. How dare you treat me like this? My senior brother will definitely kill you. That person was startled and angered. He cried out repeatedly, feeling terrified. He had never expected that just a few words of discontent from his mouth would provoke a fatal calamity. Lin Sun didn't care at all. Such a threat was useless to him. He swung his hand. Whoosh, the person was directly thrown into the Golden Lake. This person was also good. After falling into the lake, he immediately chose to rush out. However, as soon as his figure reached the sky above the lake, a huge golden whirlpool rushed up and directly pulled him back into the lake. He disappeared in an instant. After seeing this sudden scene, people around the lake couldn't help but gasp and their faces changed greatly. Even Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. No matter how weak an existence at the 7th level of the Emperor realm was, it was still an existence that the myriad of living beings in the colossal world could only look up to. Yet now, he'd been swallowed by the Golden Lake in the blink of an eye and vanished. This was too horrifying, and Lin Sun couldn't help but shudder. Rumble, a wave of boiling sounds that sounded like rumbling thunder resounded from the bottom of the lake, and it shook the heavens and the earth. It caused the entire Golden Lake to roil violently as if something shocking was about to be born, and it caused a great commotion. The Emperor realm experts that hadn't left were astounded, and they retreated repeatedly from this terrifying aura. Such a commotion was too terrifying. Once they were affected by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. After that, under numerous shocked gazes, the Golden Lake suddenly started to condense and shrink rapidly. In the time of a few breaths, the enormous lake that covered an area of 30 kilometers had finally condensed into a blazing and dazzling golden sphere. The spear seemed as if it was made by the heavens, and it was branded with extremely dense and profound veins and markings. It floated in midair and emanated a murderous aura that tore the nearby space into countless cracks. Most astounding of it all was that the spear was like a rain of light that transformed into numerous tiny golden figures that fluttered around the leaves, and it was an extremely strange sight. Stellar source weaponization, and the laws are connected to the soul. This is a complete stellar source of the highest quality, and the laws of the Grand Tao contained within it are extraordinary. Someone exclaimed with shock while breathing heavily, and even his eyes had turned red. It was as if he'd seen a peerless beauty taking off her clothes and revealing her perfect body that caused countless people to drool. Stellar source was a type of mysterious precious treasure that was scattered and buried in the world of the trial. The higher the quality of a stellar source, the rarer it was, and the more shocking its value was. Moreover, a stellar source that was able to transform into a weapon like this one before them was extremely rare, and it was worthy of being called a peerless treasure. If one was able to obtain it, then it would undoubtedly be a great fortune. Now, such a precious treasure had appeared, and it instantly caused a stir in the surroundings and drew many greedy gazes. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. He'd never imagined that his luck would be so good, and the first stellar source he'd encountered was already so shocking. His black pupils were like bolts of lightning as he swept the surroundings with his gaze, and then he said indifferently, "Even though the treasure is tempting, it depends on whether one has the life to fight for it." His words were like a bucket of cold water that was poured onto the Emperor realm experts present here, and it caused their entire bodies to tremble while the greed in their hearts transformed into terror. Whoosh! At the same time, Lin Sun had already taken action and grabbed the golden spear in the air. A strange scene appeared. The golden spear seemed to have a mind of its own. With a gentle sweep, a torrential rain of golden light whizzed out and wiped out Lin Sun's palm power. What? Lin Sun's face changed slightly. Even a ninth realm ancestor would have to use all his strength to defuse the power of his grasp. But now, they were easily swept away by the golden spear. This scene caused the pupils of the nearby emperors to shrink, and then they were overjoyed. They were naturally unwilling to let such a miraculous stellar source fall into Lin Sun's hands. Clang! The golden war spear released a clear cry. Like a streak of golden lightning, it tore through the sky, unexpectedly wishing to leave. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't care less about anything else. He suddenly took out the abyssal sword cauldron and suppressed the golden spear. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, the golden spear erupted with monstrous killing energy, and it collided with the abyssal sword cauldron incessantly, causing earth-shattering rumbles. The terrifying power made many emperors tremble. It was just a stellar source, how could it have such a terrifying killing aura? And this also strengthened Lin Sun's determination to subdue the spear. He used all his strength and operated his cultivation. Not long after, in a burst of explosive sounds, the golden spear was firmly suppressed. The golden light that burst out from it was crushed inch by inch, and it made a wailing sound. Damn it! Is the stellar source going to fall into this guy's hands? That's not for sure. After he subdues the treasure, if we attack together, we may have a chance to snatch it. Seeing that Lin Sun was about to subdue the stellar source, the eyes of the people present flickered, and they were somewhat eager to make a move. However, someone made a move earlier than them. Swoosh! A crimson light suddenly swept out of the air and aimed at the back of Lin Sun's head. Its speed was faster than lightning, and it carried a terrifying penetrating force, and its momentum was extremely shocking. Lin Sun seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Without looking back, he stretched out his arm, and with a bang, he crushed the spear, turning it into a fine rain of fire that scattered in the air. Interesting, you're actually able to resist a strike of mine. Along with this voice, an extremely robust figure appeared. This man's entire body was enveloped in crimson flames, and he was like a fiend god that was rampaging. His cold eyes were like blades, and he carried a monstrous and piercingly cold baleful aura that swept through the sky with boundless ferocity. There were a few people following behind him, and all of their strengths were rather strong. Huayanj! A wave of exclamations resounded in the surroundings as they recognized the ferocious man. This person was from the profound sky galaxy that was ranked second in the colossal world. According to rumor, he was a peak 8th level demon emperor from the profound Sky Dao mountain, and his true form was a fire Qilin that possessed extremely ferocious and abnormal cultivation. This stellar source is mine. Ling Xuanzi, hurry up and fuck off if you don't want to die. As soon as Huiyang arrived, he revealed an extremely domineering attitude, and his figure teleported while carrying a myriad of flames as he soared into the sky. The flames were like a tide as Huiyang swung his fist out, causing the heavens and the earth to collapse as a myriad of flames erupted, and it seemed as if it intended to incinerate the heavens and the earth. Obviously, he intended to seize the critical moment when Lin Sun dealt with and suppressed the golden spear to kill Lin Sun and seize the treasure. Lin Sun didn't dodge, nor did he turn around to engage in a fierce battle. His entire body glowed while a large abyss surged out from his body, and it emanated an obscure energy that seemed capable of devouring the surroundings. Rumble, the might of Huiyang's palm strike hadn't even approached when it was crushed and obliterated by the large abyss, and it emanated an ear-piercing rumble. It seemed to be light. But in reality, Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Huiyang's strength was extremely formidable, and the surging flames contained boundless incineration energy. If it wasn't for him circulating his cultivation with all his might, it would be utterly impossible for him to deal with it so easily. But this thought merely flashed in his mind. In the next moment, Lin Sun was already concentrated before him, and the abyssal sword cauldron ceaselessly emanated its might, and it was already on the verge of completely suppressing the golden spear. Fuck off! Huiyang shouted explosively while his body was like a torrent of flames that was coiled with a violent glow of flames, and he opened his mouth to spit out a sea of flames that covered the heavens and the earth as it swept towards Lin Sun. For a time, the entire heavens and the earth were filled with flames, and it dyed the surrounding 5,000 kilometers red while its impetus was monstrous and oppressive to the extreme. Everyone was able to discern that if Lin Sun didn't resist such an attack, then he would definitely suffer a heavy injury. But if he made a move, then all his previous efforts might be in vain, and he would miss the golden spear. Most importantly, there were still many strong people eyeing him covetously in the surroundings, and more people were rushing over from afar. The situation was full of variables. So, if he lost this opportunity before him, it would be impossible to get it back. At this moment, Lin Sun's eyes turned cold, and the killing intent in his heart surged violently. Whoosh! Suddenly, the 5 clones of Greenwood, Chihua, Platinum, Blackwater, and Yellow Earth burst out, and each exerted their utmost strength and released their innate abilities at the first possible moment. The way of life and death, the eyes of burning ashes, the sharpness, the seal of all living beings, all of a sudden, all of them charged towards Huiyang. Caught off guard, Huiyang's pupils dilated in shock, and his face turned green. He felt a fatal threat, and he didn't hesitate to use his trump card. Buzz, a snow-white beast bone surging with flames appeared, and it instantly transformed into a fire Qilin that was as huge as a mountain, and it released a boundlessly terrifying and violent aura of incineration. This piece of heaven and earth fell into an unprecedented turbulence. Taoism raged, and blazing rays of light scattered in all directions. The sun and moon lost their light, and the sky darkened. It was incomparably tragic. The nearby emperors were all shocked, and they hurriedly retreated. Such a battle made them feel suffocated and terrified. Puff, in the battlefield, Huiyang's figure shot out, smashing through the void, and before he could stand still, he had already coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, his body was broken, and blood flowed out. It was obvious that he had suffered a heavy injury in this battle. Many people were dumbfounded. Huiyang was a peak 8th level emperor, a pure-blooded descendant of Fire Qilin, and his foundation and talent were heaven-defying. But in a head-on clash, he suffered a heavy setback. Who would dare to imagine this before? Even Huiyang himself had a gloomy expression, and his heart was shaken. He didn't expect that dealing with Ling Xuanzi, a peak 6th level emperor, would cause him to be injured. This was even unacceptable to him. Boom! In the distance, the 5 clones exploded, and each of their auras was not weaker than Lin Sun's, as if 5 Lin Sun were attacking with all their strength. Just the aura that covered the sky and earth caused Huiyang's heart to turn cold, and he immediately chose to retreat, not daring to fight head-on. Previously, he had already used a trump card, and after seeing how terrifying Lin Sun was, he had already realized that if he continued to fight, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. Seeing Fire Cloud Song cower, many people were dumbfounded. Previously, he was so overbearing, and showed the supreme bearing of an 8th-level emperor, but now, he took the initiative to retreat. Did this mean that Xianxia had already sensed the danger, and realized that he wasn't a match for Xianxia at this moment? Boom! Lin Sun's main body activated the abyssal sword cauldron, and finally subdued the golden spear, suppressing it into the sword cauldron. He suddenly turned around, and his eyes were as cold as lightning as he locked onto Xianxia in the distance, and his killing intent spread out like a tide. Xianxia's face was livid, and he didn't retreat, but there was a faint fear in his eyes. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, suddenly, in the distant sky, there was a faint sound of something piercing through the air. It was like a note of death, and it made everyone's heart tighten. This meant that many powerful figures were rushing over. Lin Sun also knew that he couldn't delay any longer, or there would be changes if he delayed. "You'd better pray that you don't run into me again next time," Lin Sun said, and put away the 5 clones, and moved away. Even when they saw his figure disappear, no one dared to chase after him. "Bastard! I'll definitely kill you next time." "Definitely." Lin Sun's words made Xianxia suffer great provocation and humiliation, and he screamed, and his aura was violent, and his expression was terrifying. The whole place was silent, and a strange emotion arose in the hearts of the heroes. Did it mean that the more flustered and exasperated he was, the more powerless and incompetent he was? Of course, no one dared to say anything. A terrifying figure like Xianxia was far from someone they dared to offend. P.S. Everyone voted enthusiastically yesterday. I'll add more tonight. Not long after, many powerful figures rushed over from all directions. However, Lin Sun had already left with the stellar source that had turned into a golden spear, which made these powerhouses who rushed over feel a little unwilling. But when they heard about Lin Sun's achievements, their expressions changed abruptly. Their hearts shook, and their unwillingness disappeared. Among them were the young man in a luxurious robe and his party. After hearing the news, all of them wiped off their cold sweat and secretly rejoiced. It turned out that what Emperor Zhulu said was true. Xianxia was indeed abnormally strong. Soon, the crowd dispersed one after another. After all, this was a place in the first zone of the trial world. There were also stellar source in other places. However, many people knew that there wouldn't be many chances to encounter such a miraculous stellar source in the future. Whoosh, in the sky, a streak of light flickered as if it was teleporting. In a few breaths, it disappeared at the end of the sky. This treasure is really amazing. On the way, Lin Sun's divine sense entered the abyssal sword cauldron. He saw that the golden spear that was covered with the power of law had turned into a ball of golden energy that was as dazzling as a small sun. The golden energy contained a type of rare profundities of the Grand Tao, and it was extremely powerful and complete. After sensing it, Lin Sun's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Back then, he had comprehended and mastered more than 5,000 kinds of Great Way in the core of the origin of all Daos. Among them, there were dozens of Great Way that were related to metal. But Lin Sun had never seen one that was similar to the Great Way contained in the golden energy. It was called the Feather True Gold Way. If one could comprehend and master it, they could bestow invincible killing power to anything. Even a blade of grass could cut down a star. It was the first time Lin Sun had seen such an incredible Great Way. After thinking about it, Lin Sun took out the stellar source and swallowed it into his body. The stellar source was a substance condensed from the mystery of the Great Way. When it was swallowed into his body, it immediately rushed into Lin Sun's imperial life realm. Then, the stellar source began to decompose and melt. Like a rain of light, it fell on the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees. In the blink of an eye, it was completely integrated into Lin Sun's cultivation. The speed was so fast that it was like ice melting into water. At the same time, Lin Sun sensed that he'd already completely grasped the emergence true gold Tao, and this sort of feeling was absolutely impossible to be described with words. It was perfect and flawless, and it seemed as if so long as he was willing, he was entirely capable of transforming stone into gold. The benefits of refining this stellar source were not limited to this. Even his natal world was covered in an illusory golden light. It was incomparably dazzling, like a world polished from metal. It emitted a sharp and firm aura, grand and glorious. At this moment, a strong feeling suddenly surged out from Xianxi's heart. When he stepped foot into the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, if he chose the heaven transformation true metal Dao as the ancestral Dao root, then it would be sufficient for him to easily become the ancestor of a Dao, because the ascension true metal Dao was already a perfect and complete grand Dao, and there was utterly no need for him to painstakingly condense and comprehend it. Good treasure! Lin Sun exclaimed with admiration in his heart. However, he was clearly aware that a stellar source like the heaven transformation true gold Dao was absolutely a rare treasure that could only be chanced upon by luck in this trial world, and he was absolutely extremely lucky to be able to encounter one this time. Actually, according to the guidance of the Azure Sparrow, it was impossible for most of the stellar sources buried within the trial world to produce a stellar source of such a level. I wonder where Wen Xiaoheng is now. In the following period of time, Lin Sun didn't hurry on his journey, and he flew about in the first area while searching all over. The first was to search for stellar source, and the more precious treasures like this, the better. The second was to find out Wen Xiaoheng's whereabouts, because if he wasn't eliminated, he would be a calamity in the end. A few days passed swiftly. The matter of Ling Xuanzi's accomplishments in battle had caused a stir in the first area since a long time ago, and countless participating martial emperors had found out about it. Many people that had taken Lin Sun to be their prey couldn't help but retreat. No matter how tempting Wen Xiaoheng's promise was, one had to be alive to take it. As for peak 8th level martial emperors like Yu Duqiu and Hui Yunj, they also regarded Lin Sun as a competitor that they had to pay attention to. Even if Lin Sun's cultivation was only at peak 6th level martial emperor, no one dared to underestimate him. Especially in the first area, every time Lin Sun's figure appeared, many cultivators would regard him as a dreadful beast, and they would avoid him without waiting for a fight. Unfortunately, after searching the vast territory of the first area, Lin Sun didn't encounter Wen Xiaoheng. Later on, he found out that after entering the trial world, Wen Xiaoheng led a group of strong cultivators through the first area without stopping. However, Lin Sun didn't come back empty-handed. In the past few days, he had collected another 2 pieces of stellar source. Their quality was considered ordinary, and the mysteries of the great ways they contained were also ordinary. Even so, their value was extremely high, and one piece could be exchanged for 500,000 eternal void source crystals. Without further delay, on the 5th day of entering the trial world, Lin Sun crossed the road alone and entered the second area. With the guidance of his identity certificate, Lin Sun didn't worry about getting lost. Just like in the first area, Lin Sun searched for stellar source and inquired about Wen Xiaoheng's whereabouts. In the end, Lin Sun walked in the second area for 3 days. In these 3 days, he lost count of how many bloody fights he had witnessed, and almost all of them were fights for stellar source. The scenes were tragic. Some of the weaker martial emperors either escaped with serious injuries, or died in the fights. This was competition. In the vast thousand worlds, martial emperors were like the sky, supreme and boundless, and looked up to all living beings. However, in this trial world, scenes of martial emperors falling could be seen everywhere. Lin Sun also saw that many martial emperors who knew that they were weak went into hiding in order to protect themselves. They didn't participate in any competition at all, and naturally didn't plan to collect stellar source. Obviously, after realizing how terrifying the trial world was, they had completely given up and only wanted to survive. In these 3 days, Lin Sun didn't have a smooth journey. He encountered many conflicts and killings, but none of them could be considered a threat. In the end, when Lin Sun left, although he only collected 1 piece of stellar source, he obtained a bunch of spoils of war, all from the corpses of his enemies. All the treasures added up could be exchanged for at least 3 million first-class eternal void source crystals. The 3rd district. The 4th district. The 5th district. As time passed, Lin Sun's figure passed through one district after another. Although the scenery in each district was different, it was mostly the same. In order to fight for stellar source, battles broke out frequently, and blood and death could be seen almost everywhere. Some vicious and merciless people even resorted to murder and plunder in an attempt to collect enough stellar source in the shortest time possible. Lin Sun once encountered a robbery, but when they saw through his identity, the robbers immediately fled, scared out of their wits. Since he was robbed, Lin Sun wouldn't be polite. He was just worried that he didn't collect enough stellar source along the way. So he immediately started a chase. That group of robbers could be considered to have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Lin Sun pursued them relentlessly, and in the end, all of them were wiped out. By the time he entered the 6th district, Lin Sun had already collected 16 pieces of stellar source, and batch after batch of rich spoils of war. What made Lin Sun helpless was that the quality of these stellar source varied. Even the best piece could not be compared to the stellar source that had turned into a golden spear. Soon, Lin Sun noticed that the 6th district was obviously different. The world here was full of oppressive decaying atmosphere. The mountains and the earth were all withered and cracked. From time to time, there would be black flying lights flashing in the void. The black flying lights were extremely vicious and full of corrosive power. They were called Ghost Light of Annihilation. If one didn't have the cultivation of Lawless Realm, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of Ghost Light of Annihilation. His spirit and blood would be corroded instantly, and he would die suddenly. Along the way, there were fewer and fewer people in the Emperor Realm. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering sound of fighting in the distance. Lin Sun's spirit spread out and immediately saw 2 groups of people fighting fiercely for the control of a black mountain. The black mountain was flowing with vitality like ripples. Obviously, there was a stellar source buried in it. This kind of scene was not uncommon in the previous 5 districts. Lin Sun had long been accustomed to it. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly frowned. He noticed that the people fighting were led by the Jade Star Judy. Moreover, the Jade Star Judy and the others were not in a good situation. They were completely suppressed. After thinking about it, Lin Sun stepped forward. "Ling Xuanzi!" Someone called out. It was a dignified man in a white robe. This was a peak 7th level emperor. He was leading a group of Emperor Realm cultivators to suppress the Jade Star Judy and the others. Obviously, the man in the white robe had seen through Lin Sun's identity. When he saw Lin Sun approaching, his expression became gloomy. "Since you know who I am, I'll give you a chance. Disappear from here in 3 breaths. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," Lin Sun said indifferently. The Jade Star Judy and the others also saw Lin Sun. They couldn't help but be surprised. During the period in the City of Beginnings, when they learned that Lin Sun was in a dangerous situation and had caused a great disaster, they all consciously distanced themselves from Lin Sun, drew a clear line, and acted like strangers. But they didn't expect that Lin Sun would take the initiative to interfere in this matter. The man in the white robe was obviously unwilling. His expression was ugly, but when he thought of Lin Sun's terrifying achievements, his heart trembled. In the end, he gritted his teeth and waved angrily, "Let's go." He turned around and left with the others. Seeing this, the Jade Star Judy and the others couldn't help but be stunned. They knew all too well how terrifying their opponent was. When they were fighting before, they had already given up hope of obtaining the stellar source. Who would have thought that after Lin Sun arrived, he didn't even make a move? Just one sentence was enough to make the man in the white robe and the others retreat. That kind of power was like the arrival of a god. P.S. More updates. Recently, on the official account of Goldfish, I've answered some of the plot questions that people are most concerned about. I've also compared the strength of the Master of the Heart Core and the Lord of Oracle Mountain. If you're interested, you might as well follow me. Open it, follow it, and you'll see it in the history. If there are more people following the official account, I'll add more updates tomorrow. This scene also deeply shocked Jade Star Judy and his people. After a while, Jade Star Judy said in a low voice, "Brother Ling, thank you this time." Lin Sun said casually, "I owe you a favor in the ancient nightmare battlefield last time. Now I return it." Jade Star Judy was stunned and said with a wry smile, "Brother Ling, you must be joking. Last time, I just wanted to take the opportunity to seize the pearl of life of some monarch-level nightmare demons." Lin Sun said, "Me too. This time, I also want to seize the star source buried here." As soon as this came out, the people around Jade Star Judy became angry and their faces darkened. "Ling Xuanzi, I didn't expect you to be such a person," someone said angrily. "Oh, what a disappointment," someone sighed. Previously, they had fought a bloody battle just to protect the stellar source buried here. They had thought that Lin Sun had come to help them, but who would have thought that the truth was completely the opposite? This made them extremely angry and felt that they had been cheated. Lin Sun glanced at these angry guys and said, "Do you think it's not enough for me to repay a favor?" His words were casual, but Jade Star Judy's face changed. He forced a smile and said, "Brother Ling, don't get me wrong. We will leave now." After saying that, he left with those people regardless of anything else. Until they disappeared, Lin Sun withdrew his gaze and sneered in his heart. Did these guys really think that he was willing to help others? Ridiculous. In fact, from the moment Mutian, Mad Confucian Emperor, Ning Daoji, and Jade Star Judy deliberately alienated him in the starting city, Lin Sun had never regarded them as a fellow traveler. Lin Sun didn't blame them for doing this. After all, they didn't have any real friendship. And now, what Lin Sun did was also based on this foundation. They didn't have any friendship, but they still resented him for stealing the star source. Weren't they afraid that he would kill them in anger? If Jade Star Judy hadn't decisively left with these people at the last moment, Lin Sun would have taught them a lesson. Shaking his head, Lin Sun waved his sleeve. Boom, not far away, the black mountain full of vitality collapsed, and a colorful star source flew out and was caught by Lin Sun. After looking at it for a while, Lin Sun put away the star source and floated away. At the same time, "Miss, we were the first to discover that stellar source, but it was taken away by Ling Xuanzi in the end. That fellow is simply too detestable." Far away in the void, a person shouted angrily. "Yes, we thought that he was helping us out of kindness. Who would have thought that his face would be so ugly and hideous?" The others also chimed in. "Shut up." The Jade Star Judy could no longer control his anger. "First, we drew the line between us and Ling Xuanzi. Secondly, if not for Ling Xuanzi's interference, not only would the stellar source have been snatched away, we would not have been able to escape unscathed as well. Thirdly, Ling Xuanzi taking the initiative to appear and help us resolve this conflict is already equivalent to helping us." At this point, everyone went silent like cicadas in winter. You don't know how to be grateful. You should at least know what's good and what's bad. What right do you have to be angry? Everyone's expression alternated between green and white. The Jade Star Absolute Emperor let out a long sigh. He was filled with regret. Searching for astrals in Sector 6 in the second day. While Lin Sun was seizing an astral source, he was besieged by a large group of people. 3 groups attacked him at the same time. The first group was led by a white-haired young man. He was an extremely powerful 7th-level Great Emperor, and his name was Wu Tianxin. He was surrounded by 3 9th-level ancestors and a group of emperors. The first group was led by an old Daoist in a red robe. This old Daoist was not Great Emperor Juing, but his cultivation of the 9th realm martial ancestor had reached the peak realm, and he had mastered many terrifying secret techniques. He was even more powerful than Wen Xiaoheng's Granny Shui. The third group, it was a group of familiar faces. It was Mad Confucian Emperor and his people. When they attacked, Mad Confucian Emperor and the people around him did not show any emotion. They saw Lin Sun as an opponent and attacked him with all their strength. Lin Sun was not angry, nor did he show any signs of abnormality. In the end, Lin Sun chose to retreat. But he did not leave. He stood in the distance and watched coldly. This made the 3 groups feel uncomfortable. The situation fell into a strange standoff. Lin Sun's existence was a threat, and for the 3 groups of forces, no one was willing to give up the stellar source buried nearby. But if they fought with each other, Lin Sun would take the opportunity to take advantage of them. For a time, the situation was in a stalemate. Lin Sun was calm, but the faces of the 3 groups were a little gloomy. Everyone knew that the longer it dragged on, more and more competitors would come from all directions. At that time, the situation would only be more chaotic. "Brother Ling, we are on the same side. If you help us get this astral source this time, we will help you next time," Mad Confucian Emperor suddenly said with a sincere look. Lin Sun showed a sneer. "You drew a line with me in the starting city before. Why did you change your mind now?" After a pause, Lin Sun continued, "When we fought before, I didn't see you on the same side." Mad Confucian Emperor's expression stiffened, and he sighed softly. "Times have changed." Lin Sun looked at the leaders of the other 2 groups and said, "If you join hands to kill this despicable guy, I will leave immediately and promise that I will never get involved in this matter again. His words made the white-haired boy and the red-robed Taoist very excited. Mad Confucian Emperor's face changed. Brother Ling, you want to kill us with a borrowed knife? Is there a problem? Lin Sun laughed. Remember, we are not friends, nor are we on the same side. We are enemies. Of course, we have to deal with enemies by all means. Mad Confucian Emperor's face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes were bursting with hatred. Ling Xuanzi, why don't you join hands with us to kill these guys first, and then you can leave? Isn't it perfect? The white-haired boy suddenly made a suggestion. Yes, yes. The red-robed Taoist also nodded in agreement. Of course, this is excellent. Lin Sun smiled brightly. The hearts of Mad Confucian Emperor and the others sank to the bottom, and they were both shocked and angry. Before, it was the situation where 3 groups of people besieged Lin Sun, but now they were regarded as the target. You too, do you really believe Ling Xuanzi's nonsense? Mad Confucian Emperor shouted, his face livid. The white-haired boy said indifferently, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we can have one less opponent, which is a good thing for us. Attack! The red-robed Taoist shouted and led a group of emperors to attack. Lin Sun did not hold back. He cooperated with Mad Confucian Emperor and the others at the first time. Go! Mad Confucian Emperor let out an angry roar and fled with a group of people, not daring to fight at all. You too, the next battle depends on you too. And Lin Sun did not disappoint. With a laugh, he moved the void and chased after Mad Confucian Emperor and the others. The white-haired boy and the red-robed Taoist both breathed a sigh of relief. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sun, Mad Confucian Emperor and the others all left, which meant that the situation suddenly became clear. As if they had a tacit understanding, the white-haired boy and the red-robed Taoist looked at each other and then attacked at the same time. Boom, the 2 of them led the experts of their respective camps and started a fierce battle here. Far away in the sky, Lin Sun was chasing after Mad Confucian Emperor and the others at an extremely fast speed. Puff, 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 one by one, flowers of blood burst out, scarlet and hot. Next to Mad Confucian Emperor, the emperors were killed one after another, their lives wiped out like weeds. This made Mad Confucian Emperor almost go crazy. And he roared, Ling Xuanzi, are you really going to kill us all? His eyes were bloodshot. Did you show mercy when you and those guys besieged me before? Lin Sun's expression was neither sad nor happy. That's nothing more than fighting for the stellar source. What about you? You've already given up on the stellar source, why are you still so ruthless? When Mad Confucian Emperor roared, another emperor beside him was killed. The blood splashed in front of his eyes, making him tremble all over and his eyes turn red. Do you really think that I gave up that stellar source? Lin Sun's eyes were filled with pity. Mad Confucian Emperor was stunned. At this moment, Lin Sun rushed out and the abyssal sword cauldron crushed down. Boom, an earth-shattering battle was staged, and the entire area was in chaos. Although Mad Confucian Emperor was strong, he was no match for Lin Sun. In just a moment, he was swept by the abyssal sword, and his body was divided into 2 parts. He was obliterated in the torrent of sword chi and disappeared. Even at death's door, he was deeply unwilling. He didn't understand why Lin Sun was so decisive and ruthless. Anyone who regards me as an enemy should be eliminated. Lin Sun's black eyes were deep and calm. He turned around and went back the way he came. The reason why he spent so much effort was to fight for a chance to defeat them one by one. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to fight against the joint forces of the white-haired boy, the red-robed old Taoist, and Mad Confucian Emperor. Now, Mad Confucian Emperor and his party had been eliminated. Next, it was time to deal with the white-haired boy and the red-robed old Taoist. To Lin Sun's surprise, when he returned, the white-haired boy and the red-robed old Taoist were already in a fierce battle, and both sides had suffered heavy casualties. Seeing this, Lin Sun almost laughed out loud. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. The ancients were right. Ling Xuanzi. In the battle, when he saw Lin Sun's figure reappear, the white-haired boy's face suddenly changed. Why are you back again? Damn it. The red-robed old Taoist obviously understood, and his face was extremely gloomy, we were fooled by this bastard. Lin Sun stepped in the air, his robe fluttering, like an otherworldly immortal. There was still a bright smile on his handsome face. You two continue. It's best if both of you are injured and destroyed. In this way, I can get a big bargain without any effort. Lin Sun's words were full of sarcasm, like an invisible slap on the faces of the white-haired boy and the red-robed old Taoist. They were so angry that their faces turned livid. Their killing intent surged and they were about to go crazy. They were fooled. Before, they were quite satisfied with Lin Sun's behavior of leaving as he promised. They never thought that all this was fake. The most depressing thing was that the two camps had suffered heavy casualties since the beginning of the battle. Both of them were truly enraged. But at this time, Lin Sun came back. Looking at Lin Sun's bright smile, they couldn't wait to smash him and eat him alive. It's getting late. It's time to send you two to hell. Lin Sun clapped his hands and said slowly. With a bang, the abyssal sword cauldron struck horizontally with great power as if to suppress the whole area. The white-haired boy's face changed and he roared. With dazzling purple brilliance all over his body, he swung the bronze stick in his hand and smashed it hard. At this moment, the red-robed old Taoist retreated and intended to escape. Obviously, even though he was angry, he didn't lose his mind. He realized that the situation was not good and didn't intend to fight recklessly. But how could Lin Sun let him go? 5 doppelgangers rushed out and besieged the red-robed old Taoist together. The battle broke out without any suspense, and the whole world was blown up. Unlike before, the white-haired boy and the red-robed old Taoist had suffered heavy casualties and even they were injured. Under such circumstances, how could they be Lin Sun's opponent? In a moment, with an angry and mournful scream, the red-robed old Taoist was directly killed by the 5 doppelgangers. His spirit didn't have time to escape. It exploded together with his body and soul. The white-haired boy saw that the situation was not good. It was too late for him to escape. He was besieged by Lin Sun and the 5 doppelgangers. Such attacks were simply like a violent storm that covered the surroundings, and they didn't give the white-haired young man the slightest chance to catch his breath. In the end, he was killed on the spot. As for the other emperors in the field, they were even worse. They were slaughtered by Lin Sun. Previously, he was the first to discover this stellar source, but he was besieged by the white-haired young man, the red-robed old Taoist, and the reckless Confucian emperor. Now, this resentment had finally been vented. Soon, Lin Sun put away the stellar source buried here. Without delay, he directly teleported into the void and disappeared. Then, Lin Sun walked in the 6th zone for another 2 days. Just as he was about to leave for District 7, he was surprised to hear that when Xiaoheng had left District 6 a few days ago, Lin Sun couldn't help frowning when he heard the news. How is this possible? There's still half a month before the end of the trial. How could Xiaoheng leave in advance? It must be Xianxia's special care. Lin vaguely felt that Xiaoheng's departure was definitely related to Xianxia. After a long time, Lin Sun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He had a hunch that even if Xiaoheng left now, he would most likely stay in Starting City until he confirmed that he had died in District 9. What he needed to do now was to walk out of the 9th district alive. On the 15th day after entering the trial world, Lin Sun entered District 7. He began to concentrate on collecting stellar source. Of course, the more the better, so that he could exchange for enough underworld pearl. With enough underworld pearls, he could completely condense the 9 netherworld Dao patterns. District 7 was a different scene. There was an inexplicable cold air flowing between heaven and earth, which made people palpitate and became more and more oppressive and terrible. Calamities occurred frequently here. Storms that seemed like world annihilation raged about, and even space was crushed to the point of shattering, causing enormous cracks to appear like spiderwebs. Colorful streamers shuttled under the sky, shining with a dangerous luster that was enough to make emperors tremble. Occasionally, the chanting of scriptures could be heard. It was ethereal, but full of a strange demonic power, which could quietly disturb people's state of mind and make them lose control of their Taoist heart. Not to mention ordinary emperors, even Lin Sun himself was awed by the strange disaster scenes and became more vigilant and alert. Along the way, he was almost killed several times, all of which were related to those strange disasters. They came suddenly, mysteriously, and terrifyingly, revealing a fatal threat that was impossible to guard against. These dangerous experiences also made Lin Sun break out in a cold sweat. This was just District 7, but it was already so terrible. What would it be like in District 8? How terrible would District 9 be? The aura on the ID card still led him to the front. This made Lin Sun more certain that what was waiting for him must be District 9. Hengtian Shua. It was the first time that Lin Sun hated a person so much since he entered the vast thousand battlefield. Pushing himself into a dangerous place that no one had been able to get out of alive since ancient times, such means were undoubtedly too despicable and vicious. Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that there was a wave of vitality in front of him, which indicated that there was a stellar source buried somewhere ahead. However, Lin Sun was used to it. This was the 9th astral source that he had found since he entered Division 7. Although District 7 was extremely dangerous, the number of stellar source buried here was quite amazing, far more than the first 6 areas, and each of them was first class. Without hesitation, Lin Sun jumped forward. There was a huge ravine in front of him, like a sinkhole, and the wave of vitality emerged from the bottom of the ravine. Lin Sun stood in the void and looked at it for a moment. Then he suddenly stretched out his palm and grabbed at the bottom of the ravine. Boom, the earth rumbled and collapsed like a piece of paper. Then, a stream of black Taoist light flashed out and avoided Lin Sun's big hand. The black light condensed into a rui in the void, shining brightly. The flowing light rain condensed into thousands of flower buds, blooming layer by layer, which was very spectacular. Lin Sun's eyes suddenly lit up and he was excited. Stellar Source Weapon, Psychic Law. It was a rare and complete stellar source of extraordinary quality, similar to the one Lin Sun got for the first time. Without hesitation, Lin Sun activated Abyssal Sword Cauldron and directly suppressed the Black Rui. Whoosh, the Black Rui kept dodging at an extremely fast speed, which seemed to be full of intelligence. But how could it resist Lin Sun's attack? It was suppressed in an instant. However, just as Lin Sun suppressed the treasure, boom, a white dazzling sword chi suddenly slashed from the distant sky, like the Milky Way flowing backwards, crushing the sky and cutting open the void with a terrifying momentum. Lin Sun raised his brows and his sleeves fluttered, easily wiping away the sword chi that slashed over and dissipating into the void. Ling Xuanzi, hand over that stellar source. Otherwise, you're destined to not be able to leave here alive. A cold voice sounded. A black-robed man stepped on a dazzling Taoist sword and tore through the sky. His clothes fluttered in the wind and his eyes were cold, as if he was looking down from above. Lin Sun recognized him. Back in Starting City, Feng Junlin had gone to the inn and tried to make him lower his head and serve him. And this black-robed man was one of the 4 emperors who followed Feng Junlin. Robbery? Lin Sun laughed. Ever since he entered the trial world, he had experienced such things countless times. The black-robed man placed his hands behind his back and stepped on the Taoist sword. He looked aloof and said coldly, "No, you have to hand over this treasure in exchange for your life." Lin Sun gave him a slap in the face in response. Boom, a dazzling hand that covered the sky swept across the sky like the hand of the heavens. It was filled with terrifying power, causing the void to explode. The Taoist sword under the black-robed man's feet shot out to block. Amidst the dull sound, the black-robed man was slapped away like a fly. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose and even the void collapsed. His head buzzed and he saw stars. He was dumbfounded. He actually couldn't block the power of a slap. The black-robed man couldn't be blamed for being ignorant. After entering the trial world, they immediately crossed through the major regions and entered the 7th region. They had no idea what happened in the first 6 regions in the past few days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to challenge Lin Sun like that. You're courting death. Do you know the consequences of doing this? The black-robed man shouted. His face was swollen and bleeding, and his face was filled with rage. That slap didn't wake you up? Lin Sun was a little surprised. Where did this black-robed man get his courage from to be so arrogant? As he spoke, he slapped the black-robed man across the air again. The black-robed man finally showed a panicked expression and chose to retreat at once. But his body was still hit by that terrifying slap. He let out a scream and flew away as if he was hit by a mountain. At this moment, the void in the distance tumbled and a group of people walked out in a line. The leader wore a purple gold crown on his head, a white jade belt around his waist, and a pair of purple vertical pupils. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was purple light flowing and wisps of Taoist light. It was Feng Junlin. He was a legendary figure from the Great Sword Mountain in the godly Rising Star region, which was ranked first in the vast thousand world. This person was handsome and mighty. His every move was in harmony with the heaven and earth. Even when he stood casually, he was majestic and domineering. There were 3 people beside Feng Junlin. When they saw the black-robed man who looked miserable, their eyes narrowed and their faces darkened. They all looked at Lin Sun. "Young master." Ling Xuanzi snatched the star source that I saw first. I asked him to return it, but he still wanted to kill me. The black-robed man seemed to have found a backer. He was in high spirits and gnashed his teeth. What he said was obviously a false accusation. Lin Sun sneered and said with a mocking look, "You're lying with your eyes open. Go and ask your young master if he saw everything that happened just now." The reason why he didn't kill the black-robed man immediately before was that he sensed that there was a powerful divine sense paying attention to this world in the dark. Lin Sun didn't need to guess to know that it must be Feng Junlin. This was also the reason why Lin Sun didn't kill him. He wanted to see how long the black-robed man could hide in the dark and endure. P.S. Well, I'll continue to update tonight. Is it exciting? The man in black paused and was about to say something. Feng Junlin waved his hand and said, "He is right. I saw everything that happened. There is no need to say anything more." The man in black's face turned red and he looked embarrassed. "Ling Xuanzi, he is weaker than you. He deserves to be beaten up. But he is my man after all. How do you think we should end this?" Feng Junlin stared at Lin Sun. His figure was tall and sturdy, giving off a very domineering aura. This was definitely an expert. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful and terrifying figure that few people could compare to. "Then what do you want?" Lin Sun looked calm and at ease. "We fight on the path of cultivation." Feng Junlin's voice was firm and unquestionable. "We have to fight after all." Lin Sun nodded. "Fine." Feng Junlin shook his head. "No, you are wrong. As long as you can defeat the 4 people around me, I will let bygones be bygones." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. He could tell that the 4 people around Feng Junlin were not ordinary emperors. 2 ninth realm ancestors and 2 peak-level emperors. Even the man in black who was slapped by him was a peak-level 6 emperor. "What do you mean bygones?" Lin Sun smiled. "I don't want to argue with you about who is right and who is wrong. But let me be frank. What you are doing is sending these 4 to their deaths. Are you sure you want to do this?" Feng Junlin couldn't help but laugh out loud. His purple eyes were filled with terrifying light. "Did you hear that? Ling Xuanzi said you were going to die. Young master, leave it to us." A man in a green robe with red hair stood out. His eyes were cold. "We will let him know what it means to overestimate yourself and be arrogant and ignorant." Lin Sun glanced at him and looked at Feng Junlin again. "Why don't you come with me? Hee, let's talk about it after you defeat the 4 of us." "But I don't think you have the chance." The other was a skinny old man in a gray robe with deep eye sockets. He spoke indifferently with a mocking smile on his face. As he spoke, the old man in a gray robe, the man in a green robe with red hair, the man in black who was slapped by Lin Sun, and a lady in green who hadn't said a word since the beginning walked out one after another. They stood in 4 different directions, as if they were abiding by a type of law that would never change since time immemorial. They looked casual, but were actually profound and unfathomable, definitely not simple individuals. At the same time, Lin Sun felt a trace of danger. None of them were as strong as Feng Junlin. But when the 4 of them moved together, they actually formed a mysterious formation, and their auras seemed to have fused into one. Vaguely, Lin Sun also felt a kind of pressure blowing on his face. A secret joint attack formation? A guess emerged in Lin Sun's mind. "Ling Xuanzi, you're dead for sure this time." The black-robed man who was slapped by Lin Sun earlier spoke ferociously with a sinister gaze. Lin Sun suddenly moved and launched a swift and fierce attack. He teleported in the air and charged towards the black-robed man. It was another solid slap. Lin Sun's strength was so great that it was enough to turn a whole mountain range into ashes. However, the black-robed man was only sent flying. He was covered in blood, and his face was only smashed. He didn't suffer any more serious injuries. Lin Sun raised his brows. He acutely noticed that the power of his slap was dissolved by a strange force before it could truly charge into the black-robed man's body. "I'm going to kill you." The black-robed man was so angry that he almost went mad. Half of his face had been smashed by Lin Sun earlier. Now, it was like this again, causing him to be in a sorry state and lose all face. Boom, the four of them moved together, and each of them glowed. It was as if there was a grey lightning of the great Tao raging, causing each of them to be covered in a grey mist. At this moment, the aura, strength, cultivation, and even vitality of the four of them seemed to have completely condensed together. They could share their lives and merge their cultivation. The black-robed man's injuries recovered immediately. Seeing this, Feng Junlin's figure flashed, and he left the area to watch the battle from afar. Obscure and profound symbols flickered in his purple pupils. It wasn't that he looked down on Lin Sun and felt that it was beneath him to participate in the battle himself. Instead, he had another objective, and he wanted to see Lin Sun's attainments in the Great Tao. Chop! With a roar, the four of them attacked together. Endless Taoist light emerged, pierced through the sky, and turned into magnificent and sharp rainbows, chopping at Lin Sun. Inscribing the formation in the body, Lin Sun's eyes lit up. This was a strange formation. The four of them each controlled a formation treasure, which could form a constantly changing formation, which was mysterious and unpredictable. And these four people were not ordinary people. 2 ninth realm ancestors and 2 supreme emperors set up a formation together, which evolved a mysterious formation that could seize the creation of heaven and earth, which was extremely horrible. Boom, while thinking, Lin Sun had already made his move. He activated the abyssal sword cauldron, and the Taoist light around him was overwhelming and fierce, pushing forward. However, as the battle went on, Lin Sun found that although his opponent's attacks were disintegrated one by one, his own killing power was also destroyed by them, and it seemed to be very easy. After observation, Lin Sun vaguely understood. The formation arranged by these four people was in the form of 4 symbols, deducing the mutual rotation of yin and yang, and the combination of hardness and softness. They cycled back and forth, like the beginning and the beginning, endlessly. No matter what kind of attack, it would be separated by the circulation force of the formation in the first time, and then resolved and borne by the 4 people together. In this way, the attack suffered by each person was only a quarter of the power of Lin Sun's attack. On the contrary, when the 4 people attacked together, their power was gathered together by the formation and integrated into one. It seemed that the 4 people attacked separately, but in fact, the power of the 4 people superimposed together, so the power was naturally terrifying. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of formation could perfectly integrate the power of 4 emperors into one? It was the first time that he saw such a formation, so he couldn't underestimate it. Using people as formation flags was very different from the ordinary formation, and it was very difficult to crack. What was more, the cultivation of these 4 people was far beyond ordinary. When they operated the formation together, it was like a living formation fighting. Boom, the battle was still going on, and it was extremely fierce. The area was chaotic, sand and stones were flying, and the sky was turning upside down. Lin Sun did feel a kind of pressure and threat, but it was not fatal. This gave him the opportunity to observe and understand some of the mysteries of this mysterious formation during the battle. It's really interesting. In the end, Lin Sun had a lot of inspiration. Swish, suddenly, a Taoist sword shot out from the abyssal sword cauldron, shining with immortal and peerless Taoist light. Puff, this was a peerless and sharp attack. The green-robed red-haired man couldn't dodge in time, and his chest was pierced, and blood splashed out. However, as an obscure and strange formation power appeared on his body, the 4 of them quickly helped him recover. This attack also made the 4 people aware of Lin Sun's strength. They couldn't help but become serious, and they no longer held back when killing. The World's Guide, the Light of 4 Symbols. With a loud shout, above their heads, a vague Taoist diagram appeared, and then the brilliance shone brightly, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Taoist diagram, every Taoist diagram reflected a treasure. They were respectively a Taoist sword branded with the azure dragon totem, a spear branded with the white tiger totem, a seal branded with the vermilion bird totem, and a shield branded with the black tortoise totem. These 4 completely different mysterious Taoist diagrams appeared, and they glowed brilliantly. They combined in the void, and it was like they were arranged into a world of 4 symbols that pressed down towards Lin Sun. The terrifying might caused this expanse of the heavens and the earth to fall into a scene of destruction. Lin Sun couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. No wonder the 4 of them were so confident and conceited. They actually possessed a mysterious Taoist diagram treasure together, and it wasn't as simple as a formation. It's time to end this. Lin Sun's cold eyes glowed, and the abyssal sword cauldron rushed up like a world-destroying furnace. It rumbled, and it erupted with the power to devour the heavens and obliterate all worlds. Rumble, the world shook, and the abyssal sword cauldron rumbled, oppressing the 4 symbols Tao diagram to the point of shaking violently. The 4 of them were shocked, and their bodies trembled repeatedly. Their expressions couldn't help but change. Ling Xuanzi's combat strength was too strong. What a treasure! In the distance, the eyes of Feng Junlin, who had been watching the battle, shone with a terrifying light. He was extremely moved when he sensed the terror of the abyssal sword cauldron. He couldn't imagine that there was such a miraculous and heaven-defying natal weapon in the world. And the combat strength that Lin Sun displayed was so powerful that even Feng Junlin couldn't help but be amazed. Kill him! Kill him with the utmost murderous might! The skinny old man shouted, and his body rumbled with light. Above his head, the shield branded with the black tortoise totem pressed down like a myriad of divine mountains. The other 3 did as they were told. They operated the mysterious Taoist diagram and slashed it at Lin Sun, as if they wanted to suppress all the laws in the world and cut off all traces of Tao. Boom, Lin Sun had already seen through the secret of the 4 of them joining forces, so he wouldn't hold back anymore. This time, he directly activated his cultivation and deduced the mystery of the Great Ways Furnace scripture. He was fierce and domineering, and he was the most courageous in the world. The surging Taoist light surged like a tsunami, and an unparalleled murderous intent filled the sky. It shook the clouds, as if it was going to melt and swallow the universe. A deafening explosion sounded. Although the 4 Taoist diagrams contained the cultivation of the 4 of them, they couldn't withstand Lin Sun's all-out attack. They were sent flying again and again, wailing violently. The treasures and totems that appeared on them became blurry. The 4 experts all spat out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies staggered with horror on their faces. Just how strong was the opponent's attack? Even with the strength of the 4 of them, they couldn't suppress Ling Xuanzi with the help of 4 ancient weapons. Instead, they were defeated. This was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Sun's eyes were cold, and his aura grew stronger. Restriction of 4 symbols, kill. One of them roared, and the gray mist on their bodies appeared again. This was a strange formation power. Beams of terrifying light pierced through the sky and slashed at Lin Sun. Lin Sun activated the abyssal sword cauldron to fight back fiercely, and the rumbling sound was deafening. That kind of fighting power, any wisp of aura that overflowed could destroy a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. In just a moment, the 4 of them all coughed up blood, and they were seriously injured. Their faces were pale. In the distance, Feng Junlin couldn't stay calm anymore. P.S. Updated and sent to you. Feng Junlin was an absolutely conceited person. He wasn't afraid of Wen Xiaoheng, who was an immortal emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have meddled in Lin Sun's business and tried to recruit Lin Sun. Originally, he had overestimated Lin Sun's potential. But after witnessing Lin Sun's power, he was shocked to find out one thing. On the peerless path of cultivation, even though Lin Sun was only in the 6th level of Emperor realm, his combat capability was so powerful that he could threaten those who were even more powerful than him. It was unbelievable. The boundless world was so vast that it included billions of worlds. Even though there were only a few emperors in each world, there was still a huge number of them when they were gathered together. Unlike other emperors, Great Emperor Zhu Yun was extremely rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. In the Great Thousand World, only the top 50 starry sky planes could see many peerless great emperors. In other worlds, there might be peerless emperors, but most of them had broken their path of cultivation. What surprised Feng Junlin was that the ancient path Lin Sun came from had been in decline for a long time. There hadn't been any peerless emperors in a long time. The scariest thing was that the peerless path Lin Sun walked on was so powerful that it could even be called terrifying among the peerless figures. At least, before this, Feng Junlin couldn't imagine how a peerless emperor in the 6th level could have such power. This almost refreshed his knowledge. There must be a big secret on this guy. Feng Junlin's eyes flashed as he made a judgment. Boom, terrifying collisions sounded. On the battlefield, Lin Sun was full of killing intent. Light gushed out from his body and destroyed all kinds of attacks. Even though the 4 of them tried their best to resist and fight back, they were still suppressed by Lin Sun. They suffered a lot. They were shaken several times and coughed up blood. Boom, Lin Sun waved his fist. Wind and thunder roared, mountains and rivers lost their colors, and the sun and moon lost their light. He punched through one of them and broke all his bones. Half of his body collapsed. Puff. Puff, the other 3 spat out blood and flew out. The diagrams in their hands buzzed and dimmed. Everyone's face was pale and full of disbelief. That's enough. In the distance, Feng Junlin's voice resounded in the whole area. Who would have thought that Lin Sun didn't care at all and reached out his hand? There was a loud boom. The 4 symbols Dao diagram that was held by the 4 people immediately flew out of their hands and into Lin Sun's grasp. Stop. Feng Junlin made his move. His huge hand covered the sky and pressed down fiercely, trying to stop Lin Sun from snatching the treasure. Without even looking at it, Lin Sun punched out fiercely like a great abyss swallowing the sky, crushing and obliterating the big hand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun flashed out of the field and said calmly, "It's kind enough that I didn't kill them. As compensation, these 4 treasures belong to me." With that, Lin Sun stored the 4 Dao diagrams into the abyssal sword cauldron. Feng Junlin's face was gloomy. His eyes were like purple lightning, extremely terrifying. He said, "You want the treasure? Sure, as long as you can block my attack." He wore a violet gold crown on his head and a white jade belt around his waist. He seemed extraordinary and enshrouded in the light of the Dao. 2 sharp violet divine lights shot out from his eyes as he blinked. Boom, he reached out his fair and slender palm and cut across the void. Instantly, purple lightning poured down from the sky like a flood. The purple light was boiling and the lightning was violent like a thunderstorm. It drowned Lin Sun like a vast ocean. A great battle broke out in an instant. With just one strike, Lin Sun realized how terrifying Feng Junlin was. He was indeed not an ordinary character. That level of Taoism and power was unprecedented. Lin Sun didn't dare to be careless. He attacked with all his strength. His palm and fingers were like lightning, displaying the mystery of the unification of 10,000 swords. Boom, the purple thunderstorm ocean was cut into 2 halves by the sword. It was like a sword splitting the ocean. The wheel of the world, emptiness. With a low and majestic voice, Feng Junlin's pupils became the source of the purple light. His whole body was majestic and tall as he stood in the sky. A purple wheel condensed. On it, the scene of the wheel of the world changing and the destruction of the void appeared. It suddenly slashed out. The rumbling sound lingered on, and the world was dyed into a deep and strange purple color. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to be caught in the mighty torrent of the world changing. He was attacked by a terrifying power of disillusionment, and it seemed to drown him and make him fall into oblivion. The power of time? No. This is the power of disillusionment. It's the power of disillusionment. Lin Sun couldn't help showing a solemn expression. Time was a supreme and mysterious great way. Although Feng Junlin hadn't touched this great way, he had transformed the vicissitudes of the world and the destruction of time with his own power of great way. This showed how terrifying his attainments in Taoism were. Lin Sun didn't dare to neglect it. Boom, he released all the power in his body. It was like a great abyss crossing the sky and a great furnace suppressing the world. He deduced his strongest Tao, which was like an abyss and a prison, and it swept across all directions. The purple wheel exploded instantly, and it also allowed Lin Sun to escape from the mysterious power of the vicissitudes of the world and the destruction of time. Then, accompanied by a shocking roar, Lin Sun rushed up and became a great abyss that could devour all directions as he attacked Feng Junlin. In an instant, hundreds of unparalleled battles took place. The two attacked extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. The surrounding mountains and rivers were all swept by the killing power of the two. The heaven and earth wailed, and the scene of doomsday appeared everywhere. In the battle, Lin Sun often felt like he was falling into the vicissitudes of the world and the destruction of time, and it constantly attacked his strength and state of mind. Although this wasn't the power of time, it could also be called strange and abnormal. It was soundless and could make people fall into it unknowingly. Even Lin Sun had to admit that a peak 8th level emperor like Feng Junlin was indeed terrifying. He had a strong foundation and controlled extraordinary power, and it was far from what the ancestors of the 9th realm could compare with. In fact, in this vast world and countless planes of the universe, every peak great emperor who could possess the power to suppress the world must have gone through the baptism of endless hardships and conquest. Feng Junlin, for example, was the strongest opponent Lin Sun had met since he set foot in the boundless thousand battlefield. He was mighty and brave. When he attacked, all kinds of divine lights danced in the air. They were all wonderful skills, and any one of them could make immortals weep. It was extremely powerful. Boom! A Taoist sword suddenly appeared in front of Feng Junlin. The sword chi was tens of thousands of meters long, like a mountain range, like a cluster of stars, dazzling. A murderous aura that seemed to come from the ancient times spread out from this Taoist sword, as if a god had been resurrected. This was Feng Junlin's real killing method, and it was also the origin of his title, Peerless Overlord Sword. Overlord Sword, these two words were enough to explain everything. Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank. On this sword, there was an immortal aura that was extremely fierce. Kill! Feng Junlin shouted lightly. The Taoist sword carried the power to cut down the sun, moon, and stars, and it slashed down furiously, destroying the universe. Buzz! Lin Sun let out a long roar, and the abyssal sword cauldron glowed. Its momentum was like it was burning, and it swept thousands of miles away, like a tsunami rolling up the sky. Lin Sun, who was controlling the abyssal sword cauldron, was like a demon god in the world. Bang! 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 The immortal Taoist sword and the abyssal sword cauldron clashed, producing earth-shattering destructive power. This was a shocking battle. The Taoist sword clanged, and the abyssal sword cauldron roared. Lin Sun and Feng Junlin turned into two streaks of lightning, entangling with each other, fighting fiercely between the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In a flash, hundreds of rounds had passed. Nowadays, there were very few people who could fight with Lin Sun for more than 100 rounds. But now, Feng Junlin could actually fight against Lin Sun, which was really a rare tyrannical existence. In the end, Lin Sun also became angry. His fighting spirit was boiling, and his fighting spirit was burning. He performed the battle saint technique, fighting the strong with the strong, and using violence to curb violence. This could be said to be an unprecedented battle. The two fought until the stars lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. The black-robed man and the other three had already retreated far away. They were dazzled, shocked, and couldn't calm down. Since they started cultivating, it was the first time they saw someone who could fight against Feng Junlin. The most unbelievable thing was that Feng Junlin was only at the peak of the 6th level of the Emperor realm. Boom! After another unprecedented battle, the figures of the two shot back, and a long distance was drawn between them. The light around Lin Sun's body seethed, and it shot into the heavens and the earth. The abyssal sword cauldron splashed a myriad of lights, making him look like an ancient demon god that looked down upon the heavens. On the opposite side, Feng Junlin wore a purple-gold crown, and his figure was imposing. A Taoist sword floated in front of him, and it flowed with an immortal murderous aura. His expression was gloomy, and purple light surged in his eyes. He suddenly said, "Forget it, let's stop here. Since you like those 4 treasures, I'll lend them to you for a few days. We'll fight next time." Clang! He opened his mouth, and the immortal Taoist sword in front of him turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his body. After that, he turned around and left. His expression was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. The black-robed man and the other 3 were stunned, and they didn't know what he was thinking. Because Feng Junlin hadn't shown any sign of defeat since the beginning of the battle, and he still had many trump cards that he hadn't used yet. But now, he took the initiative to give up. Lin Sun's pupils were deep. He glanced around and vaguely understood something. He put away the abyssal sword cauldron and was about to leave. Suddenly, Feng Zhenlin's voice came from afar, "What I said in the inn is still the same. As long as you choose to follow me, I promise I won't let you die in the 9th district." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Obviously, Feng Junlin had already seen through Xianxia's arrangement, and he knew the danger Lin Sun would face. "I'll also give you a chance the next time we meet," Lin Sun said. "What chance?" Feng Junlin turned around and asked in the distance. "The chance to submit to me," Lin Sun said casually. Feng Junlin was stunned at first, and then he laughed to the sky. He strode away in the sky. The black-robed man and the others hurried to follow him. As soon as they left, a round of applause and praises sounded between heaven and earth. With the strength at the peak of the 6th level of the Emperor Realm, he can fight equally with Feng Junlin, who is at the peak of the 8th level of the Emperor Realm. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe that there is such a person in the world? In the void far away, a huge green calabash emerged, and the air of chaos was pervading. A man in a Taoist robe stood on it. He was handsome, tall and straight, and had an incomparable demeanor. "Emperor Zhu Lu, Yu Duqiu." It's hard to find such a character in the boundless world, but you can find some in the eternal world. A clear and cold voice rang out as soon as Yu Duqiu appeared. A faint golden rain of light drifted down, condensing into a divine rainbow that was paved with lotus flowers, and a graceful figure stood on it. Her skin was smooth and her body was bathed in the light golden light. She looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. On her back was a pair of sabers, one green and one purple. The sabers gave off a frightening murderous aura, which added to her fierceness. "You're right, Fairy Xiaoyuan." Yu Duqiu smiled. He was very respectful to the woman. Lin Sun finally realized who the woman was. Xianxia. She was an 8th heaven monarch and was known as the purple-green saber monarch. It was said that she had only cultivated for 3,000 years, but she had already risen to power. She made countless old antiques feel inferior and suppressed the older generation. She was born with the 9 profound Taoist body. She was so talented that she was said to have dominated the Emperor Dao for 3,000 years. Like Yu Duqiu and Feng Junlin, Xianxia also came from the mystical rising star field, which was ranked first in the boundless world. Her background was mysterious and extraordinary. It was said that her mother was from an immortal family that controlled the heavenly order in the eternal world. Xianxia's existence attracted a lot of attention and discussion among the emperors who were participating in the trial. Only Xianyan, alone with all the beauties, monopolizing the charming little garden, this woman had a unique, legendary aura about her. Thinking of this, Lin Sun said casually, "You don't come here to chat, do you?" Yu Duqiu and Xianxia had already appeared when Lin Sun was fighting with Feng Junlin. That was why Feng Junlin suddenly stopped and ended the battle. "Of course not." Yu Duqiu stood on the gourd and said with a smile, "Let's put it this way. There is an extremely dangerous trial in the 9th pass of the immortal realm. If there is a chance, Fairy Xiaoyuan and I hope that you can join us and work together." At the side, Xianxia nodded. Her voice was clear and melodious like the sound of nature. "Although that training is dangerous, it contains great fortune that is difficult to seek in the outside world. I believe that with our strength, we will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune and obtain the fortune within." Lin Sun was in a daze. He never thought that they came for this. "With all due respect, why me instead of Feng Junlin?" asked Lin Sun. Yu Duqiu smiled and said, "Feng Junlin's situation is very special. I can only say that he and we are not the same kind of people. It is impossible for us to work together." Lin Sun said with interest, "Don't you know that my current situation is very delicate?" Yu Duqiu and Xianxia were stunned. "It's very likely that I'll have to enter the 9th region in order to leave this trial ground," Lin Sun said casually. His words made Yu Duqiu and Xianxia's eyes narrow. They looked at each other and understood how delicate Lin Sun's situation was. "Of course, if I have the chance to go to the 9th pass of the immortal realm in the future, I don't mind going with you too. But now, I have to leave." After saying that, Lin Sun flew away. Yu Duqiu was stunned. After a while, he frowned and said that when Xiaoheng is too cruel. Without Heng Tianxua's help, how could Ling Xuanzi fall into such a hopeless situation, what? Xianxia said, in my opinion, we may have to find someone else. Yu Duqiu forced a smile. He heaved a long sigh and said, existences like you and I are very rare. Finding a suitable one is not easy. Xianxia said, there are quite a large number of ruthless people from Eternal True World gathered in the 9th imperishable barrier. All of them came for that chance. If it's just the two of us, it'll be very difficult for us to fight against those people who can be considered monsters. She paused for a moment, then looked in the direction Lin Sun left and said, I do hope that Ling Xuanzi can live. I can already see that he's not far from breaking through. I can imagine how terrifying his combat strength will be when he steps into the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. He could fight against Feng Junlin when he was in the 6th level of the Emperor Realm. If he broke through, would Feng Junlin be able to fight against him? Yu Duqiu couldn't help but have a strange look on his face. He shook his head after a while. The 9th region was extremely dangerous. No one had ever walked out of it. There was almost no hope for Ling Xuanzi to survive. An hour later, Lin Sun went deep underground and carved out a cave. After setting up restrictions, he sat down cross-legged to recover his strength. At the same time, he started to check what he got. A perfect and rare stellar source that could be turned into a black ruri scepter was now suppressed in the abyssal sword cauldron. After sensing it carefully, Lin swallowed the stellar source into his body. In an instant, a complete mystery of the Great Way fused into his imperial realm like a rain of light. Just like the emergence gold Dao, this great Dao law called dark space was similarly extremely rare, profound, and complete. There was utterly no need for Lin Sun to condense and comprehend it before he could utilize it. For any Realm 9 ancestors, obtaining such a complete Great Way was absolutely no different from obtaining a supreme fortune. They could all break through to the first Dao ancestor realm, but for now, it wasn't very useful to Lin Sun. It only became a kind of accumulation of Great Way. It could play a key role when he became an ancestor in the future. After refining the dark space, Lin Sun took out the 4 Dao diagrams. The 4 treasures each had their own wonders. They were taken from Feng Junlin's 4 followers. Lin Sun looked at them for a moment and saw through all their mysteries. The 4 Dao diagrams were called the 4 symbol soldier realms. They were respectively the green dragon sword totem, the white tiger battle spear totem, the fire seal of the vermilion bird totem, and the black tortoise battle shield totem. The 4 totems were condensed by an obscure forbidden formation. They contained the congenital essence of the green dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise respectively. The most miraculous part was that the 4-symbol world weaponsmith world was branded with a corresponding battle inheritance, and it was called World Guide. It was a terrifying forbidden technique that could fuse the strength of 4 experts together to erupt with unprecedented might. When Lin Sun fought with the 4 people before, he had experienced the terror of the attraction of all worlds. It was indeed extraordinarily terrifying. The only drawback was that the 4-symbol soldier realms needed to be controlled by 4 strong people together in order to exert its full power. But for Lin Sun, this was not a problem at all. He only needed to let the 4 doppelgangers operate the treasure together. After looking at it for a long time, Lin Sun personally refined the 4-symbol soldier realms again and branded his own willpower in it. At this point, Lin Sun put away the 4-symbol soldier realms. Until his physical strength was completely restored, Lin Sun walked out of the underground cave and continued to search for Star Source. Time passed day by day. Unconsciously. There were only 3 days left before the end of the trial. At this time, Lin Sun had already left the 7th zone and walked in the 8th zone for many days. Compared with the 7th zone, the 8th zone was not terrible, but the world was full of a terrible pressure. Walking in it was like wearing a shackle heavier than a holy mountain. Those under the 6th level of the Emperor Realm could not bear the pressure at all. Few cultivators could be seen in the 8th district. Moreover, the distribution of Star Source in this world was far less than that in the 7th zone. It was extremely rare. After searching for many days, Lin Sun only found 4 Star Source in total. It's time to go to the 9th zone. It was also on this day that Lin Sun made a decision. I'm going to the 9th zone. Do you want to go with me? Lin Sun asked the Green Sparrow. The green sparrow hiding in the sachet said in a resentful voice, "Miss asked me to show you the way. There is no reason to retreat at this time. If you don't want to, you can stay." Lin Sun said seriously, "After all, I don't know what terrible dangers there are in that place." The green sparrow was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she flew into a rage and said, "Do you think I'm the kind of coward who can be scared away at will? Don't talk nonsense. This time I will go with you even if you don't agree." Lin Sun looked up to the sky and sighed, "It seems that I have to get out of the 9th zone alive anyway. Otherwise, won't I implicate you?" After saying that, he couldn't help laughing and started to move. There was no fear in this trip, but it was necessary to be cautious and vigilant. When he passed through the barrier between the 8th zone and the 9th zone, a vast universe appeared in his sight in an instant. Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned. Universe, this was completely different from the first 7 zones. From ancient times to the present, it was called the universe. The vast universe included the boundless starry sky. Before Lin Sun arrived at the Kiliacosm battlefield, he had trekked along the ancient starry road and passed through countless universes and planes. He had been accustomed to it for a long time, but he still didn't expect that the 9th zone was located in a universe. Lin Sun looked around and sensed calmly. To his surprise, there was no trace of danger in the nearby area. Everything seemed very normal. Except that there was no vitality. Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed something. He flashed and came to an ancient star thousands of miles away. This was a withered star, extremely vast and crisscrossed with ravines. What attracted Lin Sun's attention was a stone tablet seriously eroded by wind and sand. It should have been engraved with words, but now he could only recognize a few of them. The sages who died here left their last words that no one who entered this place could live for more than 24 hours. She came with the light of destruction, covering the universe. Sure enough, it's a power that doesn't belong to this era. There were only a few lines, all of which were incomplete, mottled, and messy. But the despair, frustration, panic, and confusion revealed in those words still made people's hearts palpitate even after countless years. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed slightly. Couldn't live for more than 24 hours, who was this she, a power that didn't belong to this era? Could it be that this she came from the last era? P.S. I've been updating for 3 days in a row. Let's take a break today. Lin Sun gasped. A bold conjecture emerged in his mind. All the practitioners who had entered this place since ancient times, whether they were immortals or existences at other levels, were probably killed by her, and this her was very likely to come from the last era. Now, Lin Sun had already learned a lot about the last era. According to Xianxia, the last era, known as immortal martial arts, had been destroyed for many years. The current Lingwu era had existed for 1.9 million years. In the realm of the dead, there were the great way ancestral roots of the last era scattered. In the Sunluo underworld, Lin Sun had entered the Nirvana order and obtained many fortunes related to the last era. Like the Soul Hunter doctrine. Like the 10 Directions Yama doctrine. Like the Purgatory doctrine. They were all the rules of the great way of the netherworld of the last era. In addition, in the world of Nirvana order, there was a netherworld mansion, including the 6 paths, the pool of reincarnation, the nether palace, the road to the underworld, the bridge of helplessness, the gate of hell, the 18 purgatories, and so on. This made Lin Sun suspect that it was very likely to be the power of the netherworld mansion. In addition, Lin Sun had obtained 2 secret stones, one was carved with sharpness and the other was carved with nourishing the heart like jade. The owner of the whetstone once laughed loudly, "Seek the sword in the Tao, compete for reincarnation, and walk in the changing of eras." This made Lin Sun suspect that the owner of the whetstone must be a legendary supreme swordsman who had walked in the changing of eras, entered the ruins of wonderful Tao, and carried out the nirvana reincarnation. According to Xianxia, when one peeped into the eternal essence and comprehended the law of fate, he could stand above all Tao, look down at the changing of eras, and have insight into the secret of the changing of eras. All this made Lin Sun have a vague understanding of the last era, which seemed more and more mysterious and ethereal. But there was no doubt that if she came from the last era, she was absolutely extraordinarily terrifying. After all, the last era had been destroyed. Everything had disappeared. And if she really existed, what kind of terrifying cultivation did he have to be able to survive the destruction of an era? Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. He did not notice that a pair of eyes had appeared in the void behind him. The pupils were surrounded by a rain of light. They seemed illusory, strange, and terrifying. He just stared at Lin's back in silence. However, as if sensing something, the pair of strange eyes quietly closed and disappeared. At this moment, Lin Sun turned around. He scanned his surroundings and vaguely sensed something. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grasped. The earth cracked and smoke and dust filled the air. A black streamer was caught and fell into Lin Sun's hand. This was a mottled and ancient copper lamp. Its spirituality had vanished a long time ago, and the Tao markings branded on it were severely corroded, causing it to be completely worthless. But when Lin Sun looked at it, he was surprised to find that this ancient copper lamp was made of immortal matter. Obviously, this copper lamp was probably an eternal Tao treasure in the beginning. The green sparrow suddenly rushed out and opened its mouth to swallow the copper lamp, but it pounced on nothing. The treasure had already been put away by Lin Sun. "You want to eat this too?" Lin Sun said angrily. The green sparrow's eyes were filled with resentment as she said angrily, "What do you know? Refining the undying substance has immeasurable benefits for my cultivation." Saying this, she simply said, "Just tell me if you will give it to me or not." Lin Sun said, "Yes, but this is the last one. If you want this kind of treasure in the future, you must come up with some conditions that can satisfy me." The green sparrow agreed without hesitation. Lin Sun immediately threw the old copper lamp to Cyan Sparrow. Cyan Sparrow ate it up with a series of crunching sounds as if she was eating a snack. The green sparrow burped, smacked her lips, and said, "The danger in the 9th district should be related to her. If we kill her, we may be able to leave smoothly. Since ancient times, I don't know how many immortal figures have died here. I'm afraid it's not easy to achieve this step." Lin Sun's eyes were full of deep caution. Next, without delay, he began to walk in this silent universe. Along the way, there was no sound. It was cold, empty, and lifeless. It seemed that he was the only one left in the vast universe, which made people feel lonely and depressed. Along the way, although Lin Sun was extremely vigilant and defended himself with the abyssal sword cauldron at all times, neither he nor the green sparrow noticed that a pair of strange eyes would appear behind them from time to time. The eyes were illusory, strange and silent. Whoosh! Before long, Lin Sun rushed to a barren star. With a wave of his sleeve, the thick dust on the ground was immediately lifted up. At the same time, a black spear tip was exposed. Lin Sun reached out and grabbed it in his hand. After looking at it for a while, he found that the black spear tip was made of the undying substance, just like the ancient copper lamp before. The green sparrow suddenly became restless and cried, "Why is there another one?" Lin Sun put it away at once. With his black eyes shining, he said, "Since ancient times, many immortal figures have died here. Only the treasures made of the undying substance can withstand the erosion of time and survive until now. So, as long as we continue to search, we can get more undying substances?" The green sparrow was excited. "It should be so," Lin Sun said, "but don't get too excited. Think about what you can offer in exchange." Lin Sun always felt that the green sparrow was far more than an ordinary sparrow. The green sparrow suddenly stopped talking, as if she was really lost in thought. Next, Lin Sun continued to search in this universe alone, as if he regarded this place as a treasure hunting place. However, no one knew how much pressure he had to bear as time passed. The broken stone tablet he saw before had already said that no one who entered the 9th district could live for more than 24 hours. It was like a line of death was approaching little by little. "Where is she?" Lin Sun frowned, his expression uncertain. Until now, he didn't find any danger or abnormality at all. Everything was so quiet, but the more it was so, the more uneasy Lin Sun felt. The 24 hours were about to arrive. Lin Sun stopped on a huge star, called out Little 5, and set up the formation of falling heavens. He ran his cultivation to the extreme, and the abyssal sword cauldron had been floating in front of him, ready to fight and make all kinds of preparations. Would she come? Lin Sun was not sure, but he had to be on guard. Time went by bit, but it seemed so long and torturous at this moment. Until the 24 hours came, the world was silent, and the surroundings were silent. Nothing unexpected happened. Lin Sun, who had been in an unprecedented state of tension, felt a little disappointed at this moment. If she appeared, at least he could deal with and fight. But if she didn't appear, the potential threat was destined to linger in his heart, making it impossible for Lin Sun to relax and be at ease. At this time, Lin Sun's face also became gloomy. This kind of passive and unknown feeling was undoubtedly too torturous, which could almost drive people crazy. "Master, there is a pair of eyes behind you." Suddenly, little Five, who was sitting in the formation of falling heavens, seemed to find something and let out a scream, with his face turning pale. At this moment, Lin Sun's hair stood on end, and he suddenly turned around. Then he saw the pair of eyes. They opened in the void, and the illusory light rain was flowing in the pupils, which was strange and frightening. When his eyes met this pair of eyes, Lin Sun only felt an indescribable chill surging over his body. The deadly dangerous breath stimulated his muscles and made his pores stand on end. What kind of eyes were these? The light rain was flowing, empty and lonely. At first glance, it seemed to drag people's souls into it, which was so strange that it was terrifying. Just at the moment when Lin Sun saw this pair of strange eyes, silently, a white figure emerged behind him and suddenly pounced on him. "Master!" Little Five screamed in horror and anger. The formation of falling heavens seemed to have no effect on the white figure at all, as if it didn't exist at all. The most terrible thing was that when the white figure appeared, there was no sound at all, nor did it attract Lin Sun's attention. This was undoubtedly very horrifying. The white figure was about to touch Lin Sun. Buzz, a lotus pattern suddenly swept out of the abyssal sword cauldron, releasing a golden light rain of order, which shrouded the white figure. It was the order of Nirvana. With a bang, the white figure staggered back and wanted to dodge and escape at the first time. But at this moment, the Nirvana order shone brightly and suddenly released thousands of divine chains of order, which were crystal clear and magnificent. In an instant, like a cage of order, the white figure was imprisoned. Also at this time, the strange eyes were filled with pain, and it let out a violent scream. Then, with a bang, it turned into a gray light rain and dissipated. From the appearance of the pair of eyes, to the sudden attack of the white figure, until the Nirvana order swept out, it all happened in the blink of an eye. It was incredibly fast and terrifying to the extreme. When Lin Sun came to his senses, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back, as if he had just walked on the edge of death. He raised his eyes and looked at the white figure. The crystal-clear divine chains of order turned into a cage, and in the cage, the white figure squirmed as if it was burning, emitting wisps of strange gray smoke, as if it had suffered great pain. However, it didn't make any sound. Lin Sun's expression was uncertain. If the Nirvana order didn't appear in time this time, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. It was too strange. The white figure could appear silently without being noticed by him. It was many times more brilliant than the crane in the hidden void world. After a moment, as the haze around the white figure gradually dissipated, Lin Sun finally saw the appearance of the other party clearly. Her black hair was like ink, her small face was plain and delicate, and her skin was glowing with a kind of translucent and flawless pale color. She seemed to be suffering endless pain. Her eyes were closed tightly, and her fine and dark eyelashes were trembling like small fans. Lin Sun was stunned at once. How could it be a little girl? She indeed looked like a 13 or 14-year-old girl, young and elegant. Dressed in white, she looked delicate and charming. If she was not imprisoned in the divine chains of order, people would think that she was a pretty girl from a humble family, glowing with a pure and innocent aura. Is this the her who survived from the last era? The terrifying existence that caused so many immortals to die of hatred? Lin Sun's eyes flickered as his heart surged. He had thought that the other party was a ferocious existence, but now it seemed that it was completely different from what he had imagined. Whoosh! The rebirth order was still displaying its might. It was crystalline and dazzling, and the energy it emanated was like numerous divine whips that struck fiercely onto the young woman's body, causing her body to tremble while her clear and pretty little face turned ghastly pale. Her eyes were closed tightly while her delicate figure curled up on the spot. Her cherry lips were pale and bloodless. They were tightly pursed, and she did not make a single sound from the beginning to the end. This scene would probably make many people's hearts ache and feel sorry for her. But both Lin Sun and Little Five looked very calm. If anyone really treated this girl as a pitiful little lamb, they would really be blind, and it would be no different from courting death. Lin Sun was also curious about the aura of this girl in white that caused the Nirvana Order to take the initiative to kill her. It was very unbelievable. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the young girl in white was beaten to the point that her entire body was covered in a rain of light. Although her skin and flesh didn't split open, nor did she bleed, her body revealed an illusory feeling as if it was about to collapse. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "Although I can't wait for you to kill this little girl, I have to remind you that she is very likely to be a spirit of order." Her voice was very complicated and subtle. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes, and his heart trembled. He had long heard that in the eternal world, only the rarest ninth-grade heavenly order could give birth to a spirit of order. It was a mysterious spirit, just like the weapon spirit of a sovereign weapon or the formation spirit of a formation. However, a spirit of order was born from the power of order, and an ordinary ninth-grade heavenly order could not give birth to one. It had to be an extremely rare ninth-grade heavenly calamity order. The spirit of order did not have true intelligence, but it could control and operate the power of order, and unleash the power of order to an unprecedented level. The most amazing thing was that with a spirit of order, it could continuously transform the power of order. In the past, Lin Sun had only talked about this as a distant rumor. After all, he had never seen the power of order before. Not to mention learning about the extremely rare rank 9 heaven level sequence. As a spirit of order, it seemed even more ethereal and illusory. But Lin Sun didn't expect that the girl in white who was imprisoned by the Nirvana Order was actually a spirit of order, Xianxia's, and Lin Sun's. Perhaps even it hadn't expected that Lin Sun would stumble across such a fortune that would drive even the immortal emperor clans crazy. After a while, Xianxia said, "Moreover, it's a spirit of order that survived from the destruction of the previous era. You should be aware of how extraordinary this spirit of order is to be able to withstand the power of the destruction of an era." Of course, Lin Sun knew that if he could subdue the spirit of order, it would be equivalent to mastering a complete power of order, and it would be a rare ninth-grade heavenly order. Such a value would be enough for any immortal emperor clan to snatch the head. If the head was in their hands, it would cause an unimaginable reign of terror and even a catastrophe. Judging by the situation, the Nirvana Order was obviously planning to destroy the girl. That was why Xianxia could not stay calm and warned him. But the awkward thing was, Lin Sun could not control the Nirvana Order at all. Even if he had subdued the Nirvana Order, he could not even control the Phoenix Flame, let alone the Nirvana Order. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the white-clothed young woman seemed to be unable to hold on any longer, and she fell into a strange silent state. Even her pained expression had become calm and peaceful. Then, as the rain of light scattered, the Nirvana Order kept the girl and returned to the abyssal sword cauldron. Lin Sun heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that she was not killed. The Azure Sparrow said in a sour tone, "Those who survive a great disaster are bound to be blessed with good fortune. But isn't your fortune a little too great? If the great forces of power in eternal true world learn of this, they will definitely cut you down with a flurry of blades." Lin Sun smiled. The more Xianxia said, the more it proved the extraordinariness of the spirit of order. To him, this was great news. Then, Lin Sun sent his divine sense into the abyssal sword cauldron. In the Nirvana Order's world, the girl in white was silent. Her body was surrounded by a rain of light that belonged to the Nirvana Order. As Lin Sun sensed it, a wave of comprehension surged into his mind. Wushuang. The spirit of the origin world. Born in the previous era, it was known as the spirit of heavenly order in the origin world. When the era was destroyed, the heavenly Tao of the origin world collapsed and was destroyed. As the spirit of order in the origin world, Wushuang accidentally obtained a trace of the heavenly secret. She survived the 5 signs of decay and luckily managed to preserve a bit of spirituality, surviving the era's destruction. This comprehension was very vague. Lin Sun only obtained a limited amount of information from the few words. But after knowing all this, Lin Sun still felt a surge of emotions. Wushuang, it was an extremely domineering title. Even more inconceivable was that this girl in white who was called Wushuang wasn't an ordinary world order. She was born from the heavenly Tao of a world called the origin world. In other words, in the last era, Wushuang was the heavens in the eyes of the cultivators of the origin world. She was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. This was undoubtedly inconceivable, and it almost overturned Lin Sun's understanding. In his eyes, even though the Luo clan controlled the forbidden energy of order that covered the ancient starry sky path, and the Luo clan was like the ruler of the heavens. But after all, the forbidden energy of order didn't have a spirit of order. On the other hand, Wushuang was a true spirit that was born from the heavenly Tao of order. Such a comparison showed how terrifying Wushuang's origins were. But Lin Sun noticed that after experiencing the calamity of the origin world's heavenly Tao that Wushuang controlled had collapsed and ceased to exist. Only Wushuang obtained a chance at survival and overcame the 5 signs calamity of the Tao, allowing him to luckily survive the destruction of the era. In other words, even though Wushuang was a spirit of order, she'd lost her source and was extremely weak. Perhaps, in the years to come, the power of the Nirvana order can help her recover? Lin Sun couldn't help thinking. After all, the order of the netherworld of the last era was now being reborn in the Nirvana order. How is it? Xianxia asked anxiously, what kind of magic does the spirit of order have? Lin Sun thought for a while and said, the source has been lost. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to recover. Xianxia sneered, as long as the spirit of order is not destroyed, as long as she continues to collect the strength of order and let her refine it, sooner or later she can rebuild the source and restore the original power. If you don't want it, how about giving it to me? I promise I'll give you an unexpected reward. Her eyes were fiery and full of expectation. Lin Sun said thoughtfully, you mean, as long as we collect enough strength of order, we can help her restore the source? Xianxia was stunned and suddenly wanted to slap herself. Why did she leak this out? Now, this guy definitely wouldn't give up the spirit of order. Humph. It's not so easy to collect the strength of order, especially for a spirit of order like her to rebuild the source. I don't know how much strength of order will be collected. You alone can do it. Xianxia showed a look of pity, I don't know when I can help her collect enough strength of order. Lin Sun said, it doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry. Xianxia was annoyed but helpless. She suddenly said, aren't you afraid that I'll tell others about this? Aren't you afraid of paying the price? Lin Sun asked. Xianxia sneered and didn't want to say more. Lin Sun also laughed. The threat from the white-clothed girl Wushuang had been eliminated, which made him completely relaxed. For him, the 9th zone had become the safest place. There are only 2 days left before the end of the trial. It's time to break through the realm, Lin Sun said to himself, with a touch of brightness in his eyes. Originally, he planned to break through the realm after entering the starting city, but who would have thought that the city was also full of treacherous undercurrents, full of dangers and threats, so that his plan to break through the realm was delayed. But now, it was completely different. Whoosh, in the next moment, Lin Sun rose up and started to walk in the silent starry sky of the universe. Until his mind became clear and completely calm, Lin Sun stopped in the vast starry sky. He stretched his body and mind, looked up at the universe, and stood alone in the starry sky. He began to break through and meet his own heaven's punishment. Wisps of Taoist light flowed out of his body, blooming with divine brilliance. Vaguely, he seemed to turn into a big abyss across the starry sky. It was as vast as the sky and as deep as the horizon. Boom, it didn't take long. The heaven's punishment came, and the thunder was so violent that it was unbelievable. It was too bright, as if countless stars fell and drowned this place. Lin Sun disappeared directly. He was swallowed by the vast and violent sea of thunder, and the whole star area was submerged by the dazzling lightning. Far away, Xianxia widened her eyes. If the heaven's punishment of Jutong was far beyond that of ordinary emperors, like a river of stars falling down and converging into a vast ocean, then Lin Sun's heaven's punishment was like a sea of thunder crashing down directly. The unprecedented scene caused Qin Kai to be unable to help but be dumbstruck. Was this still a heaven's punishment? A universe was submerged. Could a peerless emperor compete with it? Fortunately, the distance was far enough, otherwise Xianxia would also be affected. Amidst the terrifying roiling thunder and lightning, there were enormous celestial bodies exploding one after another, transforming into dazzling light that splashed everywhere. But in the midst of the heavenly tribulation, it seemed very inconspicuous, like a few waves that didn't cause any great waves. All this made the heaven's punishment that Lin Sun was facing extraordinarily horrible and abnormal. Literature Library. At first, Lin Sun expected that heaven's punishment would be very fierce, but he didn't expect it to be so severe. Cracks appeared on his strong body, and his bones and tendons were cracking. This was a terrifying heavenly punishment. It refined every single piece of flesh in his body, about to smash his bones and destroy his body. Lin Sun summoned the abyssal sword cauldron at once, and it rose and fell with him in the thunderstorm ocean, undergoing the baptism. After an unknown period of time, Lin Sun's bones were broken many times, and his whole body was almost obliterated. He was constantly reforged and reassembled, shining brightly. He endured the pain and resisted the calamity, not daring to relax for even a moment. Boom, lightning radiance was boundless, submerging the starry sky. As time went on, the power of heavenly punishment tribulation lightning was greater than all previous tribulations, filling up this star domain. Many stars were submerged within, exploding one after another. This was an unprecedented great calamity that was filled with terror. This scene was enough to make any peak great emperor tremble in fear. Ordinary great emperors would definitely turn into ashes at the first moment. Not long later, Lin Sun's body was completely smashed, which was the worst punishment he had ever experienced. But in next to no time, waves of the tune of the Tao resounded from within his body, and then strands of green divine radiance shot out. His shattered body and broken bones were reconstructed once more, and they were fused into one. Enduring the pain of having his body smashed to pieces, Lin Sun deduced the great Tao furnace scripture that he had cultivated all over his life, baptizing and refining himself in the thunder punishment. At the same time, the abyssal sword cauldron buzzed violently. This cauldron was extraordinary and refined. It was originally a monarch weapon that matched Lin Sun's cultivation. It was condensed from the 9 monarch weapons of Kunlun and contained the power of Order Phoenix Flame. At this moment, as it rose and fell amidst the heavenly tribulation, it was as if it was experiencing extreme tempering, causing it to become even more ancient and mysterious. Rumble, another exceptional sea of lightning descended. The lightning was resplendent and illuminated the entire cosmos. It was as if the great explosion of the star domain had occurred. The dazzling light was 10,000 times more terrifying than the destruction of countless stars. In just a moment, Lin Sun's flesh and blood flew everywhere, his bones were broken inch by inch, his tendons and veins burst, and his blood splashed everywhere. It was a horrible scene. At the same time, the abyssal sword cauldron was also unable to withstand the bombardment. Cracks appeared on its surface, and it was on the verge of shattering into pieces. With the power of his soul and willpower, Lin Sun melted his broken body into one, reshaped it, and baptized it constantly. At the same time, the sword cauldron glowed and sprayed with a crystalline and translucent rain of violet light, and it ceaselessly repaired and tempered the body of the cauldron that was covered in cracks that were like spiderwebs. It was a painful ordeal. The thunder tribulation and the divine punishment were beyond Lin's expectation. A little carelessness would destroy both his body and soul. Boom, it was another great tribulation, lightning radiance dazzling, filling the sky, boundless. The most terrifying thing finally happened. The everlasting sword cauldron shattered piece by piece. They floated in the void of the cosmos and revolved around him, losing their luster. How could this be? Abyssal sword cauldron was rare in the world. It was condensed after going through a strange and unpredictable tribulation. Over the years, it was nourished and tempered by the Order Phoenix Flame. It was no longer a life weapon in the ordinary sense. But now, it was broken. Tens of thousands of lightning rays and hundreds of millions of divine rays struck down, hitting these fragments with clanging sounds and a deafening collision. A rain of light splashed. And Lin Sun's body was smashed again at this moment. Blood splashed everywhere and fell on the fragments of the sword cauldron. An incredible scene appeared. Blood splashed, and all the fragments of the cauldron glowed. The sword chi of the firmament pierced through the sky, smashed the tribulation thunder, and rumbled and spread, shaking the entire starry sky. Lin Sun was surprised. The fragments of the abyssal sword cauldron were lingering with strands of violet crystal light rain. That was the power of the Order Phoenix Flame. At the same time, lotus petals stuck to the fragments contained a mysterious and unpredictable aura of nirvana. This was the power of the Order of Nirvana. Lin Sun finally realized that although the body of the abyssal sword cauldron was destroyed, its original power did not dissipate. Instead, it was nourished by the Order Phoenix Flame and the power of the Order Nirvana during the tempering of the thunder tribulation. Therefore, the abyssal sword cauldron also showed a kind of rebirth in destruction, carrying out the experience of extreme nirvana sublimation. This was the embodiment of its desire for change. Clang. Clang. Clang, the blood mixed with the fragments of the cauldron trembled together, emitting a roar. Every fragment of the cauldron had sword chi soaring into the sky, tearing the sea of thunder, clanging and unyielding, resisting the tribulation. And in this catastrophe, Lin Sun's body disintegrated again and again. The blood poured on the fragments of the cauldron, as if it was endowed with life, making it more spiritual. It constantly hummed softly, as if it was shouting. This was a painful tribulation. Lin Sun endured the ravages and slashes of being smashed to pieces every minute and second. His flesh, broken bones, and the cauldron fragments blended together. However, although he suffered unbearable pain, his spirit and willpower had never been obliterated. This gave him the opportunity to reconstruct himself and realize his own transformation. For a moment, Lin Sun and the abyssal sword cauldron seemed to be one. They suffered destruction and reconstruction together, constantly being tempered and sublimated in extreme danger, producing a wonderful resonance, as if they were no longer separated. Boom, all of a sudden, a beam of colorful lightning struck down. Everything was destroyed, and many stars exploded. The area that was covered by the heavenly tribulation was destroyed. Lin Sun's face finally changed. Because this tribulation aimed at his spirit and willpower, he felt a sharp pain as if his spirit was being slashed by tens of thousands of swords in an instant, showing signs of collapse. This was a great disaster. If the body was destroyed, it could be rebuilt, but once the spirit was destroyed, everything would be in vain. Kill! Lin Sun roared, full of determination. The seventh major tribulation was so difficult and terrible, more than 10 times more terrible than the lawless heavens tribulation. Lin Sun was not willing to be defeated like this. He chanted sutras with his willpower and ran the Tao to the extreme, trying to reach the furnace scripture. Like an abyss and a furnace, he strengthened his Tao. His willpower was as strong as iron, and his Dharma image became more and more brilliant. Rumble 1 bolt, 2 bolts. Countless bolts of lightning descended again, and each time, it was different. In the end, his spirit and willpower were shattered many times, and it was difficult to condense into a whole again and again. At this time, Lin Sun had no thoughts at all. He forgot everything, and his mind was unprecedentedly focused, falling into the purest and most extreme state of passing the tribulation. Lin Sun didn't know whether he had passed the 100 tribulations or the 1,000 tribulations. He didn't even feel pain, and all his senses were empty. At this time, a strange change happened to him. His flesh and blood, broken bones, spirit and willpower, as well as the broken pieces of the cauldron, were mixed together, floating in the sea of thunder, being tempered, smelted into one, and carried out a stunning sacrificial refining. He was the furnace. The order of phoenix flame and the order of nirvana lingered around him, glowing with a magnificent light rain. It looked extremely mysterious, and actually blocked the continuous bombardment of the heavens tribulation. Then wait, if the other peak martial monarchs knew about this, they would be flabbergasted, unable to understand what was happening. But at this time it really happened, so mysterious. The divine sound of the great way roared. Lin Sun could not help but think of a rumor. Sovereign weapons were divided into 3 grades and 9 ranks. The 3 grades were mystery grade, spiritual grade, and divinity grade. Among them, mystery grade sovereign weapons were the most common. The Emperor's treasure tattoo produced by one move was divided into 3 ranks. Spiritual grade sovereign weapons were the sovereign weapons that could produce spirits. Such treasures could be regarded as top-notch, and were usually controlled by ancient forces. Divinity grade sovereign weapons were the rarest, also known as Emperor's extremity weapon. They had the terrifying power to collapse a universe and destroy a big world. However, Emperor's extremity weapon could only be found by chance, and was almost as ethereal as a legend. According to the rumor, Emperor's extremity weapon was a part of a great emperor's life, and could last forever and be handed down. Great Emperor Juing might have fallen one day, but the Emperor's Tao weapon contained their will and effort. It could shine through the ages and last for all eternity. Now, Lin Sun had a strong hunch that if the abyssal sword cauldron could withstand this refining, it was very likely to have the potential to transform into an emperor's extremity weapon. Boom. the heavens' retribution continued, and the chaotic air was boiling, sweeping across the sea of stars. The vast chaos turned into endless thunderstorms, which became more and more terrifying. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun's state of integration with the abyssal sword cauldron was broken. This time, the abyssal sword cauldron almost turned into powder, and Lin Sun's flesh and spirit were almost obliterated. This was the most tragic moment. This kind of tribulation represented destruction. It seemed that God wanted to destroy everything, and did not allow Lin Sun and the abyssal sword cauldron to survive. However, in this boundless and terrible destruction, there was a new power, which cut through the vast chaos and shone down from the depths of the sky. Lin Sun had no fear, no anxiety, and appeared to be in a state of emptiness. All thoughts, emotions, ideas, were gone. After going through so many tribulations and wandering between life and death, he was neither sad nor happy. There was only an instinctive will to operate the Tao, and to deduce the Tao and Dharma. Not afraid of life and death. Not afraid of hardships. Only my Tao would grow and multiply. Lin Sun's will became purer and firmer. The abyssal sword cauldron had turned into powder, and his spirit and body were in tatters, but they contained the hope of survival, and were about to undergo a qualitative change. This great tribulation lasted for an unusually long time, and was different from the past. In the end, an incredible phenomenon emerged in the vast sea of thunder. Bolts of thunder retribution condensed, and turned into a primordial world that seemed like the beginning of chaos. Clear and turbid were divided, and heaven and earth were first born. All things were born, including the sky, the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the universe. Then, all kinds of gods, demons, creatures, birds, and insects emerged, whistling in the primordial world. These were bolts of lightning, not real creatures. Kuanping spread its wings and soared up to 90,000 miles. Gods and demons roared and fought in the universe, smashing the sun, the moon, and the stars. At this most dangerous moment, Lin Sun seemed to be completely unaware of it. He sat there with his legs crossed, and his flesh, body, and spirit were constantly broken and recombined, swallowing and spitting out lightning. No thoughts, no thoughts. No fear. Far away, the cyan sparrow stood there in a daze. Around its body, a magnificent and dazzling red divine chain was lingering, dispelling the power of thunder retribution that was constantly surging in the starry sky. Literature Hall. Boom, expanse after expanse of seas of lightning descended, and they surged through this expanse of the universe as if they intended to obliterate the world. After an unknown period of time, an incredible scene appeared. The sword cauldron was finally formed. There were all types of wondrous patterns on its surface. There were galaxies swirling about, deities roaring from the primal chaos, releasing rumbling noises. Flowers, birds, fish, and insects adorned it while the sun and moon were arranged in an orderly manner. They formed mysterious markings of the Tao, and there were numerous ancient and grand scriptures inscribed on it. They glowed brilliantly and revealed the profundities of the grand Tao. It was the great Tao furnace scripture. Besides this, within the sword cauldron, the sword of the Tao floated up and down, and it emitted clanging sounds. The body of the sword seemed even more simple and ancient, and it was a divine object that concealed itself and was indescribably obscure. Dang! 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 The tribulation lightning struck down, but it was blocked by the sword cauldron one by one. Dazzling arcs of lightning shot out and flowed like a waterfall. Vaguely, the sword cauldron seemed to possess a true spirituality and life. Various mysterious and unfathomable patterns ceaselessly surged into appearance around the sword cauldron. Plants, fish, insects, mountains, rivers, all phenomena, the universe, the sun, moon, stars, fiend gods, all of this caused the cauldron to seem even more boundless. It was just a cauldron, but it seemed to contain an entire universe. However, Lin Sun knew nothing about it. He didn't have any other thoughts, only relying on his instincts to deduce the Tao and repair his flesh. Divine light shone resplendently as he sat there, chanting scriptures. When the abyssal sword cauldron was formed, Lin Sun's transformation had reached the most critical moment. Boom, his body was reconstructed, his sea of blood surged, and he tempered his body and cultivation to the absolute peak in one go. It was like he'd broken through the barrier of a natural chasm, passed through an extraordinary threshold, and stepped into the void refinement realm in one go. At the same time, the abyssal sword cauldron was also rumbling. The various scenes and Tao patterns inscribed on it were all trembling as though they were about to come to life. It was even to the extent that Xianxia could hear the rumbling of the Tao. It seemed as if it was coming from the chaos at the beginning of time, and it was dignified, vast, and grand. A myriad of streaks of lightning poured down, cleansing this cauldron, causing it to become even more dignified and majestic. It emitted an inviolable aura, as if it could crush the sky and exist eternally. The abyssal sword cauldron buzzed incessantly, and from the body of the cauldron a rain of light rained down. Each strand was comparable to a peerlessly sharp sword chi, capable of cutting through the sun, moon, and stars. At this moment, it had undergone a complete transformation, and its might was unparalleled. The tribulation lightning in the heavens and the earth were unable to harm it in the slightest. As the sword cauldron rushed up, it devoured billions of lightning bolts. In a short moment, it swept away almost all the lightning in the sky. Open! At the same time, Lin Sun stood up and roared. The star field moved, and his tall figure rushed out of hundreds of millions of rays of light. The power of the Emperor realm was overwhelming. He punched the sky and hit the last light of tribulation. Boom! This expanse of the universe fell into violent unrest. The boundless sea of tribulation lightning seemed as if it was crushed by the hand of the heavens, and it rumbled as it exploded, causing the torrents that shot out to spread out and obliterated countless great stars. At this moment, Lin Sun's imposing figure was like a beam of light, tearing through the ages and stunning the world. Bang! In the extreme distance, a dark bronze mirror shattered before the azure sparrow. It couldn't help but gasp. Originally, it intended to use the bronze mirror to inscribe everything it saw before it and transform it into a screen of light that existed forever. But never had it imagined that this tribulation couldn't be remembered at all, and it seemed as if the secrets of the heavens couldn't be revealed. Withdraw! Lin Sun shouted from extremely far away. No matter if it was his body, soul, willpower, or the abyssal sword cauldron, they were like a whale swallowing the sea as they ceaselessly swallowed the dispersed light of tribulation. The vast might of the Emperor realm spread out, covering the heavens and covering the earth. Crossing the threshold of the 7th level of the Emperor realm caused Lin Sun and the abyssal sword cauldron to undergo a qualitative transformation, and they'd stepped onto the heavenly stairway and realized the sublimation of their lives. In a sense, the 7th level of the Emperor realm was like stepping into a completely new realm for Lin Sun, and it was completely different from before. It's over. Lin Sun had ascended to the peak of the 7th level, and he stood alone in the starry sky at this moment. The tribulation lightning vanished, and the numerous great stars in this expanse of the starry sky exploded into pieces. Only now did it return to silence, and starlight sprinkled down and illuminated the surroundings. A silver waterfall covered the sky, and boundless starlight sprinkled down and condensed towards him, baptizing his body and replenishing the huge amount of energy he'd consumed. In the end, everything dispersed, and only Lin Sun stood alone in the starry sky. The abyssal sword cauldron floated above his head, and millions of strands of Tao light and divine brilliance fell down, causing him to look blurry and unreal. Looking at it from afar, the starry sky was cold, and the universe was vast. He was all alone, and it seemed as if he'd endured the loneliness of eternity, indistinct and indistinct. But the feeling he gave others was like that of a ruler who swallowed the universe and reigned supreme since ancient times. This tribulation had taken a long time, and it was unprecedentedly dangerous. His soul, body, flesh, tendons, and bones had been shattered countless times, and every time it was reconstructed, it was no less than experiencing a rebirth of life and death. Similarly, the abyssal sword cauldron was probably the same. Lin Sun sat cross-legged and started to consolidate his new cultivation. The biggest change in the 7th level of the Emperor realm was that a universe had been opened up in the Emperor realm. The sun, moon, and stars circulated in it, shining brilliantly, and all kinds of auspicious lights of the Great Way fell down, which complemented and merged with the Emperor realm, forming a unique and perfect harmony. At this level, the practitioner's cultivation was full of divine light, and his Dharma form was perfect. His body and spirit were wonderful, and he was extremely precise and thorough, returning emptiness to truth. In fact, it was tantamount to beginning to explore the mysteries of emptiness and reality, existence and non-existence, truth and emptiness. At the same time, Lin Sun felt that the abyssal sword cauldron had also undergone a new transformation. The Order Phoenix flame seemed to be completely shattered, turning into wisps of power and merging into the cauldron. Around the cauldron, there appeared the eternal universe and all kinds of phenomena in the sky. There were mysterious Taoist patterns floating and sinking, and there was a kind of boundless spirit that could suppress the past, present, and future. In the sword cauldron, the Taoist sword was simple and unadorned, but it gave people the feeling that as long as it was born, it could split the world and run through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In addition, the Nirvana order turned into a lotus pattern floating in it, and the 9 Taoist patterns of the netherworld loomed, shining with inexplicable luster. More than a dozen quietus fire of order were firmly suppressed in the deepest part of the cauldron. The whole cauldron gave Lin Sun a kind of symbiotic feeling, as if it had become a part of his life. One day later, Lin Sun woke up from meditation and stood up. The green sparrow had already flashed over, and she said, Xianxia, that old geezer, would probably never have imagined that the 9th area that was originally sufficient to consign you to eternal damnation would instead allow you to realize a completely new transformation in your cultivation. Xianxia, a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's eyes, and he said, fortune and misfortune depend on each other, and life and death are unpredictable. When I go back this time, I will send this old thing to hell. After saying that, he took out his identity certificate. There was a rain of light, but there was no path leading to the outside world. Cyan Sparrow shouted at once, Xianxia, he obviously tampered with your identity certificate. Even if you survive in the 9th district, it's impossible for you to leave. Lin Sun's heart was surging with killing intent, but he looked calm. He put away the identity certificate and looked around. After a while, he thought of something. Clang, in the abyssal sword cauldron, a Taoist sword rose to the sky, like an invincible light, and tore a huge crack in the collapsed and empty universe. Cyan Sparrow was stunned. How could this work? Let's go. Lin Sun rushed out first. In the universe outside the world of the trial, waves of void appeared one after another, and in the void leading to the world of the trial, there began to appear one after another. Feng Junlin, Yu Duqiu, Xianxia and other peerless figures took the lead to come out. Heng Zhan, the guard commander of the Castellan mansion, and a group of soldiers stood indifferently in the distance, watching the exit. They had been waiting here for a month. As the void flickered, many Emperor Realm figures returned one after another. Some looked gloomy, some relieved, some depressed, and some longed for more. They all had different expressions. Those who collected enough stellar source were full of smiles, while those who didn't were disappointed. Compared to those who came out alive, more people had died in the world of the trial. As time went by, there were experts coming out one after another, but the number was very small. In the end, there were only about 100 people who came out alive. One should know that there were more than 600 Emperor Realm figures who participated in the trial this time. Did Ling Xuanzi really die? Someone couldn't help but ask. They were about to return to the City of Beginnings, but Ling Xuanzi still hadn't shown up, which surprised many people. It's time, let's go back to the city. Heng Zhan ordered. Wait, what's the harm in waiting a little longer? It's not like we're in a hurry, Yu Duqiu said with a frown. I've brought many people to participate in the trial over the years. Every time this time comes, it's destined that no one will come out alive. It's a waste of time to wait any longer, Heng Zhan said coldly. What if someone is still alive? Yu Duqiu asked. Heng Zhan said expressionlessly, the trial is over. My duty is to bring you out, not waste time here. Yu Duqiu couldn't help but sigh. He had a glimmer of hope, but who would have thought that a miracle wouldn't happen? It looks like Ling Xuanzi has really died. That's for the best. Someone laughed with a cold expression. Heng Zhan spoke abruptly when he heard this, that's true. In my opinion, Ling Xuanzi can dream of making another appearance in this world. He was the only one who knew that Lin Sun would not be able to leave alive after entering the 9th region. Boom, suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The space in the distance exploded, and a figure like a god tore through the sky, teleporting over, shaking the heavens. What? He's out. Everyone was shocked. The person was shrouded in divine light. His figure was tall and his aura was as strong as the abyss. He stepped through the void and came out. It was Lin Sun. However, his aura was extremely terrifying at the moment. It was as if he was a god that descended to the mortal world. It was shocking. Heng Zhan, in particular, thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He was just saying that Lin Sun would not be able to come out alive. Now that he saw Lin Sun coming out, he couldn't help but scream. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. P.S. Should we add more updates tonight? Please spend your monthly votes. Literature Hall. Why not? Could it be that Commander Heng Zhan already knew that my nameplate had been tampered with? Even if I could survive in the 9th area, I wouldn't be able to get out at all? Lin Sun's cold eyes locked on Heng Zhan with terrifying power. The crowd was restless, and many people's faces changed. The 9th area, a long time ago, even immortals would die if they entered it. So in the recent 10,000 years, no one was assigned there. Because everyone knew that entering it was no different from courting death, but Ling Xuanzi was assigned to the 9th area. Many people soon realized that it was Heng Tianxua's revenge when they thought of the grudge between Lin Sun and Wen Xiaoheng. Feng Junlin, Xianxia and Yu Duqiu, who had already known that Lin Sun was in the 9th area, also changed their faces slightly at this moment. Because they now knew that Lin Sun was not only tricked, but also tampered with his identity card. Heng Tianxua and Wen Xiaoheng are too cruel. They couldn't calm down, and looked at Lin Sun with strange eyes. Under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly a miracle that Lin Sun could get out alive. Heng Zhan's face darkened, and he scolded, "Ridiculous. If your identity card was tampered with, how could you get out of the trial world? It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, because I don't intend to argue with dirty and despicable people like you." Lin Sun's eyes were deep, and his expression was cold. "How dare you?" A soldier shouted, "You framed the city lord in public and dared to speak rudely. Ling Xuanzi, don't you want to leave here alive?" Lin Sun sneered and slashed out a sword chi. Crack, the soldier waved his bronze halberd to resist, but it was cut into pieces in an instant. He couldn't block it at all, and the armor in front of him exploded. His whole body was split into 2 halves, and blood spurted out. Everyone was shocked. It was too fast. From the soldier's hostility to Lin Sun's sword, it was all done in a flash. Overbearing sword, blood splattered everywhere, and the sword chi tore through the sky with a rumbling sound. The scene was silent. This scene sent a chill down everyone's spine. Everyone looked at Lin Sun. Killing a soldier in public, especially a soldier of the Castellan mansion, was the most aggressive provocation with blood. Since ancient times, none of the martial emperors in the vast 1,000 battle domains dared to provoke the forces guarding the immortal heaven pass. Although Lin Sun killed a soldier, he represented the dignity of the Castellan mansion. All this was enough to prove that the furious Lin Sun had completely thrown caution to the wind and was going to set off a bloody revenge. "Ling Xuanzi, do you know the consequences of doing this?" Some soldiers stepped forward and pointed at Lin Sun with bronze spears or long swords, showing a piercing killing intent. "This is beginning city's territory. No matter where you come from, no matter what your identity is, you will pay the price for violating the city's rules," shouted a soldier. Puff, suddenly, a bloody light flew up, and an illusory sword chi flashed and pierced through the soldier's glabella, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Lin Sun said indifferently, "You are just a bunch of servants. The matter between me and Heng Tianxua has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, you'd better not bark. Otherwise, I don't mind killing all of you. He has rebelled and killed people here. He disobeyed the rules of the Castellan mansion and is the enemy of all of us. Everyone, attack together and kill him. Everyone will be rewarded." Heng Zhan's face was livid, and he shouted loudly, which resounded throughout the scene and pinned a big hat on Lin Sun. If such a crime was confirmed, he would be regarded as a traitor by the 49 immortal heaven passes. Boom, a group of soldiers attacked, their spears swept, and their swords whistled. Every one of them could be said to be the best of the best. Sharp, murderous, and shocking. In fact, the origin of these soldiers was not simple. They were all martial emperors who crossed the starry sky and roamed the vast 1,000 battle domains. However, because they disobeyed the rules of the city, they were suppressed by the immortal emperor clan. In order to survive, they became soldiers of the city and served the Castellan mansion for generations. Haha, what a tyrannical guard of the Castellan mansion. You have the power to kill whoever you want. Lin Sun laughed. In front of him, the void shattered, and a Dao sword swept out, shaking the surrounding space and sweeping across. The group of soldiers who rushed forward were all blown away by the sword. They were like chickens and dogs, and the weapons in their hands were crushed. A rain of light scattered. Once the sword was out, it was like a hot knife through butter. You dare to resist and become the enemy of all the experts in the city, a soldier roared, his expression ferocious. He called for everyone to charge forward, but his words came to an abrupt stop. The incomparably sharp sword Qi turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning and killed him. The sword Qi cut through his forehead, and a bloody wound spread all the way to his lower abdomen. Then, with a puff, blood spurted out a few feet, and his body was split into two halves. After that, as Lin Sun made his move, the nearby soldiers who rushed up were all easily killed. A thick rain of blood splashed, dyeing the starry sky red. The scene was extremely horrifying. The nearby Emperor Realm figures who came out of the trial world all had their hearts in turmoil, and stayed far away. Many people were shocked. They couldn't believe that Lin Sun's method was so overbearing and iron-blooded. This was too strong. Ling Xuanzi, what do you want to do? Heng Zhan couldn't calm down, and his face was extremely ugly. Lin Sun said coldly, what I want to do, didn't you see it? Blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth. You really want to be the enemy of the Castellan mansion, and the entire Great Thousand Battle Domain? Heng Zhan asked coldly. He had been able to keep his composure and didn't make a move. How can I be an enemy of the world when I kill some scum? You open your mouth and shut your mouth, you old thing, your heart is terrible. Lin Sun's eyes became colder and colder. They are the guards of the city. If the Castellan knows that you killed them so wantonly, he will definitely not let you go. He will definitely kill you personally. Heng Zhan's voice was filled with threat. Also, don't forget that this beginning city is now under the control of my Heng family. Many people's hearts tightened. The immortal Emperor clan, Heng family, was a great force in the eternal world. Looking at the entire beginning city, which Emperor Realm figure dared to offend them, however, Lin Sun smiled, but that smile was emotionless as he said, what a coincidence, I'm going to find Heng Tianxia to settle a score. Why don't you lead the way? Heng Zhan's face completely changed. He didn't expect that Lin Sun would not even put the Heng family in his eyes. Quick, attack together and kill him. Heng Zhan roared. A group of soldiers rushed out from behind, armed and full of murderous intent. Lin Sun stepped forward and did not dodge. Instead, he formed a sword with his fingers and slashed out in the void. Swish, with one slash, more than a dozen emperor weapons shattered. With a poof, the leader was even sent flying. Then, with a bang, the soldier's body split into 4 or 5 pieces and directly exploded. Scarlet blood splattered and flew in all directions. Before the power of this slash dissipated, Lin Sun's second, third, fourth slash had already been slashed out in succession. Rumble, this area seemed to be crushed and fell into a violent turbulence. Brilliant and vast sword Qi intersected, bringing about scarlet blood rain. How was this a battle? This was clearly a massacre. The great emperors who were participating in the trial in the distance were so shocked that their scalps went numb and their hearts trembled. Too strong, the killing power that Lin Sun displayed at this moment made even them tremble in fear. Feng Junlin, Yu Duqiu, Xianxia Yuan, and the others were all shocked. They were all keenly aware that Lin Sun had broken through. Now, he was already a peak 7th rank Emperor Realm existence. When they thought about how his combat strength was already heaven-defying and abnormal when he was at 6th rank Emperor Realm, how terrifying would he be after breaking through, in a few blinks of the eye. All the soldiers in the field were killed. The smell of blood was like a vast ocean, soaking in this cold starry sky. It was a shocking sight. Ling Xuanzi, are you trying to rebel? Heng Zhan was furious, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. As a member of the Heng clan, he was high and mighty in the past, and no one dared to disrespect him. But now, someone had killed his soldiers repeatedly. This made him even dare not to believe it. Rebel? Just because you're from the Heng clan, you really think you're the ruler? As his words sounded, Lin Sun had already charged over. At this moment, everyone was shocked because no one thought that Lin Sun would really dare to attack Heng Zhan. This was equivalent to saying that he didn't even care about the threat of the Heng clan. Rise! Heng Zhan roared, and a burning red talisman spread out. The emperor's aura was monstrous, covering the sky and earth. It contained the sun, moon, and stars as if it was a real universe. This was an extremely powerful and terrifying emperor weapon. The materials used were rare and precious enough to make a ninth realm ancestor drool. Wisps of terrifying aura overflowed from the red talisman. It was as heavy as hundreds of millions of caddies, and it pressed down on the starry sky as if it was about to collapse. Lin Sun's expression did not change as he directly reached out to grab the red talisman. He was not afraid of the overwhelming pressure at all. He wanted to tear the sky apart with a single hand. Boom, all the Dao lights were scattered. Lin Sun's large hand was like a hot knife through butter as it grabbed the red talisman with a tyrannical power. Suppress! Heng Zhan roared. This red talisman refined a starry sky world. It contained all kinds of unfathomable mysteries and could deduce incredible power. It could imprison ghosts and gods and kill ninth realm ancestors. However, no matter how many divine abilities and Dao techniques he had, Lin Sun just pushed his palm forward. His 5 fingers were like a claw, crushing all the power and destroying it continuously. This made Heng Zhan so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out. He exhausted his limit and pushed the power of the red talisman to the extreme. A terrifying scene happened. Boom, in the red talisman, burning stars appeared and rushed out. They slowly rotated like a burning river of stars and suppressed Lin Sun. The fire was like a sea, rumbling. Everyone gasped. At this moment, the majestic ancient stars filled the sky and filled the sky. They also felt threatened and subconsciously retreated far away again. Bang! 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 With a series of bursting sounds, Lin Sun waved his fist and smashed all the burning stars into pieces, exploding them in the void. The unparalleled power of the fist made the red talisman tremble violently as if it was about to disintegrate. Heng Zhan's body was cold and his hair stood on end. He was an existence who was only one step away from entering the first realm ancestor realm. He came from the eternal world and mastered all kinds of supreme secret techniques. He was far from ordinary ninth realm ancestors. But now, in the battle with Lin Sun, he almost had no power to resist. Boom, amidst the ear-piercing sound, Lin Sun reached out and grabbed the red talisman in his hand, completely suppressing it. Heng Zhan coughed up blood and his face was pale. He completely realized that something was wrong and did not dare to hesitate. He turned and tore through the sky, wanting to escape. But Lin Sun was faster. His figure flashed and rushed forward. His palm and fingers were like a cage of the great Dao, enveloping him with a rumbling sound. In an instant, Heng Zhan was completely suppressed like a bird in a cage, witnessing this scene. The whole place was silent, and the heroes were shocked. P.S. Thank you, Brother Bandit and the others for your gifts and support. Tomorrow, to express my gratitude, I will continue to update. Heng Zhan was suppressed, the surroundings were deathly silent, not a single sound could be heard. Even Yu Duqiu, Xianxia and Feng Junlin were shocked by this scene. They knew very well how terrible Heng Zhan was. If they were in Heng Zhan's position, it would be impossible for them to defeat him without using their trump cards. But Lin Sun suppressed Heng Zhan in an overbearing manner with his own cultivation. How could they remain calm after such a comparison? As for the others present, they were all dumbfounded. It was already a miracle that Lin Sun could walk out of the ninth zone of the trial world alive. But now, he directly killed more than 20 soldiers guarding the city and captured Heng Zhan from the Heng family. Crack, Lin Sun broke Heng Zhan's knees and imprisoned him. He knelt on the ground and then looked at everyone present. Everyone who was swept by his eyes became stiff and uncomfortable. What did this guy want to do? In this silence, Lin Sun smiled slightly, revealing his snow-white teeth, and said, "Everyone, I have a hunch that the city of beginning will be in chaos. If you want to leave the city as soon as possible, I can help you." Everyone was stunned and a little confused. What was going on? He was killing people just now. Now he wanted to help others? What kind of help? Yu Duqiu was interested. Good question. Lin Sun smiled brightly. He turned over his palm, and more than 30 pieces of stellar source appeared. I believe many of you have not collected 10 pieces of stellar source. I happen to have a lot of surplus here. I can exchange with you, Lin Sun said with a smile. According to the market price, one piece of stellar source costs 500,000 eternal void source crystals. I can make it cheaper, only 400,000 eternal void source crystals. Of course, you can also exchange it with underworld pearl. Yuducho, others, all of them had a confused expression on their faces. Was this still the ruthless, cold-blooded, and ruthless man just now? He wanted to talk about business in the blink of an eye. This contrast was really unexpected. Does no one want it? Lin Sun asked. Finally, someone plucked up his courage and said, I need 3 pieces of stellar source. Lin Sun readily agreed and completed the transaction smoothly. With someone taking the lead, quite a number of people were tempted. Stellar essence was related to whether they could leave Starting City and continue moving towards the eternal true world. There was no way the emperors who had not managed to gather enough stellar essence could resist this temptation. Moreover, he could buy a piece of stellar source for 400,000 eternal void source crystals. Even if he could not use it, he could sell it for 500,000 eternal void source crystals. All of a sudden, the stellar source that Lin Sun had collected became a hot commodity. Some were exchanged with eternal void source crystals, while others were exchanged with underworld pearls. Are you short of money, Brother Ling? Yuducho couldn't help but ask. He felt that Lin Sun's action was a bit embarrassing. Yes, Lin Sun answered without hesitation. Yuducho didn't know what to say. You've killed so many guards and captured Hengzhan. Aren't you worried that Xianxia will take revenge on you after you return to Starting City? Xianxia asked. Her voice was clear and melodious. Xianxia should be the one to worry about, said Lin Sun. Xianxia couldn't help but stare at Lin Sun for a long time. She really couldn't figure out who gave Lin Sun the confidence to declare war against a city lord. After a while, Lin Sun sold all the excess stellar essence in his hands. He got more than a dozen underworld pearls and millions of first-class eternal void source crystals. After doing all of this, Lin Sun didn't waste any time. He brought Hengzhan with him and flew toward Starting City. The others also followed him when they saw this. Everyone had a premonition that a storm would rise in Starting City of the first pass of immortality as soon as Lin Sun returned. Starting City. City Lord's Mansion. In a big hall, Wen Xiaoheng paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was uncertain, and he couldn't calm down. Today was the day the trial would end. Although Wen Xiaoheng was very sure that Lin Sun would not be able to return after entering District Number 9, he couldn't be completely at ease before he confirmed Lin Sun's death. Heng Tianxua sat casually on the main seat nearby. He was fiddling with a beast bone that was as white as snow. He was calm and composed. Nephew, there's always calmness when there's a big event. Moreover, it's just eradicating a peak great emperor who came from the starry ancient path. It's not a big deal. There's no need to worry about it. Heng Tianxua glanced at Wen Xiaoheng and shook his head with a smile. Immortals who entered District Number 9 would never return. Moreover, Ling Xuanzi's identity certificate had been tampered with. It was already destined that he would never return alive. Uncle, it's not that I'm impatient. It's just that Ling Xuanzi is extremely cunning. I've already suffered in his hands twice. I really don't dare to underestimate him anymore. Wen Xiaoheng said with a gloomy expression. The first time was in the departed soul region. He was almost killed and managed to survive with his life-saving trump card. The second time was in Tianyu Tower. If it wasn't for Granny Shui saving him, he wouldn't have survived either. These two experiences were like nightmares for Wen Xiaoheng. How could he still dare to underestimate Lin Sun? He's still too young, Heng Tianxua couldn't help but sigh. Even if Wen Xiaoheng had cultivated for thousands of years, he was still lacking in the eyes of an old man like Heng Tianxua who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Wen Xiaoheng was just about to say something. Heng Tianxua's sleeves fluttered and shattered jade tokens appeared. When he saw these cracked, dim, and lifeless jade tokens, the face of Heng Tianxua, who was calm and composed earlier, had turned gloomy and unsightly to the extreme. Wen Xiaoheng discerned the origins of those jade tokens with a single glance. He knew that it was a restriction treasure that controlled the guards of the governor's estate. Once it shattered, it meant that the guards were in trouble. Uncle, what's going on? Wen Xiaoheng's voice was strange. Didn't you say that there's always calmness when there's a big event? Aren't you exasperated as well? Something unexpected happened in the trial. The soldiers who followed Heng Zhan to the trial world have all died. Not a single one of them survived. Heng Tianxua took a deep breath while divine light shot out from his eyes. It was extremely shocking. If I'm not wrong, this matter is probably related to Ling Xuanzi. Wen Xiaoheng's heart shook violently. He couldn't be bothered to ridicule Heng Tianxua any longer, and his expression changed indeterminately. That's impossible. That's the 9th area. How could he possibly walk out alive? Heng Tianxua's gaze was terrifyingly icy cold while his entire body emanated a terrifying imposing aura. It caused Wen Xiaoheng to feel suffocated, and he realized that this old geezer was completely infuriated. An accident has already occurred. Now isn't the time to consider all of this. As he spoke, Heng Tianxua looked out of the hall. Men. My lord. A boy appeared outside the hall. Heng Tianxua's voice was gloomy. Tell those 7 old fogies that I'll remove the restriction on the soul of anyone who kills Ling Xuanzi and return his freedom. Yes. The boy received his orders and left. Uncle, it has already come to this, yet you still don't intend to make a move yourself? Wen Xiaoheng couldn't help but ask. He was unable to understand. Heng Tianxua's gaze was deep, and he spoke with an expressionless face. The son of a noble family will not sit under the tree. I won't rashly take a risk before I figure out Ling Xuanzi's trump card. But who are those 7 old fellows? Can they do it? Wen Xiaoheng was extremely anxious in his heart. Heng Tianxua glanced at Wen Xiaoheng and said, in the countless years since the ancient times until now, there have been many insufferably arrogant and ruthless figures that disregarded the order of the city and caused trouble in the city without the slightest hesitation. In the end, all of them were suppressed without exception. Those that didn't have much value were executed at the first possible moment. On the other hand, those that were valuable had their soul restrictions placed on them, and they were reduced to soldiers of the city. They could only struggle on while at death's door and obey the control of our eternal emperor clans. Those 7 old fellows I spoke of are the most valuable group of ruthless figures in the countless years of the past. If they joined forces and attack, then even I would have to utilize my full strength in order to suppress them. Wen Xiaoheng couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. He understood how formidable Heng Tianxua was. As the ancestor of a Dao, he was able to easily annihilate a 9th realm ancestor with a flip of his hand, and he was boundlessly terrifying. But Heng Tianxua actually had to use his full strength to deal with those 7 old fellows. And it was obvious how formidable they were. Wen Xiaoheng felt reassured when he thought up to here. We'll just wait here for news. In this way, we can attack and retreat at will, and we don't have to worry about any mishaps or dangers occurring. At this moment, Heng Tianxua had calmed down and was steady like a mountain. Wen Xiaoheng nodded instinctively. Today was the day the trials ended. Starting City was also bustling with noise and excitement. Many people craned their necks in anticipation. They were waiting to see how many tyrannical characters would survive the dangerous and bloody trial world this time. A teleportation formation stood towering at the central area of the city. This place was filled with a sea of people since a long time ago, and not even a drop of water could trickle through. All of you, disperse. The city governor's estate is going to capture the villain Ling Xuanzi today. Anyone that dares to interfere in this matter will be killed without mercy. All of you fuck off. Suddenly, a loud shout resounded like a thunderclap, and it rumbled through the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, group after group of armored guards that emanated murderous intent soared through the sky, and the baleful aura they emanated was simply like a raging storm. The area near the teleportation formation was in extreme chaos, and everyone's expressions turned grim as they left in panic. It wasn't long before the surroundings became deserted, and besides over 100 soldiers with terrifying auras, there was no one else here. These soldiers stood on guard at the side and waited in formation. Their killing intent converged together, and it threw the surroundings into chaos, causing even some Emperor realm figures to be terrified. No one dared to approach. Ling Xuanzi hasn't even walked out of the trial world, yet he's already been put on the wanted list. He's definitely done something great to incur the wrath of the city governor's estate. Looks like a storm of blood will arise in Genesis City today. After the other areas of the city noticed this scene, many people guessed and discussed animatedly, and all of them were surprised and bewildered. How many years had it been since such an uproar like today had occurred in Genesis City? What exactly did Ling Xuanzi do? Time slowly passed by. Amidst the oppressive and murderous atmosphere, a strange fluctuation suddenly arose from the silent teleportation formation. It was like the curtains to the arrival of a storm had been drawn slowly at this moment. The ancient transmission array fluctuated with an obscure aura of space. Lin Sun, Feng Junlin, Xianxia, Yu Duqiu, and other emperors appeared almost at the same time. In the past, every time the trial ended, it would attract the attention of everyone. It was a spectacular scene. Those who came back alive would be the center of attention and be admired and sought after by everyone. But today, it was very different. The street was solemn and oppressive. Soldiers in black armor formed groups and sealed off the area. Almost at the first time, all eyes and killing intent locked on Lin Sun like a tide. The terrifying pressure that seemed to be real made the experts who returned with Lin Sun change their expressions and tense up. Sure enough, a big storm was going to happen today. We are here to capture Ling Xuanzi. Those who have nothing to do with us, please leave. A leader said coldly. He held a silver halberd and looked majestic and powerful. His whole body was filled with killing intent that disturbed the wind and clouds. Immediately, the people around Lin Sun left in a hurry. No one wanted to get involved in this matter for fear of being killed. Ling Xuanzi, good luck. If you die in this city, I will be a little disappointed. Feng Junlin glanced at Lin Sun and left with his people. The meaning in his words was very thought-provoking. Lin Sun glanced around calmly and did not say a word. Brother Ling, do you need help? As long as you agree, I can fight for a chance of survival for you. Xianxia suddenly sent a voice projection. This beautiful, elegant woman carrying the purple and green twin sabers on her back had unexpectedly lent a helping hand at this moment. She was noble. Although she came from the boundless world, her mother was a big shot and a big force in the eternal world. She had the confidence to say such words. No, thank you. Lin Sun smiled and refused. Xianxia did not insist. She only took a deep look at Lin Sun and turned to leave with Yu Duqiu. Soon, only Lin Sun was left. He stood all alone before the teleportation formation while his surroundings were surrounded by layer upon layer of soldiers, and such a scene caused the hearts of countless spectators to feel cold and despair. However, his expression was calm and indifferent as usual. The murderous aura in the heavens and the earth seethed, and it pressed down upon space to the point it seemed to have frozen. The surroundings were deathly silent, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Ling Xuanzi, do you know your crimes? The commander in the lead spoke in an icy cold voice that rumbled like thunder and broke the silence. Boom, all the soldiers raised their weapons and pointed them at Lin Sun. The incomparably violent killing intent gathered together, making the whole world seem to collapse and make a mournful sound. This made people shudder with fear. However, Lin Sun seemed to be completely unaware of this, and his gaze swept ceaselessly as he asked with a frown. Where's Xianxia? It's already at this time, so why hasn't he made an appearance? Instead, he's sending all of you servants to your deaths? His casual words caused the people who were watching this scene in secret to gasp, and their hearts trembled. This Ling Xuanzi, he actually directly declared war on the city lord. Where did he get the confidence to say such words in this heavily surrounded place? You're such a stubborn bastard. Even if you repent and atone for your sins now, it's useless. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, you'll be killed without mercy. The commander's face darkened, his killing intent boiling. The other soldiers were also brimming with murderous intent, ready to strike. It was also at this time that Lin Sun looked at the commander and the soldiers present, with a touch of disdain on his lips. Bang, the next moment, Lin Sun raised his hand, and Heng Zhan, who was captured by him, knelt down in the void. His body was bathed in blood, and his hair was disheveled. Lord Heng Zhan. Everyone's pupils constricted, and their faces changed greatly. Heng Zhan's identity was very special. He came from the Heng family, and in the city lord's mansion, he was the right-hand man of Heng Tianxua. But now, he was reduced to a prisoner and suffered great humiliation. Ling Xuanzi, you really don't want to live. Put him down. A soldier shouted angrily. Puff, blood splattered. No one expected that Lin Sun had already made a move before the soldier finished his words. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of sword chi swept out, directly piercing the man's forehead. Blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, everyone's scalp was numb. All of this happened too suddenly. Who dared to kill people in the city? This violated the city rules, and he had to pay with his life. Who dared to imagine that Lin Sun would act so decisively and without scruples? In particular, his peerless sword was so sharp that even an Emperor realm expert was killed in an instant. There was a commotion in the field. Those who were watching in the dark felt their blood boil, and their scalps tingled. There was no doubt that Xianxia was planning to completely break up with them and set off a storm of blood. Arg, the soldiers of the city lord's mansion were provoked on the spot. Many of them shouted and roared. All of this happened too suddenly. No one expected that Lin Sun would kill people in public. In short, those who stand in my way will die. At this moment, Lin Sun slapped Heng Zhan's head. With a bang, blood splattered everywhere, and Heng Zhan was turned into ashes. This scene completely made the eyes of the commander turn red, and he roared, "Go, kill this bastard! Kill! Kill!" The soldiers roared like thunder, and all kinds of lights danced in the air as they attacked together. Lin Sun's eyes were cold, and he didn't dodge. This was what he wanted, to kill in public, and take revenge with blood. Boom! Countless bright sword chi whizzed out from the acupoints all over his body, turning into a dense storm of sword chi that rushed up to the sky and down to the ground. The void seemed to be torn apart by sharp blades, producing dense explosions. The sky was filled with sword light, and the world dimmed. The scene was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. In just an instant, the dozen soldiers who rushed forward were all crushed by the sword chi. Their treasures shattered, their armors exploded, and their bodies turned into thick blood splattering everywhere. And this was only the first batch. As Lin Sun took a step forward, the sword chi whistled for 3,000 miles, traversing the 9 heavens, setting off a rain of blood in the field. He was calm, and his body glowed like a god walking in the world. Wherever he passed, the rain of blood and death turned into the cruelest scene of purgatory. Deafening explosions resounded without end. Countless weapons were shattered, and countless techniques were dispersed into a rain of light. Screams, roars, and screams rang out incessantly. The spectators in the dark felt a chill run down their spines, and they were horrified. The soldiers of the Castellan's mansion weren't ordinary figures. They were great emperors who ran amok in the past, and they were suppressed as slaves because they made mistakes. However, at this moment, even if they attacked together, they were like moths flying into a flame, and they were easily crushed. The heavens and the earth shook while the void collapsed in chaos. The buildings in the nearby area were like paper, and they were turned into powder by the terrifying torrent of battle. In just a moment, Lin Sun stretched out his hand and slapped. The head of the commander who led the guards was directly smashed, and his body exploded inch by inch. He died on the spot and was covered in blood. From the moment Lin Sun appeared to the moment he started killing wantonly, all of this was done in an extremely short period of time. Lin Sun was like a bolt of lightning, and no one could stop him. When the commander of the guards was slapped to death, there was a short period of silence in the field, but what followed was a clamor that soared into the sky, and the city was in an uproar. They'd never seen such a daring person, and it was shocking. Xianxia's combat strength is too terrifying. Those are hundreds of soldiers of the Castellan's mansion, which are comparable to hundreds of emperors. How could they be so weak? Heng Zhan died, and those guards are no match for him. Could it be that only Xianxia can suppress him? No one would have thought that such a thing would happen. Killing the people of the Castellan's mansion on the street was unscrupulous and lawless. No one would have thought that Lin Sun would be so invincible and powerful under such a siege. He alone swept through the entire field. This made the hearts of Emperor Ju Tong and Ancestor 9 Realms, who were watching the battle secretly, palpitate, and they couldn't calm down. Boom! Suddenly, a scrawny old man with scraggly beard and hair appeared out of thin air. His bronze-colored skin was suffused with terrifying power as he punched out. The sky fell, the earth cracked, and the sun and moon shook. The power of this punch was extremely powerful. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, and he bent his finger like a sword and swept it out. The fist and sword collided, and a myriad of lights burst out. The figure of the scrawny old man shook, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. He stepped forward again and waved his fist to kill. He was swift and overbearing, and his fist was lofty and heavy like a divine mountain. It oppressed the world to rumble, and all kinds of strange phenomena and light rain fell like a waterfall. This scrawny old man was terrifying. It's him, Mo Jean, regarded as one of the 7 sinners of Starting City. He was a peerless madman who was suppressed because he killed a 9th realm commander of the Castellan's mansion 10,000 years ago. Someone exclaimed as he recognized the scrawny old man. 7 sinners, they represented the 7 most formidable and ferocious figures that had been suppressed in Genesis City for countless years. Every single one of them possessed extraordinary strength, and they'd once stirred up trouble and committed great crimes in the city. Even if they were suppressed in the end, their existences couldn't be overlooked. At this moment, when people learned that it was Mo Jean who attacked, it immediately caused a sensation, and many emperors were stunned. Young man, I was just like you all those years ago. I ran amok in the city and stirred up blood, but in the end, I was still trapped here, and my fate is no longer in my control. I advise you to stop struggling, because you'll only be suppressed in the end. The scrawny old man spoke as he attacked. Lin Sun answered him with 2 words full of disdain: trash. How could a peerless figure who was truly unbridled, arrogant, and disdainful choose to serve as a slave in exchange for a chance to struggle at death's door? What was he if he wasn't trash? The scrawny old man's face darkened. He was furious, and his killing became more and more fierce. Boom, his fists were fierce and fierce, as if there were stars exploding in his fists, bursting out an unparalleled breath of destruction. Angry with shame? Trash is trash. Don't believe it? I'll kill you now. Then, as Lin Sun ran his breath, the whole world was shaking, as if it had interfered with the law of the Great Way, making his power more and more powerful. At the same time, Lin Sun's palms and fingers drew a strange arc in the air, like an antelope hanging its horn without a trace. Boom, a sword chi suddenly appeared and ran through the sky, shaking all the stars in the sky. It was incomparably fierce. This was a sword strike that combined all the mysteries of the supreme sword scriptures. There was only one word: fast. It seemed to break the shackles of space, break the shackles of time, unrestrained, indestructible, and omnipotent. Puff, a sword pierced through Mo Jean's head, the fierce sword chi pierced through his fists, smashed Mo Jean's defense, and pierced through his eyebrows at an incredible speed, coming out from the back of his head with a string of bursting blood. Even his skull was blown up. P.S. I'll continue to update tonight. One strike, Mo Jean, who was regarded as one of the 7 sinners, was killed. His skull shattered, and his body exploded under the cover of the unparalleled sword chi. Blood splattered everywhere, and his body perished. No one expected Lin Sun's attack to be so sharp. So strong. It was unknown how many people's hearts trembled, shocked by this bloody scene. Mo Jean was a veteran 9th realm ancestor with an extremely fierce cultivation, but he died in one strike, after a short silence. Suddenly, a cold conversation sounded. This guy is tricky. Why don't we attack him together? Sure. Whoever kills him will get the credit. Along with the voice, 6 figures appeared in the void one after another. There were men and women, and as soon as they appeared, they attacked Lin Sun. Boom, all kinds of light flew up, turning this place into a purgatory. They surrounded Lin Sun and attacked him. The endless divine light flooded the long street. If it weren't for the ancient taboo formation in the city, not to mention this street, even the city would have been torn apart and turned into ashes. Red River Ancestor, Thousand-Old Man, Dragon Crane Emperor. Except for the dead Mo Jean, the 7 sinners of the Starting City have attacked together. It's strange. Why didn't the city lord show up after such a big commotion? Let's see if Ling Xuanzi can get through this. The spectators in the dark recognized the 6 terrifying figures. They all held their breath and paid close attention. Swish, Lin Sun was extremely fast. His figure moved like a flickering light, shuttling between all kinds of spiritual tools and fighting against all kinds of magical skills. Go. With a cold snort, an old man in a blood-red robe flashed in a strange way. The sky halberd in his hand chopped down fiercely. This was a peerless vicious weapon that lived up to its name. The blood-colored halberd shaft and the snow-white halberd blade tore through the heavens, releasing terrifying whistling sounds. It was as if a group of gods and devils were roaring, following the side of the great halberd. It tore through the universe, destroying everything in its path, terrifying beyond compare. At the same time, the other 5 people roared together and attacked with all their strength. Magical skills and imperial weapons were like a group of meteorites, powerful and terrifying, all rushing towards Lin Sun. Crack, there was a cracking sound on the street. A part of the supreme restriction covering the city was broken, which made everyone's expression change. Just how terrifying was this halberd? At this moment, the 6 ferocious criminals attacked together, putting Lin Sun in a life-or-death situation. In everyone's view, as the halberd fell, Lin Sun would not be able to defend himself no matter what. However, at this moment, Lin Sun punched out with his fist, which was as deep as a cauldron. Dang! A trembling sound resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Many people's ears were in piercing pain and their souls were pounding. Blood flowed out from their mouths. The destructive power of this strike was quite apparent. What? Impossible. How did he block the attack with his hand? How can a peak 7th stage Emperor realm expert have such heaven-defying strength? Many people were dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe all of this. From the beginning until the end, Lin Sun had been barehanded and hadn't used any treasures. But now, he'd even smashed his fist onto the blade of the halberd, causing it to buzz and bounce off, rumble. At the same time, his entire body shone, scattering all of the attacking power. A rain of light rumbled and splashed everywhere, but he was completely unharmed. At this moment, Lin Sun was like a peerless demon. His black hair was loose. Although he was fighting alone, his power was not reduced at all. Go to hell. Suddenly, Lin Sun's figure rose to the sky, and he punched again with unparalleled power. Boom! The dazzling fist crushed a long and narrow crack in the sky. At the end of the crack, a man in azure armor suddenly burst out like a firework, and his blood dyed the sky. This was absolutely a domineering punch. No one could stop it. It was fast and fierce, with blood and chi like the sea, and it was extremely powerful. So strong. It was unknown how many people were horrified, shaken by this fist, their minds shaken. Under siege, Lin Sun still had the power to kill. The strength of Lin Sun's combat power had completely subverted everyone's cognition. Even the others who were besieging Lin Sun felt a chill in their heart, and their expressions became more and more dignified. They didn't dare to hold back at all, as if they were desperate. Clang! A purple spear suddenly pierced out from the hand of a middle-aged man in a white robe. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The power of this spear was too great. When the purple spear pierced out, it was like a purple sun exploding, and the light and fire were all over the sky. This was a spear that could kill gods and demons. The brilliant sky seemed to tremble and was about to collapse. The whole ancient city was shaking violently as if it was about to disintegrate. Kill! Others roared and followed the middle-aged man in a white robe to attack. At this moment, a strange light flashed in Lin Sun's eyes, as if he had sensed something. Then, he no longer hesitated. Buzz, the abyssal sword cauldron, which had been transformed in the peerless catastrophe and now became brand new, appeared at this moment. Boom! The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The abyssal sword cauldron was flowing with hundreds of millions of lights, and a world like the universe emerged on the body of the cauldron. The sky, the earth, the latitude, the sun, the moon, the stars, the flowers, birds, insects, fish, all kinds of wonderful scenes emerged, brilliant and boundless. Amidst the explosion, the purple battle spear that was slashing down was directly shattered and exploded with a loud bang. The abyssal sword cauldron shook slightly and then turned upside down. The mouth of the cauldron rushed down, and a Taoist sword swept out at an incredible speed. Puff! The middle-aged man in a white robe was cut in an instant, and his figure turned into ashes. Another person was killed, and this was just the beginning. As the abyssal sword cauldron rose and fell, the light fell, thousands of spirits appeared, and the river of stars flowed, protecting Lin Sun below. He rose into the air and launched a real peerless attack at this moment. Boom! The abyssal sword cauldron rumbled and crashed forward, causing the void to collapse. Two people didn't dodge in time. Not only were their treasures crushed by the abyssal sword cauldron, but their bodies were also smashed into a bloody mess. Hundreds of millions of lights fell down, crushing their muscles and bones, and splashing their flesh and blood. No. How could it be? They screamed in horror and turned into two clouds of blood mist. The hidden spectators were all horrified. The might of this cauldron was too great. Merely the strands of light that descended from it were able to crush two ninth realm ancestors that were boundlessly ferocious. That level of might was simply unimaginable and unimaginably terrifying. Is this an emperor's extreme weapon? It's extremely difficult for the ancestors to refine and possess such a supreme treasure. It's almost like a legend. It must be an emperor's extreme weapon. Only such a legendary supreme emperor's extreme weapon can have such extraordinary power that it can crush a world and shake the sun, moon, and stars. The abyssal sword cauldron was too dazzling. There were the sun, moon, stars, birds, beasts, mountains, rivers, and all kinds of spirits on it. It was full of chaotic chi. It made people feel extremely depressed and palpitate from a distance. Let's go. There were only 2 of the 7 sinners left. Seeing such a scene, they were all frightened and wanted to escape at the first time. But how could Lin Sun let them do as they wished? He didn't move, but the abyssal sword cauldron flew across the sky. The abyssal sword cauldron buzzed and released a brilliant light, rushing to one of them. Inside the abyssal sword cauldron, a simple and unadorned Taoist sword cauldron flashed in the void and cut another person. Boom, puff, 2 completely different sounds rang out one after another. One person was killed by the abyssal sword cauldron, and his body was incinerated by the rolling Taoist light. The other person was beheaded by the Taoist sword cauldron and died. Everything happened so fast that no one could even react. Even the powerhouses who were watching the battle in the dark couldn't help but be dumbfounded and break out in a cold sweat. This was too terrifying. At this time, the 7 sinners had all been wiped out. In the messy scene, only Lin Sun stood alone. His figure was tall and straight, and he was as calm and composed as when he first walked out of the teleportation formation. When people woke up from the shock, they realized that Lin Sun had already left. There was no one left in the bloody and chaotic scene. He must have gone to the Castellan's mansion. The same thought popped up in many people's minds. In an instant, countless people in the dark rushed in the direction of the Castellan's mansion. It was too terrifying. Ling Xuanzi single-handedly killed everyone, killed the guards of the Castellan's mansion, killed the 7 great sinners, and stirred up a storm of blood along the way. And now, he was clearly killing his way to the Castellan's mansion. Many people's mouths were dry. How many years had it been since such a bloody and chaotic event happened? Who would have thought that they would see it today? The Castellan's mansion, it represented the dignity of the Eternal World's immortal emperor clan, since ancient times, who dared to provoke them, but today, a ruthless person like Ling Xuanzi appeared. Why do I feel that there's something strange about the battle just now? Before he used the furnace, Ling Xuanzi seemed to have been holding back and deliberately stalling for time. Yu Duqiu frowned. He and Xianxia had watched the entire battle in the dark, and he couldn't calm down. But now that he thought about it calmly, he found something strange. That's right. If he used the treasure immediately, with the combat strength he displayed, he wouldn't have taken so long. Xianxia was also a little puzzled. Deliberately stalling for time? What was he trying to do? Let's go to the Castellan's mansion to take a look. Yu Duqiu said and turned to leave. Xianxia also followed him. If one looked down from the sky, they would find that countless emperor auras were gathering in the direction of the Castellan's mansion in Beginning City at this moment. Obviously, the earth-shattering battle just now made them completely unable to calm down, and their minds were completely attracted. At this moment, in the Castellan's mansion, Xianxia was already in a state of extreme shock and anger. The forces sent to capture Ling Xuanzi were all dead. The 7 old things also died one after another. There was no need for others to report this series of deaths. Xianxia already knew about it from the jade tokens that were continuously shattering. Does this kid really want to overturn the heavens? Xianxia's expression was grim, and his eyes were terrifyingly cold. Uncle, what should we do? Wen Xiaoheng's emotions were completely out of control. His expression was as if he had lost his parents, and it was extremely ugly. He even felt an indescribable chill, and for the first time, he felt an indescribable panic and fear. What should we do? Of course we'll kill this kid. Xianxia's face was livid. He stood up, and his aura was like a volcano that was about to erupt, causing the hall to shake violently. P.S. Send more updates to me. Genesis City fell into an upheaval. The natives living in the city all hid, shivering in fear. On the deserted streets, only the Emperor realm figures that possessed profound cultivations were flashing towards the Castellan's estate. Undercurrents surged, and the winds and clouds surged. It had been countless years since a bloody conflict like the one today had occurred, and it was obvious how great the uproar it caused was. Castellan's estate. This was a huge ancient building complex that had stood here since a long time ago. The magnificent gate and the light golden tiles were like a city lying in front of them. This was the core area of Genesis City, and it was covered in unimaginable restrictions. Since ancient times, no matter how heaven-defying their combat strength was, all those that committed murder in the city were unable to shake the Castellan's estate. At this moment, Lin Sun's figure appeared here. Perhaps it was because he'd arrived too quickly that it caused all the soldiers stationed outside the Castellan's estate to be stunned, and then their expressions changed while they were slightly dazed. This fellow is actually still alive. He intends to kill his way into the Castellan's estate? Even though these soldiers were shocked, they still stood out at the first possible moment, and they waved their weapons and pointed them at Lin Sun while surging with killing intent. However, Lin Sun didn't even spare them a glance and spoke directly. Xianxia, Wen Xiaoheng, if the two of you still don't come out, then this Castellan's estate will be destroyed because of the two of you. Every single word was like a thunderclap that resounded through the heavens and the earth, and it shook the sky to the point it droned and trembled. The soldiers that guarded the Castellan's estate felt their eardrums stinging, and they saw stars. It was just a voice, yet it shook them to the point they almost coughed up blood. The experts who had gathered from all directions felt their hearts tremble when they heard the voice. This Ling Xuanzi, he'd actually declared war against the Castellan. Young man, needless to say, your combat strength can be considered to be an overlord amongst your peers. But, do you really think you can survive in the city with just your cultivation? An indifferent and calm voice resounded from within the Castellan's estate. This was Xianxia's voice, and it revealed great dignity. However, Xianxia didn't reveal himself, and he seemed to be disdainful. Lin Sun's gaze was deep as he said indifferently, the Castellan of a city is holed up here and doesn't dare come out to see me. Looks like I can only kill my way in myself and drag you out. Whoosh, he stood where he was and clenched his fist. A stream of sword chi condensed and slashed forward. The sword energy was like an ocean, a boundless expanse. There were stars descending within it, heavens rising and falling, and the scene was unimaginable. During this process, mist spread out, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. This magnificent scene seemed like the creation of the world, and it caused one's heart to palpitate. Not good. The soldiers guarding the city Lord Manor quickly retreated, feeling great fear in their hearts. They could sense the might of this sword, and it was impossible to face it head-on. Everyone rushed to the sides, running for their lives. With a rumbling sound, the thick sword light rushed into the clouds. It was incomparably resplendent, as if a river of stars was descending. One could clearly see the sun, moon, and stars falling. The sword chi reached the heavens, splitting the majestic and ancient building of the city Lord Manor into two. A huge destructive crack appeared, continuously spreading in all directions. Merely the might and profundities contained within this sword strike actually caused countless spectators to be shocked and tremble without end. However, the surroundings of the row upon row of buildings in the city Lord Manor suddenly had countless dense restriction fluctuations, and a brilliant light shone as symbols circulated. As if they were alive, the destruction caused by Lin Sun's sword strike was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. It was completely undamaged. Right at this moment, Xianxia's dignified voice that was filled with mockery sounded out. Ling Xuanzi, aren't you very powerful and want to kill your way into the city Lord Manor? Why can't the sword strike even shatter a single piece of debris? In the distance, the spectators looked at each other. Since ancient times until now, the city Lord Manor has been controlled and presided over by different immortal emperor clans. After countless years of operation, countless terrifying restrictions have been set up inside and outside the city Lord Manor. How can it be destroyed so easily? Someone muttered with emotion. I'm afraid Ling Xuanzi will have to stop here. The city lord still hasn't appeared even after being killed. Even if Ling Xuanzi stops here, the city Lord Manor will still be the one to lose face. Someone harumphed coldly. However, at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly let out a sneer. Xianxia, do you really think the city Lord Manor is indestructible? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve. Boom! Countless rays of light turned into strange and mysterious Dao runes and rushed into the city Lord Manor like tens of thousands of divine rainbows. Then, suddenly, there was a series of explosions and collapses in the city Lord Manor. The countless restrictions that covered the city Lord Manor seemed to have suffered serious damage and were falling apart at this moment. With a wave of his sleeve, it was like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Many people were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. As far as I know, the restrictions covering the city Lord Manor can even kill a real Dao ancestor. How could it be broken so easily? Xianxia revealed a shocked expression and felt extremely surprised. It's indeed unimaginable. Yu Ducho's eyes flickered. He couldn't understand Lin Sun anymore. He felt that this person was full of secrets and was always unexpected and unpredictable. Boom, the world where the city Lord Manor was located was filled with a rain of light and divine light. The restrictions that covered it were like an avalanche, constantly collapsing and dissipating. The incredible scene not only shocked the spectators, but also the powerhouses in the city Lord Manor. At this moment, even the powerhouses in the city Lord Manor couldn't calm down and their expressions changed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Wen Xiaoheng's voice full of horror also came out. Obviously, he didn't expect that the city Lord Manor that was impregnable would appear so fragile at this moment. At this moment, Lin Sun once again slashed out with his sword. Boom, the vast sword chi soared to 3,000 meters across the sky, like the light that could destroy the world, and slashed down at the city Lord Manor. At this moment, countless exclamations and screams sounded. Humph! Suddenly, a cold grunt resounded, and then the boundless strand of sword chi was actually shattered inch by inch before vanishing without a trace. Soon after, a majestic figure shot up from the city lord's mansion. He was like a demon from hell, emitting a monstrous aura. Ling Xuanzi, would I, Xianxia, have any face left if I don't kill you today? His voice rumbled to the point this expanse of the heavens and the earth trembled, and it seemed as if it was on the verge of collapse. Xianxia wore a white robe, his hair fluttered, and his figure was mighty. He was like a demon that had descended from the heavens. His entire body was coiled with strands of golden laws that seemed like divine chains, and it enveloped his entire body, causing him to seem mysterious and filled with an oppressive aura. In his hand was an ancient spear that was scarlet red like blood, and it emanated monstrous killing intent. It seemed as if it had drunk the blood of a myriad of living beings, and its piercingly cold aura caused even imperial emperors to be terrified. The hearts of the spectating cultivators in the vicinity trembled as they sensed this might and coldness, causing their entire bodies to feel cold and practically tremble. This was the true might of an ancestor of a Dao, but exactly how formidable was Xianxia? Probably no one knew the answer. The combat strength of a terrifying existence at such a level was difficult to estimate. Because in so many years, no one had ever been able to force him to make a move. He was like an invincible god, and his reputation pressed down heavily on the hearts of everyone. Earlier, when Xianxia didn't appear, everyone felt that he was hiding like a tortoise, and he didn't have the might of an ancestor of a Dao at all. But now, when he appeared and stood there casually, this expanse of the heavens and the earth trembled, and the entire city of beginnings glowed. The defensive formation of the city was activated, and it automatically defended. That level of might was too terrifying. Which one of the experts that dared to come and watch the battle wasn't a ruthless imperial emperor? But at this moment, all of them couldn't help but retreat. Because the peerless killing intent grew stronger and stronger, and as it swept past, it caused many people's hairs to stand on end. They simply didn't dare believe all of this. They were so far away, yet they were actually unable to bear the killing intent of an ancestor of a Dao, everyone asked themselves in their hearts. If they were in Hang Tianchua's position, how would they fight? They would probably be shattered by Hang Tianchua's aura before they could even make a move, and they wouldn't even be able to approach. It was also at this moment that everyone deeply realized how terrifying Hang Tianchua was. An expert that was able to guard the first gate of the Eternal in the vast thousand battles domain really wasn't someone that ordinary extraordinary overlords could compare to. Bang! But soon, a surging power rushed up like a pillar that supported the sky, piercing through the darkness, covering the sky and the earth, surging violently, and shaking the void in all directions to collapse. Lin Sun, who was originally standing in front of the city lord's mansion, also rose into the air at this moment. His black hair was loose, and his eyes were deep. Thousands of strands of Taoist light sprinkled down like a silver waterfall, making him look like a god that descended from outer space. He was completely different from before. At this moment, Lin Sun's whole body was filled with a kind of peerless fighting intent, and there was a kind of power that could swallow mountains and rivers. His eyes were deep as he stared straight at Hang Tianchuo, and his heart was surging with unparalleled killing intent. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he had confronted a real ancestor of a Dao since he started cultivating. He wasn't nervous, let alone afraid. What he had was a kind of boiling and resolute fighting intent. If the ancestor of a Dao was said to be an insurmountable moat, then today, Lin Sun would shake and break this inherent shackle. On the opposite side, Hang Tianchuo looked Lin Sun up and down, and said softly, "Come here and receive your death." It was only two icy cold words, yet it was horrifying. It was like the will of the ruler of the heavens, and it was pronouncing a person's fate. Lin Sun laughed with ridicule. "Who do you think you are? You're just the ancestor of a Dao, what's the big deal?" Just the ancestor of a Dao, who could say such words? After all, such an existence was the highest peak above the Emperor realm, and it was sufficient to easily suppress everyone in the Emperor realm. In the shadows, numerous cultivators were shocked and gasped. They felt Lin Sun's confidence and restrained edge, and a type of courage and domineering aura that far surpassed the masses. Which one of the cultivators present wasn't a great emperor? Moreover, there was no lack of supreme existences that were giants in their respective starry worlds. Yet now, they seemed to be unable to maintain their composure in this confrontation, and it was even to the extent that they had to be extra careful while watching from the shadows. Ha ha ha. Ling Xuanzi, it's truly difficult for me to imagine that you're a figure that came from a ruined place like the starry ancient path. You really talk big. Hang Tianchua roared with laughter. His eyes were like two strands of demonic light that penetrated through the layers of space to lock onto Lin Sun, and it oppressed the souls of Lin. Soon. His laughter shook the heavens. At this moment, a formidable aura stretched out from Hang Tianchua's body, and it was like an ocean had burst through a dam or a river of stars had exploded, and it swept towards the surroundings. Wisps of Taoist light flowed through Lin Sun's body, blocking the horrible deterrents. He stood still and was not affected at all. However, some of the nearby cultivators weren't able to stop it. All of them had pale faces as they staggered back in terror, and they seemed as if they'd seen a ghost. The peerless killing intent released by Hang Tianchua surged, causing cracks to appear in the heavens and the earth. This was undoubtedly a type of intimidation. The aura that was emitted was enough to make one tremble in fear. If they were to truly fight, just how powerful would they be? You're only SOSO. If we were at the same level of cultivation, killing you would be as easy as killing a chicken or a monkey. Fortunately, you've already proven your Dao and become an ancestor, otherwise, you wouldn't be qualified to fight me at all. Lin Sun's expression was neither sad nor happy. What a pity. I'm afraid that you will never be able to reach the ancestor realm in this lifetime and be on the same level as me. Hang Tianchua took a step forward, causing the heavens and the earth to change and the clouds to lose color. He was like a monarch patrolling the world and looking down upon the world, and he carried an invincible imposing aura. Numerous enormous stars floated up into appearance by his side. He seemed like a god that was striding forward while his entire body was covered in golden divine chains and laws, and only his gaze was piercingly cold and oppressive. Great Dao patterns covered the sky. A simple step was already so terrifying. Kill! Lin Sun shouted. His entire body was suffused with the glow of the Dao, and he was enshrouded by divine radiance while his vital blood swept out and covered the heavens and the earth. The abyssal sword cauldron floated up into appearance above him, and it rumbled while a myriad of specks of light rained down from above, causing it to faintly carry the might of suppressing the past, present, and future. This was a head-on battle against a Tao Father. Dang. Dang. Dang, explosions shook the heavens. Heng Tianxua's figure flowed with the golden energy of the laws, and he was like an overlord. In his surroundings, the universe collapsed and the stars exploded into pieces. It transformed into an expanse of ruins, and even the chaotic mist was blasted out. However, in the face of such a peerless attack by Lin Sun, he was unscathed, seemingly invincible and unshakable. Boom, this part of the starry sky exploded, collapsing. Everyone was horrified. They marveled at Lin Sun's fierce and overbearing means of attack, and were even more shocked by the unshakable supreme power of Heng Tianxuo. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. The ancestor of the Tao was indeed a terrible enemy. The energy and laws he possessed had long since exceeded the scope of the ninth realm ancestor realm, and they'd attained the limits of the emperor realm and stood at the highest peak. Even though Lin Sun was extremely powerful, he was still only a 7th level emperor realm cultivator. The difference between them wasn't just one level. In the eyes of other onlookers, Heng Tianxua's realm was far higher than Lin Sun's. There was almost no suspense in this battle. However, Lin Sun was not afraid at all, and he looked calm. Do you see that? This is the gap between you and me. Heng Tianxua laughed. His laughter was filled with absolute disdain and arrogance. Don't worry, I will kill you today. Lin Sun's black hair was flying, his eyes were sharp, his fighting spirit was high, and his courage was matchless. His attack momentum was getting stronger and stronger. Is that so? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Heng Tianxua's light was frightening. He had a kind of conceit that he was the most powerful emperor in the world. Holding the blood-colored spear in one hand, he pointed at Lin Sun and rushed straight at him. The murderous aura was overwhelming. Boom, the heavens and earth shook, and the sun and moon lost their light. This was a peerless battle. The blood-colored spear and the abyssal sword cauldron clashed, piercing through the sky and causing a myriad of divine radiance to erupt. All sorts of unbelievable phenomena appeared. Divine light shone brightly between the two of them, and their murderous aura swept through the surroundings. Chaotic chi filled the air, and their fighting spirit pierced through the universe. This was a great disaster. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe, and their hair stood on end. This was definitely a battle that was rare to see. It occurred between a Tao ancestor and a peak 7th level emperor. There was a huge disparity in their cultivation, but they were still confronting each other. It was an unprecedented battle. Rumble, suddenly, the two of them crossed each other and charged to one side. However, a figure shook violently, and a string of blood splashed out. It was extremely dazzling. A bloody mark was torn in front of Lin Sun, and his flesh was torn open. It was a ghastly sight. Ling Xuanzi is going to be suppressed? Many people were shocked. Heng Tianxua is the ancestor of the Tao after all. He's like a supreme chasm in the emperor realm. Since ancient times, very few people have been able to surpass him, some people sighed. In fact, it's already unbelievable that Ling Xuanzi was able to fight Heng Tianxua head-on to such an extent. Even if he loses, his wisdom will live on forever. Unfortunately, he's going to fall here in the end. Everyone's hearts rose and fell, and they were unable to calm down. Lin Sun's injury was terrifying, and it was actually difficult to heal in a short period of time. There was a sharp golden force spreading out, and it destroyed the blood essence in his body. Is this the strength of the ancestor of the Tao? Lin Sun's voice was low as if he was talking to himself, and his eyes were deep in calm. Bang! Heng Tianxua laughed loudly as he charged over once more. A blood-red spear soared through the sky, and it possessed the might to shatter the sun, moon, and stars. It was extremely terrifying. It wasn't long before Lin Sun was injured once more. A bloody mark was torn on his back, and it was so deep that bones could be seen while beads of blood spilled out. Heng Tianxua's aura was peerlessly terrifying. Strands of golden laws descended from his entire body and drowned him. He was like a god that had set out to battle, and he emanated a brilliant glow. His might simply caused others to feel despair. Lin Sun didn't say anything. His entire body was boiling like a furnace, and his cultivation seemed to be burning. He seemed as if he didn't realize at all that he was injured. Rumble, the heavens and the earth were overturned. Xianxia held the spear in his hand while carrying monstrous divine might, and he was like a star that collided with Lin Sun. It carried a destructive fluctuation, and everywhere it passed, space shattered while chaotic mist appeared. During this entire process, Lin Sun was injured ceaselessly, and he fell into a state of being suppressed. Even his body cracked apart while blood sprayed out. This scene caused others to shudder with fear and feel their scalps go numb. Suppress. In the battlefield, Xianxia's expression was cold as he charged forward with the blood-red spear in hand, and the fingers on his left hand spread open to transform into a peerless cage that suppressed Lin Sun. Various lights fluttered in the sky, and it was indistinctly like a god was chanting scriptures while sitting cross-legged in the depths of the universe and suppressing the mortal world. Such strength was simply unimaginable to the extreme. Lin Sun's eyes became even deeper, yet he remained calm. His cultivation was fully displayed at this moment, and all the phenomena of the heavens and the earth surged with boundless brilliance. It faintly seemed as if a great abyss lay across the sky and swallowed the surroundings. Even though he was injured ceaselessly and suppressed ceaselessly in the battle, he still hadn't been completely suppressed up until now, and his sharpness didn't diminish at all. Gradually, along with the passage of time, people noticed this abnormality, and they couldn't help but be stunned. Under the attack of one Dao ancestor, Xianxia was actually unable to be suppressed and killed for a long time. Some people couldn't help but think that with Lin Sun's current cultivation, if he was lucky enough to survive this battle, who in this world could be his opponent when he became an ancestor in the future? Too strong. Yu Duqiu murmured, and his eyes drifted. Originally, he was also a peerless great emperor, and he was extremely conceited. He thought that he wasn't inferior to Lin Sun, and he even had great confidence that he could compete with Lin Sun. But at this moment, he was slightly shaken. Xianxia frowned and said, "As the lord of a city, Xianxia's cultivation realm far surpasses Xianxia. Now that he hasn't defeated Xianxia after such a long battle, it will definitely cause him to lose face. I suspect that he will immediately attack ruthlessly." Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking. "Kill." At this moment, Xianxia let out a low roar, and his entire body emanated a bloody aura that was like an ocean. Golden nomological energy shot into the heavens and the earth, and his ancestor realm energy seemed to be completely released at this moment, and it was boundlessly terrifying. Obviously, he felt slightly embarrassed that he was unable to kill Lin Sun for so long. After all, he was the ancestor of one Dao. Yet, he was unable to kill a peak 7th level great emperor after such a long time. If news of this were to spread, he would become a joke. At this moment, Lin Sun let out a clear howl, and his aura actually rose steadily at this moment, becoming powerful to the extreme. His body was like a great furnace that smelted the heavens. Rumble, the two of them fought fiercely, and they charged into the sky and attacked wantonly. The strength of their attacks was so strong that it shook the stars, caused the heavens to tremble, and the sun, moon, and stars to be on the verge of collapse. All the experts were shocked, and all of them were dumbfounded. They felt a chill rise up their spines, and they retreated incessantly. The might released by such a battle was too terrifying, and even if they were watching the battle from afar, they still felt threatened. Even more inconceivable to them was that Xianxia had already utilized his entire might and brought forth the might of a Dao ancestor to the limit, yet he was merely able to suppress Lin Sun and was unable to kill Lin Sun. This was completely unexpected, and it was even to the extent that they were unable to imagine exactly how Lin Sun had accomplished this. Die. Xianxia's eyes glowed with a ferocious glow while his aura surged and overturned space, and he was formidable to the point he was like an enraged god that intended to destroy the world. At this moment, Lin Sun had completely let go of his strength, and he fought with all his might. It wasn't long before, along with the rumbling of the abyssal sword cauldron, the Dao sword whistled out. Unlike before, the might of this sword strike actually instantly rose explosively by 2 times. Even though Xianxia had blocked the sword strike, he was struck by the sword chi, and it slashed open a mark on his shoulder while even his bones cracked. Everyone was stunned, and all of them were astounded. Since the battle began, this was the first time Xianxia had been injured, and it caused everyone to not dare believe that an ancestor of one Dao like him would actually be shaken. "You were actually able to injure me?" Hang Tianxua seemed to be filled with disbelief, and then his expression instantly turned gloomy while his gaze was cold and ghastly as he charged out explosively. Bang! He was like an infuriated ferocious beast as he swept his spear horizontally and deduced an ancestor realm technique, causing boundless golden laws to transform into a storm that surged through the heavens and the earth, and it rumbled as it was released. You don't have a chance. Lin Sun's gaze was deep and surged with a shocking glow. At this moment, his body that was covered in injuries was recovering at an unbelievable speed, and his cultivation was like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time had been completely released. Its might was actually not inferior to Hang Tianxua at all. Clang, the abyssal sword cauldron rumbled as it glowed and emanated a myriad of strands of divine radiance that accompanied Lin Sun's attack, and he seemed to possess an overbearing aura of supremacy. The feeling he gave others was as if he'd become a completely different person. No one knew that because it was the first time he'd fought an ancestor of one Dao. Lin Sun had always been extremely vigilant and cautious during the previous battles. He'd been probing and experiencing the strength of a Dao ancestor, and he'd never completely revealed his true trump card. Now, he'd roughly figured out Hang Tianxua's strength, and he'd resolved to launch a counterattack and eliminate this old bastard. P.S. I'll continue tonight. Rumble, Lin Sun seemed as if he'd become a person. At this moment, when he attacked, he was like a god that was pushing the sun, moon, and stars. He emanated boundless radiance and transformed into the phenomenon of a great abyss that blotted out the sky and surged with all the phenomena of the world. In a trance, the abyss transformed into a cauldron that emitted an ancient and vast dignified aura, and it seemed as if it could destroy everything. This was the embodiment of Lin Sun's cultivation. At this moment, it was released, and it transformed into a part of the might of the abyssal sword cauldron that pressed down towards Hang Tianxua. Such a scene, such might, and such domineering aura shocked everyone present. In their eyes, Lin Sun's current might was completely different from before, and it was formidable to the point that they felt horrified and extremely oppressed just by looking at it from afar. Hang Tianxua's expression changed. As the ancestor of a Dao, it was fine if he was in a confrontation with someone at the same realm as him. But now, he actually felt threatened by a peak 7th level emperor. This was something he'd never experienced since he started cultivating, and it was difficult for him to accept. His expression grew even more ghastly, and his killing intent was abundant as he was utterly furious. Bang! The blood-red spear swept out horizontally while emanating strands of profound and unfathomable ancestor realm aura, and it shot up in defiance of the heavens and bombarded the abyssal sword cauldron that assaulted him. At this moment, the heavens and the earth seemed as if they'd just been split apart. Chaotic mist suffused the air while divine radiance and turbulence filled the surroundings. Lin Sun, who'd launched a counterattack, struck out with an earth-shattering strike at the first possible moment, and it caused Hang Tianxua's body to tremble violently before he was blasted flying. Crack! The sky collapsed as Hang Tianxua was blasted flying for an unknown distance, and he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. However, he wasn't injured, and he was still extremely formidable. His hair fluttered in the wind while the divine light in his eyes was deep and vast like an ocean. When he stared at a person, it could swallow that person's mind, and it was extremely oppressive. But even if he was completely unharmed, he was shaken in the end, and this brought an extremely great impact to everyone, causing them to tremble and feel agitated. Kill! Hang Tianxua himself felt humiliated, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. His attacks became fiercer and fiercer, trying to find a chance to kill Lin Sun cleanly to wipe away the previous shame. Under the sky, Lin Sun's black hair was loose, and his eyes were deep. He stood there like a king of gods. The glow of abyssal sword cauldron bathed him in it, forming an ocean of brilliance that made the world tremble. In the face of the increasingly fierce killing of Hang Tianxua, Lin Sun did not flinch and rushed forward. The clouds moved in all directions as sword chi swept out like an ocean. Strands of killing light burst forth, energy surged, and laws interweaved in a complicated manner. Many of the restrictions in Starting City were activated. They flickered with brilliance, and from time to time, a mysterious power would emerge to protect the various parts of the city. Otherwise, it would have long been destroyed. The two of them turned into two beams of light, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged several hundred blows. They fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth split. The stars moved, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Unlike a moment ago, Lin Sun seemed to be evenly matched with Xianxia at this moment, and he wasn't suppressed or injured anymore. This caused many people to exclaim in shock. Even those who were also Great Emperor Juing were stunned by this. No one could have imagined that Lin Sun was actually so powerful that he could be evenly matched with the ancestor of Wen Dao. This completely subverted everyone's understanding. Not long after, the abyssal Dao sword soared into the sky and pierced through the sky. In the deafening sound of collision, Xianxia was defeated, and he was shaken to the point of staggering back while his face turned pale. The scene was completely boiling, and everyone was moved. Lin Sun seemed to be reversing the world, and he launched a peerlessly sharp counterattack. You, Ling Xuanzi, can die without regrets since you're able to force me to use my full strength. At this moment, Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy, and he spoke word by word. Obviously, he was completely infuriated and decided to use his trump card. Boom, the aura all over his body surged, and the blood-red spear in his hand struck the sky. Instantly, numerous enormous golden stars appeared before and behind him. He was like a god that had descended to the world, and he emitted a majestic pressure. This was a type of vast power. It was just a single strike, but it was like a golden starfield smashing down. The ancient stars revolved, and the golden river of stars flowed, and it was terrifying. The power completely shocked the minds of countless great emperors, and their hands and feet went cold. Clang! 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 Lin Sun used the abyssal sword cauldron, and it collided repeatedly with the blood-red spear. It was dazzling, and the killing intent was like a tempestuous wave. The stars trembled violently, and it was like a vast starfield was rising and falling. The ancient stars emitted boundless power. The starlight was hazy, and it completely concealed Lin Sun's figure. From the outside, it was like a small world, but from the inside, it was boundlessly vast. Wen Dao Ancestor's Realm. This was a type of realm that only the ancestor of Wen Dao could control. It wasn't an illusion, but it was no different from reality, and it was completely condensed from a complete great Dao of the ancestor realm. In this realm, Xianxia was hundreds of millions of meters tall, and he stood in the universe of stars with matchless divine power. He evolved the vast sky, and made himself the only ruler, and he could destroy everything. When the blood-red spear fell, the river of stars collapsed, and there was nothing it could not destroy. In his Wen Dao ancestral realm, everything was like ants and dust, and the people watching the battle almost suffocated. In my glittering gold ancestral realm, no one can go against my will. Xianxia roared. Boom, the sky cracked, and the golden stars trembled. They fell down and killed Lin Sun. But at this moment, Lin Sun's figure became blurred, and he suddenly turned into the scene of a big abyss. It was vast, boundless, and unfathomable. The abyssal sword cauldron seemed to have awakened from silence, and it floated in Lin Sun's big abyss, and its Taoist patterns interweaved with hundreds of millions of rays of light. An indescribable devouring aura spread at this moment. Silently, the falling golden river of stars disappeared in the big abyss, like a stone thrown into the sea. It only caused a slight ripple, and then it was swallowed and disappeared. At this moment, Lin Sun had completely deduced his cultivation to an unprecedented level, and combined it with the abyssal sword cauldron. He released it in this Wen Dao ancestral realm that belonged to Xianxia. Like a big abyss, it swallowed the eternal stars, and it possessed a kind of power beyond the limit. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and he almost didn't dare to believe it. He waved the blood-red spear, and golden stars poured down continuously, as if they wanted to destroy the world, and they all rushed towards Lin Sun. However, no matter how terrifying his attack was, the rolling golden stars were all swallowed, crushed, and obliterated by the big abyss. In the end, with a rumbling explosion, the ancestral realm domain world was forcibly swallowed by the big abyss. Xianxia's face was pale, and he almost coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A peak 7th level emperor could shake the ancestral realm that he had condensed with his cultivation? Gold flash flowing fire, myriad stars annihilate the world. He roared, and his entire body was covered in ancient Dao markings and laws. They flickered, and they interweaved into a burning golden river of stars that covered the sky, and they pounced towards Lin Sun. Open! Lin Sun shouted, and the boundless big abyss covered the sky and operated completely. It was like a black hole that stretched across the starry sky, and it swallowed the stars in all directions. Such power was simply boundlessly terrifying. The entire starry sky was collapsing, and the spectators were on the verge of losing their minds. Who dared to imagine that a peak 7th level emperor was actually strong enough to suppress a Tao ancestral realm? Bang! A muffled bang caused the heavens and the earth to tremble, and the ancestral realm that Xianxia had condensed was completely destroyed at this moment. He was shaken to the point of retreating explosively, and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. The big abyss moved horizontally, and the abyssal sword cauldron released expanse after expanse of radiance that pressed towards Xianxia, causing him to suffer a terrifying pressure before he could even stand firm, and he fell into a passive position. Even Xianxia is injured. Everyone's gazes flickered. At the beginning, Xianxia had suppressed Lin Sun with all his strength, and then Lin Sun had counterattacked and fought until they were evenly matched. Now, he was the one who was at a disadvantage. This caused everyone to feel stupefied. In fact, it was also at this moment that Xianxia suffered a terrifying suppression. Lin Sun released his power to the extreme, and the big abyss moved horizontally while the abyssal sword cauldron attacked. Wave after wave of pressure descended, and it was boundless like an ocean, and it didn't stop. Even though Xianxia was enraged to the extreme, and he exhausted all means to counterattack, he was still beaten to the point of retreating repeatedly, and he was constantly injured, and he coughed up blood repeatedly. At this moment, he encountered a true crisis. With his realm, he could originally be unafraid of Lin Sun, but at this moment, he felt a heavy threat. Xianxia attacked with all his might, and it was as if he was putting his life on the line. His entire body emitted violent ancestral realm laws that swept through the sky, crushed the void, and finally shattered Lin Sun's suppression. However, just a moment later, along with Lin Sun's powerful attack, Xianxia staggered, and his chest was almost split open by the abyssal Tao sword, causing blood to spray out like a waterfall. At this moment, Xianxia was already covered in blood, and his body had been shaken until it was tattered. He was in an extremely wretched state. Everyone felt like they were going crazy. That was the ancestor of one Tao, so how could he be suppressed by a peak-grade emperor? Even Xianxia, Yu Duqiu, and the other peak-grade emperors were stunned, and a storm raged in their hearts. The power that Lin Sun had displayed in this battle was continuously challenging their understanding, causing them to experience a shock that they had never experienced before. The ancestor of one Tao was as powerful as a natural chasm. Since ancient times, there were very few people who could shake or surpass him. At the very least, in the boundless universe, this was an iron law, but now, this iron law clearly had the possibility of being broken. I've also heard that in the eternal true world, there are some extremely terrifying freaks in some of the great forces that control the peak of the heavenly realm who can do this, but I've never seen it with my own eyes, so I've always treated it as a rumor. But now, Yu Duqiu murmured, this seems to be real. This is the reason why we crossed the boundless 1,000 battle realms and headed to the eternal true world. Otherwise, how could we have witnessed such an earth-shattering event in a place like the boundless 1,000 battle realms? Xianxia said unhurriedly, and his eyes shone with extraordinary splendor. In the battlefield, Xianxia was in a terrible situation. Lin Sun had completely suppressed him, and Lin Sun continued to attack him, causing his skin and flesh to be torn apart. His bones were exposed, and blood was splattering everywhere. He had suffered extremely serious injuries. No one in this world can surpass the ancestor realm, no matter how heaven-defying you are. Madness flashed in his eyes, and a ruthless aura spread out from his body. It was as if he was going to fight with his life on the line, or as if he was going to use his trump card. A terrifying aura filled the air, and a black figure appeared in front of him. It was an obscure and immortal aura. The heroes in the dark were terrified, and chills ran down their spines. They felt like they were suffocating, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Two dazzling beams of divine light shot out from Lin Sun's eyes, and they were like two bolts of lightning streaking across the sky. He noticed that this was not the power that belonged to Xianxia, but the terrifying might that only an immortal could possess. The aura of this black figure was incomparably powerful, and it swept through the sky. It was like the sharpest and brightest saber scraping the surface of people's bodies, and it made people feel like they were going to collapse. This is the power of an immortal will. It transcends the ancestor realm, and it can easily destroy everything in the world. Someone exclaimed in shock. Although this black figure was only a will, it was far stronger than Xianxia. Because it was the aura of an immortal, and it was too distant and terrifying. Lin Sun realized at once that the black figure was far from what he could contend with at the moment. Ling Xuanzi, let's see if you can survive this. Xianxia roared. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like he had gone mad. In front of him, the black figure suddenly looked at Lin Sun. What kind of eyes were those, merciless, cold, and filled with the indifferent aura of death? It was like the arrival of a demon from the Dark Age, and it made people feel despair. The immortal aura around him caused the sky to rumble and collapse. The violent aura flowed, and it actually directly shattered the abyss around Lin Sun with just its aura. Everyone felt their blood run cold. Even Lin Sun's expression finally changed. At this moment, the black figure's killing intent swept through the world, and the universe seemed to have turned dark. He was like a demon that had crossed over and dominated everything here. The spectators in the distance felt their minds shake violently, and their divine senses were blocked. They felt a stabbing pain in their eyes, and they could no longer see the scene in the battlefield. Because the immortal power was too supreme and terrifying, at this extremely dangerous moment, Lin Sun stretched out his hand and patted the abyssal sword cauldron. Within the cauldron, a suppressed nirvana order flame suddenly swept out. It was like a dazzling divine chain, and it was entwined with the destructive power of order as it lashed out. Lin Sun, on the other hand, teleported far away at the first possible moment. Only he knew how terrifying the nirvana order flame was. Boom, the world seemed to be turned upside down, and everything was overturned. The immortal aura that surged towards Lin Sun was crushed like paper by the nirvana order flame that was like a divine chain. Then, as the nirvana order flame spread, the black figure formed by the immortal will instantly turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. Xianxia was stunned. This was his trump card, his greatest trump card, but now, it was erased just like that. Oh no! The next moment, Xianxia's expression changed greatly, and he teleported away, but it was too late. He saw, the nirvana order flame flashed strangely, and a flame of order floated down and touched the bloody battle spear in his hand. This peerless and ferocious weapon that had accompanied Xianxia in battle for countless years was like a piece of wood that was easily flammable, and it rustled as it transformed into an expanse of ash that drifted down. At the same time, the nirvana order flame shrouded Xianxia like a divine whip. No! Xianxia's scalp went numb, and he was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. He exhausted all his strength to resist. However, it was in vain. In just a moment, his ancestor Taoist body that could be said to be invincible turned into a handful of ashes. P.S. 4,000 words plus updates. The heavens and the earth shook, and the surroundings were in chaos. Even though he'd moved far away, when he saw a mere strand of the nirvana flames of order transform the eternal will into ash, it caused the peerlessly ferocious blood-red spear to burn like a piece of paper. It caused Xianxia, the ancestor of the Tao, to be unable to struggle, and his body was incinerated. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel shocked. It was too formidable. This strand of nirvana flames of order was gathered in the mysterious restricted area of the underworld, and it was formed from the energy of order that collapsed during the destruction of the last era. According to the Green Sparrow, such a terrifying strand of order was sufficient to pose a serious threat to an eternal figure. Now it would seem like it really deserved its reputation. That strand of eternal will was extremely formidable. As soon as it appeared, killing intent shot into the heavens and the earth, and its might far surpassed the ancestor realm. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into ashes. Xianxia was a true Tao ancestor, but when facing the assault of the nirvana flames of order, he was still so weak, and he was instantly obliterated on the spot. However, after he killed Xianxia, the energy of the nirvana flames of order was exhausted and dispersed as well. When the dust and dirt dispersed, everything returned to silence. The heavens and the earth were covered in countless cracks, and the signs of destruction were everywhere. Even though there were numerous restrictions in the city to defend against this boundlessly terrifying battle, there were still many places that suffered destructive attacks. The spectators were stunned, and the surroundings were perfectly silent. Earlier, when that strand of eternal will appeared, because its might was too terrifying, it caused their hearts to be awed, and they were unable to see the scene of the battle any longer. But when their vision cleared up, all of them noticed to their shock that it wasn't just the eternal will that had vanished, even the city governor, Xianxia, had vanished, only Ling Xuanzi stood towering in midair. His black hair hung loosely behind him like a god, and his entire body flowed with the glow of the Tao while his imposing aura devoured the mountains and rivers, and he reigned supreme in the heavens and the earth. Who wouldn't know that in this dangerous and intense battle, this young 7th-level great emperor would be the one to survive until the end? How could this be possible? The silent atmosphere was broken by a wave of cries, and the expressions of those emperors changed. The Eternal Will was a force that was far more terrifying than the emperor ancestors, yet it had actually been destroyed. This had completely exceeded their expectations. How terrifying! When did such a peak emperor appear in the starry sky? He killed a Tao ancestor. Who would believe that? Many people felt like they were going crazy. They were deeply shocked. Heng Tianxua was forcefully suppressed in a head-on collision, and he's covered in injuries. Moreover, he was still unable to change the outcome even after utilizing a trump card like the Eternal Will. This proves that Ling Xuanzi possesses an extremely terrifying territory as well, and he can crush the Eternal Will. Someone's eyes flickered and his tone was filled with deep fear. At this moment, even Yuduqiu, Xianxia, and the other peerless martial emperors could not remain calm. The combat strength Lin Sun displayed was so great that it completely toppled their understanding and exceeded their imaginations. He was actually able to destroy an undying will and suppress a Tao ancestor. How terrifying was this? One should know that he was merely a peak 7th-level great emperor. Since ancient times, nothing like this has ever happened in Beginning City. A city lord has been killed. If this news were to spread, the entire vast 1,000 battle domains would be in chaos. Many people looked at Lin Sun under the high sky in the distance with different expressions and emotions. This young great emperor had miraculously walked out of the 9th district alive, which was unbelievable. Now, he had even set off a storm of blood in front of the city lord's mansion. Even the city lord was killed. Everyone knew that today's incident would probably be recorded in history and passed down from generation to generation. After all, he was the first great emperor to walk out of the 9th district, and he was also the first person to slaughter the city lord of Beginning City. Just these two incidents were enough to be remembered for generations to come, while everyone was still in shock. Swoosh, Lin Sun's figure disappeared in the sky, and with a teleportation, he arrived behind the city lord's mansion. He looked down with a trace of coldness. Wen Xiaoheng's face turned green, and he looked panicked. As soon as he escaped from the city lord's mansion, he fell into a formation. Even though he used all sorts of methods, he was unable to escape. Who was the one who set up this formation? Boom, the surging power of the formation spread out like a raging sea, and it came from all directions, constantly suppressing Wen Xiaoheng. A white jade pendant floated in front of Wen Xiaoheng, and it emitted wisps of strange power that constantly dispelled the pressure. But that was all he could do. He couldn't escape at all. How could this be? Wen Xiaoheng suddenly felt regret. He regretted putting all his hopes on Heng Tianxua. A sneer suddenly sounded. Wen Xiaoheng, Heng Tianxua is already dead. The city lord's mansion can't help you this time. Wen Xiaoheng's expression changed as if he was struck by lightning. Ling Xuanzi, you set up this formation? That's right. As Lin Sun spoke, he entered the formation. When he first returned to Beginning City from the teleportation formation, Lin Sun had secretly sent Little Five to the city lord's mansion to set up the Fallen Dao formation. It was to prevent Wen Xiaoheng from escaping at the last moment. It was also because of this that Lin Sun deliberately delayed time when he was fighting the 7 sinners, so that Little Five could secretly set up the formation. Otherwise, it would be too late if he killed his way to the city lord's mansion and set up the formation. Aren't you worried about offending the Heng clan by killing Heng Tianxua? Aren't you worried about being wanted by the various immortal passes in the boundless 1,000 battles domain? Ling Xuanzi shouted, but it was filled with cowardice. He was really afraid. In the undead soul realm, he was almost killed by Lin Sun and luckily survived. Later on, in the Sky Universe Tower, if it wasn't for Granny Snow who saved him, he wouldn't have the chance to escape. And this time, he seemed to have no hope of escaping. This made him feel like he was on the verge of collapse. As one of the 5 ultimate emperors of the Wen clan, he had never experienced such a setback since he started cultivating. Do you think I'll be afraid when I've already killed him? Lin Sun walked forward with a cold gaze. Wen Xiaoheng felt a chill run down his spine and said, Ling Xuanzi, as long as you let me go this time, I swear that I'll never be your enemy in the future, and I'll even give you enough compensation. How about it? Lin Sun shook his head. That's why I didn't make a move immediately. I just want to ask you something. Just for the girl named Luo Ling from the Luo clan, you didn't hesitate to capture me as a gift for her? Wen Xiaoheng hurriedly said, absolutely not. I only heard that Luo Ling hates a guy named Lin Sun to the bone. I'm Lin Sun interrupted. Wen Xiaoheng stiffened and his pupils widened. You. It's really you. I guess that Lin Sun was the only one who became an emperor on the starry sky ancient path in the past 100,000 years. How could there be another Ling Xuanzi? He completely understood, and unspeakable anger surged in his heart. That damned me Wu Ya and Yan Yuro, how dare they collude to deceive me? Boom, Lin Sun stepped forward and pressed his palm forward. A terrifying light rushed out and directly suppressed Wen Xiaoheng. Wen Xiaoheng's body exploded and blood splattered everywhere. To Lin Sun's surprise, Wen Xiaoheng's spirit managed to escape. Wen Xiaoheng screamed, Lin Sun, you don't know that no one who offends the Wen clan has a good ending. In the next moment, a strange fluctuation of restrictions arose within his soul core, and then it fell into deathly silence and didn't make another sound. If one were to look carefully, one would notice that the surroundings of his primordial spirit were covered in strands of restriction fluctuations. God-forbidding seal, Lin Sun had expected this. When he killed Fang Xuanzhen, the latter had also used the God-forbidding seal to seal his spirit. Unless an immortal-level figure took action, no one could break this seal. It was extremely powerful. According to Science Barrow, this was very common in the Eternal World. When the Immortal Emperor clan's elites went out to train, they would prepare many life-saving measures, and the God-forbidding seal was one of them. Unfortunately, this kind of restriction was completely useless to Lin Sun. Boom, in the next moment, he suppressed Wen Xiaoheng's spirit inside the abyssal sword cauldron. As the Order Phoenix flame circulated, Wen Xiaoheng's spirit was destroyed along with the God-forbidding seal. Next, Lin Sun put away Wen Xiaoheng's belongings one by one, and then told Little Five to put away the fallen Dao formation. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun vented a lot of the accumulated hatred in his heart. He scanned his surroundings and keenly sensed that there were many Emperor's auras scattered around the copying area, watching his every move. Even though these auras did not show any hostility, Lin Sun still frowned and made a decision. I'll settle me Wu Ya and Yan Yu down first, then leave this city immediately. Whoosh, his figure flashed, and he teleported into the void, disappearing without a trace. On the same day, Starting City sank into an unprecedented uproar. Because of Heng Tianxua and Wen Xiaoheng's deaths, many people were in an uproar, and discussions about Lin Sun's battle prowess became the hottest topic in the city. Ling Xuanzi will probably be wanted by the various immortal heavenly passes after causing such a bloody scene. Those forces stationed in different immortal passes will definitely not forgive him, because he has already broken the rules set by all the forces in the eternal world. Many people came to this conclusion. This was a huge matter, and it was not as simple as offending the Heng family or the Wen family. This was related to the rules of the entire vast thousand battles domain. This rule had been set by all the great forces in the eternal world a long time ago. Otherwise, why would the 49 immortal passes of various sizes be guarded and controlled by the forces from the eternal world in turn? It was to defend the order and rules set by them. Now, Lin Sun had killed Heng Tianxua, the city lord, and this was equivalent to completely trampling on the rules of the first immortal pass. He was bound to be seen as a criminal, and the forces guarding the immortal passes would not tolerate him. The city cannot be without a leader for a single day. Heng Tianxua's death will definitely alarm the Heng family. Who knows, a terrifying figure from the Heng family might rush over in the near future to quell this chaos. As for Ling Xuanzi, he will probably be the first to be wanted, someone sighed. The influence of this matter was too bad, and it was destined that it would not be quelled in a short period of time. And Ling Xuanzi's situation would also be affected in an unpredictable manner because of this day's matter. P.S. I'm stuck, the second update is a bit late. In. Lin Sun bade farewell to Mi Wuya and Yan Yuro. From Wen Xiaoheng's belongings, Lin Sun found the solution to the forbidden curse of 10,000 lethargy and helped Mi Wuya and Yan Yuro remove the shackles on their life souls, allowing them to regain their freedom. For this, both of them were extremely grateful. They even wanted to go with Lin Sun at all costs. It seemed that they would go through water and tread on fire for Lin Sun. But Lin Sun refused. He did not want the two to be implicated because of him. Moreover, he didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to protect the two of them in the upcoming journey. In the end, Lin Sun left alone. The Castellan's mansion was desolate and the ground was in a mess. With Heng Tianshua's death, the soldiers stationed there had long fled. There was a huge ancient Taoist rite in the central area of the Castellan's mansion. Lin Sun came to this place according to Science Barrow's guidance. There was a transmission channel in this ancient Taoist rite. One only needed to insert 10-star source to leave starting city and go to an ancient ruins called the Myriad Star Shoal. After passing through the Myriad Star Shoal and trekking through a dozen different battlefields, one would arrive at the next immortal pass. For Lin Sun, the most important thing was to leave immediately. After all, Heng Tianshua's death would definitely cause an unpredictable upheaval. It might even alarm the forces belonging to the Heng family. Similarly, news of Wen Xiaoheng's death would definitely spread. This also meant that the longer he stayed in starting city, the more danger he would be in. Brother Ling. But just as Lin Sun set foot on the ancient Taoist rite, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Xianxia and Yu Duqiu had already arrived together. You two still want to invite me to join you? Lin Sun could not help but be surprised. Yes. Xianxia nodded and looked at Lin Sun with eyes full of splendor. I just killed Heng Tianxua and Wen Xiaoheng. This is equivalent to completely offending both the Wen and Heng families. Aren't you worried about drawing fire to yourselves? Lin Sun asked with interest. If you are overcautious and indecisive, I'm afraid you won't be able to fight your way to the eternal world from the Kiliacosm battle domains alive. Xianxia's eyes glistened as she smiled faintly. Yu Duqiu also nodded. Lin Sun thought for a moment and agreed, all right, if we have the chance to meet in the 9th heaven pass of immortality, I will definitely not refuse your kind invitation. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and 10 stellar sources whistled out and embedded themselves in different positions on the ancient Tao grounds. Obscure and magical space fluctuation rolled, wrapping Lin's figure and disappearing. Let's go, Yu Duqiu said. Before Lin Sun left, those who had collected 10 stellar sources in the city had already left in advance and embarked on their journey. As for those experts who did not collect enough stellar source, they could only stay in the city and wait for the next opportunity to train. Xianxia nodded at Yu Duqiu. The journey of the Great Tao, the struggle to cross the Emperor's Road, the strong were always on the road. When Lin Sun and the other great emperors left, the starting city was obviously deserted. But the discussion about Lin Sun was still the hottest topic in the streets. Perhaps in the countless years to come, what happened today would continue to be passed down. Those cultivators who entered the first trial of immortality were destined to hear the legendary name of Ling Xuanzi. Stars Beach. This was a world of ruins, just like a beach, but it was scattered with huge and barren star remains. An hour later, Lin Sun came here. He randomly found a huge star remains, sat cross-legged, and began to count the spoils. This massacre started when they left the trial world. They first killed Heng Zhan and the other guards, then entered the starting city, defeated nearly 100 guards of the city lord's mansion, and wiped out the 7 sinners one by one. When they reached the city lord's mansion, Heng Tianxua and Wen Xiaoheng were killed one after another. Although it was bloody, the harvest was huge. There were more than 50 underworld pearls collected. In addition, the number of first-class eternal void source crystals was also spectacular, totaling up to 28 million. Among them, Heng Tianxua contributed the most to the spoils. As the city lord, this old guy had plundered a lot of wealth during his stay in the starting city. There were more than 11 million first-class eternal void source crystals. Putting aside the underworld pearl and the eternal void source crystal, the other treasures such as emperor weapons, divine materials, spiritual materials, elixirs, cultivation manuals, secret maps of cultivation techniques and other treasures could be piled up into a small hill. It should be noted that these were all collected by sovereign realm cultivators. Even Lin Sun himself couldn't estimate the specific value of these treasures. But no matter what, Lin Sun didn't have to worry about wealth in a short time. After counting the spoils, Lin Sun took out the abyssal sword cauldron and refined the underworld pearls one by one. 3 complete Great Ways were condensed in the 9 Netherworld Tao patterns, all of which belonged to the Great Way of the Netherworld in the last era. They were the Way of Judgment, the Way of Forbidden Disaster, and the Way of Burning Evil. Among them, the Way of Judgment was the most terrible. Once it was used, it was like a divine punishment, ruling life and death. The Way of Forbidden Disaster was a power to suppress disasters. It could dissolve and seal the power of the Great Way that targeted the soul of a cultivator. The Way of Burning Evil was the most mysterious. When it was refined to the extreme, it could condense the fire of burning soul, which was specialized in exterminating all evil and sin, in addition to the Soul Reaper Tao, 10 Directions Yama Tao, and Purgatory Tao. Lin Sun had condensed 6 out of the 9 Netherworld Tao patterns. Only 3 had yet to be condensed. According to Lin Sun's estimation, he still needed to collect around 40 underworld pearls to completely condense the 3 Netherworld Tao patterns. At that time, the 9 Netherworld Tao patterns would most likely undergo a new transformation. After a long time, Lin Sun stood up from the huge star remains. "I'll have to be careful in the future." Xianxia had said that killing a city lord like Xianxia was equivalent to trampling on the common rules of the boundless thousand battle domains. This also meant that in the future, he would be regarded as a wanted criminal by every force in the Immortal Heaven Pass. The consequences were definitely severe. It was something that had never happened before. No Immortal Emperor clan could tolerate the existence of a ruthless person like Lin Sun who trampled on the rules. However, Lin Sun was not worried about anything. Even if he was wanted, he could just change his identity. Moreover, Lin Sun didn't believe that those powers that were distributed throughout the Immortal Passes would really work together to deal with him. In short, Lin Sun had enough confidence to continue and would not be afraid to move forward. Without further delay, he continued his journey under Xianxia's guidance. He traveled through different battlefields, experiencing tempering and killing. He cut his way through brambles and thorns. He traveled day and night. Along the way, Lin Sun consolidated his cultivation and completely solidified his Tao foundation after stepping into the 7th stage Emperor realm. It was precisely this expedition and training that allowed Lin Sun to have a clear and deep understanding of his own cultivation. If he unleashed his full strength and supported the power of the abyssal sword cauldron, he could suppress a Tao ancestor like Xianxia in a head-on clash. However, if he did not borrow the power of the Nirvana Flame of Order, it would be very difficult to kill him. In other words, it was easy to defeat, but difficult to kill. Did this mean that he had broken the natural barrier that belonged to a Tao ancestor? Lin Sun thought about it for a long time and thought that this should only be considered as shaking him, but not truly killing him. Yes, in the eyes of outsiders, suppressing a Tao ancestor like Xianxia was like breaking an unprecedented record. It could be said to be an extraordinary feat, but in Lin Sun's view, he could not truly say that he had suppressed Xianxia. Since he could not suppress Xianxia, he could not say that he had broken the natural barrier. Of course, this was Lin Sun's personal opinion. He still did not know that being able to defeat Xianxia like this could be said to be a great event that could shock the ages in the eternal true world. Lin Sun walked alone, conquering countless galaxies and passing through many dangerous and unpredictable battlefields. With his current cultivation, ordinary dangers were rarely able to threaten him. But even so, the dangers and killing tribulations along the way were already innumerable. There were devil's dens floating in the starry sky, like densely packed nests. Falling into them was like falling into countless shattered purgatory worlds, and one would be attacked by terrifying devil chi. There were hundreds of thousands of feet tall white bone mountains rooted in the sea of blood, releasing a mysterious murderous aura that could easily kill a martial emperor silently. Later, Lin Sun found out that it was very likely to be a beast tooth that belonged to some terrifying divine beast from the last era. There were wild forests, where when the branches swayed, it was as if hundreds of thousands of sword chi were dancing wildly. It was gorgeous and dazzling, enough to make Ninth Realm ancestors tremble in fear. There were some dangerous and terrifying places that Lin Sun had to avoid, not daring to enter rashly. But even though he had experienced danger, it was also an eye-opener for Lin Sun. What he saw, felt, and comprehended had all turned into a part of his cultivation. Finally, after 3 months, Lin Sun broke through a collapsed and folded broken battlefield and entered a vast world. An ancient city stood in this world, bathed in divine splendor and emitting a majestic aura. Looking from afar, this city looked like an ancient tiger, the second immortal pass, Hidden Tiger City. Hidden Tiger City was a very ordinary place among the 49 immortal passes in the boundless thousand battlefield. It was not a big pass, and it was far from being comparable to the first immortal pass, the beginning city. But looking from afar, the scale of this city was still far from ordinary, ancient and vigorous, emitting an ancient aura. Whoosh, Lin Sun spread his divine awareness and immediately noticed that in front of the city gate, which was thousands of feet high, there were a group of soldiers with a murderous aura, each of whom had the cultivation of martial emperor realm. And on the city gate, there were black decrees filled with abundant murderous intent. Although they were far away, they still emitted a frightening blood-red luster. On each black decree, there was a different announcement written in blood-red handwriting. Looking carefully, it was impressively a bounty warrant. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. He had never seen such a scene in the beginning city. Literature Museum. Lin Sun pondered for a moment, then his figure transformed and his appearance changed. With his current cultivation level, no one would be able to see through his true appearance unless it was someone who possessed some kind of innate ability or a Dao ancestor. Lin Sun's figure shifted through the void and approached. A group of soldiers stood guard at the entrance of Crouching Tiger City. Like the soldiers at Starting City, they were all Emperor Realm cultivators and all of them were brimming with divine light. In particular, the one leading them was a Ninth Realm ancestor. Lin Sun really did not know what mistake this Ninth Realm ancestor had committed in the past to be reduced to such a state. Near the city gates, there were many people looking at the black edict pasted on the city walls. As he neared, Lin Sun saw that on the black edict, there were portraits that were vivid and lifelike, and below them were the contents of the bounty. On every black edict, there were different Dao diagrams imprinted on it. These seals represent the dignity of different immortal emperor clans. These are their seals. Being imprinted on the wanted list means that this wanted list was issued by an immortal emperor clan. Xianxia transmitted to Lin Sun. In the vast thousand battle domain, there were 49 immortal heaven passes controlled by different immortal emperor clans. They were like the makers and controllers of order and rules, existences that countless cultivators had to look up to and revere, and these black edicts wanted people were all ruthless people who had violated the rules of a certain immortal heaven pass, and were viewed as criminals. Recently, there have been more and more ruthless people wanted. Haha, don't make a fuss over nothing. Since ancient times, there would be a batch of Emperor Realm experts gathering from the vast thousand world every once in a while. Among them, there would inevitably be a ruthless person who doesn't care about the rules. After all, they are all great emperor existences, able to call the wind and summon the rain in their respective universes. After arriving at the vast thousand battle domain, how could they bear the restrictions of the rules? Nearby, there were people discussing in low voices. Look, the number one wanted criminal is still Tsang Fu. There hasn't been any change in 8,000 years. It is rumored that when this person was listed as a wanted criminal, he was already an ultimate 8th great emperor. Once he killed some nobles from the eternal true world in the 18th barrier of immortality, he became a wanted criminal, but even now, 8,000 years have passed, and no one has been able to do anything to him. Instead, he has killed quite a number of powerful immortal emperors, and he can be said to be a matchless ruthless person. The person in second place is Blade Bearer. His ranking hasn't changed in a long time. Of all the vicious fugitives, Blade Bearer is definitely the most mysterious. Even now, no one knows where he came from. However, his cultivation base in the Tao of the Blade is so terrifying that he can kill stage 9 patriarchs as easily as killing chickens. Listening to people's discussion, Lin Sun also noticed. The black edicts were arranged in different order. The one ranked highest was a person called Tsang Fu Xing. In the portrait, he was a man with wild bearing and long hair. He was dressed in a white robe with wide sleeves, and he stood on a broken world. There was a 7-inch golden coffin floating above his head. At first glance, this person exuded a proud and aloof air, as if he was the most domineering person in the world. According to the information on the bounty list, Tsang Fu Xing came from Wenshu Galaxy, which was ranked 3rd in the vast thousand worlds. He was an ultimate 8th great emperor, and he was extremely terrifying. And the bounty on his head was as high as 30 million eternal void origin crystals. It's been 8,000 years, and he still hasn't left. Is he worried that once he reaches the eternal true world, he will be hunted down even more terrifyingly? Lin Sun thought to himself. Looking further down, on the second black decree, there was a mysterious saber-bearer. He was wearing a bamboo hat, and his whole body was filled with an obscure aura of chaos. It was impossible to see his face clearly. Only a rusty saber could be seen on his back. According to the notice, the cultivation of the man with the blade was only at the peak of the 7th level martial emperor realm. However, in the past 1,000 years, he had appeared in different places in the Pass of Immortality and killed many powerful 9th level martial ancestors. No one knew where he came from, which was why he was called the man with the blade. And the bounty on his head had reached 27 million eternal void origin crystals. This guy is also a ruthless person. Lin Sun thought to himself. With his current power, he no longer cared about his peers, but the man with the blade was different. With just one look, he could tell that he was extraordinary. He continued to look. There were more than 100 black edicts, and the information of different wanted criminals were drawn on them. Every single person who was captured would be given a great reward. It's been 8,000 years, and this Song Fu Xing still hasn't stepped into the 9th realm. Otherwise, he would have gone to the eternal true world a long time ago. Just as Lin Sun was looking at the black edict, a pleasant voice rang in the air. Lin Sun turned around and saw a woman standing beside him. She was dressed in a green robe and was playing with a folding fan in her hand. It was obvious that she was disguised as a man. She had bright eyes, white teeth, and fair skin. Her male attire gave her a free and easy temperament. Sensing Lin Sun's gaze, the green-robed woman did not mind and continued, "There's also the man with the blade. His whereabouts are mysterious, and he appears and disappears unpredictably. I'm afraid he has already stepped into the ultimate 8th realm emperor realm. How could he be as simple as the ultimate 7th realm ancestor mentioned on the wanted list?" Lin Sun could not help but be surprised. It seemed that the green-robed woman knew the situation in the Great Thousand Battle Domains like the back of her hand. Many people nearby heard the green-robed woman's comments, and someone asked, "Could it be that you've seen the man with the blade?" "I haven't seen him before, but I can deduce it." The green-robed woman's eyes were clear, and she said indifferently, "In 1,000 years, it would be a joke if the man with the blade was unable to step into the ultimate 8th realm emperor realm." Many people nodded inwardly. However, no matter if it's Song Fu Xing or the man with the blade, they are both wanted criminals. Perhaps they are famous, but if we really compare them, they might not be the most terrifying figures in the Great Thousand Battle Domains. The green-robed woman changed the topic, and instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. "Then in your opinion, which peerless figures in the Great Thousand Battle Domains are the strongest?" Someone couldn't help but ask. "It's hard to say." The green-robed woman's voice carried deep meaning. "However, one day, when the battlefield of the gods near the 49th Pass of Immortality truly appears, then perhaps we'll know that those people are the strongest existences on the Emperor's Road." Battlefield of gods, many people's expressions changed slightly. Lin Sun couldn't help but be curious, and he transmitted his voice to Qing Quebec. "It's an extremely ancient legend that has been circulating for 100,000 years. It says that outside the 49th Immortal Pass, there's a mysterious forbidden area called the Battlefield of God's Ruins. There's a supreme treasure from the previous era. When the Battlefield of Gods appears in the ruins, it means that the supreme treasure is about to appear." Qing Ke quickly said, "Let's not talk about whether the legend is true or false. The Battlefield of God's Ruins is the most terrifying and mysterious forbidden area in the Great Thousand Battle Domains. In the past 100,000 years, no one, regardless of their cultivation, has been able to walk out alive. As for the so-called supreme treasure, it has never appeared before. No one knows whether the legend is true or false." Lin Sun finally understood. This green-robed woman suddenly mentioned the Battlefield of Gods. Could it be that she's heard some news that the Battlefield of Gods is about to appear? At this moment, suddenly, a group of soldiers walked out from the city gate and arrived in front of the city gate. One of the soldiers took out a new black talisman. With a wave of his hand, it turned into a black flowing light and stuck on the city gate. Moreover, this new black talisman was ranked 9th. This scene instantly caused a stir in the surroundings, and everyone looked over in unison. Xianxia? Why haven't I heard of this person before? He's too cruel. He actually killed the Lord of Starting City 3 months ago. That's the ancestor of A. Dao. My god, he's only at the peak of the 7th level, but he caused a bloodbath in Starting City and destroyed the Castellan's mansion. An uproar broke out. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the depths of Lin Sun's eyes. Obviously, what happened in Starting City had already spread to Crouching Tiger City like a storm. It could be foreseen that in the following time, the wanted list about him was bound to appear in more and more immortal paths. Lin Sun's expression did not change. He raised his eyes and looked carefully. A portrait was reflected in the black talisman. It was the figure of him standing in the void when he fought in front of the Castellan's mansion. In the wanted list, the crimes that he had committed were recorded in detail. For example, after returning from the trial world, he went on a killing spree and set off a bloody storm in Starting City. The wanted list was 6 million eternal void source crystals. It was ranked 9th on the wanted list. And the ones who issued the wanted list were the Wen and Hang Immortal Emperor clans. There were 2 jade seals and palm prints on the list that represented the 2 Immortal Emperor clans. According to the list, this person should have entered the vast 1000 battle domain in the past 6 months. But he did such a bloody thing. He's definitely a peerless murderer. Didn't you see? This Xianxia actually came from a broken place like the Starry Sky Ancient Path, everyone was discussing and they were all shocked. The green-robed woman suddenly said, the Starry Sky Ancient Path is not simple. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, it was ranked first in the vast 1000 world. At that time, who knows how many powerful figures emerged from the Starry Sky Ancient Path. As a result, almost no one in the vast 1000 battle domain dared to provoke any great emperor that walked out of the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Many people disagreed. So what if it was glorious back then? Glory will always be blown away by the wind and rain. Now, the Starry Sky Ancient Path's position in the vast 1000 battle domain is not even in the top 100. The green-robed woman shook her head, you guys think too simply. It's fine if we don't talk about it. These things are indeed in the past, there was a trace of emotion in her voice. Lin Sun could not help but be surprised. This green-robed woman seemed to know a lot of secrets about the Starry Sky Ancient Path. This was rare. At this moment, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. He felt a piercing chill quietly appear nearby. It was extremely obscure. However, the coldness of the killing intent was simply incomparable. Frost. Lin Sun's first reaction was that legendary assassin from the hidden space world that hadn't made an appearance until now. But right after that, Lin Sun rejected it. Because right at this instant, an illusory figure suddenly stabbed a sword towards the green-robed woman by his side. The sword chi was extremely swift, and it silently pierced through countless spaces. The strangest thing was that along with this sword strike, this expanse of the heavens and the earth seemed as if it was isolated, and the others in the vicinity were completely unaware as if they weren't affected by it. Only Lin Sun, who was the closest to the green-robed woman, noticed it at the first possible moment, and he was shocked in his heart. Because that assassin was absolutely an expert that was even more terrifying than the assassin from the hidden space world, This sword strike contained the attack of his entire lifetime, and it was concentrated at a single point and confined the heavens and the earth like a shapeless cage. Moreover, being within it was bound to be impossible to avoid. Such an assassination technique was simply like seizing the fortune of the heavens and the earth, and it converged the essence of the Tao of slaughter from the ages into a single strike. It was strange and ruthless to an inconceivable extent. The person that was assassinated would surely die. At this extremely dangerous moment, the green-robed woman seemed to have noticed it as well, and she suddenly opened the jade fan in her hand to block before her. Bang! However, her reaction was a bit too slow, and the sword chi was peerlessly terrifying. It instantly shattered the jade fan into powder. On the other hand, the momentum of this sword didn't reduce at all, and it stabbed straight over. Bang! Bang! The defensive energy on the green-robed woman's body was torn apart successively, and her expression turned completely pale. At the same time, the numerous defensive magic treasures on her body exploded apart and were instantly destroyed. They were utterly unable to resist the sharpness of the sword move. This string of events occurred in an instant. On the other hand, the person who attacked with the sword was unprecedentedly ferocious and fierce, and it far surpassed the assassin from the hidden space world. Even Lin Sun, who was the closest to the attack, was affected by the sword move that was filled with this sword move. It seemed as if this sword move intended to grind the green-robed woman and the surrounding heavens and the earth apart. Bang! This sword strike had finally broken through all the defensive energy on the green-robed woman's entire body, and it was about to stab into her body. Right at this critical moment, a finger flashed like it had a tacit understanding, and it appeared on the edge of the sword before flicking lightly. Dang! A deafening rumble resounded out. It seemed to be a flick of a finger, yet it was like a divine hammer that weighed 50,000 kilograms had smashed down, and the fierce energy and peerless killing intent accumulated within that sword strike was completely blasted to the point of dispersing and emitting intense droning that tore apart one's eardrums. It was Lin Sun who did it. In this moment of life and death, he immediately blocked the sword. At the same time, he forcefully withstood the peerless attack that surged over from the sword, the ancient killing intent. In fact, he had to take action because the power of this sword had already covered the place where he stood. Whether the green-robed woman could block the sword or not, Lin Sun would be affected. Rumble, although he had blocked the sword, the murderous intent and terrifying power that the sword was filled with rushed into his body. It was strange and domineering. In an instant, it seemed like his internal organs, meridians, and acupoints, as well as his natal emperor realm would be torn to shreds. Lin Sun took a deep breath. His eyes were deep, and his cultivation was running like an abyss, wiping out the peerless killing intent one by one. The assassin seemed to be shocked. Never had he imagined that his ultimate strike would actually be blocked by someone, and even the energy released by his sword would be forcefully suppressed and dispersed. Kill. The assassin's reaction was extremely shrewd. After all, he was a peerless expert. When his attack failed, he suddenly withdrew his sword and transformed into an illusory shadow that fled towards the distance. How could Lin Sun allow this assassin to leave? He grabbed out in midair. Bang! An enormous hand tore through the sky like an eternal veil of night that stretched across the sky. It blotted out the sky, enveloped the world, and locked down all directions. The heavens and the earth outside the city gate instantly collapsed and fell into rumbling. At this moment, all the nearby soldiers and cultivators were alarmed, and their expressions changed. What terrifying strength! Clang! Lin Sun's enormous palm was about to envelop the assassin. The assassin's figure suddenly flashed while sword chi swept out from his palm. And he instantly stabbed out a few hundred times. Every single strike was boundlessly fierce and condensed with killing intent. In an instant, Lin Sun's palm was riddled with holes and torn apart. Seizing this opportunity, the assassin's figure flickered and he fled into the distance. Unfortunately, I have to conceal my identity, so I can't fully utilize my cultivation. Lin Sun suddenly felt slightly hesitant. Right at this instant of hesitation, a heavy and icy cold voice resounded from within Crouching Tiger City. Bastard! Where do you think you're going? Countless strands of violet lightning shot out explosively, and then a mighty figure that was bathed in surging lightning appeared in midair. His imposing aura was so formidable that it caused the nearby soldiers and cultivators to feel suffocated, and they were astounded and felt extremely oppressed. The assassin had already fled extremely far away. Yet at this moment, his entire body trembled while he was greatly shocked. Because a blade formed from violet lightning had slashed at the space he was teleporting in, and the destructive might it emanated caused his figure to be directly shaken to the point of staggering back. On the other hand, the mighty figure that was bathed in lightning had arrived explosively a long time ago. Rumble, strands of dazzling and resplendent laws leaped about in the hands of this mighty figure, causing the heavens and the earth to be torn apart and transformed into a shattered scene. His hands interweaved together, and they transformed into various complicated and vast might of lightning that struck explosively in midair. Damn it! The assassin was only able to let out a loud cry before he was enveloped by violet lightning that covered the sky, and then his body exploded apart while his soul was obliterated. The ancestor of One Dao, Lin Sun's heart shook. He knew that the person that had appeared was a true imperial ancestor that had grasped a complete Grand Dao law, and only then would he possess such might and imposing aura. It was even to the extent that this person's imposing aura was slightly stronger than Xianxia. Yuran, are you all right? Meanwhile, a tall, handsome, and extraordinary violet-robed young man had arrived hastily by the green-robed young woman's side with a concerned expression. I'm fine. The green-robed young woman's gaze was clear while her beautiful and fair face was filled with tranquility and calmness. Being caught off guard and suffering an assassination seemed to not be too shocking to her. However, when facing the violet-robed young man's concern, her ink-black brows knit together imperceptibly, and she seemed to be slightly conflicted. Rumble, the ancestor of Wen Dao had returned, and he arrived swiftly. The surroundings were deathly silent. The blazing violet lightning was restrained to transform into a dignified middle-aged man that wore a high crown and ancient clothes, and he seemed like an overlord of the ancient times. His bearing was lofty like a mountain, and his eyes flickered with an overbearing force that could crush everything. This was the might of an imperial ancestor. Greetings, city governor. At this moment, the expressions of all the soldiers near the city gate turned solemn as they bowed in unison. The nearby cultivators revealed expressions of sudden understanding as well. Peng Qianhe, his name was Imperial Ancestor Qianhe, and he was from the Eternal Emperor clan, the Ping clan. Presently, he resided in Tiger Den City. According to rumor, he'd already attained the peak of the Imperial Ancestor realm, and he might break through into the Eternal realm at any moment. Lin Sun recognized him as well because he'd heard of him on the way here. The Ping clan was one of the 4 great Eternal Emperor clans of the Wen, Heng, Peng, and Yi clans, and their resources and reserves weren't inferior to the Wen clan that Wen Xiaoheng and Heng clan that Heng Tianxia belonged to. He killed an assassin with a single move. He's truly formidable. What's the background of that assassin? The man who rescued that girl is also a powerful figure. At that critical moment, he actually resisted the assassin and prevented the assassin from escaping. Furthermore, it also prevented the assassin from escaping. Otherwise, the assassin might have escaped. Discussions arose in the field. The situation had calmed down. Many cultivators were alarmed and rushed over from afar because they'd sensed the fluctuation of primordial qi. Miss Yuran. Peng Qianhe immediately walked up to the woman with a trace of apology in his eyes. It's my fault that I didn't consider it thoroughly. I didn't expect that there would be an assassin who dared to commit murder outside the city gate. I've frightened you. As the ancestor of Wen Dao, he was quite polite and respectful to the green-robed woman, which surprised Lin Sun. I'm fine. It's all thanks to this fellow practitioner's timely help this time. The green-robed woman said and looked at Lin Sun with a touch of softness in her eyes. Thank you very much. It was also at this time that Peng Qianhe looked at Lin Sun. His eyes had returned to their original majesty, and he nodded and said, My young friend, you're very strong. You've saved Miss Yuran this time. I'll definitely give you enough reward. Lin Sun shook his head, it's a coincidence. I just wanted to protect myself. As for the reward, forget it. He was telling the truth. Peng Qianhe couldn't help looking at Lin Sun in a daze. At this time, the purple-robed young man who had rushed over before said indifferently, You must thank what you deserve. Otherwise, outsiders will laugh at our Peng family for not knowing the etiquette. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want? As long as we can do it, we can satisfy you. He said it was a repayment, yet his words revealed a feeling of charity. From the discussion of the people nearby, Lin Sun already knew that this purple-robed young man was also a member of the Peng family. His name was Peng Tianxiang, a peerless great emperor who was extremely famous in tiger-dwelling city. And Peng Qianhe, the city governor, was his third uncle. Before Lin Sun could reply, the green-robed woman frowned and said coldly, Peng Tianxiang, how can you say that? Peng Tianxiang smiled bitterly, Yuran, I'm going to thank this benefactor on your behalf. Peng Qianhe laughed heartily and said, Miss Yuran, Tianxiang means well, but his words are a little inappropriate. Please don't misunderstand him. You don't have to worry about it. I want to repay him personally. The green-robed woman's tone was full of displeasure. Even in front of Peng Qianhe, she didn't pretend to be angry. Even so, Peng Qianhe was still smiling without any annoyance. In this way, the green-robed woman's background was even more extraordinary. Fellow practitioner, I know you must have doubts in your heart. Why don't you take this opportunity to enter the city with me and have a drink? It's also a chance for me to express my gratitude in person. The green-robed woman looked at Lin Sun, and her eyes became gentle and soft. Obviously, she was sincerely grateful to Lin Sun for his help before. But this scene made Peng Tianxiang's eyes gloomy. He glanced at Lin Sun coldly with a silent warning. It seemed that if Lin Sun dared to agree, he would make an unforgivable mistake. P.S. When Goldfish completely straightens out the plot in these days, she will continue to add updates. Well, there will be explosive updates. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. How could he not see this? It could be said that if he really accepted the invitation of the green-robed woman, he would definitely offend Peng Tianxiang and even arouse the hostility of Peng Qianhe, the emperor ancestor. Lin Sun was not afraid of this, but he did not want to get involved in this trouble. So, he refused without thinking, "There is no need to thank me. I have something important to do. Goodbye." After saying that, he left directly. His straightforward and direct action stunned the green-robed woman, Peng Qianhe, and Peng Tianxiang. When the green-robed woman was about to ask him to stay, Lin Sun had already disappeared into the city gate. She raised her eyebrows and a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. Over the years, all those who saw him would fight to be the first to please him. Even some of the prideful people in Eternal True World would show him some respect when they saw him, and they would be incredibly polite. But this guy, he seemed to be avoiding the god of plague. This guy is quite tactful. He knows that he comes from the boundless world and cannot afford to be repaid by us. Peng Tianxiang laughed. He was very satisfied with Lin Sun's choice to leave. He turned his head to look at the green-robed woman and smiled brightly. "Yuran, didn't you say that you want to see the 3-inch lotus fish in Hidden Tiger City? I have already found them for you, and there are 2 of them, one yin and one yang. They are now kept in the governor's mansion. Let's go and have a look together?" Peng Qianhe also said with a smile, "The pair of 3-inch lotus fish is really amazing. One yin and one yang, forming a natural perfect Taoist rhyme. It is really rare. If Miss Yuran likes it, you can take it with you." The green-robed woman shook her head. "I just experienced an assassination. I want to go back and rest. By the way, I hope you can investigate the assassin's background." After saying that, she left alone. From beginning to end, she did not look at Peng Tianxiang again. Peng Tianxiang was about to chase after her when he was stopped by Peng Qianhe, who said, "Can't you see that Miss Yuran is not in a good mood? Or rather, you are too proactive and enthusiastic, which caused her to reject you." Peng Tianxiang's expression changed indeterminately as he said, "Third uncle, you should be well aware that this is a superb opportunity. If she were to leave this city leisurely, who knows how many people would be lining up to pursue her. Time is precious, how can I not seize it?" Peng Qianhe sneered. "When we cultivate, we are not afraid of slaughter and life and death. We are not afraid of the trials and tribulations of danger. Only this one word, love, is the most profound and unfathomable. Even if one has monstrous power, sometimes, it still cannot offset the might of the word love." He paused for a moment before he said, "Miss Yuran is an incredibly intelligent woman. Everyone in the Eternal True World knows about her noble birth. If you want to capture her heart, you won't be able to do it in a short period of time." Peng Tianxiang couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said in a muffled voice, "Third uncle, what do you think I should do?" Peng Qianhe laughed heartily. "In my entire life, I have never encountered such a thing. All the girls that caught my eye, which one of them did not obediently throw themselves into my arms?" When he saw the sour expression on Peng Tianxiang's face, Peng Qianhe instantly stopped laughing and said, "I might not know how to capture Miss Yuran's heart, but I do know that what she is most concerned about right now is the assassin's origins. Instead of sticking close to Miss Yuran every single day, why don't you help her investigate the assassin's origins? Perhaps, you will obtain an unexpected effect." Peng Tianxiang's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Third uncle, what you said is great. Remember, don't cause trouble to Miss Yuran's savior. This will only leave her with a bad impression of you." Peng Qianhe thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps you can lower yourself and sincerely become friends with this person. See what he needs, cater to his interests, and give him kindness. No matter how much you look down on this person, if young Miss Yuran were to find out about this, she would definitely treat you differently." Peng Tianxiang frowned, then sucked in a deep breath and said, "Third uncle, you are right. For Yuran, I can do anything. Peng Qianhe corrected him. You can't do anything. Just think about what she thinks and worry about what she worries about. In this way, how could she possibly feel aversion and rejection towards you? Peng Tianxiang felt like he was suddenly enlightened, and he couldn't help but sigh with admiration and bow deeply. As the saying goes, the older, the wiser. The ancients didn't lie. As soon as he entered Tiger Crouching City, it was filled with row upon row of ancient buildings. There were restaurants, tea houses, herb stores, pill stores, weapon stores. Every single one of them was a spacious palace, and it was filled with people and endless streams of horses and carriages. Compared to Genesis City, it was actually much more prosperous. For a time, Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. Compared to the dangerous and unfathomable places he'd passed through in the last 3 months, the prosperity and clamor of the city was undoubtedly able to make him relax, and he didn't have to be tense at all times. Fresh dragon turtle meat, slaughtered on the spot. This dragon turtle was captured from the illusory water divine lake, and it's a real emperor great ominous beast. At the entrance of a magnificent restaurant, a golden dragon turtle the size of a hill was tied up there. Its belly had long been cut open, and its tendons were being pulled out, its flesh was being dug out, and its blood was being extracted. A plate of demon saint's heart and liver meat only costs 1,000 first-class eternity source gems. All of them are pure Saint King realm demonic beasts, and there are a total of 108 kinds. Their hearts and livers are taken out, roasted with different divine fires, and supplemented with rare treasures of the 4 seas. The taste is superb. Shouts and peddlers could be heard incessantly. The things being sold here were almost impossible to see in the outside world, and it was an eye-opener for Lin Sun. He strolled along the way, and walked into some treasure houses and trading houses. Several hours later, he'd visited all the shops of a certain size in the city. In the 3 months since he left Genesis City and arrived at Tiger Crouching City, he'd gone through many dangerous battlefields and collected many treasures along the way. Those useless things were all sold by him, and the accumulated treasures of 3 months were sold at a good price, totaling more than 6 million first-class eternity source gems. But in the end, in order to buy the 8 underworld beads sold by the trading houses in the city, he spent nearly 5 million underworld beads at once. Lin Sun felt distressed at the speed of spending money. It couldn't be helped. The price of a treasure like the underworld pearl was simply too high. Moreover, there were only 8 of them in the entire Tiger Lurking City. Green Sparrow, what's the trial in Tiger Crouching City? Lin Sun booked a quiet room in an independent space in an inn. The trial in this city is very simple. You just need to collect 5,000 kilograms of green mark golden gangstone for the governor's mansion, which is a kind of divine material used to refine a high-grade emperor treasure. It can be collected in an ancient relic tens of thousands of miles away from this city. Green Sparrow said without hesitation. However, this kind of ore is extremely scattered. It will take a lot of time to collect 5,000 kilograms. Oh, Lin Sun said, can you buy it in the market? Green Sparrow said, I'm afraid it's very difficult. Everyone knows that it's a necessary divine material to pass the trial. Even if someone sells it, the price is bound to be extremely high. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, let's buy it first. If we can't collect it, it's not too late to collect it later. By the way, did you recognize the green-robed woman? Lin Sun asked. Green Sparrow suddenly sneered and said, in the eternal world, who doesn't know her? There was a trace of indescribable meaning in her voice. Dugu Yuran. Lin Sun was lost in thought. This name was quite extraordinary. Who is she? Lin Sun asked. You are her savior. Why don't you ask her yourself? Green Sparrow was obviously a little abnormal, as if she didn't want to talk about things related to Dugu Yuran. Savior? Even if I didn't do anything at that time, this woman has the means to solve the problem. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. Although the assassination at that time happened extremely suddenly and quickly, he keenly noticed that even though this woman seemed to be in a panic in the most dangerous situation, there was no fear or panic on her face. Obviously, she had a trump card that could solve the danger. The reason why he took action was nothing more than to protect himself. After all, if the power of that sword was completely broken out, he, who was next to Dugu Yuran, would also be implicated. It's good that you understand. Green Sparrow said, not to mention that assassin, even Ping Qianhe, who you saw just now, may not be able to hurt this woman. In short, her identity is very special. You just need to remember not to get too close to her. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be many people like Ping Tianxiang who will kill you. What's her background? Lin Sun frowned. The more Green Sparrow said, the more curious he became. Green Sparrow said impatiently, why don't you find out yourself? I can only tell you that the family behind this woman has always been in a relationship of competition and confrontation with the family of my miss. Do you understand now? Lin Sun said, oh, I don't understand. Green Sparrow said grumpily, it's better that you don't understand, so I don't have to waste my breath. Just as they were conversing, a string of bells hanging in the room suddenly rang, producing a pleasant tinkling sound. This was a copper bell condensed by the power of prohibition, which meant that an outsider had come to visit. Lin Sun was in a daze. He got up and opened the prohibition, hearing a hearty and enthusiastic voice outside the room, I'm Ping Tianxiang. Sorry to disturb you. Are you in? Lin Sun's eyes flickered. Why did this guy come here? Did he intend to threaten him and prevent him from contacting Dugu Yuran? As he was thinking, Lin Sun opened the door and saw the tall and handsome Ping Tianxiang in a purple robe. Ping Tianxiang looked ashamed. Before Lin Sun said anything, he had already cupped his hands to salute and said, when we were outside the city, my words were quite disrespectful. I hope you won't take it to heart. Lin Sun was surprised and said, you don't come here to apologize, do you? Ping Tianxiang looked serious and sincere. On the one hand, I'm here to apologize. On the other hand, I want to invite you to a banquet. A banquet? Lin Sun was puzzled. Ping Tianxiang smiled mysteriously and said, yes, a banquet that only belongs to peerless figures like me. Ordinary people are not qualified to attend it at all. I might as well reveal something to you first. At that time, a shocking secret will be revealed at the banquet. Lin couldn't help but look at Ping Tianxiang in surprise. When they first met, Ping Tianxiang was arrogant and haughty. But now, his attitude changed all of a sudden, and he became enthusiastic and hospitable, which made Lin mutter in his heart. What was going on? Fellow practitioner, I know you must hold a grudge against me. But you must believe that I'm here to apologize sincerely. Ping Tianxiang hurriedly said. Lin thought for a while and suddenly said with a faint smile, are you here to pursue Dugu Yuran? Ping Tianxiang couldn't help but be shocked. What a sharp insight this guy had. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. Ping Tianxiang showed a bitter smile, to tell you the truth, I've been in love with her for a long time. I've been fascinated by her charm and care about her wholeheartedly. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. When we were outside the city gate, I accidentally offended you because of that. After a pause, he continued, this time, I'm here to ask for your forgiveness. After all, you're the savior of Yuran. If she knows what I've done, maybe, she'll have a better impression of me. At the end of his speech, he sighed endlessly with emotion. Lin showed a look of understanding. This was reasonable. He said with a smile, you're really considerate. But I'm afraid I can't help you. Besides, I have to collect green mark golden stone to prepare for passing the trial. Before Lin finished, Ping Tianxiang waved his hand heroically and said, as long as you're willing to attend the banquet with me, the trial is nothing. As he said, he took out a purple jade token and handed it to Lin, fellow practitioner, this is the pass token that can be exchanged after passing the trial. Take it. Lin couldn't help being moved and said, how can I accept it? Ping Tianxiang smiled, it's just a token. Just take it as a token of my sincerity. He gave the token to Lin without saying anything. Then I'll accept it. Lin laughed. He didn't expect that passing the trial would be solved in this way. Ping Tianxiang also laughed heartily. Just then, why are you here? A voice that was as sweet as the sounds of nature rang out. Not far away, Dugu, who wore an azure robe, had a slender figure, and was beautiful and otherworldly, walked over unhurriedly. Her crystalline and translucent pitch-black starry eyes were suffused with a trace of surprise while her beautiful brows frowned slightly. Ping Tianxiang was stunned as well, and he said, Yuran, didn't you return to the inn to rest? Dugu Yuran's expression was as tranquil as water as he replied, Do I need to report to you what I want to do at any time? Peng Tianxiang hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, Yuran, don't misunderstand. I'm here to apologize to this fellow Taoist. After all, this fellow Taoist is your benefactor. As the host, how can I not express my gratitude? As he spoke, he looked at Lin Sun with a smile. Lin Sun understood tacitly and said, yes, Brother Peng is sincere. He not only gave me the token of passing the trial, but also invited me to attend the banquet. Everything he did was to express his apology, which made me feel flattered. This was the so-called returning a plum for a peach. Dugu Yuran was stunned. He couldn't help but take another look at Peng Tianxiang and said, I didn't expect you to be so attentive. It was just a few words, but it made Peng Tianxiang feel refreshed and excited. He even felt that his eyes were full of tears. These days, he had spent a lot of effort on Dugu Yuran, but all he got was resistance and perfunctory. And now, Dugu Yuran had finally praised him, even if it was just a word. It made Peng Tianxiang feel that he had finally seen the light. For a moment, he smiled and said, it's my duty, my duty. I just want to share some of your burdens. Dugu Yuran frowned imperceptibly, which made Peng Tianxiang's heart skip a beat. He immediately shut up and thought of the advice of his third uncle, Peng Tianhe, that going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He immediately stepped aside and said, Yuran, you talk first. I'll go to the Castellan mansion to ask if the identity of the assassin has been found out. Then, he cupped his hands and said to Lin Sun with a smile, fellow Taoist, I'll send someone to invite you to attend the banquet in the evening. Don't miss it. After that, he turned around and left in a natural and unrestrained manner. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. This guy seemed to be enlightened. Fellow Taoist, do you want me to talk to you here? Dugu Yuran looked up at Lin Sun and joked. Lin Sun sighed. In his heart. After listening to Science Barrow's words, he really didn't want to have anything to do with the girl in front of him. If those lascivious women around her knew it, it would cause countless troubles. After thinking for a while, he said, Girl, if you also come to apologize, you don't have to. In fact, I'm afraid you also know in your heart that even if I didn't do anything in that assassination, you would have been able to get out of danger. Dugu Yuran's eyes lit up and she smiled, It seems that you seem to be on guard against me. Well, I won't force you. But we will definitely meet again. After that, she turned around and left. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and closed the door. Outside the inn. Dugu Yuran took a deep breath. She had taken the initiative to express her gratitude to Lin Sun twice in a row, but she was refused twice in a row, which made her confused. They had never met each other before. Why would this person be on guard against her like this? What a strange guy. After thinking for a while, she quietly flipped her palm, and a light green jade mirror appeared. A figure appeared on it, and it was Lin Sun's real face. Humph, Ling Xuanzi, do you really think that you can fool me with that kind of disguise? Dugu Yuran's lips curled up slightly, I'd like to see if you still dare to refuse me next time. As she thought about it, she put away the jade mirror and said with a cold gaze, Come out. Peng Tianxiang walked out of a tea house nearby with an awkward expression and said, Yuran, I'm just here to drink tea. I don't. Dugu Yuran turned her head and looked straight at Peng Tianxiang. She said, I already know what you're thinking, but I have to remind you that all those who want me like you do will encounter a lot of trouble without exception. I understand. Peng Tianxiang's expression was serious. There was no way he wouldn't know that there were countless outstanding people chasing after Dugu Yuran in the eternal true world. They treated her like an immortal and surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon. There were also some dazzling monsters and peerless prodigies among them. Be it their background or their Tao, they were not weaker than Peng Tianxiang. In fact, they might even surpass him. This also meant that if he wanted to chase after Dugu Yuran, he would first have to consider the competition between rivals in love. You don't understand. Dugu Yuran sighed softly. There was a slightly disappointed look on her face as she walked away. How can I not understand? As he watched Dugu Yuran leave, the light in Peng Tianxiang's eyes flickered. But no matter what, I will not give up. No matter who fights with me, I will not back down. I will make you understand who is the best to you. The night was as dark as ink. The city lord's mansion. It was brightly lit with lanterns and colored banners. At the center of the city lord's mansion was a huge green lake. The scenery was beautiful and it was shrouded in spirit aura all year round. It was very lively today because many peerless great emperors had come to this place for a gathering. The lake was green, brilliant, and ethereal. It was enshrouded in a magnificent mist of spirit aura all year round. Numerous beautiful hills stood towering nearby the jade-green lake, and they flowed with multicolored light. They were like numerous halberds that shot through the sky and pierced into the shore of the lake. Ancient divine trees towered into the sky and took root in the spirit mountains around the lake. There were also pavilions, silver waterfalls, and flowing springs. The scenery was very artistic. Lin Sun stood at the side of the green lake and looked around. He couldn't help but nod. This was indeed a rare place with good feng shui. The spirit aura was dense, and the great way was rising. In an antique pavilion not far away, Peng Tianxiang was talking with a group of peerless great emperors. They were drinking and chatting merrily. There were men and women among these peerless great emperors. All of them had extraordinary bearings. Each of them had their own power and demeanor. They were all extraordinary. Most of them were like Lin Sun. They came from different universes in the boundless world. Even when facing an immortal emperor like Peng Tianxiang, these people behaved calmly and didn't show any signs of flattery. This was the confidence of great Emperor Juyun. It was not something an ordinary great emperor could compare to. Brother Jin, come. Let me introduce you to these people. Peng Tianxiang suddenly stood up and greeted Lin Sun with a warm smile. Lin Sun had a natural aversion to this kind of gathering. His main purpose for coming here was to see what Peng Tianxiang's shocking secret was. Because Ling Xuanzi's identity was on the wanted list, Lin Sun could only use the identity of old toad Jin Dui. Everyone, this is Daoist Jin Dui. He's a peerless 7th level great emperor with incredible battle strength. It's all thanks to him that Miss Yuran was saved. Peng Tianxiang introduced with a smile. The peerless great emperors looked at Lin Sun and nodded with a smile. Lin Sun greeted them one by one. Brother Jin, please sit down. Once everyone's here, I'll announce an important matter to everyone. Now, I have to go welcome an extremely honorable guest. Peng Tianxiang's smile was mysterious. As he spoke, he turned around and left. Lin Sun sat down casually and drank by himself. He was not interested in making friends with anyone. Seeing this, the others gave up on the idea of chatting with him. They were all peerless great emperors. Who wouldn't have a bit of pride? Lin Sun, on the other hand, was free. Not long after, there was a commotion in the distance. Dugu Yuran, who wore a green robe and had a slender and delicate figure, and she was dressed as a man, walked over from afar. Under the illumination of the dazzling lights, her clear and beautiful snow-white face was suffused with an absolutely beautiful and illusory sheen. She held a feather fan in her hand and walked with light steps. Although she was dressed as a man, she had a unique elegance and beauty that made her stand out from the crowd. Lin Sun was startled. Didn't this woman dislike Peng Tianxiang? Why was she here? Could the distinguished guest that Peng Tianxiang was talking about be her? As Lin Sun pondered, the peerless great emperors in the pavilion stopped talking and stood up to welcome her. Everyone had a respectful expression on their faces. Of course, there was also curiosity, admiration, amazement, and passion. P.S. I was really depressed when I was criticized for the plot being lousy yesterday. After today's update, I want to know if those critics were still lousy. Well, if nothing goes wrong, there will be a new chapter this Sunday. And it will continue to be updated. The originally bustling and clamorous atmosphere became tranquil at this moment. She, who was dressed in a green robe, took away all the light as soon as she walked over, and all the light converged on her body. There were also a few extremely beautiful empresses present, and whether it was temperament or charm, they could be said to be the best in the world. But at this moment, when facing Dugu Yuran who walked over from afar, they couldn't help but feel stunned. The latter had an innate noble aura, and although she was dressed as a man, she was peerless and incomparable. At this moment, Lin Sun who was originally sitting there stood up as well. He didn't want to be unconventional and stand out from the crowd. Yuran, please take a seat quickly. At the side, Peng Tianxiang accompanied her step by step and personally led the way for Dugu Yuran, inviting her to sit at the main seat. However, when Dugu Yuran walked to Lin Sun's side, she suddenly blinked her clear eyes and said with a light smile, "What did I say today? We will meet again," and it really came true. Before Lin Sun could speak, she turned to Peng Tianxiang and said, "You're the host of today's gathering, so you should sit at the main seat. I'll sit here." As she spoke, she slowly sat down on the empty seat beside Lin Sun. Everyone was startled. Peng Tianxiang glanced at Lin Sun, then glanced at Dugu Yuran, and laughed heroically after a while. All right. Everyone, please take a seat." As he spoke, he sat down as well. Only when everyone sat down did he say with a smile, "Almost everyone has arrived. I presume everyone has long been curious about the shocking secret that I spoke of. Now, I won't keep you in suspense. This matter is related to the god's relic outside the 49th pass of immortality." His words attracted the attention of all the people in the area. Only Dugu Yuran's expression was calm, as if she had already guessed what the secret Peng Tianxiang was about to speak of was. "I just learned from the clan that some unknown eternal god clan spread a piece of news not long ago, saying that the legendary god's battlefield will appear in the god's relic in at least 10 to 30 years. Peng Tianxiang's voice was low. "At that time, only those that leave their names on the realm combat stele will have the qualifications to enter the battlefield of the gods. According to that piece of information, anyone that's able to become eminent in the battlefield of the gods will have a chance to obtain a supreme fortune." Everyone was shocked, and they were completely attracted by this piece of news. "May I ask Brother Peng what sort of supreme fortune this is?" Someone couldn't help but ask. Peng Tianxiang sneered, "I wouldn't dare to say that. However, I've heard that this is the most precious fortune left behind in the great 1,000 battle domains after the destruction of the previous era." The most precious, everyone was acutely aware of the difference in this fortune. One had to know that even though the vast 1,000 battle domain was filled with unfathomable dangers and many battlefields, there were also many unknown opportunities and treasures. On the other hand, if the fortune related to the battlefield of the gods could be described as the most precious, then it was obvious how extraordinary it would be. "Everyone, don't be happy too early. If you want to participate in the battlefield of the gods, you must first leave your name on the realm combat stele. Just this stage alone will be able to eliminate most of the strong," Peng Tianxiang reminded him. "And even if they have the right to join, they will have to face competition from many terrifying people. Based on what I know, there are quite a number of peerless and peerless people in Eternal True World who have already made preparations to join." His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads, causing their expressions to change. All of them were peerless great emperors, so they were naturally not worried about whether or not they could leave their names on the realm combat stele. But if they were asked to fight against the peerless people from the Eternal True World, then the pressure would be extraordinary. Even though most of them came from the great 1,000 battle domains and could be said to be the leaders of the world, how could they not know how terrifying the peerless people from the Eternal True World were? Just like Peng Tianxiang, a member of the immortal Emperor Peng family, they had to respect him. As for Dugu Yuran, his status was so noble that even they felt ashamed of their inferiority. He was an existence that they could not hope to reach. Lin Sun could not help but frown. It was not that he felt pressured, but that he could not understand. Just what sort of serendipity existed in the battlefield of the gods that even the peerless people from the Eternal True World would want to participate? Was it related to the previous aeon? "What? Are you curious as well, Ling Xuanzi?" At that moment, Dugu Yuran sent a message to Lin Sun. Her clear voice was tinged with a hint of mockery. Lin Sun's body stiffened in a barely noticeable manner, but his expression did not change as he replied, "Miss, so you've already seen through my identity. You do indeed have a discerning eye." Dugu Yenran raised her wine cup and took a sip before saying softly, "Fellow Daoist, you don't have to worry. I'm not that bored to expose your identity at this moment. After all, you're my savior." Lin Sun sighed in his heart. The Science Sparrow was right. This woman was definitely trouble, and whoever got involved with her would be in big trouble. Dugu Yuran asked, "Fellow Daoist, I'm quite curious about the ancient path of the galaxy. I heard that you came from there. Have you heard of a peerless great emperor called Lin Daoyuan?" Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, "What on earth do you want to know?" Dugu Yuran smiled beautifully and said, "Well, it's not the right time to talk about this. If there's a chance in the future, I'll ask for your advice. Although they were communicating by voice transmission, Peng Tianxiang's eyes couldn't hide it. Especially when he saw the bright smile on Du Guyuren's face, he couldn't help but burn with jealousy and almost couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. However, thinking of his third uncle Peng Tianhe's exhortations, Peng Tianxiang still held back. After calming down, he said with a smile, "Don't be discouraged. Today, in addition to telling you about this matter, there's another good thing to share with you." Everyone's eyes focused on him. Even Lin Sun and Du Guyuren were no exception. Feeling Du Guyuren's gaze on him, Peng Tianxiang felt much better and immediately became energetic. But just when he was about to speak, suddenly, there was a deafening rumble. In the distant night, a dazzling silver chariot crushed the void and flew over. The speed was so fast that the chariot emitted bursts of silver light like flames. In the brilliance, there was also a frightening aura spreading. The nearby green lake water fluctuated violently, and the blue light shot into the sky, causing an amazing phenomenon. On the surrounding spiritual mountains and in the nearby areas, there were many guards and maids of the Castellan's mansion. At this moment, they couldn't help but be frightened. This was the Castellan's mansion, who dared to drive a chariot here. For the first time, Peng Tianhe, who had been sitting in the Castellan's mansion, was also alarmed. He appeared out of thin air with a gloomy and cold expression. However, when he saw the chariot clearly, the gloomy expression on his face suddenly turned into surprise, as if he couldn't believe it. With a swish, a golden light spread out and fell from the chariot, forming a divine rainbow, piercing through the sky. Then, two figures walked out of the chariot. One was sacred and pure, shrouded in golden flames, like a king descending to the world. His aura was extremely arrogant and outstanding. He had a head of long golden hair, and even his eyes were like two golden suns, frightening to the extreme. Rong Xiangli. Inside the pavilion, Peng Tianxiang's face immediately darkened, and the wine cup in his hand was silently crushed into powder. Rong Xiangli, a peerless character from the Rong clan of the Immortal Emperor clan, an anomaly among the great emperors. Many people gasped. Was this Rong Xiangli? His aura was even more terrifying than the legends. It was as if an ancient god of war had descended, looking down on the world and all heroes. Beside him, there was another person who was wrapped in strands of chaotic air, revealing only a blurry silhouette. His eyes were as bright as the sun, and when they opened and closed, divine light split the sky. Zhu Lin. When he saw this person, Peng Tianxiang could no longer remain calm, and his eyes narrowed. Others might not know, but he knew very well that Zhu Lin was a heaven's chosen from the Zhu clan of the Immortal Emperor clan. He was known as the peerless great emperor of the Zhu clan, and his bravery was unparalleled. Compared to Rong Xiangli, he was not at all inferior. Today, the two of them had come on a chariot, and their goal was obvious. The place was silent. The peerless great emperors from the vast thousand worlds were bewildered, but Lin Sun was very calm, because he didn't know the identity of these two people who had suddenly arrived. However, even if he knew, it wouldn't affect him much. But Lin Sun still noticed that Du Guyuren, who was beside him, sighed lightly, and a trace of imperceptible annoyance appeared between her brows. "I didn't expect that you two young friends would come at this time. You've really surprised me." At this moment, Peng Tianhe smiled and went up to greet them. Obviously, Rong Xiangli and Zhu Lin's identities were extraordinary, so even he, the ancestor of the great emperor clan, had to treat them with respect and personally greet them. "The two of us came abruptly, so we were a bit rash. Please don't blame us, senior," Rong Xiangli said with a smile. He didn't seem arrogant at all, and he returned the greeting humbly. Zhu Lin only nodded, then looked at Du Guyuren in the pavilion. In an instant, his indifferent and arrogant expression disappeared, and a warm smile appeared on his face as he walked over. "Miss Yuran, you're really here." Zhu Lin directly ignored the other people in the pavilion, even Peng Tianxiang, and came to Du Guyuren's side. Peng Tianhe, who was watching this scene from a distance, had an imperceptible flash of coldness in his eyes, and then he sighed inwardly. The current situation was not under his control at all. Even if he was the lord of the city governor's mansion, he couldn't oppress these two nobles with his power. At this moment, Peng Tianxiang couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and said with cold eyes, "Zhu Lin, this is a private banquet. Don't you think it's rude of you to come uninvited?" Zhu Lin sneered, Peng Tianxiong, are you going to drive me away? His eyes were full of provocation. Peng Tianxiong was about to say something, but Peng Qianhe, who had rushed over, said first, you're a guest. There's no need to be so polite. Young friend, please take a seat. Senior, you're right. We're here as guests, not to make trouble. At this time, Rong Shengli also walked into the pavilion with a smile. This made Peng Tianxiong's face even more gloomy. Although it was just a few words, Zhu Lin's domineering aura overwhelmed everyone present, making them feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Rong Shengli seemed to be smiling, but there was power in his actions, which also made people feel oppressed. Even Peng Qianhe, the ancestor of Wan Tao, did not dare to offend these two people. This made people sigh in their hearts. The eternal world was too terrible, and Peng Tianxiong was enough to make people respect him. But now, two more powerful people had come, and neither of them took Peng Tianxiong seriously. The atmosphere was gloomy. Dugu Yuran could not help but frown. He glanced at Zhu Lin and said, this is Peng family's territory. Don't you think it's too rude? If someone else had said this, Zhu Lin would have slapped him. But facing Dugu Yuran, he nodded with a bright smile, you're right. I'll apologize to Peng Tianxiong right now. Then he cupped his hands to Peng Tianxiong perfunctorily, Peng Xiong, I was a little rude just now. Peng Tianxiong snorted coldly, obviously holding back his anger. Zhu Lin did not care at all. He glanced at the seat next to Dugu Yuran, and then looked at Lin Sun again. He smiled, showing his white teeth, and said, fellow Taoist, why don't you give up your seat? His tone was frivolous, direct and domineering. For a moment, all eyes were on Lin Sun. Peng Tianxiong suddenly pounded the table and said, Zhu Lin, you are too presumptuous. Brother Jin is my friend. Why should he give up his seat to you? Zhu Lin ignored Peng Tianxiong and only stared at Lin Sun. A trace of coldness gradually rose in his eyes, and he said, you don't want to give me face? Lin Sun had always wanted to be an outsider, but now it was obvious that he could not stay out of the matter at all. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Dugu Yuran, what a troublemaker, he was just a seat. Just because he sat with her, he suffered this unexpected disaster. Who could he reason with? However, although Lin Sun had a good temper, he was a ruthless and decisive person. How could he shrink back at this time? He raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp before he said, face is earned by oneself, not given by others. If I were you, I would clearly know that the owner of this place doesn't welcome me, but I would absolutely not act like you, sticking close to this place and being despised for no reason. The words shocked the peak martial monarchs. They almost could not believe their ears. Peng Tianxiong was stunned. Although he felt that Lin Sun's words were very pleasant, he knew that it was destined to offend Zhu Lin. Peng Qianhe had a strange look in his eyes, but he remained silent. He would not get involved in such a matter for an outsider. Rong Shengli couldn't help but look at Lin Sun in surprise. Zhu Lin's face became gloomy at once, and his eyes were full of killing intent. The nearby air was stagnant, and the murderous spirit seemed to oppress Lin Sun. Dugu Yuran suddenly said, if you dare to make a move, don't blame me for being ruthless. Looking at her expression again, it was as cold as frost. Zhu Lin was stunned and asked in astonishment, Yuran, who is he to you? Why do you protect him so much? Brother Jin Dui is Yuran's savior, but you want to force Brother Jin to give up his seat. Obviously, you intend to embarrass Yuran. Peng Tianxiong sneered and seized the opportunity to make sarcastic remarks. Seeing that Dugu Yuran didn't deny it, Zhu Lin's face became gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, I was wrong before, but this man humiliated me like that. I can't let it go. What else do you want? Dugu Yuran frowned. Apologize. Zhu Lin said without hesitation, as long as he lowers his head and admits his mistake, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I can only teach him how to be a man. Brother Jin's words were really hurtful, Rong Shengli, who was not far away, said indifferently. At this time, Peng Qianhe said to Lin Sun with a smile, it's just a trifle. Why don't you take a step back and apologize to child Zhu Lin? It's not worthwhile to make everyone unhappy because of this, right? This was tantamount to smoothing things over. But Lin Sun said without hesitation, impossible. He had been in the vast thousand battles domain until now, killed Wen Xiaoheng of the Wen family, and Heng Tianxua, the ancestor of the Tao. When had he ever been afraid of anyone? How dare a guy who came out of nowhere yell at him like this? He was overestimating himself. Lin Sun was indeed afraid of trouble, but when he encountered trouble, he wouldn't let himself endure it. If he became timid when he encountered something, even if he went to the eternal world, he wouldn't be able to lift his head up high for the rest of his life. There was silence in the field. Everyone was surprised. No one had expected that Jin Dui would be so unyielding. He didn't intend to give in at all. Even Peng Tianxiang couldn't help but admire Jin Dui. He didn't know that this guy was so unyielding before. Some people showed pity, some gloated, and some sighed in their hearts. Everyone knew that there was no turning back. And Jin Dui was bound to suffer. Peng Tianhe smiled and said no more. Rong Xiangli frowned, his eyes shining with a thought-provoking luster. At the same time, Dugu Yuran sent a voice transmission to Lin Sun. I've been unhappy with this guy for a long time. Don't worry, beat him up. If anything happens, I'll take care of it for you. There was a hint of annoyance in his voice. Lin Sun was speechless. This is all because of you. He was even more determined to leave Hidden Tiger City as soon as the banquet was over, and stay as far away from this woman as possible. I gave you face, but you don't want it. At this time, Zhu Lin's killing intent was surging. His eyes glowed with a strange and terrifying green light, which suddenly pierced towards Lin Sun like a pair of green divine swords, directly stabbing Lin Sun's soul. An ordinary Emperor realm expert would probably have a mental breakdown after being stared at like this. Green Eye Sword Pupil. Peng Tianhe was shocked. He didn't expect that Zhu Lin would use such a strange and terrifying secret skill as soon as he attacked. What? Really, Green Eye Sword Pupil? This is a rare and terrifying talent that can penetrate the soul and shatter the state of mind. How terrifying, such a strange and mysterious talent actually exists. There was a burst of exclamations nearby. They couldn't stay calm, and it really shocked them a lot. It was said that a talent like Green Eye Sword Pupil was a mysterious talent that would only be born among hundreds of millions of cultivators. No matter in the boundless world or the eternal true world, people with extraordinary talents were not rare. Usually, the more terrifying the talent they possessed, the more terrifying the cultivation they could obtain. And some people with rare talents would even erupt with rare divine abilities after they became emperors at the peak. For example, talents like Body of 5 Accumulations, Feather Light Spirit Body, Taoist Embryo Dharma Body, and Magic-Breaking War Blood were all extremely rare. Every one of them would become a great figure in the future. They were regarded as the Almighty who were born with the destiny of heaven, and they were many times more powerful than ordinary people in the same realm. The Blue Eye Sword Pupil was such a rare talent. A trace of seriousness appeared in Dugu Yuran's beautiful eyes. It seemed that she didn't expect that Zhu Lin would use such a ruthless and terrifying method as soon as he attacked. Obviously, he intended to destroy Lin Sun. Kneel down. Apologize and repent to me. Zhu Lin shouted, and his eyes became more and more evil. The green light was cold, like a divine sword, and he looked directly at Lin Sun, as if he wanted to control Lin Sun's whole body and soul. Dugu Yuran was about to say something, but Rong Xiangli said with a smile, Don't worry, Yuran. Zhu Lin has a sense of propriety. He won't let fellow practitioner Jin's life be in danger. Before he could finish his words, Lin Sun suddenly spat out a word from his lips, You're right. Get lost. It was like a roar of a divine dragon, and also like the roar of thunder god in the ninth heaven. It was earth-shattering. With Lin Sun as the center, circles of sound waves spread out. Countless space fragments exploded on the spot and turned into countless sharp arrows, stabbing directly at Zhu Lin's eyes. This was a secret method of using the Great Way. At the moment Lin Sun spoke, all his power of cultivation had been poured into it. Although it was just a word, it was actually branded with an extremely terrifying secret of killing. The most amazing thing was that in other people's ears, Lin Sun's Get Lost sounded like a deadly note in Zhu Lin's ears. Moreover, even Zhu Lin himself didn't expect that Lin Sun could still resist under the attack of his talent power. Suddenly, Zhu Lin suffered a terrible impact. Bang! Bang! Zhu Lin's eyes suddenly exploded and turned into two bloody holes. The blood that sprayed out from the exploding eyeballs caused the air to be filled with a terrible stench that reeked of blood. Ah! Zhu Lin screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His whole body was trembling. He covered his eyes with his hands and howled, "My eyes, my eyes." As he screamed, he kept running his power, trying to repair his eyes. But no matter how hard he tried, he could no longer condense his power. Now, everyone could see that Lin Sun's get lost actually destroyed Zhu Lin's talent power. In fact, the syllable that came out of Lin Sun's lips contained infinite mystery. With all his cultivation, even an emperor ancestor would be seriously injured if he was caught off guard, let alone Zhu Lin. Although the blue-eyed sword pupil was powerful and could penetrate the opponent's mind, how could it hurt Lin Sun? All of a sudden, Zhu Lin was caught unprepared. "You wanted to break my mind, so I destroyed your talent. It's fair to pay back." Lin Sun looked indifferent and said casually, "This is also a lesson for you. Don't stare at people casually in the future. It's easy to explode." There was a dead silence. Only Lin Sun's voice echoed. Everyone was shocked, including Emperor Ancestor Peng Qianhe. Just a voice broke the blue-eye sword pupil. So strong. No wonder he was so tough. It turned out that he was fearless. Since he's crippled his talent, the clan behind him will definitely not let the matter rest. How cruel. All the emperors present were great emperors. But if they were in Lin Sun's position, they wouldn't dare to do so at all, let alone have such thoughts. Therefore, they were shocked by Lin Sun's decisive and ruthless counterattack. Their scalps were numb and they looked at each other with pale faces. Peng Tianxiang's heart was also in turmoil, as if he didn't know Lin Sun at all. It completely refreshed his cognition and imagination. He even couldn't help thinking that if he offended Lin Sun outside the city gate, would he also be? Peng Tianxiang shivered and didn't dare to think about it anymore. Peng Qianhe gasped. Only then did he realize that he was wrong about Jin Dui. He thought that Jin Dui was just a lucky young man who saved Dugu Yuran once. But now it seemed that Jin Dui was a peerless, ruthless man. Dugu Yuran looked a little abnormal. Looking at Zhu Lin, whose eyes were blown into 2 bloody holes and screaming again and again, she was overjoyed. If it weren't for the occasion, she would have clapped her hands and laughed out loud. His eyes exploded. "Haha, interesting, whoosh." Rong Xiangli rushed out at once and raised his hand to slap Zhu Lin. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and the incomparable red vitality turned into a torrent and poured into Zhu Lin's body. Then, Rong Xiangli took out a green gourd, poured out a liquid with sacred luster, and dripped it into Zhu Lin's eyes. Then, bursts of Taoist light and mysterious law condensed, and Zhu Lin's eyes returned to their original appearance. However, Rong Xiangli's face darkened. He noticed that although Zhu Lin's injuries were healed, his talent was completely destroyed. He looked at Lin Sun fiercely and said in a cold voice, "I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. It was just a fight, but you used such a cruel means to destroy Zhu Lin's talent. It's unforgivable. I'm going to kill him." Zhu Lin roared. His heart was bleeding, and his face was distorted. The destruction of his talent was equivalent to a serious blow to his cultivation, which would greatly affect his future cultivation. As he said, he released a terrible power and slapped Lin Sun with his palm. In an instant, the world turned pitch black, and a giant hand filled with a sinful aura slammed down from the sky. Countless figures of gods and devils roared as they charged out, giving off a terrifying aura. It was like a dark demon world had come. The great demon-resisting palm. The supreme secret skill of Zhu family can easily pull the opponent into the boundless dark demon world with one palm, making him beg for death. Peng Tianxiang's face changed. Lin Sun didn't even look at it, and also slapped his palm. Boom, this palm was simple and plain, but when it was shot out, it was like a god descending to the world, bursting out endless terrible killing power. Boom, in an instant, the antique pavilion burst into pieces, and the power of prohibition covering the Castellan mansion was running, counteracting and resolving the terrible power torrent. The people nearby had already retreated far away. Amidst the sound of the collision, Zhu Lin's body trembled in the air. All the defensive power in his body was shattered, and he felt as if he could not circulate his cultivation. He had experienced thousands of battles in his life, but he had never encountered such a strong pressure. This is impossible. How can a character from the Great Thousand World possess such tyrannical strength? Zhu Lin's expression changed drastically. With a roar, his palms transformed into countless palm shadows. The great demon resistance palm imprints numbered in the tens of thousands. As he struck out, it was as if the ruler of darkness had descended, capable of destroying heaven and earth. The entire city lord's mansion shook violently, and countless restrictive spells tumbled. However, Lin Sun held out his palm. Under the cover of the dense Taoist light, streams of power were brewing, exploding and bursting out. This palm strike was like a primordial divine mountain from the heavenly realm smashing down to the mortal world. It revealed a terrifying might that could collapse the heavens and the earth, shatter the sun and moon, and collapse all Daos. All of Zhu Lin's attacks were easily shattered. Everyone saw that Zhu Lin was sent flying into the air, blood spurting out of his mouth. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Sun had already gotten up from his seat. With a flash, he came to Zhu Lin and grabbed his throat. Zhu Lin struggled desperately, but he couldn't move. His face was as red as a pig's liver. There was a dead silence. Zhu Lin, a peerless great emperor from the Zhu family of the Immortal Emperor clan, was a dazzling and peerless giant. But in the twinkling of an eye, his neck was clamped like a dead dog. Who could believe it? And the terrible combat power Lin Sun showed was also frightening. It was too cruel and tyrannical. He easily suppressed a peerless great emperor, which was completely beyond everyone's expectation. Bastard! Kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, I promise you will die without a burial place. Zhu Lin roared furiously. Being suppressed like this, he lost control of his state of mind and emotions. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with killing intent. I didn't intend to kill you, but now it seems that I can't let you live. Stop. Almost at the same time, Peng Qianhe and Rong Shengli took action together. Peng Qianhe felt helpless in his heart as well. He was a member of the Ping clan, and it was even to the extent that he wished for nothing more than for Zhu Lin to be killed. However, he was even more clearly aware that if Zhu Lin was killed in his territory, then he and the Ping clan would definitely suffer the consequences of the power that stood behind Zhu Lin. That was to say, Zhu Lin could die, but not in the territory of the Ping family. Boom! As soon as Peng Qianhe took action, he used the power of the ancestor of the Tao to cover the sky. It was not to suppress Lin Sun, but to save Zhu Lin's life at the first time. Rong Shengli, on the other hand, took out a fiery red flying shuttle. It was extremely sharp, and it was an incomparably terrifying monarch weapon. It was aimed at the back of Lin Sun's head. Everyone knew that if Lin Sun killed Zhu Lin, he would suffer a fatal blow at the same time. At this critical moment, Greenwood Taoist body and Red Flame Taoist body rushed out. Clang! Amidst the earth-shattering sounds of collision, the fiery red flying shuttle was blocked, and at the same time, Red Flame Taoist body glowed and blocked the terrible power from Peng Qianhe. Boom! It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, producing a violent torrent of destruction. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Sun could defuse such a fatal threat. It was incredible. In particular, Lin Sun was able to resist the pressure from Peng Qianhe, who was an ancestor of the Tao family. It was even more shocking and unbelievable. Bang! Lin Sun's original body suddenly exerted force. Zhu Lin, whose neck was firmly grasped by Lin Sun, exploded in an instant. Only his spirit was left to resist Lin Sun's power. God-forbidding seal. Just like Fang Xuanzhen and Wen Xiaoheng, Zhu Lin used the God-forbidding seal at the moment of death. Lin Sun was not surprised by this. He was already used to it. He directly imprisoned Zhu Lin's spirit and put it into the abyssal sword cauldron without a trace. As the power of the Order Phoenix flame ran, Zhu Lin's spirit directly exploded and was obliterated. He died completely. You! Rong Shengli was furious. His face was livid, and his eyes were about to spit fire. He didn't expect Lin Sun to be so ruthless. He didn't care about the threat at all and killed Zhu Lin without any scruples. How dare you! Peng Qianhe was furious, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Zhu Lin was dead. If this matter was spread out, an ancestor of the Tao family would also be implicated and suffer an undeserved disaster. At this moment, the great Emperor Zhuing, who was attending the banquet in the distance, was completely dumbfounded. Zhu Lin, he was in existence from the Immortal Emperor clan. No matter how high his cultivation was, his identity alone was enough to deter any great emperor from the vast thousand world and make them not dare to offend him. But now, Jin Dui not only destroyed Zhu Lin's talent, but also killed him. Even Peng Qianhe and Rong Xiangli couldn't stop him. This was too terrifying. Peng Tianxiang was dumbfounded, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. No matter how much he hated Zhu Lin, he had to admit that in terms of identity, Zhu Lin was superior to him. But now, Zhu Lin died just like that. The bloody scene made his scalp tingle. He begged me to kill him. If I don't kill him, wouldn't I seem very unreasonable? Lin Sun said casually with a calm expression. Jin Dui, you're courting death. Rong Xiangli's expression was terrifying. You don't know how serious the consequences will be. And your Peng family will also bear the responsibility for this matter. Peng Qianhe's face darkened and he said angrily, Jin Dui, you're a murderer. You deserve to die 1,000 times. I'll suppress you and send you to the Zhu family to apologize. Enough. Right at this moment, Dugu spoke slowly. Her crystalline and translucent eyes that were like gems were icy cold, and her fair and beautiful oval face was suffused with an oppressive dignified expression. In this matter, it was Zhu Lin who was in the wrong first. Since he's dead, he only has himself to blame. No matter what the consequences are, ask his Zhu clan to come look for me. His words were cold and calm, powerful and powerful. Everyone was in disbelief. Zhu Lin's death would definitely cause the Zhu family to be furious. Everyone knew that the consequences were not easy to bear. Otherwise, Peng Qianhe would not be so angry. But now, Dugu Yuran actually wanted to bear all the consequences. Only Peng Qianhe was overjoyed. He felt relieved and relaxed. With Dugu Yuran bearing the responsibility, the Peng family would not have to worry about being implicated. Yuran, Zhu Lin has done a lot for you all these years. But now, for an outsider, you don't even care about Zhu Lin's death? Rong Xiangli's eyes were filled with boundless anger. He could not understand why an intelligent woman like Dugu Yuran would make such a stupid decision. I've already said that he deserved it. Brother Jin is my savior. Even if my family knows about my decision, they will not blame me. Dugu Yuran's eyes were cold as she glanced at Rong Xiangli, and you. In the past, I was worried about the reputation of your family, so I didn't want to embarrass you. But now, you actually dare to point fingers at me. Are you qualified? Dugu Yuran's words caused Rong Xiangli to lose all his face. His expression became gloomy and his eyes turned red with anger. In other words, Dugu Yuran's words had dealt a heavy blow to his self-esteem. Everyone was trembling. They could not believe that Dugu Yuran would defend Jin Dui like that. It was obvious that she did not intend to give Rong Xiangli any face. Peng Tianxiang was laughing in his heart. Zhu Lin was dead. Awesome, Rong Xiangli was also reprimanded and attacked. Awesome, the only thing that he was unhappy about was that the person Dugu Yuran was protecting was not him. Peng Tianxiang could not be happy when he thought of this. Rong Xiangli took a few deep breaths and gradually calmed down. He said, Yuran, if my actions made you angry, I can apologize. But for today's matter, I can only say that Jin Dui will not be able to escape blame. Later in the day. Then. Rong Xiangli left in a huff. In fact, he didn't have the face to stay here any longer. Zhu Lin's death was a great blow to him, and Dugu Yuran's attitude caused him to feel both ashamed and furious, causing his dignity to suffer a heavy blow. Seeing Rong Xiangli leave, Peng Qianhe sighed, I'm afraid that today's matter can't be settled easily. Senior, shouldn't you be smiling now? Dugu Yuran said calmly, after all, Peng family doesn't have to worry about being implicated. Peng Qianhe's face stiffened and he said awkwardly, we can't afford to offend Zhu family and Rong family. Only Miss Yuran can be fearless of them. Don't worry, Yuran. No matter what decision you make, I will always be on your side, Peng Tianxiang said sincerely. Then he looked at Lin Sun, Brother Jin, you don't have to feel too much pressure. Now that Yuran is here, Zhu family has to think about the consequences of offending you. Lin Sun nodded and said, thank you for your hospitality today, Brother Peng. I'll leave now. Then. He left directly. Brother Jin, I'll go with you. Dugu Yuran said and followed Lin Sun. Seeing her beautiful figure chasing Lin Sun, Peng Tianxiang's heart tightened and he also wanted to catch up. Don't disturb Miss Yuran after such a serious thing happened today, Peng Qianhe stopped him. Alas. Peng Tianxiang sighed. Are you angry? The night was as dark as ink, and the stars were shining in the sky. The bustling street was full of people and carriages. Dugu Yuran caught up with Lin and said, I said I'll solve this problem. I won't let you be implicated. Lin Sun said indifferently without looking back, to put it bluntly, it started because of you, so you should be the one to solve it. Dugu Yuran raised her delicate eyebrows and said with a smile, Are you blaming me? Not really. I just don't want to be the target of those lascivious men around you, so, Lin Sun stopped and looked at Dugu Yuran, from now on, I hope you and I won't interfere with each other and go our separate ways. Then, he turned around and continued forward. Dugu Yuran was stunned. She had never thought that she would be the one to bear the responsibility for killing Zhu Lin. But not only did he not appreciate her kindness, his attitude was even so cold and indifferent, and he seemed to take her to be a dreadful monster. In the next moment, she chased after him and said, Hey, aren't you worried that the Zhu clan will cause trouble for you? At least if you travel with me, you won't have to worry about these troubles. Moving together with you will only attract more trouble. Seeing that Dugu Yuran had caught up with him again, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a headache. Didn't this girl know that she was the source of trouble? Dugu Yuran snorted coldly, Ling Xuanzi, aren't you worried that I'll expose your identity? Lin Sun rubbed his eyebrows and let out a long sigh, can you tell me why you have to get involved with me? Seeing that Lin Sun was depressed, Dugu Yuran couldn't help but be amused. Others couldn't wait to pester her all the time, but this guy didn't like her and wanted her to disappear as soon as possible. She rolled her watery eyes and smiled sweetly, I can't help it. You're my savior. Lin Sun immediately shut up and hurried forward. He had already begun to plan in his heart that he had to leave Tiger City as soon as possible and stay far away from this troublemaker. Dugu Yuran had been following him with a calm and leisurely expression, as if she didn't know that she was the troublemaker in Lin Sun's heart. When they arrived at the entrance of the inn, Dugu Yuran finally stopped and said with a sweet smile, I didn't want to see what happened today either. But since it has happened, according to my temperament and nature, I won't let you suffer an unexpected disaster again. Remember, I mean what I say. After saying that, she turned around and left. Even though she was rejected by Lin Sun with a cold face all the way, she didn't show any trace of displeasure at this time. This made Lin Sun, who walked into the inn, finally understand what Xianxia said. This woman surnamed Dugu really couldn't be touched. If he touched her, he would cause trouble. How was it? That Dugu person is very difficult to deal with, right? Xianxia gloated in the room. Lin Sun wasn't annoyed. Instead, he asked, can you tell me about the Eternal Emperor clans in the Eternal True World? It's not a secret. You'll know sooner or later. Xianxia spoke with fervor and assurance. The Eternal True World was extremely vast. Its territory was divided into 9 layers of heaven, which were also known as the 9 great heavenly regions. Each layer of heaven was like a vast and boundless galaxy. It contained an unknown number of folded spaces, secret realms, and blessed lands. Among them, the Eternal Emperor clans who wielded Earth-ranked order power were distributed from the 1st to the 6th layer of heaven. The Eternal Emperor clans who wielded heaven-ranked order power were distributed from the 7th layer of heaven. The 8th layer of heaven was controlled by the 10 most ancient Eternal Emperor clans. The heaven-ranked order power each of them wielded could be said to be supreme. These 10 ancient Eternal Emperor clans were also known as the 10 immortal powerhouses. As for the 9th layer of heaven, it was rumored that the Eternal God clan occupied a supreme place. It was also known as the 9 Heavens Divine World. Since ancient times, almost no one could enter the 9 Heavens Divine World. For the countless living beings in the Eternal True World, the 9th layer of heaven was the true place of eternity. This was the territory division of the Eternal True World. In order to determine how powerful an immortal emperor clan's foundation was, one had to see which heaven domain the clan was located in, and what position they had in that heaven domain. For example, the Permethal Luo family controlled an earth-ranked order power, and their clan was located in the 6th heaven. According to Xianxia, when Skirich's master Luo Tongtian was still alive, the Luo family had always occupied the 7th heaven. they even had the opportunity to challenge the 10 immortal powerhouses distributed in the 8th heaven. They could be said to be glorious and boundless. Luo Tongtian disappeared, everything changed. In less than 1,000 years, the power and influence of the Luo family declined sharply. In order to survive, they had to move from the 7th heaven to the 6th heaven. Until now, the status of the Luo family in the 6th heaven has declined greatly, and they are far from being able to compete with some of the immortal emperor clans that control the Earth-ranked order power. For example, the Wen, Peng, He, and Heng emperor clans, like the Luo family, are located in the 6th heaven. In contrast, among the emperor clans that control the Earth-ranked order power, whether it is the Luo family or the 4 immortal emperor clans, they can be regarded as first-class existences. However, they can't be regarded as the top. Zhu Lin, who was killed by Lin Sun tonight, is from the Zhu family that controls the Earth-ranked order power. It can be regarded as one of the overlord forces of the 6th heaven. The Rong family behind Rong Shangli is also comparable to the Zhu family. This is also the reason why Ping Tianxiang and Ping Qianhe swallowed their anger when facing Zhu Lin and Rong Shangli. They are inferior. So, Dugu Yuran should be a noble figure from the 7th heaven? Lin Sun suddenly asked. Yes. Xianxia nodded. In the 7th heaven, there are many immortal emperor clans that control the power of the heaven-ranked order power. The Dugu family is one of the best. No wonder. Lin Sun remembered that when Ping Tianxiang, Rong Shangli, Zhu Lin, and others treated Dugu Yuran, it wasn't just respect, but also awe. From this, it can be seen that the difference between controlling the Earth-ranked order power and controlling the heaven-ranked order power is completely different. You control 2 kinds of order power, one can be called the Earth-ranked order power, and the other is definitely the heaven-ranked order power. It's a pity that you haven't set foot on the path of immortality. Otherwise, with these 2 kinds of order power, it would be enough for you to establish an immortal foundation in the 7th heaven. Xianxia said with emotion. Lin Sun suddenly asked. What about the Yuan family, how is it compared to the Dugu family? Qin Ke replied vaguely, the Yuan clan and the Dugu clan have always been competitors. Although we don't have a deep grudge against each other, neither of them are willing to submit to the other. Over the years, the competition between the 2 clans has seeped into the bones of each clan. After a pause, Xianxia reminded, you are a person valued by my Mississippi. If my miss knows that you have a relationship with the Dugu family, she will definitely have some ideas, so I advise you to quickly draw a line with Dugu Yuran and go as far away as possible. What do you mean by a person valued by your miss? She was defeated by me in the dark parasol Divine Mountain. Lin Sun almost rolled his eyes. Humph, that's because my miss is kind and didn't use some trump cards. Otherwise, do you really think I can't defeat you? Xianxia said contemptuously. Lin Sun didn't bother to argue with this proud bird. Trump cards, who doesn't have a few? By the way, where's the realm battle tablet located? Lin Sun asked. At today's banquet, Peng Tianxiang talked about the battlefield of the gods, which made Lin Sun realize that if he wanted to participate, the first step was to leave his name on the realm battle tablet. On the way to the boundless 1,000 battle domains, Lin Sun had heard Xianxia say that the ranking of every cultivator on the realm battle tablet would affect the ranking of the universe they came from in the boundless 1,000 world. For example, the current first place in the boundless 1,000 world was the God's Rising Star domain, and the second place was the mysterious Sky Star domain. These rankings were related to the rankings on the realm battle tablet. There are a total of 9 realm battle tablets, scattered in different immortal passes. It is rumored to be a mysterious boundary tablet that has been preserved from the last era, Xianxia said. This tablet is covered with a mysterious power of order, and can communicate with the power of rules of the entire boundless 1,000 battle domains. Only experts with strong cultivation and extraordinary attainments on the Emperor's path can leave their names on it. It is incomparably mysterious. After a pause, Xianxia continued, as far as I know, there is such a realm battle tablet in the 9th Immortal Pass. The 9th Immortal Pass? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered the promise he made with Xianxia and Yuduqiu in Starting City. P.S. Something unexpected happened today. Well, don't worry, everyone. We will do our best to erupt tomorrow. I just don't know why Xianxia and Yu Duqiu are going to act together. Lin Sun pondered. Both of them were extremely powerful, and they were the best among the great emperors. Xianxia, in particular, had a lot of obscure and mysterious aura, which made Lin Sun dare not underestimate her. Even they planned to invite him to travel together. It could be seen that what they were planning was not a trivial matter. Immediately, Lin Sun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It was only the 2nd Immortal Pass, and he didn't know how long it would take to reach the 9th Immortal Pass. Lin Sun stretched out his hand and turned it over, and a mottled old bronze lamp emerged. This was the treasure he found in the 9th zone of the trial world of the starting city. Although its spirituality had been eroded, it still contained the immortal substance. Lin Sun had collected more than a dozen of such treasures in the 9th zone. These are for you. Lin Sun took out half of these treasures and handed them to Xianxia. For me? Xianxia was a little surprised. Are you really willing to give them to me? Lin Sun said angrily, you don't want them? Only a fool wouldn't want them. Xianxia said. She flapped her wings and released a green light to collect these treasures. She said happily, you're so strange. Why did you suddenly become so generous? Did you find your conscience? Although it's your miss who asked you to guide me on the way, how can I let you work for nothing? Take these gifts as a token of my sincerity. Lin Sun said casually and threw a bronze fragment into the abyssal sword cauldron. Crack, as soon as the bronze fragment fell into the abyssal sword cauldron, it suddenly exploded and was melted by the crystal-clear purple phoenix flame of order. In the end, only a strand of grey light like hair was left, releasing a pure immortal aura. Although it was just a strand, it gave people the feeling that it was as majestic as a holy mountain, as if it could collapse the sky. Is this the immortal substance? Lin Sun's eyes were deep, and he sensed it carefully. He now knew that the immortal substance was an unparalleled divine material born in the source of immortality, and it was extremely valuable. Only peerless characters of the immortal realm could enter the land of the immortal Tao source to search for this treasure. Usually, even in the 9 great celestial regions of the eternal true world, the Tao essence of immortality was incredibly rare, which made the Tao essence of immortality even more valuable. The greatest use of the immortal substance was to refine immortal Tao soldiers. Apart from that, it could also be used to refine the immortal body. A complete immortal Tao weapon could even transform into a universe void and utilize the power of a realm. In fact, the quality and power of immortal Tao soldiers were classified by world energy. It was rumored that every immortal emperor clan used the power of order as the foundation of their clan, and used the immortal Tao soldiers as their clan's treasures. Some immortal emperor clans with terrifying foundations even controlled more than one immortal Tao weapon. For example, the Azure Sparrow had once inadvertently revealed that the Wen clan that Wen Xiaoheng was from possessed an eternal Tao weapon called the World Burial Coffin, and a single strike from it was capable of completely annihilating a large world. Its might was terrifying to the extreme. This might be just a tiny bit of undying matter, but if it was in the eternal true world, it would definitely be sold for an astronomical price that you would never expect. Bluebird pointed out from the side. What's the sky-high price? Lin Sun asked. At least 10 million eternal void origin crystals, right? Bluebird said, but under normal circumstances, no one would sell it. After all, this is a treasure that even the immortal emperor clans yearn for. Lin Sun was stunned. In that case, if the value of the treasures I gave you just now is added up, Bluebird immediately became vigilant and said, you can't go back on your word. It's useless even if you do. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched. He kept his mouth shut, worried that if he said anything more, he would not be able to resist snatching back the treasures that he had given away. At this moment, there was also a change in the abyssal sword cauldron, which attracted Lin Sun's attention. He saw that the wisp of undying matter was melting bit by bit and being absorbed by the sword cauldron, producing a strange buzzing sound that sounded like a cheer. Lin Sun keenly noticed that there was a slight change in the quality of the abyssal sword cauldron, as if it had been reborn. Whoosh! Immediately, Lin Sun took out a broken flying sword and threw it into the abyssal sword cauldron. With a series of cracking sounds, the broken flying sword was quickly refined, leaving only a wisp of undying matter. The sword cauldron kept roaring, greedily and crazily absorbing that wisp of undying matter like a baby beast crying piteously for food. Lin Sun's black eyes lit up. He did not expect that his sword cauldron could absorb the power of undying matter, which was undoubtedly incredible. Isn't this imperial armament of yours a little too abnormal? Ordinary treasures are utterly unable to withstand the energy of eternal matter, and they would easily explode and be destroyed. Xianxia cried out in surprise, her eyes widening. Could it be that this is because of the two order energies in your furnace? Lin Sun agreed with this point of view. The sword cauldron that was reforged in the peerless thunder tribulation with him had become incredible since the sword cauldron passed the heavenly tribulation last time. It was not like the legendary Emperor's weapon. After all, the power of the Emperor's weapon was not necessarily as terrible as that of the sword cauldron. Lin Sun clearly remembered that in the last heavenly tribulation, the sword cauldron had been magically nourished by the Order Phoenix Flame and the Nirvana Order when it was reforged after being broken. Perhaps it was because it was contaminated with the aura of the two kinds of power of order that the sword cauldron became completely different. Now, it could even bear and absorb the power of undying matter. If it continued to transform like this, sooner or later it would transform into a magical and unpredictable immortal weapon. In for a penny, in for a pound, Lin Sun threw all the remaining treasures containing immortal substance into the abyssal sword cauldron. Crack! Crack! A burst of dense bursting sounds rang out. Inside the sword cauldron, a rain of light burst out, and the power roared. All the treasures were refined one by one, leaving the purest power of undying matter gradually. As the sword cauldron continued to absorb and integrate, a burst of cheer-like buzzing sounded incessantly. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Under the gaze of Lin Sun and Xianxia, a marvelous mark emerged on the inner wall of the sword cauldron. It seemed to be the mark of the Great Way, giving off a misty rain of undying light, floating and flowing, sacred and illusory. Lin Sun noticed at once that the quality of the sword cauldron had undergone a great transformation, and its appearance and power also changed accordingly. Immediately, he took out a red saber, which was an extremely precious Emperor's weapon of spirit grade with unparalleled lethality. It could easily split mountains and seas and tear the sky apart. Clang! Lin Sun suppressed it with the sword cauldron. However, with a shocking roar, traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the red saber. As if it was about to fall apart, Lin Sun immediately withdrew his hand, and a touch of shock emerged in his heart. He had only casually probed the saber and did not use his true cultivation, but such a spirit-grade upper-level Emperor saber actually showed signs of being unable to be suppressed. It could be seen how terrifying the power of the transformed abyssal sword cauldron was. Xianxia couldn't help gasping. She stared at the abyssal sword cauldron and murmured, "I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but I've never seen such a weird treasure. It can't be measured by common sense at all. It's too abnormal." Xianxia looked at Lin Sun and said after a while, "Of course, you're more abnormal." Lin Sun was in a good mood and generously didn't care about it. He began to plan in his heart that if there was a chance in the future, he would collect more immortal substances. Maybe he could repair the broken sword, the 3,000 floating and sinking swords, and the Tower of Ceaseless one by one. The next morning, before dawn, Lin Sun left the inn and came to the east gate of Tiger-Lying City. There was a space ferry here. As long as you held the token of passing the trial, you could take the Sun and Moon shuttle from the ferry and continue to the next destination. The so-called Sun and Moon shuttle was a kind of treasure shaped like a shuttle, branded with a unique restriction, which could shuttle through the void and carry out teleportation. Similarly, only the restriction of the Sun and Moon shuttle could sense the direction of the next destination in the following journey. Therefore, no matter how powerful one was, he had to choose to take this shuttle to leave. When Lin Sun arrived, a Sun and Moon shuttle was already parked in front of the space ferry. After handing over the token given by Ping Tianxiang, Lin Sun boarded the strange treasure ship smoothly. The treasure ship was spacious. When Lin Sun arrived, there were already dozens of Emperor Realm cultivators waiting inside, but no familiar faces. Lin Sun randomly found a seat, closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Leaving Tiger-Lying City, Lin Sun needed to pass through more than a dozen dangerous and bloody battlefields to reach the third immortal pass. With Xianxia's guidance, Lin Sun didn't have to worry about anything. With my current cultivation, it's already sufficient to go against an ancestor of one Dao like Xianxia. I just don't know if I'll be able to truly rely on my own cultivation to completely trample over the natural chasm of an ancestor of one Dao once my cultivation attains the Dao fusion realm, Lin Sun thought. The Dao integration stage was the 8th stage of the Emperor realm. However, Lin Sun's current cultivation base was only at the early stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm. He didn't know how long it would take for him to reach the Dao integration stage. The Great Thousand Battle Realms might be dangerous, but it's undoubtedly a great training ground. Before I reach the eternal true world, I definitely won't have to worry about not being able to break through to the Dao fusing realm. Lin Sun was sure of this. It had only been half a year since he had entered the vast thousand battle domain, but he had already obtained many experiences and opportunities. Even his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the 8th level of Emperor Realm as long as there weren't any unexpected changes. Oh, what a coincidence. Fellow Taoist Jean, are you also planning to leave today? Suddenly, a delightful laughter, as sweet as the sounds of nature, came into Lin Sun's ears. Lin Sun's body stiffened imperceptibly, and he felt a headache. P.S. Before 7 p.m. even staying up late tonight will explode. Library of Literature. Before opening his eyes, Lin Sun smelled a trace of body fragrance that was as elegant as orchid, refreshing his mind. However, Lin Sun didn't feel happy at all. On the contrary, his mood became worse. He closed his eyes and pretended to turn a deaf ear. But the next moment, he noticed that the woman who made him feel a headache had already sat down beside him unceremoniously. I've only heard of people who deceive themselves before, but I've never seen a guy who can pretend not to know anything with his eyes closed. A sweet tinkling voice sounded with a hint of ridicule. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. He opened his eyes and turned to look at the delicate, beautiful, pure and white smiling face beside him, saying, out of sight, out of mind. This beautiful woman in a green robe dressed as a man was naturally Dugu Yuran. She pursed her lips and smiled, revealing a row of crystal white teeth. Her eyes were curved, and she said, "But you've opened your eyes now." "That's why I'm upset now," Lin Sun said grumpily. Dugu Yuran raised her eyebrows and said, "It doesn't matter. As long as I'm happy." Lin Sun was speechless and simply closed his eyes again. The reason why he left in a hurry so early was to avoid Dugu Yuran, the troublemaker. Who would have thought that he was still followed all the way? At this time, they were already on the Sun Moon shuttle, and it was destined that they couldn't leave again. Seeing Lin Sun's conflicted look, Dugu Yuran didn't care at all and continued, "Last night, I made my attitude clear to the Zhu clan with some help, so you don't have to worry about the Zhu clan sending people to deal with you again." Lin Sun was stunned, but he still closed his eyes. He was not afraid of trouble, but he was afraid that trouble would keep coming to him. And Dugu Yuran was obviously a big trouble, a source of trouble. "Ling Xuanzi, if you don't open your eyes, I'll call out your identity loudly," Dugu Yuran said. As expected, Lin Sun opened his eyes, but his face was very gloomy. He stared at the beautiful woman beside him who was as bright as the moon in the sky and said, "Aren't you worried that I'll suppress you out of anger?" Dugu Yuran shrank her head and said, "You're so powerful that you want to suppress me. Should I scream in horror now?" Lin Sun was speechless. "Alright, I'm just teasing you. Look at how angry you are. Is there a need to be like this?" Dugu Yuran smiled brilliantly. At this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice rang out, "Yuran, you're here too." The smile on Dugu Yuran's face froze. Her slender body stiffened. His previous high-spirited and cheerful appearance had also disappeared without a trace. Lin Sun almost laughed out. How could you have such a day? It was Peng Tianxiang who was infatuated with Dugu Yuran. Lin Sun immediately stood up and warmly invited Peng Tianxiang, who had just entered the Sun Moon shuttle. "Brother Peng, come and sit here." He immediately gave up his seat. Just as Dugu Yuran was about to get up, Lin Sun pressed his shoulder and sat back down. "You two are old acquaintances. Since you happen to meet each other, you should have a good chat." Peng Tianxiang glanced at Lin Sun gratefully and sat down where Lin Sun had originally sat. He said with a smile, It's really a coincidence that Brother Jean is also here. That's even better. We won't be lonely on the way if we act together." Lin Sun also laughed and nodded repeatedly. He sat on the opposite seat and looked at Dugu Yuran, who was as listless as a frosted eggplant. Lin Sun felt very happy. Dugu Yuran's expression was uncertain. After a while, he snorted coldly, "Is it really a coincidence? I don't believe it." Although Peng Tianxiang looked a little embarrassed, he still said enthusiastically, Yuran, I also brought the pair of 3-inch lotus fish. Have a look. As he said, he took out a jade gourd and handed it to Dugu Yuran. Dugu Yuran closed his eyes directly and said, I have to take a good rest. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Peng Tianxiang put away the jade gourd and said softly with gentle eyes, then have a good rest. I will never let others disturb you. Lin Sun clearly saw that Dugu Yuran seemed to be grinding his teeth. This almost made him laugh out loud, and he gave Peng Tianxiang a thumbs up without a trace. Peng Tianxiang smiled slightly as if he had been encouraged and was in high spirits. Brother Jean, I have already told them that this time the sun and moon shuttle can directly take us to the third pass of immortality. Peng Tianxiang looked at Lin Sun and said with a smile, in this way, we can avoid many dangers and troubles on the way. Lin Sun was stunned and asked, how long will it take to reach the third pass of immortality? 1 month at least, 2 months at most, Peng Tianxiang said after some consideration. Lin Sun was speechless. Didn't this mean that he had to stay with Dugu Yuran, the troublemaker, for at least a month? At this time, the treasure ship was completely boiling. The emperors on the sun and moon shuttle were all beaming with joy. To them, being able to avoid the dangers and murderous tribulations along the way was naturally the best outcome. As a noble, Peng Tianxiang also received a lot of compliments and flattery. Especially when his beloved girl was sitting beside him, he was glowing. However, both Dugu Yuran and Lin Sun seemed to be absent-minded and had their own troubles. Whoosh, before long, the sun and moon shuttle turned into a stream of light and flew away with everyone. As Peng Tianxiang said, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. It could be seen that Peng Tianxiang, a noble from the immortal emperor family, must have used the power of his family to achieve this step. 1 month later. The third pass of immortality. Lucky Wind City. As soon as they arrived, Lin Sun and Dugu Yuran, who walked out of the sun and moon shuttle, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. We finally arrived. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Although it was very smooth along the way, Lin Sun always felt a headache from time to time when he was with Dugu Yuran. Yes, we finally arrived. Dugu Yuran also sighed. The existence of Peng Tianxiang made her feel uncomfortable along the way. What annoyed her most was that no matter how she reminded, beat, sarcastically and satirized, but Peng Tianxiang didn't get annoyed at all. On the contrary, he became more and more enthusiastic and affectionate, which made her feel a headache. Haha, the Lord of Lucky Wind City is a senior of He family, who has a good relationship with our Peng family. When we enter the city, I will arrange a place for you two to stay. Peng Tianxiang said enthusiastically. Don't. Lin Sun and Dugu Yuran said in unison. Peng Tianxiang was stunned and said heroically, don't refuse. It's just a small matter. Leave it to me. Lin Sun really didn't want to go with Dugu Yuran anymore, so he said directly, I have something to do, so I'll go first. Brother Peng, you can arrange a place for Miss Yuran. After that, he left in a hurry. Peng Tianxiang couldn't help being moved and grateful. Brother Jean, how could I not know that you are creating a condition for me and Yuran to stay alone? You're my brother, I'm definitely making friends with you. At this time, Dugu Yuran also quickened her pace and hurried to the city gate. Yuran, wait. Peng Tianxiang didn't dare to think too much and caught up with her. Why do you still follow me? Do you know that I have tolerated you all the way? Dugu Yuran finally couldn't stand it, and her eyes were full of impatience. Peng Tianxiang was stunned and said, Yuran, I just want to do something for you. The sun, the moon, and the heaven and earth can prove my sincerity. There is no other intention. Dugu Yuran let out a long sigh. This guy was really a cowhide plaster. Obviously, he planned to pester her all the time. Miss Yuran. What a coincidence. I was going to see you in Tiger City, but I didn't expect to see you here. Suddenly, a young man in a silver robe walked out of the city gate. He was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He looked at Dugu Yuran with surprise and a smile. Peng Tianxiang's face changed slightly, showing vigilance. Dugu Yuran rubbed the tip of her eyebrows. She suddenly understood why Lin Sun regarded her as a scourge. No matter where she went, there would be some guys who obviously came prepared but pretended to be coincidental. It was simply impossible to guard against and extremely vexing. Just like this young man in a silver robe, how could he appear so coincidentally? Nobody would believe such an excuse. Not long after the young man in a silver robe appeared, a hearty laugh resounded through the sky. It's really you, Yuran. I heard from Rong Xiangli that Zhu Lin dared to disrespect you and offend your savior in front of you. How arrogant he is. If I meet the people of Zhu family in the future, I must ask for an explanation for you. In the void, a tall and handsome figure appeared out of thin air. He was dressed in a white robe and wore a high crown on his head. He was majestic and handsome, like a dragon among men. His demeanor caused a sensation near the city gate. Peng Tianxiang's face darkened. The young man in a silver robe who had just arrived also showed a trace of hostility. But the white-robed man didn't care at all. He floated down to the ground and walked towards Dugu Yuran. He said, Yuran, let me protect you on the journey in the future, so that trash like Zhu Lin doesn't disturb your mood. His words were so domineering that he didn't put Zhu Lin in his eyes at all. Obviously, this man in a white robe had a more powerful background, but it was far from over. Soon, another person came, riding a purple chariot and wearing a golden armor. Like an emperor patrolling the world, he roared through the sky and landed on the field. Soon after, a clear cry of a crane was heard. An extraordinarily handsome man in black clothes, riding on an incomparably spirited green crane, floated over. For a moment, the outside of Fengji City was very lively. However, Peng Tianxiang's face was extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. Do you see? You will suffer a lot of trouble if you follow me. Dugu Yuran sighed and felt pity for Peng Tianxiang. Peng Tianxiang squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and said, I don't care about these things. His words attracted many hostile gazes, causing his body to stiffen. But he still gritted his teeth and stood beside Dugu Yuran, not taking a step back. Follow me. Dugu Yuran couldn't bear it anymore. In any case, Peng Tianxiang had accompanied him all the way. Even though it was annoying, Dugu Yuran couldn't not appreciate it. After saying that, Dugu Yuran walked forward. From the beginning to the end, he didn't look at those dazzling figures who rushed over. Peng Tianxiang was wild with joy, and he grinned from ear to ear. He followed up step by step, completely disregarding those murderous gazes. On the contrary, he felt an indescribable excitement. Miss Yuran still cares about me. P.S. The third watch is around 9:30. Lin Sun did not know what had happened outside the city gate. Even if he knew, he would only be glad that he had left in time. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable. Cyan Sparrow, tell me how to leave the third pass of immortality as soon as possible. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem, Lin Sun asked quickly. Ever since Cyan Sparrow obtained a batch of treasures containing immortal substances, she had become more attentive towards Lin Sun. She immediately gave him some pointers without hesitation. In the end, Lin Sun paid 20 million eternal void source crystals on the same day and obtained the right to pass the trial. He left on the same day. Money makes the world go round. The ancients were right. Even in the Great Thousand Battle Domains, it was still applicable. It all depended on whether one could afford the price that ordinary martial emperors could not afford. When Dugu Yuran heard the news, she could not help but feel angry and amused. Does this guy really think of himself as a god of plague? Dugu Yuran could not help but grit her teeth. In the eternal true world, she could not stand the matchmaking arranged by the elders of her clan. Hence, she came to the Great Thousand Battle Domains in the name of traveling. But she did not expect that there would still be many lascivious people chasing after her even after she came to the Great Thousand Battle Domains. Peng Tianxiang, Zhu Lin, Rong Xiangli, and the other dazzling people who had been chasing after her were all the same. This annoyed her to no end. But Dugu Yuran did not expect that Ling Xuanzi was the only one who saw her as a scourge and did not want to stay with her for even a moment longer. It was as if she would skin him alive. This was the first time Dugu Yuran, who had been surrounded and protected by the elders of her clan, experienced such a feeling for the first time. She was smart, so she naturally knew about the tricks of loosening the reins only to grasp them better and casting a long line to catch a big fish. In the past, there was no lack of people who pursued her like this, but she scoffed at such tricks. Only Lin Sun was the only one who did not hide the fact that he saw her as a scourge. This made her feel angry and amused at the same time. How could there be such a person in this world? Did he not know that with just one casual sentence, he would be able to reach the eternal true world without having to face any danger? You even spent 20 million eternal void source crystals. You paid such a huge price just to avoid me. You are simply preposterous. Dugu Yuran muttered to himself. Young Miss Yuran, since your savior has already left, there's no need to think too much about it. I think he must have left due to an urgent matter. The man who had driven the purple chariot over said with a smile. He wore golden armor, had a heroic bearing, and was peerlessly elegant. He himself was a peak 8th level great emperor, and his background was extraordinary. With his status, even the lord of this city had to be courteous to him. But at this time, Dugu Yuran said impatiently, how do you know he's in a hurry? I don't need you to worry about me. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and they didn't understand why Dugu Yuran would be so furious. Peng Tianxiang, come with me to chase after that guy. Since he's my benefactor, how can I owe him a favor and not return it? I want to see where he can hide. Dugu Yuran made a decision. Peng Tianxiang nodded hurriedly, feeling excited. Even if Dugu Yuran's attitude towards him was still not very good, but it was better than others. Otherwise, why didn't she ask others to go with her, but only him? They watched Dugu Yuran and Peng Tianxiang leave. Those powerful figures with extraordinary backgrounds could not help but frown. Jin Dui? Who is this guy? Why does Yuran care so much about him? Someone was puzzled. It's dangerous. Could it be that Yuran likes this guy? Someone looked gloomy. Humph, how can a person from the vast thousand world attract Yuran's attention? In my opinion, Yuran just doesn't want to owe him a favor. Someone was disdainful. Jin Dui, no matter what the reason is, since Yuran cares so much about him, we must get rid of him. Someone's eyes were full of killing intent. This was the power of Dugu Yuran. How could ordinary people bear the hostility of her pursuers? Fortunately, Lin Sun had left early, otherwise, there would be another storm. Time flew by quickly. Lin Sun walked alone, passing through the dangerous battlefield and the strange and ominous starry sky. He fought all the way. It was bloody all the way. Without Dugu Yuran, the annoying troublemaker, there were no more trivial and troublesome things. All of a sudden, Lin Sun liked the process of walking alone. The Emperor's road was a struggle for supremacy. The road of cultivation was a process of seeking personal transformation. It was destined to be full of twists and turns, and it was destined not to be calm and peaceful. Only by walking out of danger, surviving between life and death, and honing oneself in killing could one achieve breakthroughs again and again. Indeed, along the way, Lin Sun had frequently encountered unpredictable dangers, and even suffered fatal threats many times. But every time he turned misfortune into blessing, it was a kind of consolidation for his own cultivation, which was a rare and precious accumulation. Those who had not experienced life and death dangers could not talk about the Great Way. Half a year after leaving Lucky Wind City, it was the first year and 3 months since Lin Sun entered the vast thousand battle domain. Lin Sun entered the 4th Immortal Pass, travel-worn. He spent a day selling all the treasures he had collected along the way, as long as they were of no use to him. Then, he bought 5 underworld pearls. Without much delay, Lin Sun continued on his journey after completing the training in the governor's mansion. 1 year and 7 months after entering the vast thousand battle domain, Lin Sun entered the 5th Immortal Pass. It was also this time that Lin Sun received an unexpected piece of news. His identity had been exposed, even the wanted list hanging on the city wall was marked with Lin Sun's name. This shocked Lin Sun. After careful investigation, he found out that it was an expert from the Nirvana Luo family who spread the news. The Nirvana Luo family, Lin Sun frowned. This unexpected situation caught him off guard. But after thinking about it carefully, he could roughly understand how the Nirvana Luo family deduced it. In the eternal true world, the force that understood the starry sky ancient path the most was undoubtedly the Nirvana Luo family. As for Lin Sun, he was the only person to become an emperor in the past 100,000 years. Moreover, the Nirvana Luo family viewed him as a thorn in their flesh. Under such circumstances, if they knew that his identity as Ling Xuanzi also came from the starry sky ancient path, they would definitely have some clues, How did the Nirvana Luo family find out about this so quickly? This probably had a lot to do with the wanted notice that was posted on every city in the 49 immortal passes. After all, Ling Xuanzi was ranked 9th and came from the Starry Sky Ancient Path. How could the Nirvana Luo family not be suspicious? It seems that the Nirvana Luo family already knows that I'm about to cross the vast 1,000 battle domains and head to the eternal true world. No, maybe they've already started to take action. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. He realized that his situation was likely to be filled with danger. However, he was not afraid. With his current cultivation and the trump cards in his hands, he was not afraid of fighting with the Nirvana Luo family in the vast 1,000 battle domains. Moreover, after careful consideration, Lin Sun felt that this was not a bad thing. At the very least, he could directly test some of the Nirvana Luo family's strength. I'd like to see when you'll show up. Lin Sun saw that his ranking on the wanted list had suddenly soared to the 3rd place. The reason was that the Nirvana Luo family had also stepped in and announced that he was wanted. They even offered a bounty of 20 million eternal void crystals. In addition to the bounty offered by the Wen family and the Heng family, he had accumulated to 26 million eternal void crystals. It was only 1 million less than the bounty offered by the Blade Bearer, who was ranked 2nd. It was 4 million less than the bounty offered by the Tsang Fuxing, who was ranked 1st. Moreover, the Nirvana Luo family had specially marked on the wanted list that whoever could capture Lin Sun alive and hand him over to the Nirvana Luo family would receive 10 times the reward. When Lin Sun saw this, his eyes could not help but narrow. In fact, this wanted list had already caused a stir in the vast 1,000 battle domains. Many experts had seen it and could not help but speculate what this Lin Sun, who used to change his name to Ling Xuanzi, had done to make the Nirvana Luo family go to war. This matter was sensational and had a significant effect. Many peerless figures who thought that they had extraordinary backgrounds could not help but be interested in this matter. Since ancient times, money could move people's hearts. Even the ancestor of a Dao would not be able to resist if he offered tempting conditions. It could be foreseen that after this matter, once Lin Sun's identity was exposed, he would definitely be regarded as prey by some ruthless people. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was no longer the same as before. With his current cultivation, if he wanted to hide his identity, even the ancestor of a Dao would make a mistake. However, Lin Sun also found that in the wanted list, the Nirvana Luo family had already marked all his characteristics clearly. Even the Abyssal Sword Cauldron was vividly shown. In other words, as long as he used the Abyssal Sword Cauldron, his identity would definitely be exposed. In order to deal with me, they really put in a lot of effort. In a restaurant, Lin Sun drank by himself with a calm expression. He did not care about these things. After all was said and done, he was no longer the same as before. At his level of attainment, perhaps only the undying existences that had transcended the ancestor realm could make him feel fear. A few days later, Lin Sun left the 5th heaven gate of immortality and embarked on his journey again. Even if his identity was exposed, at least it would not affect his actions for the time being. Not long after Lin Sun left, outside the 5th heaven gate of immortality, a man and a woman appeared out of thin air. They were Dugu Yuran and Peng Tianxiang. When she saw the wanted list hanging on the city gate, Dugu Yuran could not help but be startled. A strange light flashed in her clear eyes and the corners of her lips slightly raised. What a big liar, the 3rd chapter is here. There will be a 4th chapter tonight. Try to finish it before midnight. Ling Xuanzi's ranking has soared so much, and his original identity is Lin Sun. Who is he? A ruthless character from the Star Ancient Path? Peng Tianxiang didn't notice these abnormalities. He didn't know that Jin Dui, whom he regarded as a good brother, was Lin Sun, who was ranked 3rd on the wanted list. He only saw Dugu Yuran's gaze being attracted by the name. He's a big bad guy, a big liar, Dugu Yuran commented with a smile. Seeing her smile, Peng Tianxiang's spirits rose. He remembered his 3rd uncle Peng Tian's advice. Think what she thinks, worry about what she worries about. The spring breeze and rain will nourish everything silently. He immediately said, Yuran, since you hate this person so much, why don't I also put him on the wanted list in the name of the Peng family? Hey, Yuran, what's wrong? Wait for me. Before he could finish, he saw Dugu Yuran walking toward the city gate with a dark expression. This made Peng Tianxiang want to cry. What was going on? Wasn't this woman changing her attitude a little too fast? The 36th city of the Immortal Fortress. This was a city controlled by the Luo family. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion, a beautiful woman with a graceful bearing and picturesque appearance spoke with a chilly voice that carried a wisp of pride and aloofness. Fifth uncle, I've been in charge of the bounty on the Star Ancient Path powerhouses for many years. This time, I was also the first to see through Lin Sun's identity, so I should be the one to deal with this matter. The woman's beautiful eyes were indifferent. She was the most dazzling pearl of the Luo family, Luo Ling. She was a peerless beauty with unparalleled talent. Wen Xiaoheng didn't hesitate to go to great lengths to capture Lin Sun because of this woman, just to win her favor. A group of cultivators from the Luo family sat in the main hall. The leader was the city lord, Luo Yunfeng, an emperor ancestor with unfathomable cultivation. He was also Luo Ling's fifth uncle. Your sixth uncle, seventh uncle, and ninth uncle all died in the Star Ancient Path. Among them, your ninth uncle was killed by Mount Fengsuan's eldest disciple, the Battle Emperor. Your seventh uncle died in the Immortal Phoenix Realm. Your sixth uncle died in the Kunlun Ruins. Rumor has it that he was killed by Mount Fengsuan's second disciple, Xianxia. On the main seat, Luo Yunfeng's expression was cold as he said, Ling do you know how heavy these losses are? In the sixth heaven, many major forces have clamored to expel our Luo family to the fifth heaven. A hint of ruthlessness appeared between his brows, and his expression was gloomy. At that time, our Luo family was a powerful imperial family that stood in the seventh heaven. He is an existence that can challenge the 10 immortal giants of the eighth heaven. The hall was silent, and only Luo Yunfeng's voice resounded. A gloomy expression appeared on the faces of all the cultivators from the Luo clan, and they became indeterminate. Luo Ling said in a low voice, I know. This is because our race's supreme innate ability was lost, which is why we've fallen to such a state. That's why I decided to deal with Lin Sun personally. As long as I catch him, my clan will have the possibility to rise again and restore the glory of the past. Luo Yunfeng grunted coldly, then do you think that you can accomplish this with the power you control? Without waiting for an answer, he said coldly, he is the descendant of the Fengsuan mountain. He is now a peak 7th level emperor, and when he entered the starting city, he started a massacre and killed Xianxia in a head-on battle. More importantly, he also has the strongest innate ability of our clan, and it is very likely that he has awakened the second stage of his innate ability. In the end, Luo Yunfeng couldn't help but feel a strong sense of jealousy in his heart. The Great Abyss Devourer, this is simply the worry of all the elders of the Luo family. In the past, the Lord of Tongtian relied on this innate ability to lay a huge foundation for the Luo family in one fell swoop. The power of the Luo family shook the seventh heaven, suppressing countless overlords that controlled the heavenly order. That kind of glory was unparalleled, even the 10 immortal giants of the eighth heaven were not put in the eyes of the Lord of Tongtian. That domineering attitude still echoed in the eighth heaven. But now, with the mysterious disappearance of the Lord of Tongtian and the loss of the Great Abyss Devourer bloodline, everything has changed. Now, the foundation of the entire Luo family in the sixth heaven even shows signs of wavering. This gap is too great. How can an elder of the Luo family like Luo Yunfeng not be angry? All of this is because of the loss of that innate ability, but now, such an innate ability has appeared in the hands of a young man not surnamed Luo, which made Luo Yunfeng jealous and angry. Now, tell me, what do you have to capture that little bastard alive? Luo Yunfeng stared at Luo Ling coldly. All the eyes in the hall turned to Luo Ling. I also have means that can pose a fatal threat to the Emperor Ancestor. Luo Ling was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and said. Moreover, I can also unite the forces of the Heng family and the Wen family to deal with this person. Luo Yunfeng sneered. Ling you still don't understand what the Great Abyss Devourer bloodline represents. It is the strongest innate ability of our clan, enough to threaten the great forces of the seventh heaven. Remember, never underestimate this innate ability that originally belonged to our clan. As he finished speaking, he spoke word by word in a powerful and resounding voice that revealed extraordinary pressure. Luo Ling became more and more silent. After a long time, she said. Even if I have to pay the price of my life, I will capture this person alive. After saying that, she stood up and walked out of the hall. Some old people got up and wanted to stop her, but they were stopped by Luo Yunfeng. Let her go, I want to see if she can do it well. After a pause, his eyes flashed and he said. What's more, if I'm not wrong, she still carries that treasure with her. It may play a miraculous role in dealing with that kid. After leaving the fifth immortal gate. Along the way, Lin Sun accelerated his pace. And according to the guidance of Science Sparrow, from the fifth heaven gate to the ninth heaven gate, there are less than 10 dangerous and unpredictable battlefield planes. The distance has been greatly reduced, but the danger has greatly increased. Ordinary great emperors had to travel in groups in order to survive. Even peak-level emperors have to be cautious, otherwise they will die on the way. In fact, Lin Sun did experience the horror and danger of this road. He experienced bloody killings and suffered a lot. There were several times when he had to rely on the power of the forbidden passing divine ability to seize a chance to escape and luckily escape. The reason was that those battlefields were full of unimaginable weirdness and ominousness, almost all of which were related to the horrible things of the last era. But the harvest was also huge. By the time they reached the 8th Immortal Pass, the number of eternal void source crystals they had exchanged for the treasures they had collected had reached a staggering 15 million. In addition, his cultivation had been further improved and entered the late stage of the 7th Heaven Gate, but there was still a long way to go before he reached the mastery. Even so, this kind of progress could be regarded as amazing. At least in the outside world, there was no chance for him to experience so many dangers and get so many opportunities to transform himself. Along the way, the continuous killing, the blood and the tempering of life and death, Lin Sun's temperament and power had become more and more indifferent. It was as if the prosperity had fallen and everything had returned to its original state. It was as quiet as the abyss and as calm as a furnace. When thrown into a crowd, they were like all the phenomena in the world, they could be seen everywhere, and there was nothing strange about them. But in the eyes of the real powerful figures, they could see the great mystery hidden in the ordinariness. It was as deep as the abyss, so its power was immeasurable. This was the manifestation of the extreme tempering and the extreme returning to the truth. Illusory and real, I am the truth. The so-called cultivation was to cultivate such truth. There was no need for the power of the Great Way to embellish it, because one was the embodiment of the Great Way. When he left the 8th Immortal Gate, Lin Sun suddenly thought of one thing. Half a year had passed, but the Emperor Assassin Shuang from the Hidden Void World hadn't shown up yet. Was the Hidden Void World going to give up? It had been 2.5 years since he left the 1st Immortal Gate and arrived at the 8th Immortal Gate. Lin Sun almost forgot about it if he hadn't had a sudden impulse. If they want to deal with me, the 9th Immortal Gate is an opportunity. Lin Sun's eyes were clear, and he made a prediction. Whether it was the Heng family, the Wen family, the Luo family, or Shuang, if they wanted to seize the opportunity to deal with him, they must do it in the 9th Immortal Gate. The reason was simple. The 9th Immortal Gate had a boundary battle tablet. And he would definitely not miss this opportunity. As long as these enemies made a slight prediction, even if it was for a rainy day preparation, they would definitely make arrangements in advance. Lin Sun was not surprised by this. The conquest and tempering along the way had made his state of mind more and more tenacious, and he was no longer a newbie who knew nothing about the vast 1,000 battle domains. He was very clear that on this bloody road of no return, he could only move forward bravely. There was no room for retreat. What descendant of the immortal emperor family? What peerless giant? What ancestor? If he wanted to live, he had to be stronger than others. Lin Sun had been walking alone since he was young. He was used to storms and ups and downs. His heart of Taoism had long been tempered into an invincible will. It wasn't blind arrogance, but a kind of absolute conceit that came from his own cultivation. On the Emperor's road, he was invincible. Only in this way could he persist on the road that had never existed in the past and present, suppress his peers, and transcend the ages. On this day, Lin Sun set off again, embarking on the journey to the 9th Immortal Gate. This catastrophe will come eventually. It is inevitable. The bloody storm will surge in the 9th Immortal Gate, in an ancient battlefield relic. A monk in linen clothes with a thin figure stood there. It was Yun Lu, the monk of the small thunder temple who entered the gate of the earth and earth realm with Lin Sun. At this moment, he seemed to have a feeling in his heart. He put his palms together, looked up into the distance, and a mysterious light of Zen appeared in his eyes. For a moment, in his pupils, there were scenes of a reign of blood, the collapse of heaven and earth, the fall of emperors, and the collapse of all things. Horror was boundless. P.S. Here's the fourth update. Although it's a little late, I'm relieved that I didn't break my promise. By the way, Goldfish just noticed that there are double monthly votes these days, so I'm begging for it. Yunlu let out a muffled groan. His eyes, which were filled with terrifying and bloody scenes, suddenly dimmed. Everything is filled with variables when it comes to the successor of Minuscule Mountain? Yunlu let out a sigh. He cultivated the future Buddha scripture of the Minor Thunderclap Temple, and he was most proficient in seeing through the secrets of the heavens and predicting the future. This scripture was also regarded as a hidden prophecy technique. If he encountered an ordinary person, he only needed a glance to see through that person's fate. Even the fate of an ordinary cultivator couldn't escape his foresight. Unfortunately, the Tao of Destiny was supreme, and it was related to the secrets of eternity. What he could predict was merely the slightest clue, and it was extremely blurry. Just like at this moment, he saw some signs and judged that a calamity was about to appear in the ninth pass of immortality. However, it was impossible to deduce which peerless figures would be involved in this calamity. Even if Yunlu exhausted all his cultivation, he still couldn't predict it. Yunlu was very clear that this was related to his cultivation, but more importantly, this calamity was related to a person, the successor of Minuscule Mountain. Destiny is unpredictable. No one can escape whether it's a blessing or a curse. Yunlu murmured. Blood flowed from his cracked lips, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. In the third year after he entered the vast Thousand Battles domain, Lin Sun finally arrived at the ninth pass after overcoming all obstacles and trekking on the dangerous path. In the dark and silent universe, an enormous and majestic ancient city floated in space and emitted a myriad of divine radiances. Even further away from the city was a black curtain of night. It was like the curtain of the sky had fallen, and it was the background of the city. If one stood in the sky above the city and looked down, one could clearly see some blurry scenery of mountains and rivers in the distant black curtain of night. There were even the shadows of terrifying creatures that were faintly discernible, and they emitted terrifying howls that shook the vast universe. The black curtain of night was not simple, and it was like a mysterious and dangerous place. This was the ninth pass of immortality. The vast and enormous city that floated in the universe was called Grand Unity. Completely different from the previous 8 passes of immortality, Tai City was extremely vast and magnificent, like the heart of this universe, sacred and brilliant, bathed in the rain of light. Finally, Lin Sun let out a long breath. On the way to the ninth pass of immortality, he had experienced dozens of bloody battles. Especially recently, when he passed by a dilapidated ancient temple that had survived from the last era, because he took a fancy to the bronze halberd in the hands of a clay statue, he unexpectedly suffered a fatal blow when he tried to collect it. The bronze halberd seemed to be extremely rotten, yet it revealed boundlessly terrifying might. Merely a single strike was capable of splitting the sky apart and shattering the earth, and it was formidable to an extreme degree. Lin Sun fought hard with it for several days and suffered numerous injuries. He was almost killed several times. Finally, with the help of Forbidden Death, he completely suppressed this strange bronze halberd. Unfortunately, the bronze halberd, as if it had exhausted its strength. The halberd burst into pieces at the moment. Lin Sun was speechless. He'd fought desperately for nothing in the end. Actually, such incidents weren't rare during this period of time he journeyed all along the way, but it still caused Lin Sun to be depressed. Perhaps the only benefit was that experiencing this battle allowed him to obtain a rare tempering, and his attainments had accumulated to an inconceivable state. After he left the dilapidated temple, Lin Sun directly arrived at the universe where the ninth pass of immortality resided. At this moment, his entire body was covered in bloodstains, his hair was disheveled, and he seemed to be in a sorry state. However, strands of faint killing intent coiled around his body, and it seemed to be peerlessly condensed. He was like a fiend god that had just slaughtered his way out from an ancient mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood. Lin Sun seemed to be extremely conspicuous when he appeared in this expanse of the starry sky. All the cultivators that flew past him looked over, but when they met Lin Sun's gaze, they were instantly horrified and felt as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. That piercingly cold, murderous gaze could practically seal one's throat upon contact with it. How terrifying. Who's this? He traveled alone and was able to arrive at the 9th pass of immortality alive. That's very rare. Discussions that revealed surprise and bewilderment resounded. However, all of them revealed astounded expressions when they looked at Lin Sun once more. At this moment, the man that caused them to be horrified from just a glance at him seemed like an ordinary person, and there wasn't a trace of imposing aura emanating from him at all. Even if they sensed him carefully, they were unable to notice any fluctuations of energy. It was like he'd become a completely different person. Lin Sun paid no attention to these gazes, and his figure flashed and vanished into thin air. Two groups of Emperor Realm guards stood at both sides of the lofty and ancient city gate, and there were two Ninth Realm founding ancestors amongst them. It was a terrifying lineup. The 9th pass of immortality isn't simple at all, and it's filled with profundities. Numerous formidable figures have transformed here in the past. The Green Sparrow provided guidance. According to it, 9 was a special number that changed according to its limits, and it was extraordinary. And this city was also known as the land of refining Tao. There were the most primitive and powerful laws here, and choosing this place to refine one's great way would make one's foundation incomparably solid. The reason was that since ancient times, it was unknown how many towering figures had come here, and there was no lack of ancient almighty figures. Each of them viewed the 9th pass of immortality as a place of competition, and left their own will of the great way on the realm battle steel in the city. And the power of the realm battle steel could communicate with the laws of the entire vast 1,000 battle domains, and it was equivalent to recording and copying the might of the great way of these people who left their names. Meditating and comprehending in this city would allow one to experience the might of the great way that had accumulated over countless years. For those who comprehended it, there were many benefits, and there wouldn't be any negative effects. While listening to the Green Sparrow's guidance, Lin Sun had already entered Tai City. He could clearly feel that this city was larger than the previous 8 cities, and there were even more people. It was incomparably prosperous. For many years, many powerful figures who had trekked through the vast 1,000 battle domains had stopped here for various reasons, and chose to refine themselves here. It wasn't that they were unwilling to leave, but that there were so many mysteries in this city that they were unwilling to miss it. The core reason was outside Tai City. That place in the depths of the universe that was like a black curtain of night was actually a Great Way ruin that had survived from the last era. The Great Way ruin wasn't broken, and it was completely preserved, and it was filled with unimaginably mysterious opportunities. In the past, there were people who broke through their Tao in the Great Way ruin in one go. There were people who found a secret scroll of the Great Way that belonged to the last era, and comprehended a supreme Tao. There were even people who dug out treasures of heaven and earth that were only born in the last era, but similarly, even though the Great Way ruin was filled with mysteries, it was accompanied by great dangers and boundlessly terrifying, and it caused people to be moved, fearful, and love and hate intertwined. I just don't know if the wanted Lin Sun will really appear in the 9th pass of immortality like the rumors say. What a peerless, ruthless person. He killed the city lord of Starting City, Xianxia, and killed Wen Xiaoheng and Lu Dou of the Wen family. I heard that Starting City was dyed red in that battle. I really want to see what Lin Sun looks like. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? The starry sky ancient path that has long been in decline has finally produced a peerless great emperor. But now, he's in a worrying situation. If he really dares to appear, Tai City will probably be his burial ground. Not long after he entered the city, Lin Sun heard a wave of discussion related to him. After a brief investigation, he found out that recently, someone had spread the rumor that he would appear in the 9th pass of immortality. At that time, the immortal emperor clan, Wen family, Heng family, and Luo family would move together to kill him. If it was just a rumor, it definitely wouldn't cause such a huge uproar. The reason was that after the rumor spread, it even received the approval of the Heng family and Wen family. Moreover, many peerless figures threatened that if Lin Sun really dared to appear in Tai City, they would definitely kill him, the murderer who ranked 3rd on the wanted list. In this way, it was hard for this matter not to cause a sensation. At least in Tai City, everyone already knew about it. Sure enough, they've already planned in advance. Lin Sun's expression didn't change. When he came to Tai City, he had speculated about it, so it wasn't surprising. On both sides of the spacious and ancient streets, there were medicine shops, weapon pavilions, elixir shops, and all kinds of wine shops and tea houses. People came and went, extremely prosperous and lively. It was the same as every time he entered the Immortality Pass. Lin Sun went straight to some large-scale trading companies and sold the treasures he collected along the way. At the same time, he was also looking for shops that sold underworld pearls. It wasn't until 6 hours later that Lin Sun found an inn to stay. I still need 9 more underworld pearls before I can completely condense the remaining 3 netherworld Dao patterns. Xianxia muttered to himself. In the room, Lin Sun put the underworld pearls he bought into the abyssal sword cauldron one by one. Looking at the subtle changes of the remaining 3 netherworld Dao patterns, he couldn't help but nod secretly. From the 3rd Immortality Pass to the present, he would buy underworld pearls in the city every time he entered the Immortality Pass. Although he paid a huge fortune for it, the effect was quite remarkable. He had a hunch. When the 9 netherworld Dao patterns were completely condensed, there would be a shocking transformation. Science Sparrow, tell me about the trial in Tai City, Lin Sun said casually. The Green Sparrow said, it isn't difficult to head to the Dao ruins outside the city and capture 10 Emperor-rank evil spirits. However, the Dao ruins are extremely dangerous and terrifying. Even though numerous peerless fortuitous encounters from the last era are hidden there, we must be extremely careful if we want to leave with our lives. Lin Sun nodded. When he was selling treasures in the city, he had learned that every month, a group of practitioners who signed up for the trial would be sent to the Tao Relic. Now, there were only 3 days left before the next trial, so it was still not too late to sign up now. However, before signing up, Lin Sun planned to go to the place where the Realm Battle Tablet was located. P.S. It will continue to break out today. At about 6:30 p.m., please vote for me without further ado, Lin Sun set out immediately. However, as soon as he walked out of the inn, suddenly, an enormous roar sounded out from the universe, and the entire Tai city shook violently while the city walls rumbled. Bang! In next to no time, the city emitted numerous restrictive divine lights that held up a gorgeous screen of light that covered the entire ancient city. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. He noticed at the first possible moment that an enormous and mighty figure had appeared amidst an expanse of darkness in the depths of the universe. It was like the legendary fiend god. Its figure was 30 kilometers tall, and it stood on the stars and roared proudly in the universe. At this moment, the phantom that seemed like a fiend god shook its body madly as if it intended to struggle free of some sort of restraints, and it caused the sky to shake violently. Even that expanse of the universe split apart while enormous rifts stretched throughout the surroundings, and they emanated terrifying destructive energy. Its aura was absolutely more terrifying than that of a Dao ancestor. In Lin Sun's eyes, the phantom of the fiend god was actually merely a strand of willpower that was projected from the black world that was like the curtain of night. In short, what appeared in the universe at this moment was merely an illusory willpower. But its might had already far surpassed that of the Emperor ancestor. Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. What kind of terrifying creature was this? How could it be so formidable? It happened again. The ruins of the Great Way are becoming more and more turbulent and abnormal. Recently, such strange things have happened frequently. Fortunately, it hasn't affected Tai City yet. The pedestrians on the street were relatively calm. Obviously, it wasn't the first time they'd encountered such a thing. I heard that it's because a mysterious forbidden seal in the ruins of the Great Way seems to have loosened, and it's very likely to be a terrifying creature from the last era that's sealed within it. Someone whispered. This is merely a rumor. I got news that an unparalleled fortune will be unearthed in the ruins of the Great Way, and it's suspected to be related to a ferocious sword from the last era. Someone spoke with certainty. Yes, I've also heard that although the ferocious sword hasn't been unearthed, the sword intended emanates has transformed into a bloody phenomenon like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. There are countless corpses of fiend gods piled up there, and it's boundlessly strange and terrifying. Through the conversation, Lin Sun knew. Recently, there were frequent abnormal movements in the ruins of the Great Path. The cries of ominous swords resounded, transforming into blood-colored visions that buried the gods. This scene had been witnessed by many formidable figures, and they felt that it was extremely likely that this phenomenon was related to a sword that was buried in the ruins of the Grand Dao. Apart from this, there were also roars like the one just now. There were fiend god wills struggling frantically, as if they wanted to break some kind of seal and rush out of the world. This series of changes had also cast a shadow over Tai City. Because Tai City was too close to the ruins of the Grand Tao. Once a calamity erupted, then Tai City was bound to be the first to be affected. But for some tyrannical figures, the changes in the Great Path relic made them realize another possibility: a peerless fortune was about to appear. In an instant, the relics of the Great Way became the hottest topic in Tai City. Knowing this, Lin Sun couldn't help frowning. If all these abnormalities were really related to the last era, then once it erupted, it would absolutely be dangerous and unpredictable. Outside the sky, in the depths of the universe, the 30,000-foot-tall fiend god writhed for more than an hour before letting out an unwilling roar. Suddenly, it collapsed and disappeared. See, the ruins of the Great Path are extremely dangerous. Ordinary great emperors don't dare to step into it at all. Only those peerless and ruthless people dare to enter and seek fortune. Someone sighed with emotion. Not only had the ruins of the Great Path become abnormal, but there were also many unimaginable evil spirits at the Emperor realm distributed within it. It was full of danger. Of course, for some ruthless people, there were also unimaginable opportunities. Lin Sun didn't think too much about it and headed straight towards the east of the city. Tai City was towering and magnificent. The city walls were like mountains, tall and thick, and they emitted an imposing aura. The east of the city was turned into a restricted area, and only figures above the Emperor realm were allowed to approach it. One of the 9 battle steels that had survived from the last era stood there. When Lin Sun arrived, he saw an extremely vast area, and a stone stele that was suffused with the aura of primal chaos stood there. It was 3,000 feet tall, grand and majestic, and emitted the aura of primal chaos. It was like the backbone that held up the sky, and there was a unique fluctuation of the laws. The battle stele, it was rumored that there were a total of 9 of these steles, and they were scattered in different immortal passes. They had survived from the destruction of the last era. The material of this stele was extremely mysterious and special, and it was able to communicate with the energy of the laws that covered the entire vast 1,000 battle domains. It was extremely miraculous. In the past, it was unknown how many immortal figures had coveted it, and they had tried to take it away. But to everyone's surprise, even the immortal figures were unable to shake the stele in the slightest. At this moment, some people were either standing silently or sitting cross-legged near the battle stele. Light flowed around their bodies, and they were obviously sensing and comprehending the energy on the battle stele. In reality, Lin Sun had sensed it at the first possible moment. The battle stele was suffused with a shapeless fluctuation, and it was like a ripple that covered this area. When he sensed it carefully, this fluctuation was extremely unique, and it was filled with all sorts of willpower of the Great Tao. Some were cold and domineering, some wantonly and ostentatious, some wild and untamed, some indifferent like the clouds, and some. They were of all shapes and sizes. Lin Sun instantly understood that these were the auras of the Great Tao left behind by the experts who had left their names on the battle stele over the countless years. It wasn't some secret of the Great Tao, and was merely the appearance of the aura. But even so, if one were to comprehend and analyze it, it would be of great benefit to one's cultivation. No wonder so many cultivators aren't willing to leave after arriving at Tai City. Not to mention the fortuitous encounters within the ruins of the Grand Tao, just cultivating near the realm battlefield stele is able to allow one's cultivation to obtain great benefits and obtain further tempering. Lin Sun seemed to be lost in thought. In this area, besides those figures comprehending, there were also many cultivators like Lin Sun who had just arrived. This stele has been divided into 3 rankings, namely Earth, Heaven, and Mysterious. An old man in a luxurious robe was speaking with fervor and assurance, introducing the rankings to the people around him. Those who are able to leave their names on the Earth list can be called dragons and phoenixes among men. They have the cultivation aptitude of 1 in 10,000. And must at least have the cultivation of the 6th level of the Emperor realm. Those who are able to leave their names on the Heaven list can be called peerless geniuses. In every universe of the vast 1,000 battles domain, they are born to cultivate, and are favored by the heavens. In other words, those who are able to leave their names on the Heaven list are almost all peerless figures who have stepped onto the Emperor's road. Every one of them has the power to cover the heavens and earth. These words caused a wave of exclamation. Only those in the 6th level of the Emperor realm were qualified to leave their names on the Earth list. And the heaven list, only peerless great emperors were qualified to leave their names on it. This condition was undoubtedly very harsh and shocking. But the old man in a luxurious robe said with a slight smile, being qualified to leave one's name doesn't necessarily mean that one will be able to do so. Everything depends on one's combat strength, talent, and potential to be strong enough. Then how should one leave one's name on the mysterious list? Someone couldn't help but ask. The others also looked over. The old man in a luxurious robe took a deep breath, looked at the highest point of the realm battle tablet, and said with scorching eyes, "Since ancient times, there has always been a saying that those who can leave their names on the mysterious list must be invincible in the world, must have a dazzling demeanor, and must have a foundation that transcends the ancestor realm. Such experts are all known as the overlords of a realm and the peak of a realm." His words caused the entire place to fall silent, and a series of gasps could be heard. Although this old guy's words are a little exaggerated, they are right. The Earth list, the Heaven list, and the Mysterious list represent a completely different path. Green Sparrow commented, "Just like you, it is very likely that you can leave your name on the Mysterious list." Following Lin Sun all the way from Starting City to Tai City, Green Sparrow had long seen the terrifying and abnormal cultivation of Lin Sun. It was not worried that Lin Sun could not leave his name on the Mysterious list. The only uncertainty was how high Lin Sun's position on the Mysterious list could be. "Let me go first." A man in a silver robe walked forward, the soles of his feet glowing, leaving circle after circle of patterns of the Great Way on the ground, sparkling and mysterious, and his whole body was burning. When he arrived in front of the realm battle tablet, his cultivation had climbed to the peak state. Then, he pressed his palm on the stone tablet. As a mysterious rain of light sprinkled down, like dancing petals, accompanied by a roar, and the entire realm battle tablet was covered with a wave of obscure light ripples. Many people were amazed, recognizing that this man in a silver robe was an 8th great emperor. Although not at the peak, his cultivation was extremely tyrannical. After a moment, a light golden rain of light sprinkled down, bathing the man in a silver robe. "Leave your name on the Earth list." The old man in a luxurious robe immediately made a judgment. The golden rain of light represented that he had successfully left his willpower on the Earth list. Suddenly, the field was restless, and many people revealed a look of envy. But the man in a silver robe shook his head bitterly, looking a little disappointed. "Never set foot on the peak, the gap is really too big." With that, he left alone, looking a little desolate. "Why can't we see the real ranking?" Someone couldn't help but ask. The old man in a luxurious robe casually explained, "Only the person who left his name on the Earth list can know his ranking. Others can't see it." After a pause, he continued, "For example, that Taoist just now left his name on the Earth list, and has a cultivation of the 8th level of the Emperor realm. If I'm not wrong, his ranking is probably outside the top 10,000 of the Earth list." 10,000? Someone exclaimed. Even Lin Sun was stunned. Outside the top 10,000, didn't this mean that in the past, there were at least 10,000 people with at least the 6th level of the Emperor realm who left their names on the Earth list? This number was too huge. It's very simple. This is a ranking that has been accumulated since the very beginning of the 1.8 million young ancient ones. Even if the conditions to leave one's name are extremely harsh, but after countless years, the number of names left naturally cannot be small. The old man in a luxurious robe commented, "In fact, to be able to leave one's name on the realm battle tablet is already an extremely impressive feat. The number of emperors who are not qualified to leave their names will only be more." P.S. Second update. Before 9 p.m. of the third watch period. Seeking monthly votes, I'm only 100 votes away from the top 20. End of chapter 2494. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.